Chapter 1. The Big Persian Daisy. The rain in June came unexpectedly, and there were only a few customers in the flower shop at the alley entrance point. Two girls looking at flowers were chattering. Have you heard? A handsome guy just moved in at the street corner. It's not just hearsay, I've found out everything. His name is Kuhai, 28 years old, and he's a chemistry professor. The tall girl seemed to have been struck in the heart, saying, a handsome guy really has a name that shines. I suddenly don't think the name to Hai is that cliché anymore. Accompanied by the sound of footsteps, the young shopkeeper, wearing small leather shoes, came down the wooden stairs. She wore a beige dress, smiled at the two girls, and asked, "What flowers would you like to buy?" The girls waved their hands and said, "We're just browsing." The overly youthful shopkeeper smiled gently and went behind the counter, lowering her eyes to handle the orders in her hands. After looking for a while, the two girls left side by side. Wen Qiang lifted her face, her amber eyes reflecting the dark clouds outside the window. She murmured, "Maybe we should close early today." With a dingling sound, the door was pushed open. Wen Qiang instinctively smiled. "Hello." The man, with a black long umbrella folded and hung on the umbrella rack, wore a white shirt and trousers, with a blue disposable mask covering most of his face. Though only his eyes were visible, they had a captivating charm that made it hard to look away. "I'd like to order a bouquet of daisies, to be picked up in 3 days, the man said as he slowly approached the counter. His voice was somewhat muffled due to the mask. Of course, 1 bouquet of daisies, to be picked up in 3 days. When Qiang returned to her senses, took a pen, and started writing the order. "May I ask for your name?" The man replied in a low voice, "Kahai." When Qiang paused her pen, thinking that the person she had just overheard in conversation had appeared so quickly in front of her. In the next moment, she calmly wrote the 2 characters, Kuhai, in the customer name column. "Wrong." The man's voice was light, like an illusion. When Qiang looked up in confusion, the man frowned, took off his mask, and pointed at the character Hai she had just written, saying, "It's he as in helium, 1 gas and 1 high." His index finger was slender and clean, with nails neatly trimmed into a rounded shape, showing no signs of dirt. When Qiang couldn't help but look at it a bit longer and mumbled, "Oh, sorry." After saying that, she tore off the incorrectly written order and started writing the correct name again. The man, seeming to have a cold, quickly put his mask back on and turned his face away, sneezing several times in succession. "This is your receipt. Just bring it along when you come to pick up the flowers in 3 days." When Qiang handed over the order slip, Kahai paid and said in a muffled voice, "Thank you." The black umbrella was opened again, and his tall figure disappeared into the rain curtain. When Qiang withdrew her gaze and walked slowly to the door, a faint, unfamiliar cold fragrance lingering in her nostrils. She turned the close sign over and locked the door before going upstairs. The next day, nearing evening, that a household in the second alley called to order more than 10 bouquets of fresh flowers. When Qiang quickly wrapped the flowers and placed them in the storage box at the back of her electric scooter, the elderly lady next door had just returned from a walk and, seeing her busy, greeted with a smile, "Are you going out, Xiaowen?" "Yes, Grandma. If any customers come, please let them know I'll be back soon," Wen Qiang said as she put on her helmet. The elderly lady waved her hand with a smile. "No problem." The evening sunlight at this time of year was quite intense, causing Wen Qiang's cheeks to flush as she was about to pass the intersection. A staff member from the mirror shop in front was just bringing out a large mirror, and the reflected light dazzled Wen Qiang's eyes. She instinctively raised her hand to shield her eyes, but by the time she heard the screech of brakes, it was too late to react. When Qiang felt a sharp pain at her side, she and the bouquet were lifted off the ground, and after a sudden drop, she was met with a severe pain at the back of her head. The air in her throat was running low, and she sniffled. As her vitality rapidly faded, she saw a bicycle stop beside her. Before she could see the person's face, the world went black. "Oh my God, there's been an accident. Isn't that one the owner of the flower shop? Is she all right?" Someone approached to help Wen Qiang. The man who got off the bicycle shouted, "Don't touch her." Kahai checked Wen Qiang's pulse and wounds, quickly dialed 120, and told the bystanders, "Nobody move her, wait for the ambulance." The driver crawled over, anxious. This isn't my fault. She rushed out by herself." Kuhai shot him a glance and said, "Call the police yourself. The traffic police will determine who is at fault." The driver had initially thought about playing dead. Kuhai added, "The owner of the vehicle with license plate who C18208. Do you need me to assist?" The driver could only report the incident with a darkened face. The ambulance and police car arrived almost simultaneously, and the already narrow alley was congested. Kuhai watched as the ambulance and police car took the person away before he mounted his bicycle, but he navigated through the alley until he finally stopped in front of an old two-story building at the street corner. As he dismounted, he noticed a white flower hanging from the back seat of the bike. The green leaves were caught on the horizontal bar of the back seat, and the flower was displayed upside down, looking somewhat ridiculous. Kuhai covered his nose and took a step back. Looking around and finding no place to dispose of the trash, he stood in place for 3 seconds before finally overcoming his mental resistance, disdainfully picking up the leaves and bringing the upside-down flower inside. The interior decoration was very simple, but it showed no signs of being old or cheap, just a bit messy, typical of a single man's residence. Kuhai was about to throw the flower into the kitchen trash when he realized he had forgotten to put on a trash bag in his rush that morning. He placed the flower on the countertop and squatted down to look for a trash bag in the storage cabinet. Just as he squatted down, he saw a white shadow brush past his nose and roll into his arms. Ihai instinctively swept the flower away, as if avoiding a snake, awkwardly standing up straight. His shirt and trousers were dusted with pale yellow pollen, and Kuhai, with the last bit of rationality, refrained from stripping off his clothes. The expected sneezing and rashes did not occur. He stood still for a few seconds before moving his nose. The faint scent of flowers wafted in the air. It was the first time Kuhai experienced the beauty of floral fragrance. His gaze locked onto the flower on the ground. The white flower had been harshly swatted by him, and its petals were showing signs of loosening. Kuhai hesitated to pick up the flower and brought it to his nose to sniff. Then his eyes brightened. It was fragrant, had pollen, and did not cause him to have an allergic reaction. Ihai placed the flower in a cup filled with water. While simultaneously searching for the flower species, ideas for experiments began to form in his mind. He needed to study why this flower did not trigger his allergies. White rose, upright shrub, 2 meters tall. Ihai casually wrote down the flower's information on a scrap of paper. At that moment, his phone vibrated. Seeing it was a call from the laboratory, he answered, "What's up? The results from Lab 22 are out? I got it, I'll head over now." Kuhai quickly hung up, grabbed his keys, and turned around. Before he left, he took a deep look at the white rose on the windowsill. As the door closed, the world quieted down. In the quiet space in front of the windowsill, the lone white rose unexpectedly fell from the shallow cup and dropped to the ground. Ihai stayed in the laboratory until noon the next day. On his way back, he passed by the flower shop at the alley entrance and happened to overhear people discussing how the flower shop owner, Wen Qiang, had been hit by a car and had yet to wake up. Ihai only listened for a moment before heading home without any hesitation. When he came to the windowsill, he found the white rose he had been thinking about lying pitifully on the ground, its once blooming petals curled up into a bud shape. If it weren't for Kuhai remembering the shape of the flower's stem and leaves, he would have suspected someone had swapped his flower. After all, at the current temperature, a flower that has already bloomed should not revert back to a bud. Kuhai placed the rose back in the cup and frowned as he went out again. "Little Ku, do you want to buy something?" The older brother at the grocery store smiled sincerely. Ihai scanned the surroundings, but didn't find what he was looking for. So he said, "I want to buy a vase, one that won't let the flowers fall out." "No matter what kind of vase it is, the flowers won't fall out." The older brother laughed heartily. "I have many styles here. There's lucky bamboo and plum orchids. Take a look and see which one you want to." In the end, Kuhai chose the simplest one from a pile of colorful vases, saying, "This one not all right, I'll get you a bag," the older brother said as he took the money and bent down to grab a plastic bag from the nearby counter. Kuhai waved his hand, saying, "No need, I'll just take it back as it is." The other party readily agreed, saving a bag in the process. Ihai returned home with the vase, and the white rose still maintained its bud shape, showing no signs of wilting after a night. He changed the water in the vase and poured in the nutrient solution he had prepared that morning. The nutrient solution was light green and disappeared instantly when dropped into the water. Looking at the white flower, Kuhai, almost unconsciously, said, "Bloom quickly. Can you hear me?" No one responded. Ihai shook his head, thinking he must have been exhausted from last night's intense experiments, to the point of talking to a flower. The fatigue from staying up all night urged him back to his bedroom, where he collapsed and fell asleep. Wen Qiang heard voices, noisy and distant. "Blood pressure is dropping. Prepare for defibrillation. We can't hold on much longer." The smell of blood filled her nostrils, and she struggled to breathe, her eyelids heavy and unable to open. Her body plummeted sharply, as if about to fall into another world. At that moment, a man's voice pulled her back to consciousness. Bloom quickly. Can you hear me? Bloom? She finally opened her eyes and saw everything in front of her. It was a strange space, with furniture that seemed to be magnified many times, and things were scattered messily on the table and sofa, resembling the chaotic state of her home before her irresponsible father died. Where was she? Wen Qiang struggled to break free from her constraints, but her hands and feet felt powerless, as if they didn't exist. From her current perspective, she could only see that she seemed to be trapped inside a transparent bottle, with water all around her. Wen Qiang, who couldn't swim, turned pale and wanted to cry for help but couldn't make any sound. Just then, the sun peeked out from behind the clouds, and the warm sunlight fell on her. It slightly alleviated her discomfort. In the next second, she noticed her shadow beside her. It was a tall, slender bottle with a thin neck extending upward and a head that seemed to be sharpened. Wen Qiang closed her eyes. I must still be dreaming. Chapter 2. Forsythia. Wen Qiang remembered being hit by a car while delivering flowers. Now, seeing her long neck and sharpened head, her first feeling was that she was still dreaming. However, when she opened her eyes again and found her shadow still maintaining that magical shape, she finally recognized that this form must be a flower bud that had yet to bloom. Due to the basic knowledge she had from the flower shop owner, others who were hit turned into vegetative states, but she had directly turned into a plant, right? Wen Qiang remained stiff in the water for an unknown amount of time, unable to digest the reality of becoming a flower, until she heard footsteps approaching. The footsteps were heavy and slow, like some colossal creature. Wen Qiang instinctively held her breath, watching a man walk over not far away. It should be said that he was a man magnified many times. He seemed to have just woken up, lazily scratching his hair with his right hand while yawning, causing a hint of tears to gather at the corners of his beautiful eyes. He rubbed his eyes and walked over slowly. When his overly large, handsome face came close, Wen Qiang finally remembered who he was. Hai, 28 years old, a newly relocated chemistry professor at the corner, revered as a chastity god by the little sisters from the neighboring Yunding High School, and also her creditor She still owed him a bouquet of daisies. Wen Qiang heard that single syllable of confusion just as Kahai picked up a black, petal-shaped object from the windowsill. Her gaze was involuntarily drawn to it. After years of dealing with floral art, she had encountered very few black flowers. Even the black beauty and black magic roses introduced previously would still show hints of red or purple. None were as black as this one, which looked like freshly burned paper. Ash. Moreover, this petal was clearly from a rose. She had never heard of a black rose variety. Xiao AI, arrange a laboratory for me. I need to go over now. Kahai suddenly took out his phone and said. The voice was excessively loud, causing Wen Qiang's ears to buzz. Although she currently only had a bud left, and there was essentially no such thing as ears, the amazement she felt when hearing this man's melodious voice at the flower shop turned into disdain at this moment. Hai took the black petal, and before leaving, couldn't help but glance at the white rose, saying, be good at home and don't fall out again. That tone was hard to define as either a reminder or disdain. Wen Qiang's body stiffened. Finally confirming that Kahai seemed not to have noticed her presence when he spoke, she was momentarily at a loss for what expression to wear. How could this person? Wen Qiang found it hard to put into words. After Kahai left, Wen Qiang pondered her situation for a long time, still feeling as if she were in a dream. The sky quickly darkened. Perhaps due to her plant-like attributes, Wen Qiang began to feel sleepy, and she couldn't help but drowsily close her eyes. The rosebud on the windowsill remained quiet, casting a long, thin shadow in the darkness. Professor, thank you for your hard work. Assistant Xiao AI greeted Kohai after organizing the equipment and preparing to leave. Kohai replied, thank you for your hard work, before returning to his office with the data. This was the analysis report of the black petal he had brought in that afternoon. The contents of water, anthocyanins, and other components were all normal. Moreover, from the cell slices, that black petal was indeed from the rose family. Kahai tapped on the table, his brow furrowing habitually. The clock on the wall showed it was already 11:30 at night. After a moment of thought, Kahai organized the report and prepared to head back. He hadn't given the nutrient solution for tonight yet. It was already quite late, but Nanxing Sanxiang was still bustling with activity. The road was lined with snack stalls and barbecue stands. Delicious grilled squid here. Come and get a portion. The high-pitched voice of the owner echoed as her helpers were busy. Golden oil sizzled and jumped, and the squid on the iron plate curled up from the heat. The white smoke wafted out with a fragrant aroma. Ehai's bicycle glided past a long line of food stalls, finally stopping momentarily in front of the flower shop at the end of the alley. It seemed he would have to go further to buy flowers tomorrow. When Kahai graduated, he had stayed abroad for years chasing so-called dreams, spending little time with his parents. Until 2 months ago, a fire took both of them away. Only then did Kahai realize that there was not a single person left in this world with whom he had any ties, even if he was indifferent to familial affection in the dead of night. He couldn't help but feel anxious and unable to sleep. So he resolutely quit his job at the lab abroad and returned to this small town, moving into the house his parents had prepared for their retirement. The pace of life in the small town was slow, filled with the warmth of human connection. His heart seemed to calm down as well. However, the tomb sweeping scheduled for tomorrow brought him back to reality. His life was indeed already in tatters. When he reached downstairs, Kahai parked his bicycle and took out his keys to open the door. The living room was dimly lit. As soon as Kahai entered, he noticed the rose on the windowsill. The moonlight draped a layer of almost imperceptible silver gauze over the white bud, making it appear distant yet gentle. Ehai's gaze lingered for a moment before returning to normal. The light was turned on. Wen Qiang almost instantly woke up. Even though she had seen him once before, seeing Kahai from a perspective magnified many times more than that of a human was still quite jarring for Wen Qiang. Kahai walked with what Wen Qiang perceived as heavy and slow footsteps to the windowsill. He dripped a few drops of nutrient solution into the vase. The light green solution spread in the water. Wen Qiang suddenly realized that all her fatigue had vanished, and the suffocating feeling she had before had improved. Significantly, looking at the remaining light green liquid that Kahai had set aside, a longing surged in Wen Qiang's heart. She loved green Fanta the most. That bottle looked like it would taste just as good as green Fanta. After pouring the nutrient solution for the rose, Kahai went into the bathroom to wash up. Wen Qiang clearly heard the washing machine humming and the sound of water droplets falling in the bathroom. This feeling was quite strange. After all, since she was 16, she had been living alone. Now, it felt awkward and embarrassing, as if an outsider had suddenly appeared in her home's bathroom. However, since she was the one staying under someone else's roof, she had no right to feel awkward or embarrassed. Wen Qiang forced herself to shift her focus. After so long of adapting, she had basically accepted her current role. She just didn't know how her body was doing. After the car accident, if her soul had ended up in a flower that resembled a black rose, then her body must have been considered dead. Thinking about how she had struggled alone for so many years, finally managing to live a semblance of a life, only to be turned into a plant by a car, Wen Qiang couldn't help but feel sorrowful. With the sound of the door opening, the footsteps drew nearer. The giant Professor Ku was coming. Wen Qiang stared blankly at the man who was only draped in a towel that barely covered his key parts. Kahai was completely unaware that there was another pair of eyes watching him in this space. After taking a cool shower on a summer night, letting the water droplets evaporate from his skin to carry away the heat was truly a delightful experience. He opened the refrigerator and poured himself a glass of ice water, downing it in one gulp. Gurgle. Wen Qiang heard Kahai's stomach rumble. Kahai heard it too. He put the glass back and was about to ignore his stomach when it let out another mournful sound. Wen Qiang felt the awkwardness wafting through the air. Kahai's last meal had been at noon. After staying up all night in the afternoon, he had no appetite. The food at the lab was tasteless, and he had only taken a few bites before stopping. He had been busy since evening, and even the water he just drank was the first he had all day. Having a late-night snack didn't seem excessive. Professor Ku weighed his body and the number of times he had been to the gym, thinking this to himself. Boss, I want 2 servings of crucian carp, 2 servings of small yellow croaker, and a serving of vegetables, extra spicy. Ehai called the delivery number of a nearby restaurant and began ordering skillfully. Wen Qiang listened in shock from the windowsill. Crucian carp and small yellow croaker were both incredibly delicious, and any seasoning other than ginger would be overpowering. Not to mention, vegetables should be stir-fried lightly. Professor Ku actually ordered it extra spicy. Wen Qiang, who couldn't eat any spicy food, fell into deep thought. The delivery arrived quickly. The slightly plump boss took the money and smiled. As usual, I prepared 2 servings of rice, and your girlfriend's portion is slightly less, so make sure to distinguish. Kahai showed an awkward yet polite smile. Thank you. Wen Qiang, whose hearing had improved significantly yet didn't want to hear anything, couldn't help but feel puzzled. Girlfriend? Where did that come from? More than 10 minutes later, Wen Qiang watched in shock as Kahai finished all 2 servings of rice, 4 servings of fish, and 1 serving of vegetables, leaving nothing behind. She stared in horror at Kahai's unchanged stomach, suddenly understanding what a dimensional stomach meant. Using girlfriend as a shield, Professor Ko was in an extraordinarily good mood after eating 2 people's worth of food. He sorted the trash much faster than before. After sorting, Kahai glanced at the rows on the windowsill and murmured, "Is the flour dry garbage or wet garbage?" Wen Qiang was startled. Wet garbage. After answering himself, the cheerful Professor Ko turned off the living room light and went back to his room to sleep. Wen Qiang calmed her pounding heart, but couldn't help but feel deeply worried about her future. As the night deepened, Wen Qiang began to feel drowsy and drifted off to sleep. Wen Qiang was awakened by a sweet scent. She opened her eyes to see Kahai, who had appeared in front of her at some unknown time. If she had a mouth, she would have screamed by now. The sky outside was already bright, with sunlight streaming in at an angle. Facing the sunlight, Kahai was clearly well-dressed, wearing a black suit that looked very solemn. This moment, he was holding a bottle of nutrient solution, dripping it into the vase. Wen Qiang realized that she could actually feel the sweetness of the light green liquid. Clearly, yesterday, she had been unable to perceive any taste at all. Not only that, but she could now smell the scent floating in the tea was the faint cold fragrance she had caught a whiff of at the flower shop after Kahai had left. It turned out it wasn't rain. Xiao Chang Wei, little rose. Kahai called out. Wen Qiang's mind went blank for a moment. No one had called her that in many years. Even knowing that Kahai at this moment was unaware of her existence, Wen Qiang couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness. Bloom quickly, or the nutrient solution won't be able to sustain you. Kahai's tone was filled with regret. Wen Qiang naturally understood that a rose without roots, even if raised in the best nutrient solution, would eventually wilt one day. Perhaps knowing that she was nearing death made Wen Qiang suddenly feel very sad. Professor Ko took out a keyboard and knelt down with a thud. Chapter 3. Poppy Minor Revision. Kahai took the key and was about to go out. But suddenly, he seemed to think of something and turned back halfway. Wen Qiang realized that she had been picked up, and her vision began to shift constantly. She watched herself being taken out the door, finally being placed in the basket of a bicycle. Just as Kahai was about to step forward, he realized that the roses in the basket were very fragile. After some thought, he decided to take the flowers to the garage. A sleek black supercar quietly lurked in the dimly lit garage. Looking at the car that had accompanied him through his ridiculous years, Kahai suddenly felt a sense of unfamiliarity. Meanwhile, Wen Qiang felt her whole body stiffen. The light reflecting off the mirror back then was too dazzling, forcing her to raise her hand to shield her eyes. In the instant she heard the screech of brakes, she caught a glimpse of a black car charging toward her. But she had no time to react. The first impact was on her side. It must have broken some bones, and as the intense pain surged through her, her whole body was lifted off the ground. The next wave of pain struck her at the back of her head. The metallic scent of blood filled her throat, making it hard for her to breathe. Gradually, more and more black spots appeared before her eyes. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself here. At that moment, the black car and the one that had hit her seemed to overlap. Wen Qiang felt pain all over. Yet, no matter how much she suffered, the roses in the vase remained still. Kahai took the vase into the car, ensuring it was secure before starting the engine. Besides the flower shop at the corner, there were 2 other flower shops nearby. Kahai wasn't picky and chose the closest one. It was already 9 in the morning when he arrived at the flower shop and brought down the fragile roses. This flower shop was obviously much larger, and the 2 staff members watched as a flashy supercar pulled up in front of the store and a man with long legs stepped out. Even though he wore a mask, it couldn't hide his overwhelming handsomeness. The staff members couldn't help but approach eagerly. "Sir, are you looking to buy some flowers? Our flowers are known for being fresh around here. Who are you buying them for?" Kahai glanced around the shop, ultimately focusing on a nearby daisy. "I want a bouquet of daisies. Also, do you understand flowers?" The 2 staff members exchanged glances and nodded vigorously, saying of course we do. Kahai handed over the vase and asked, "Is there any way to make this rose bloom?" One staff member assessed the rose and said, "This bud is too small. It probably one tea bloom." Kahai thought for a moment, but decided not to mention that this rose had been blooming before it curled into a bud. He simply continued asking, "Is there any way to make it last longer?" The staff member replied with a smile, "If you like roses, we have many that look great." "Is there really no way?" Kahai pressed. The staff member had to say, "The flower stem has no bud points, and the bud is so small. It can't be propagated. There is really no other way." Kahai Fao Siling. Since getting into the car, Wen Qiang had been immersed in deep fear, initially harboring some resentment toward Kahai. At this moment, she realized that Kahai was doing this for her own good, and she couldn't help but feel deeply ashamed. Due to the angle, she couldn't see Kahai now. She could only silently say thank you in her heart. "Sir, is there anything else I can help you with?" The staff member asked Kahai. Kahai shook his head and said, "No, just prepare the daisies for me." The staff member nodded and reluctantly stepped away. Kuhai clearly had long been accustomed to others' eagerness, accepting the wrapped daisies without much expression and leaving with the roses. Wen Qiang returned to the enclosed car. Although she still felt some resistance, it was no longer the same level of fear as before. She even had the mind to observe Kahai. It had to be said that a man driving a car was undoubtedly very charming. His long hands controlled the steering wheel, appearing casual yet full of strength. Wen Qiang watched him all the way, unbeknownst to Kahai. The car finally stopped. This time, Kahai didn't take Wen Qiang with him. He left holding the daisies. Wen Qiang couldn't see his departing figure, only sensing from the surrounding environment that this was the cemetery in the west of the city. Coupled with the daisies Kahai bought, Wen Qiang vaguely sensed something. It had been overcast when they left. Just after Kahai had departed, dark clouds climbed overhead. Heavy rain began to pour down, creating a barrier between the inside and outside of the car. Wen Qiang looked at the empty driver's seat and sighed inwardly. Professor didn't bring an umbrella. Kahai didn't stay long at the cemetery, but when he returned, he was drenched, especially his black hair, which stuck to his forehead. He should have looked disheveled. Yet Wen Qiang only felt a chill. This version of Kahai seemed to have the indifferent outer layer washed away by the rain, revealing a core as cold as ice. Kahai took off his soaked suit jacket and unbuttoned the top 2 buttons of his shirt. Yet he still appeared quite uncomfortable. Finally, he rolled up the sleeves on both sides and leaned back against the chair with closed eyes. Wen Qiang couldn't bear to keep her eyes open. Summer weather always changes quickly. Just a moment ago, Kahai was drenched, and by the time he and the flower returned, the sky had cleared. The sunlight illuminated the world freshly washed by the rain, filling the air with the dense fragrance of grass and rain. Wen Qiang was placed back on the windowsill. Sweet green nutrient liquid was dripped into the water, and Wen Qiang felt a sense of refreshment throughout her body. Kahai sat quietly in the chair in front of the windowsill, looking at the rose, although Wen Qiang knew he was unaware of her existence. It was the first time she was being stared at by a handsome man. She felt a bit shy. Fortunately, this awkward gaze didn't last long. Realizing he was still wet, Kahai stood up from the chair and went back to the room to tidy himself up. Wen Qiang basked in the warm sunlight, listening to the sound of water droplets dripping from the bathroom, and she managed to remain composed. Then, in the next second, Wen Qiang heard a loud thud. Following that, she also heard Kahai's gasp. Wen Qiang was startled and instinctively looked toward the bathroom. However, since the bathroom was around the corner, it was exactly in Wen Qiang's blind spot. She could only carefully listen to the sounds from the bathroom. After the initial heavy thud of something falling and Kahai's sharp intake of breath, there followed the sound of his slow footsteps. When Kahai emerged, still wrapped in a towel, his face was contorted as he rubbed his head, seemingly in great pain. Wen Qiang could roughly guess what tragic event had just occurred. She couldn't help but mock Kahai in her mind. How old is he? He actually fell while taking a shower. How could such a clumsy person become a meticulous professor? The next day, Wen Qiang felt that all of this might be life as revenge on her. Or perhaps Kuhai's revenge on her. At this moment, she was in Kuhai's office. Kahai had changed into a white lab coat, and his frameless glasses perched on his nose, making his narrow phoenix eyes appear even colder. He had taken a leaf from the rose. It wasn't particularly painful. It was just an odd sensation of suddenly missing a piece of her body, leaving Wen Qiang dazed for a while. After taking off a leaf from the rose and placing it in a nearby petri dish, Kahai contemplated whether to take a petal to compare it with the composition of that black petal. Perhaps he could discover something. But in the end, Kahai merely reached out, his warm fingertip lightly brushing over the rosebud. Then he turned around, holding the removed leaf. Assistant Xiao, AI, hurriedly approached and hesitantly asked, "Professor, is our recent research direction on plants? They are from the chemistry department." Kahai glanced at him and said, "I just saw that we don't have enough copper sulfate. Please prepare some. I'll need it for an experiment later." Xiao AI quickly nodded, "Oh, okay." Wen Qiang still hadn't come back to her senses from Kahai's gentle touch. Ever since she woke up, trapped inside this flower, everything she had come into contact with had been cold, except for the sunlight. At this moment, there was another warmth. The pads of Professor Ke's fingers were warm. Compared to the intangible sunlight, this solid warmth made her heart tremble. Although at this moment, Wen Qiang was just a flower. She had no roots, let alone a heart. "Professor, I forgot to ask earlier, aren't you allergic to pollen? How come you brought a whole flower this time?" Xiao AI asked, staring at Kahai, who was focused on a microscope. Kahai paused his hand, adjusting the focus, and asked without any fluctuation, "How do you know?" Xiao AI smiled and said, "It's obvious. Anyone with a little insight in our lab knows you're allergic to pollen. Gehai Fao Si Lin, if you want to study something, why not let someone from Professor Lin's side help? After all, we are in chemistry, and it's like crossing a mountain to change fields," Xiao AI suggested tentatively. Kahai stopped his movements. Indeed, he was not very skilled in plant research, especially regarding flowers. For the past 28 years, his pollen allergy had reached an incurable level. The allergen had long been identified, but no desensitization treatment had worked for him. While others might feel that a man shouldn't be overly concerned about whether he can come into contact with flowers, for Kahai, this obvious weakness bothered him a bit. Or rather, it bothered him a lot. It was only when he finally encountered this rose that he thought he should personally investigate why. "Sly, Gehai Institute." Xiao AI quickly handed him a slide. The rose leaves had been stripped of their flesh, and Kahai cut a part of the main leaf vein, exposing a small cross-section. Physiological saline was dropped onto the slide. The small cross-section was submerged in the saline. This time, without needing to be instructed, Xiao AI handed over the cover slip. The laboratory was very quiet as Kahai looked at the leaf vein cells under the microscope. Finally, he said, "Help me arrange a dinner with Professor Lin tonight." Xiao AI's eyes lit up, and he cheerfully replied, "No problem. Can the professor take me along?" Kahai glanced at him and said, "Then you remember to remind Professor Lin to bring Assistant Xiao Lin." Xiao AI, having had his thoughts seen through, chuckled. Professor Lin and Assistant Xiao Lin were known to be sisters, famous for the older sister being wherever the younger sister was. No need for the professor to worry. Kahai said nothing further. Outside, Wen Qiang felt a bit bored. At first, as the newly appointed plant, she diligently learned how to absorb nutrients, with no time to think about anything else. Now, she had developed a routine. The process of nutrient absorption was as simple as breathing when she was human. Naturally, she felt bored when there was nothing to observe. However, each laboratory here was separated, and the soundproofing was quite good. Wen Qiang couldn't even hear Professor Ke's voice. This made her feel very lonely. So boring. Wen Qiang leaned against the wall of the bottle. The water beneath her feet trembled momentarily, and ripples spread around the flower stem. But as a plant, Wen Qiang's sensory nerves were not well developed, and she had no awareness of her previous movement. Just then, Kahai, who had just walked out of the laboratory door, noticed that there was clearly no wind, yet the delicate rose leaned forward slightly. It was like a person who had been standing for a long time, unconsciously leaning against something nearby. Chapter 4-6 Petals Xiao AI followed him out and saw Kahai standing quietly, unable to help but ask, "Professor, what's wrong?" Kahai came back to his senses and said, "It's nothing. I need to go home for a bit. Just let me know when you've decided which restaurant to go to." As he spoke, he took off his snow-white lab coat, revealing a gray shirt underneath. Wen Qiang had to admit that this man's appearance was indeed top-notch. The gray shirt, which would seem somewhat dull on someone else, looked completely fresh and new on him. When Kahai conducted experiments, he often needed to roll up his sleeves, and at this moment, the cuffs of his gray shirt were undone. He lowered his cool gaze and carefully buttoned them up one by one before reaching for the vase. "Where are you going? Let's go together." Xiao AI leaned in front of Kahai, wanting to keep him there. However, Kahai waved his hand silently, his attitude very firm. Xiao AI could only let out a helpless sigh. Since moving to the corner of Nanxiang Street, Kahai had always ridden his bicycle. After all, the narrow lanes made it inconvenient for cars. But today, he had to drive because he was bringing the delicate Rose along. As soon as he and the Rose came downstairs, they attracted a crowd. Professor Ku, you're impressive, so low-key. Suddenly showing up in such a handsome car. Are you trying to chase one of the beauties in our lab? Who else could it be? Of course, it's our lab's high and mighty Professor Lin. Amid the chatter, Kahai subtly furrowed his brow. He didn't explain, just said, I have something to attend to, I'll leave first. Goodbye, everyone. After that, he swiftly opened the door and intended to get in the car. But unexpectedly, a few people started teasing again, just as we were talking about him. Professor Lin is going on a date with Professor Ku. Huh? A gentle voice chided, Don't make such a fuss, Professor Ku has just come here. Do you want to scare him away? If he wants to take our high and mighty flower, he has to be tested first, right? Someone giggled. Wen Qiang noticed that Kahai's frown deepened. Just then, the gentle voice sounded again. Professor Ku, could you give me a ride? Wen Qiang looked in the direction of the voice and saw a woman with a low ponytail. She looked to be around 27 or 28, with beautiful almond-shaped eyes and willow-like brows, resembling an elegant lady from ancient times. Thinking that the other person was only 3 or 4 years older than herself, yet held the title of professor. Wen Qiang felt that the world of top scholars was indeed something to look up to. I need to go home. You can go with Xiao AI, Kahai said, showing no change in expression in front of the beautiful woman. Wen Qiang thought this man truly embodied the essence of a straight man. However, recalling that Kahai not only had a big appetite, but also had somewhat awkward limbs, she suddenly felt that being a straight man was actually a relatively normal trait. Professor Lin might have been rejected so decisively by a man for the first time, her expression momentarily stiffening. It was only when she saw a girl who looked about 70 to 80% like her jogging over that she smiled again, saying, and I is here. Lin and I gave her sister a feigned reproachful look and said, Sister Yia, why did you leave me up there? Xiao AI's assistant was there. Wasn't she? Lin Yia covered her mouth and laughed. In an instant, she appeared so shy that the surrounding male onlookers were mesmerized. However, Kahai simply dropped a quick, see you later, and rolled up the car window, leaving a group of people staring at each other in confusion. Wen Qiang looked at Lin Yi's shocked expression and suddenly felt a pang of sympathy. Then she slightly turned her head and began to admire Kahai's driving. She was placed on the right side of the center console, just within his line of sight. So, Professor Ku saw the delicate Rose start to sway without any wind. A flurry of thoughts flashed through his mind, but his face remained calm and collected. The two of them, one person and one flower, returned to Kahai's home in silence. Wen Qiang was placed back on her throne on the windowsill. The warm glow of the setting sun shone on her, making her feel so comfortable that she nearly wanted to stretch. In fact, she did so, stretching the only remaining leaf slightly. Unfortunately, the flower stem lacked resilience, so it only seemed like the leaf moved up and down a bit. Wen Qiang didn't realize she had moved. To her, she was just a flower, and flowers were inanimate. Movement was impossible. However, she unexpectedly noticed that Kahai, who had just finished feeding her nutrient solution, was staring intently at her. Wen Qiang frowned and muttered, What is wrong with this guy? Kahai's dark pupils were tinted with the warm orange hue of the sunset, appearing inexplicably softer. He smiled with such a gentle look in his eyes. Wen Qiang had never seen him smile before. He always wore a serious expression, very aloof. In this day and age, rarity was valuable. The more seldom something appeared, the more it was treasured. Before, Wen Qiang scoffed at this because she liked common things. But now, seeing Kahai with a hint of childlike joy on his face, she suddenly felt as if she had been struck by an arrow in her heart. Be good at home. Don't fall off. Kahai repeated something he had said before and reached out to gently touch the rosebud's head. He applied a bit more force, causing the little bud to lean back slightly. It wasn't until Kahai had been gone for quite a while that Wen Qiang came back to her senses, unable to help but think, this man is truly a disaster. Kahai was in a good mood. This was a fact that the three people present could all sense. Even though he didn't smile and spoke as little as usual, There was an aura around him that radiated. "I'm in a great mood." Lin Yu was the first to speak up, asking with a smile, "Professor Ku, is there something happy you'd like to share with us?" Kahai raised his eyes to look at her. When he was usually silent, he often half-lowered his eyes. When others did this, they appeared somewhat lazy, but when Kahai did it, it only exuded pride and aloofness. At this moment, he lifted his gaze. His sharpness revealed in an instant, which should have been very piercing, but was softened by the hint of joy in his eyes. This man only needed one glance to make people's hearts race. "Because I'm not working late tonight," Kahai said casually. Lin Yu's expression of anticipation shattered. Xiao Ai couldn't take it anymore and quickly changed the subject, saying, "Professor Ko asked me to invite Professor Lin out today. Didn't you have something to discuss? We've almost finished eating, so how about let us get straight to the point and spare each other the awkward small talk. It's almost unbearable." Lin Yu tidied her stray hair behind her ear, her long lashes slightly hiding the shyness and anticipation in her eyes. "Professor Ku, feel free to speak." Meanwhile, Lin and I, who was eating, joked, "Should Xiao Ai and I step out for a moment?" Xiao Ai thought it wasn't necessary. Our Professor Ku was a straight man, straightforward. Then Kahai said, "No need, I asked you both out today for next month as biotechnology competition. Our lab needs to send 3 spots to the city, and in the biology department, only Professor Lin and Assistant Xiao Lin are available. If you need, you can bring Xiao Ai along." Xiao Ai? This was not what they had agreed upon, yet he still hesitated to expose it. Lin Yu was also caught off guard. However, since Kahai had said this much, she could only agree, saying, "If Assistant Xiao Ai is available, we'd be happy to bring along a gentleman." Lin and I corrected her, saying, "It's free labor. Ligne shorthead a reproach fulgurance. Don't talk nonsense." Lin and I stuck out her tongue, glancing at Xiao Ai with a bit of playful shyness. "I assent it." Xiao Ai quickly expressed his loyalty. "Of course, I don't understand biology, so I'll just be free labor." Kahai glanced at him, his eyes expressing 2 big words, potential. For the next while, the group sat in silence, finishing their meal. Kahai was the first to settle the bill, and when Lin Yaya wanted to pay, his not-so-friendly glance interrupted her. Lin Yaya suddenly felt quite wronged and couldn't help but glare at Kahai's back. The 2 ladies went out to wait first. Xiao Ai quickly took the opportunity to approach Kahai and asked, "Professor, what are we going to do about that plant matter? Are you too shy to say?" "If you are, I can." "No." Kahai signed his name on the receipt and said in a calm tone, "I have my own plans for that matter. You take them back. I need to go home too." Xiao Ai. Once outside, Xiao Ai finally understood the meaning of Kahai's second sentence. He actually rode a bicycle here. His long legs and tailored pants, paired with the bicycle, somehow looked unexpectedly harmonious. "I'll leave first. See you tomorrow." Kahai greeted the 3 of them, and, regardless of their intriguing expressions, left like a gust of wind. Lin Yini watched his ethereal figure swaying in the wind and couldn't help but chuckle, saying, "Helium doesn't react chemically. This Professor Ku is just a can of helium." "Isn't he?" Lin Yaya thought, "not just a can of helium. This Professor Ku is practically the embodiment of all the helium in the air, clearly surrounding you, yet maintaining a perfect distance, leaving no room for thoughts." The lab was full of straight men. Lin Yaya couldn't help but curse. Xiao Ai, as the driver, silently reduced herself to the status of heir. This was the first time in his life that Kahai looked forward to going home. In the past, when he was abroad, he either worked tirelessly on experiments or raced on tracks. Stillness and motion made up his entire life. Home, for him, was a distant concept that couldn't be visualized. But at this moment, as he opened the door and saw the white roses casting long shadows in the moonlight, a strange thought suddenly popped into his mind. It seemed he had a home. Little Rose. Kohai's voice was very soft. Wen Qiang instantly woke up. After becoming a plant, her hearing seemed to have amplified many times. Even the tiniest sounds were crystal clear to her. However, in the past, Kohai's voice sounded a bit loud to her, but at this moment, it felt just right. She looked at the man walking towards her and couldn't help but ask in her heart, "What's wrong?" Chapter 5 Autumn Peony. Kohai naturally could not hear Wen Qiang's voice. He walked slowly in front of the rose, gently teasing the bud with his fingers. Like playing with a cat, the rose did not feel what it meant to be tickled, so Wen Qiang decided to temporarily forgive this man's frivolity. After teasing the flower, Kahai turned and went to the study. The soundproofing of the study was too good. Wen Qiang could not hear any noise from Kahai's side. She lazily leaned against the vase, pondering how she could obtain some information about her own condition. No matter what, she had to know how she was doing now. However, at this moment, she was merely a flower that relied on others to go out, unable to speak or move, let alone gather any information. Wen Qiang thought to herself and couldn't help but sigh. By the time the moon outside climbed to the tips of the willows, Kahai finally came out of the study. The sound of water from his washing up woke Wen Qiang, who was dozing off. She was used to listening to the sound of water droplets from the bathroom, which sounded just like rain outside. She liked rainy days because they allowed her to close the door early. Nestling in her blanket and listening to the sound of rain drumming was the most enjoyable thing for her. After washing up, Kahai looked at the cluttered living room, finally having a moment of conscience to start tidying up. The man's movements were slow and steady, not like he was cleaning the room, but rather conducting some precise experiment. However, the results of his tidying were somewhat unsatisfactory. Looking at the still, chaotic living room, Wen Qiang just wanted to roll up her sleeves and dive in herself. She was really curious how someone like Kahai, with such poor self-care abilities, had managed to live this long. Kahai placed the items on the table in the spots he used most often. As he slightly raised his face, he saw the rose in the vase swaying back and forth, not knowing what kind of marvelous life activity it was engaged in. In short, it was not something a normal plant would do. Without changing his expression, he disposed of the trash and washed his fingers one by one before returning to the windowsill. Wen Qiang realized she was being picked up again. She wondered where this man was taking her so late. A few seconds later, her curiosity was answered. She was placed on the windowsill of Kahai's bedroom. Before Wen Qiang could observe this entirely unfamiliar environment, the man who set her down softly said, "Good night, little Rose." Wen Qiang stared at the man in front of her, unable to help but think that this person must have very few friends. Otherwise, why would he always talk to a flower? So pitiful. Thinking of this, Wen Qiang kindly added in her heart, "Good night." After a few days of interaction, Wen Qiang realized that Kahai was someone who really enjoyed life. He chose the best for his food, clothing, and other needs. This bedroom didn't have much in it, but that over 2-meter long, commonly known as a king-size bed, was enough to catch anyone's eye. Wen Qiang, who could only fit a 1.2-meter bed in her small room, shed tears of poverty. Then she drowsily closed her eyes. Roses do not dream, but Wen Qiang had a dream. In the dream, she was smiling as she placed flower bouquets in the baskets on both sides of her electric bike. A family in the second alley had urgently requested them, and she needed to deliver them quickly. The sunset in the sky was as red as blood, and her face felt a bit hot from the evening glow. Mrs. Chun, who had just returned from digestion, asked her, "Shall one going out?" Wen Qiang smiled and said, "Yes, Grandma. If any guests come, please let them know I'll be back soon." The old lady smiled in agreement. Wen Qiang hopped on her bike, weaving through the alleys. She felt as if she had forgotten something, but no matter how she thought, she couldn't remember. Just as she reached the intersection ahead, an employee from the mirror shop moved out a huge mirror, and the reflected light dazzled her eyes. Accompanied by the sound of brakes, a sharp pain struck her. Only then did Wen Qiang suddenly remember what she had forgotten. She shouldn't have gone out at that time. She would get into a car accident. But it was too late to regret. She felt the sweet, metallic taste of blood clogging her throat, and the air gradually diminished. A bicycle stopped in front of her. She strained to lift her eyes to see who it was, but the world went dark. Wen Qiang was startled awake by this dream. At the same time, Kahai also awoke. He grabbed at his messy hair, breathing heavily as if he had just crawled out of water like a drowning person. The night wind brought a slight chill. There was a faint scent of roses in the air. He seemed to sense something and suddenly looked over at the windowsill. In the moonlight, the pitch-black rose bloomed, looking both enchanting and mysterious. Kahai was mesmerized by this black rose that did not exist in nature, even forgetting to collect its pollen to study why it didn't cause him allergies. He quietly watched the black rose bloom in the night for a long time, remaining silent. Wen Qiang was startled by the overly bright gaze of this man under the moonlight, but she felt too uncomfortable, her whole body burning as if on fire, leaving her no mind to ponder why Kahai displayed such an expression. She just wanted to curl up, hoping that would ease her pain. Neither the person nor the flower knew when they fell asleep. When the first ray of sunlight shone in the morning, Wen Qiang woke up, she felt refreshed and invigorated. The remaining leaf moved slightly, like a little animal shaking off snow. Soon after, Kahai also woke up. It seemed he hadn't had enough sleep. He irritably ruffled his hair, and his gaze immediately landed on a rose on the windowsill. The white bud looked exceptionally healthy under the sunlight, not at all resembling something that had been out of the soil for 4 or 5 days. Kahai's morning grumpiness vanished at that moment, and he curved his brows and eyes, hoarsely saying, "Good morning." Wen Qiang, is this person saying good morning to me? This has surpassed the realm of talking to a flower due to loneliness from not having friends, right? Oh dear, little sisters from Yunding High School. Your aloof male god might be a delusional patient. Kahai, oblivious, greeted the flower good morning and then got up to wash up. He was used to sleeping without a shirt at home, but for some reason, he had dressed neatly before bringing the flower in last night. Now he had to go through the trouble of changing clothes. Kahai glanced at the rose on the windowsill, thought for a moment, and took his clothes into the bathroom. Wen Qiang didn't feel anything was amiss. She faced the sunlight, happily engaging in photosynthesis. After Kahai finished tidying up, he dripped some nutrients for Wen Qiang before heading out. Wen Qiang watched as the door closed and suddenly felt that the room was excessively empty. The time without anyone to observe dragged on slowly. During this time, Wen Qiang slept and woke and slept until the sky began to glow orange, and she finally heard some noise at the door. Wen Qiang excitedly thought, "He back." Kahai opened the door and happened to see the rose leaning toward the entrance. He took it as a welcome for his return, and the corners of his mouth involuntarily curved into a smile. This feeling was indeed like raising a pet. Today, it didn't fall out of the vase. Not bad. Kahai praised the rose. Wen Qiang didn't understand why Kahai kept bringing up the issue of falling out of the vase. But she didn't remember when she had ever fallen out. However, hearing Kahai's voice filled with laughter, Wen Qiang decided to forgive him this time. Unlike his usual routine of heading to the study first, Kahai directly took Wen Qiang out. After getting in the car, Wen Qiang noticed a crystal-like groove on the center console where Kahai had perfectly secured the vase. So, even on bumpy roads, he would have to worry about the vase moving. Wen Qiang observed the crystal base with mixed feelings. However, her complex feelings lasted only for a few seconds before she refocused her attention on the driving Kahai. The more she looked, the handsomer he became. The car moved forward and stopped again at the previous flower shop. Wen Qiang thought Kahai was going to prepare a way to extend her life again. And just as she was about to feel touched, she saw Kahai get out of the car by himself, still wearing a mask. While Wen Qiang was pondering when Kahai had caught a cold, he returned with a bunch of bright red roses. After a moment of hesitation between the trunk and the back seat, Kahai stuffed the roses into the trunk. Wen Qiang was left confused. Before the car came to a stop, Kahai seemed to explain to the roses, saying, "I'm taking you to meet someone." Wen Qiang had gradually accepted Kahai's tendency to talk to flowers, and she nodded to herself. After getting out of the car and looking at the first hospital that appeared before her, an uncontrollable sense of anticipation surged in Wen Qiang's heart. Could it be? On the way home from work, Kahai had already found out the information she wanted. At that moment, they headed straight to the ICU on the 3rd floor. Inside the snow-white ward, a girl with a similarly pale complexion lay quietly, as if she were asleep. Chapter 6. Tongue oil flower. Wen Qiang looked at the self in the ICU through the thick glass, momentarily unsure whether to feel ecstatic or despairing. She couldn't help but turn her face to see Kahai behind her, wanting to ask why he had brought her here. Kahai, verit amesk, was handing a rose to Grandma Chun, who was taking care of Wen Qiang, his eager expression suggesting that what he held was not a bouquet of roses, but a hot potato. "Hey, young man, if you want to confess to Xiao, you have to wait until she wakes up. What do you want the flowers for?" Grandma Chun was unwilling to accept them. Kahai replied, "It's not a confession. I'm just here to see her. You visit patients and bring roses?" What else? Seeing Kahai's nonchalant demeanor, Wen Qiang couldn't help but chuckle internally. Professor Ke really had no common sense today. Unable to resist Kahai, Grandma Chun finally took the roses, muttering, "Why do you young men always wear masks?" Take it off. I'll check on Xiaowen for you. As she reached to pull off Kuhai's mask, he dodged away. Grandma Chun started to kindly persuade him, saying that looks weren't an issue, and one should be confident. Taking it off wouldn't cost him anything. Kuhai silently showed his resistance. Grandma Chun, feeling it was pointless, dropped the topic. She glanced at the roses in Kuhai's hand and said, "Did you bring a vase too? That's good. It can be placed in Xiao Wen's room. But these flowers need to be changed. This tiny bud is just too shabby." One shabby Chong silently noted that she would never listen to Grandma Chin's ramblings again. This isn't for her. Kuhai hid the vase aside and changed the subject, asking, "How is she?" Speaking of Wen Qiang's condition, Grandma Chin sighed, saying, "I don't have much education, so I don't understand what the doctor says about blood clots or memory areas. I just know that whether Wen can wake up this time really depends on fate. Speaking of which, last night, get high, pets. What happened last night?" Grandma Chan sighed again. The doctor said Wen seemed to show signs of waking up last night, but her condition worsened today. Wen Qiang felt her heart sink slowly with the latter half of that statement, having not even had time to rejoice at the first half. Kuhai was silent for a moment before saying, "Grandma, sorry to disturb you today, but I have to go." Seeing Kuhai stand up, Grandma Chen asked, "Aren't you going to see Wen a bit more?" Kuhai shook his head. Wen Qiang could only watch herself in the ICU drift further away. Back in the car, Wen Qiang still felt a bit listless. She didn't know whether to mourn her uncertain future and precarious life or to lament that the only person beside herself at that moment was Grandma Chun, their neighbor. Kuhai also didn't start the car immediately. He just stared in the direction of the ICU, his eyes deep and unfathomable. Wen Qiang still couldn't understand why Kuhai had brought her to the hospital to see herself. Kuhai didn't seem inclined to explain either. That night, Wen Qiang was still placed on the windowsill in Kuhai's bedroom, looking at Kuhai's sleeping face just inches away under the moonlight. Wen Qiang weakly closed her eyes, unable to fall asleep for a long time. Roses don't suffer from insomnia, but Wen Qiang did. When dawn broke the next day, Kuhai found a wilted white petal next to the vase, and his expression darkened. The rose buds inside the vase looked a bit sickly, and Kuhai quickly added some nutrient solution, but the rose remained motionless. Normally, it would have already been moving its leaves by now. "What is wrong with you?" Kuhai asked the rose. Wen Qiang ignored him. Anyway, he wouldn't hear her even if she spoke. Kuhai realized his inquiry was futile, and after a moment of silence, he quietly went to his study. Some parts of chemistry and biology are interconnected, so there were some books on biological research in Kuhai's study. He searched for a long time, but couldn't find a way to keep a rose alive that had been uprooted. The only person likely to know the rose's origins. The flower shop owner was still not awake. Kuhai lightly tapped his fingers on the table, his gaze flickering. Half an hour later, Kuhai brought the rose back to the lab for the second time. Xiao AI cast a curious glance at the rose and asked, "Professor, what is so special about this flower that you carry it so closely?" Wen Qiang found Xiao AI's voice annoying and turned her face slightly away, not wanting to look at her. "Xiao I. Professor, did that flower just move?" Wen Qiang. Who moved?" Kuhai, expressionless, said. "It was my hand that moved. You go organize the data for labs 10 to 23. I'll be back shortly." Xiao AI wanted to ask more, but saw Kuhai walking towards the biology building, so she scratched her cheek and muttered, "It must be an illusion." Kuhai headed straight to the 13th floor where Professor Lin was located. Lin and I was observing experimental samples inside an incubator. Upon seeing Kuhai, she quickly called out to her sister in the opposite office, "Professor Lin, Professor Ku is here." After that, Lin and I smiled warmly at Kuhai. He nodded in acknowledgement and walked straight to Lin Yi's office, just in time to see her frantically trying to tie her hair up. As one of the only 2 female professors in the lab, with the other being over 50 years old, Lin Yi had a rigorous style and was transparent in her dealings, garnering many admirers in the lab, enough to form a strong contingent. Yet, no one had succeeded in winning her over for a long time. Kuhai, who had only been here for less than 2 months, was completely unaware of this honor and said, "Professor Lin, may I trouble you for a moment? I have something to consult you about." Lin Yi tidied her loose hair, feeling a bit uncomfortable that Kuhai had seen her in a less formal state, said, Of course, Professor Ku. Please go ahead. Kohai handed the vase of flowers to Lin Yiya. A male researcher passing by widened his eyes. Is it now fashionable to bring a vase when giving flowers? He thought he'd try it too later. This, for me. Lin Yiya was about to reach out shyly to take it, but Kohai dodged away. Lin Yiya was taken aback, and then heard Kohai say, "It's not for you. What I want to consult you about is this rose." Lin Yiya suddenly felt very embarrassed. Wen Qiang, being held by Kohai, silently lit a candle for Lin Yiya in her heart. When encountering Professor Ku, everyone had to concede. Clearly, Lin Yiya's embarrassment was about to overflow the screen. Yet Kohai remained oblivious, saying, "Is it convenient to sit down and talk?" What else could Lin Yiya do? Of course, she invited Kohai to sit. "I want to ask if there's any way to extend the lifespan of this flower." Kohai carefully pushed the vase towards Lin Yiya. Lin Yiya's expression, which she had painstakingly arranged, cracked into pieces again. When Chang's breath paused, she looked at Kohai's serious expression, momentarily at a loss for words. This seemed to be the second time Kohai had asked someone how to extend his own lifespan. When she was a person, no one cared about her life like this. Now, as a flower, she was being placed in someone's heart. Lin Yiya said in despair, "Professor Ku, my research direction is biological genetics. It's just like not all doctors can deliver babies." "Oh, I see." Kohai responded with a sound, lowering his eyes as if in reflection. Lin Yiya couldn't help but speak up, as she usually had a habit of arranging flowers. After a moment of thought, she said, "You can cut the stems a bit shorter when you get back. That way they can last a couple more days." Kohai's eyes brightened a little, and he replied earnestly, "Thank you. I'll be on my way then." When Kohai reached the office door, Lin Yiya couldn't resist asking, "Professor Ku, I heard someone say you're allergic to dust, so does this flower belong to your girlfriend?" Kohai slightly turned his face and said, "I picked it up, just taking care of it casually." A tenderness and smile appeared in his eyes that had never been seen before. Lin Yiya thought to herself, "Liar. He clearly cares so much." After Kohai left, Lin Nini approached with a gossiping look and asked, "Sister Yiya, what did Professor Ku say to you? Are you two going on a date tonight? Who would date a straight guy?" Lin Yiya replied, but a few seconds later, she couldn't help but add, "But his looks are really to my taste. He looks just like my dream lover." Lin Nini said speechlessly, "You said the same thing last time. What does your dream lover look like?" Lin Yiya smiled at her sister. "Handsome is enough." Lin Nini, "Sister, your image of the unattainable flower has collapsed." Speaking of cutting off limbs, Wen Qiang was resistant. However, ever since Kohai heard that cutting the stem shorter would allow it to absorb nutrients faster, he returned home in the evening and took Wen Qiang out of the vase. A very sharp utility knife was brought out with a click, click, click. Wen Qiang, who had just had its leaves plucked a couple of days ago, wailed in her heart, "Can you stop torturing me? I want to live a few more days." Unfortunately, Kohai hadn't yet mastered mind reading. He approached the flower stem with the utility knife. The man's eyes were half lowered and somewhat cold. And Wen Qiang shouted in her heart, "It's a murder of flowers, help." As the knife fell, Wen Qiang only felt that a piece of her body was missing again. At the same time, a familiar smell of blood spread over. Wen Qiang stopped her wailing and stiffly looked in the direction of the smell. Of course, it wasn't her blood. The one drenched in blood was Kohai's index finger. Wen Qiang, Professor Ku really knows how to make sacrifices for himself. Cutting off a limb for her while also sacrificing a limb to empathize with her? Quite considerate. Chapter 7 Hydrangea. Kohai frowned in pain, but his hands did not hesitate to sharpen the other side of the flower stem. After doing this, he placed the flower back into the vase. He turned on the faucet to wash away the blood on his hands, and finally, childishly licked his fingertip before finding a band-aid to stick around the wound. Wen Qiang felt as if she had first been stripped of her leaves and now had her legs chopped off. One day, she would be completely finished off by Kohai, so she decided to be angry with him. However, 10 minutes later, as a light blue nutrient solution was dripped into the vase, a sweet and tangy scent spread out. Wen Qiang shamelessly waved her leaves, indicating that the new nutrient solution tasted amazing and that he should pour more, as she could still drink it. "You fight for it. I will find a way for the rest," Kohai said as he rubbed the rosebud and turned back to the study. Wen Qiang didn't understand, but that didn't stop her from happily undergoing photosynthesis. Today was another day of perseverance despite her physical limitations. The next morning, Kuhai moved Wen Qiang from the bedroom windowsill to the living room windowsill, where the sunlight was better. Wen Qiang greeted the sunlight with great energy. Kuhai had been in the study until the early morning, and after dripping nutrient solution for Wen Qiang, he returned to the study. Wen Qiang suddenly felt that being a high-level intellectual wasn't easy. Thinking all day like that, she wondered if he would go bald. But even if Professor Ku went bald, he would still be the most handsome bald man in the world. The morning sun stretched the shadow of the rose lawn. Looking at her moving shadow, Wen Qiang's pleasant mood was scared away for the most part. Just then, as the shadow stopped moving, she thought it must have been the wind and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Habitually changing her position, she saw the shadow change with her. Wen Qiang, this is not an illusion. She could move? Recently, she felt that her perspective had become freer, and she no longer felt the constant sense of confinement she had before. She was still pondering the reason behind it when she suddenly recalled what Xiao AI had said in the lab during the day. The flower moved. A chill ran down her back. Had Kahai seen her move? He probably hadn't. Wen Qiang began to self-comfort. Realizing that she could move, she felt no joy but instead began to worry. She always thought that the soul could only exist in one place. The more she thrived in this flower, the more her human self should be unable to wake up. But she didn't dare to take the risk of directly refusing to absorb the nutrient solution and die like that. What if she really died? While Wen Qiang was feeling distressed, a large black creature jumped over from the opposite wall. The sound was many times smaller than a person's footsteps. It still reached Wen Qiang's ears clearly. She abruptly raised her face and just happened to meet an enlarged cat face. Meow. The chubby black cat shook its white whiskers and stretched out its wicked claws toward Wen Qiang. With a bang, the vase was knocked over and glass shards scattered everywhere. The rose struggled on the dry windowsill for a moment, but lacked the strength to move. As the chubby cat's paw was about to swipe at her again. Wen Qiang streamet. Professor que saveme. Meow. The black cat lowered its voice and meowed, seemingly threatening her. 1,000 curses surged to Wen Qiang's lips, just as she heard footsteps approaching. Almost bursting through the door, Kuhai looked at the broken vase on the living room windowsill and the black cat with eyes as dark as the December wind. Get lost. He cursed softly. The black cat was startled, let out a yowl, and ran away. Kuhai hurried over to check on the rose. After finding no damage, he quickly found another cup to place the rose into, dripped nutrient solution on it, and said, I'll buy you a new one later. Wen Qiang expressed her agreement. Okay. For safety's sake, Kuhai moved Wen Qiang to the windowsill in the bedroom, which had a protective net. Although the sunlight was not as good as in the living room, it was safer. Once he settled the rose, Kuhai finally realized the pain in his foot. He bent down to look and found a small piece of glass from the vase embedded in his foot. With an expressionless face, he removed the shard and pulled out a Band-Aid. Watching Kuhai applying the Band-Aid to his foot, Wen Qiang's feelings of being rescued turned into amusement. The aloof male god was breaking character online. From the bedroom, Wen Qiang couldn't see outside clearly, so she could only hear Kuhai cleaning up the broken vase in the living room. She thought to herself that Kuhai had quite good hearing. After all, she could hardly hear the sounds from the study, yet he could hear the vase breaking from there. Meanwhile, in the living room, after sweeping the shards aside, Kuhai looked out the window down to the street. There were very few people at the corner, and at that moment, there wasn't a single shadow downstairs. Kuhai frowned and withdrew his gaze. Was it an illusion? When work hours arrived, Kuhai rode his bicycle to the lab, as usual. Just as he reached in front of the office, Xiao AI jumped out. Professor, tell me about your progress with Professor Lin. I said no one can withstand her beauty offensive, and you are no exception. Kuhai looked at him like he was an idiot. Xiao AI touched his face, puzzled. Is there something on my face? Kuhai replied expressionlessly, nothing on your face, but something in your head. Just water. Xiao Ai. Kuhai walked past Xiao AI, sat down behind his desk, and put on his glasses. Xiao AI leaned over, chattering, Professor, to satisfy my curiosity. Everyone is saying you not only met with Professor Lin alone, but also brought her flowers. Now, the story of you risking pollen allergies to bring her flowers has been spread into more than 10 versions. Which version is it? As your assistant, I have a right to know first. Kohai waved his hand as if shooing away a fly. Organize the data. I can't work overtime tonight. Why? Are you really going to date Professor Lin? Can I come along? I also want to date Assistant Xiao Lin. Xiao AI said pitifully. Kohai gave him a cold look. Xiao AI quickly shut his mouth. These researchers hardly distinguished day from night when conducting experiments. But when it came time to get off work in the afternoon, Kohai's biological clock rang. He took off his glasses and asked Xiao AI, who was typing on the keyboard, is there a place nearby that sells vases? Preferably a nice one. Xiao AI hadn't reacted yet and instinctively replied, vases? Those popular stars nowadays are all vases, and they're all quite good-looking. Gehe. Kohai's research direction was laser chemistry of molecules and ions. A niche field. When he first arrived, no one was willing to follow him, except for the newly joined Xiao AI. So, Xiao AI could be considered Kohai's only friend in this small town. At this moment, Kohai thought, only friend? Haha, didn't he have friends who lowered the IQ of others like that? I'm off work. Kohai tossed his lab coat onto the chair and stood up to leave. Xiao Ai? Professor, are you here to visit your aunt? Chapter 8 Cherry Blossoms, Catching Bugs. The X-degree map is still reliable, even if Ningxing appears as small as an ant on the map. It still clearly marks nearby large shopping malls. Kohai headed straight for the nearest one. The moment he appeared in the home goods section, the salespeople within a dozen meters turned to look at him. Surrounded by them, Kohai remained unfazed, as if he were already accustomed to such scenes. What would the handsome guy like to see? I'm looking for a vase, Kohai replied. One of the salespeople showed a victorious smile and said, Sir, let me take you to see. Kohai nodded and followed the salesperson. He eventually stood in front of a long row of vases, finally understanding what it meant to be dazzled by choices. The salesperson smiled and asked, What style are you looking for, sir? Is it for your office or home? Kohai murmured, I don't know what she likes. The salesperson quickly inquired, She? Your wife? Kohai did not answer. After a moment of thought, he said, It should be very beautiful, something that matches white roses, quite lively. The salesperson smiled. Lively? Indeed. Handsome guys use adjectives uniquely. Look at these two styles. One is more colorful. The other is more elegant. Both are very suitable for roses, the salesperson introduced while pointing at two vases. Kohai thought for a moment and said, I'll take the more elegant one. The flower would probably prefer a vase that is close in color to itself. After making his selection, Kohai returned home with the vase. However, he did not expect to see a crowd gathered in front of the flower shop as he passed the alley. Kohai stepped on the brakes, stopping his bicycle outside the crowd. You old woman, what does my daughter's shop have to do with you? A middle-aged woman with her hands on her hips glared at Grandma Chen, who was blocking the entrance to the flower shop. Grandma Chen's daughter-in-law and grandson stood beside her, trying to persuade her. Mom, this is their family matter. How can we interfere? Grandma Chen did not respond, just said to the middle-aged woman, Xiaowen has been lying in the hospital for so many days, and I haven't seen you, her real mother, come to see her. Now you are in a hurry to take over the shop? Luo Yulian, do you have no shame? The woman named Luo Yulian sneered coldly. I raised that dead girl with great difficulty, and now she is an accident. If I don't sell the shop, where will I get the money to treat her? Xiaowen's medical expenses are compensated by the reckless driver. What does it have to do with you? Grandma Chun was completely furious. Since it's already like this, why bother treating her? It's really a waste of money, Luo Yulian muttered, raising her hand to push Grandma Chun. Get out of my way. Luo Yulian, stop it. Grandma Chun hurriedly tried to block her. But after all, she was older and could not match Luo Yulian's strength, failing to stop her and instead being pushed toward her daughter-in-law. Grandma Chen's daughter-in-law, who was pregnant, instinctively protected her belly and screamed as things got chaotic. Grandma Chen's grandson hurriedly reached out to support her, but the half-grown boy had little strength. Just as it seemed both were about to fall, a hand suddenly reached out from the crowd, firmly catching Grandma Chun. It was Kohai. He didn't even know why he suddenly intervened. By the time he realized it, he was already there. Young man, quick. This Luo Yulian wants to take Xiao Wen's flower shop. Stop her. Grandma Chun grasped Kohai's hand in a panic. Kohai looked at Luo Yulian, who was prying the door lock, and thought for a moment before saying calmly, according to our country's criminal law, Illegally entering someone else's residence may result in a sentence of more than 15 days and less than 3 years in prison, as well as fines. Upon hearing this, Luo Yulian turned her face to glare at Kahai. The young man, holding a vase, stood at 185 meters tall, with an impressive presence. "Who are you?" A hint of wariness appeared in Luo Yulian's eyes. Before Kahai could respond, Grandma Chen jumped in. "He is Xiao Wen's boyfriend. He is a chemistry professor." Kuhai's identity as a chemistry professor was something Grandma Chen had discovered last time when he brought roses to visit Wen Qiang at the first hospital. Last time he was a suitor, and this time he was directly upgraded to boyfriend. Upon hearing this, Luo Yulian examined Kuhai from head to toe, then sneered. "When did that dead girl change boyfriends? Wasn't it that company president last time? He pursued her for over half a year, and in the end, it didn't last a few months. This professor, my daughter is very wild. Can you handle her?" Grandma Chen exploded. "Is this how you talk about your own daughter? Besides, Xiao Wen and that whoever are not what you think at all." Kuhai truly did not want to be caught between two women. He turned to Grandma Chen and said, "Grandma, I will call the police. You should let these two return." With a pregnant woman, a child, and an elderly person, Kuhai couldn't understand what gave them the courage to stand in front of Luo Yulian, a clearly hefty woman weighing over 150 pounds. "Call the police? You dare?" Luo Yulian raised her voice sharply. "I am Wen Qiang's biological mother. Her things are mine. Why should you outsiders meddle?" Kahai despised loud noises and frowned, not wanting to waste more words with Luo Yulian. He took out his phone and dialed 110. "Didn't you hear me telling you to stop?" Luo Yulian screamed and charged at Kahai. Kahai sidestepped, but Luo Yulian, quick as lightning, tried to grab his arm, inadvertently catching the vase he had tucked under his arm. As Kahai was on the phone, he felt the vase slip from his arm due to the force, and his pupils dilated sharply. With a bang, the vase hit the ground and shattered. The harsh sound silenced the onlookers, shocking even Luo Yulian. Kuhai's expression darkened, and his gloomy gaze made Luo Yulian feel intimidated. But she quickly regained her composure and defiantly said, "What are you glaring at? It's just a broken vase." Kahai ignored her, slightly turning his body to speak into the phone. "Is this the police?" "Yes, I want to report a case at 112 Nanqing 2nd Alley. Someone has illegally entered a private residence and damaged private property." "Hey, I already said I'm Wen Qiang's biological mother. What illegal entry? How can you be so unreasonable? Being a highly educated person?" Luo Yulian shouted as she tried to tear at Kuhai again. "What is going on? Why are you all gathered here?" Suddenly, a loudspeaker blared. The neighbors saw that the city management had arrived and realized that today's commotion was coming to an end, so they dispersed. Luo Yulian also seemed a bit frightened. She glared fiercely at Kuhai before saying, "You all wait for me." With that, she turned and ran away. Grandma Chen felt a sense of relief and said, "Young man, well done. Xiao Wen didn't misjudge you this time." Kuhai did not reply. He looked at the shattered vase on the ground, his gaze somewhat dark. Grandma Chen did not notice his abnormality. She smiled and sent off the city management team, then turned back to Kuhai and said, "Come on, young man, come to my house for a bit." Kuhai shook his head and said, "No need. I have to go back." As he cleaned up the vase shards, he prepared to leave. Only then did Grandma Chen realize, "All right, wait for me a moment." Kuhai was about to refuse when Grandma Chen turned and walked home. Out of politeness, Kuhai waited for her to come back down. Grandma Chen returned with a slender-necked porcelain vase and handed it to him, saying, "That vase was broken by Luo Yulian. I'll compensate you with one on behalf of Xiao Wen." "No need." Kuhai started to refuse, but the porcelain vase was already stuffed into his arms. He could only say, "Thank you." Grandma Chen smiled and waved goodbye to Kuhai. When he returned home and opened the door, Kuhai's mood was still quite poor. Ever since he met the florist named Wen Qiang, it seemed like he hadn't encountered a single good thing. Of course, except for the white rose. After seeing the white rose bathing in the sunset glow on the windowsill of the bedroom, his gaze softened a bit. The moment Kuhai stepped through the door, Wen Qiang woke up. At that moment, looking at the man standing at the bedroom door, she greeted him in her heart. "Good afternoon. I brought you a new vase." Kuhai habitually spoke to the rose. Although the vase in his hand was not quite to his liking, it was much better than that shallow cup. At least he didn't have to worry about the overly lively flowers falling out. Wen Qiang stared at the porcelain vase in Kuhai's hand, feeling a sense of déjà vu. Upon closer thought, wasn't this the porcelain vase she had given to Granny Chun when she first arranged flowers? The flaw at the bottom of the vase was still there. Where did he get it? Kuhai was unaware that Wen Qiang was full of questions. He changed the flowers into the new vase, added nutrient solution, and then frowned at the already wilted flower calyx. His thumb gently brushed over the flower bud. His eyes, deep and unfathomable, lost in thought. The next day, on his way home, Kuhai was caught by Granny Chun, who insisted that he go with her to see Wen Qiang. Kuhai refused, but Granny Chun wouldn't listen. He had no choice but to follow her to the hospital. Behind thick glass, the pale girl was sleeping soundly. Granny Chun sighed and said, "Little one has had a hard life since she was young. She suffered when she didn't understand, and she suffered even more when she did. I have watched her grow up, and just when she was starting to get better, she encountered such a thing." As she spoke, Granny Chun wiped her tears. Kuhai didn't respond. He didn't know how to reply. He quietly listened to Granny Chun's rambling, as if he were hearing a distant story. It had nothing to do with him. There was no one left in this world who was related to him. Fortunately, now that little one has met you, young man, even though you look a bit cold, I know you definitely understand how to care for people. You must be quite good at cooking and doing housework, right? Granny Chun looked at the man in front of her with expectation. Kuhai replied, "I can't cook, and I'm not very good at housework." Granny Chun sighed, what a waste of a good-looking face. Just as Granny Chun was at a loss for words, there was suddenly a commotion from the ICU. At the same time, something unexpected happened on Wen Qiang's side, at Kuhai's home. Chapter 9. Gardenia, what happened? Grandma Chun walked up, anxious. The doctor explained while pushing Wen Qiang towards the operating room. Fever, likely caused by a lung infection. We need to arrange for surgery as soon as possible. Family, please step aside. Grandma Chun's lips trembled as she stepped back, murmuring. Kuhai watched from a distance as the frail girl was pushed into the operating room. After thinking for a moment, he approached Grandma Chun and comforted her. "It's just a minor surgery. Nothing will go wrong." Grandma Chun shot him a glare and said, "What do you mean by minor surgery? Minor surgeries also carry risks." Kuhai fell silent, acknowledging his mistake. "Grandma, I still need to." Kuhai was about to take his leave when Grandma Chun said, "You must be very worried about little one, right? Although you haven't married yet, isn't it common for young people these days to cohabit before marriage? No one will gossip if you stay here at night. The nurses will also keep watch." Kuhai's face instantly showed a series of denials. Grandma Chun was lost in her own world, continuing to chatter, "But just to be safe, you shouldn't enter the ward. It's better to stay in the corridor at night. This way, no one will dare to say anything." This was the first time Kuhai had encountered a patient who talked to herself. He firmly and assertively interrupted Grandma Chun, saying, "First, I have no relationship with the flower shop owner. I'm neither a suitor nor a boyfriend. Second, I'm leaving now." Grandma Chun was taken aback and replied, "Oh." Kuhai said, "I'm leaving. I hope everything goes well here." Grandma Chun nodded absent-mindedly. Kuhai's bicycle was parked downstairs of the hospital. He swung his leg over the bike and glanced in the direction of the operating room before leaving. It seemed that his plan to inquire about the origins of the rose from the flower shop owner would have to be put on hold for now. Meanwhile, at Kuhai's home, when Qiang felt that her state was unprecedentedly good, every cell in her body was screaming with joy. The wilted flower bud was nourished by an unknown force and slowly began to unfurl. When Qiang happily spun around in the vase. Just then, she heard the sound of the door opening. When Qiang quickly stood up straight, pretending to be dead, though inside she was on the verge of humming a tune. Kuhai pushed the door open and happened to see the white roses blooming inch by inch. Petals fell layer upon layer, like the layers of oil paint in a painter's hand, ultimately rendering the most perfect appearance. Bathed in the warm, orange glow of the sunset, the colors looked gentle yet stunning. Kuhai slowly walked to the windowsill and picked up the vase without thinking. Wen Qiang was suddenly lifted. Seeing the growing face of the person holding her, she was scared and wanted to struggle. But soon she realized she was just a flower. Flowers are lifeless and cannot move. So, Wen Qiang stiffened her face and allowed Kuhai to bring her closer. He sniffed her. Wen Qiang. Kuhai inhaled the scent of the rose and felt all his fatigue swept away. He had never known that flower fragrance could be so delightful. You smell so good. Gehai et galim. Wen Qiang thought to herself, you're so weird. Having taken a whiff of the flower, Kahai did not forget his business. Wen Qiang felt herself being lifted again, her vision shifting, and then she found herself in a space she had never been before. It was a spotless room, with 2 rows of marble countertops displaying crystal-clear glass jars. Wen Qiang was placed on a testing table, and Kahai brought over a petri dish. As he disinfected the dish with alcohol, he said to the rose, I'll take a bit of your pollen. Wen Qiang. Pollen? Using the beaker next to her, Wen Qiang saw her own reflection. It was a snow-white, blooming rose, placed in a similarly white porcelain vase, looking exceptionally harmonious. She had bloomed. While Wen Qiang was staring in shock at her reflection, she was taken out of the vase. Kahai examined the rose's plump petals and green calyx. Quite surprised. After all, just the day before, the rose had seemed beyond recovery. Unexpectedly, just a day later, it was so vibrant. He was about to collect the pollen when his phone suddenly rang. Kahai initially planned to ignore it, but the persistent ringing finally prompted him to set the rose down. It was a call from Xiao AI. Professor, the composition analysis is out. This is a brand new structure. We've discovered a new theoretical system. Even the usually calm, Kahai couldn't suppress his excitement upon hearing this news. Wait, I'll be right back. Kahai quickly typed a few words and hung up. The rose in the vase looked remarkably well-behaved. Kahai glanced at it from a distance before finally stepping away. Wen Qiang couldn't be bothered with him. Once the annoying man left, she could freely admire her reflection on the beaker. She had to admit, she looked quite beautiful. After confirming that this discovery was indeed a new structure, Kahai stayed overnight in the lab that evening, preparing to spend several days finishing the paper. Xiao AI watched Kahai busily working, feeling moved to tears. Who would dare say that Kong Kong was just slacking off this time? 2 days later, Xiao AI tentatively asked, Professor, you haven't left for 2 days. Why don't you wash up and rest a bit? Kahai was buried in a pile of documents, not even bothering to spare a glance at Xiao AI. Xiao AI looked at Kahai, who was disheveled and had ruined his handsome face, and couldn't help but sigh. Life is tough, Xiao AI lamented. On the 3rd day at noon, Kahai finally typed the last period on the keyboard. After clicking save, his face immediately dropped onto the desk. When Kahai opened his eyes again, everything around him was pure white, and the smell of disinfectant filled his nostrils. He quickly realized he was in the hospital. Professor, you finally woke up. You scare me to death. Xiao AI rushed over, crying with relief as she saw Kahai awake. Kahai asked, what happened to me? The doctor, who followed Xiao AI, said coldly, I want to ask what's wrong with today's young people. 3 days without sleep and not eating properly. Do you guys really think you're robots? Kahai finally remembered his paper. He instructed Xiao AI, I've finished the paper. You'll present it at the briefing. Xiao AI pointed at herself, me? Kahai couldn't bear to look at his silly expression. When his gaze fell towards the window, he suddenly remembered something, and his pupils constricted momentarily. My flower. There's nothing major, but you can't treat staying up all night like a meal. Also your stomach. The doctor's admonitions were not finished when Kahai threw off the blanket and ran out. Chapter 10 Big Lilac Professor. You haven't changed out of your hospital gown. Little AI exclaimed, quickly catching up. Kahai headed straight down to the hospital's lower level and flagged down a taxi, saying, please go to South City Alley 2. The driver obliged, and the car sped away before little AI's astonished eyes. For the first time in his life, Kahai lost his composure and rushed home to his laboratory. The pure white color was the most calming for him. His eyes shifted, and he saw a layer of wilted petals on the experimental table to his left. A black bud, shriveled to an unknown fraction of its original size, was drooping sadly. Kahai stood at the entrance for quite a while, as if waking from a dream, before walking closer. He gently touched it, and another wilted black petal fell. Kahai quickly withdrew his hand, his fingertips cold like a lifeless rosebud in a porcelain vase. He silently changed the water for the flowers and added a few drops of light blue nutrient solution. Then he glanced at the time. It had been 5 days. He had left the rose at home for a full 5 days. Suddenly, Kahai's mind felt a bit empty, all emotions distant and far away. He sat by the window, quietly staring at the black rosebud. Knock, knock. The door was knocked on. Kuhai stood up from his chair and opened the door. Little AI was holding the clothes he had left behind along with a bag of stomach medicine. Professor, you ran off too quickly and forgot your clothes and medicine. And the hospital gown, which you paid for. Uh-huh. Kuhai took the items and added, I'll transfer the medical expenses to you. Little AI waved her hand with a smile, saying, It's nothing. Can I come in and sit? Kuhai stood at the door for several seconds. Just as Little AI was about to find a way to back out, Kuhai said, Come in. Little AI quickly followed him inside. The decor was very plain, lacking any warmth. Little AI sat down on the sofa and said, Professor, you rushed back so hastily. I thought someone might be at your home. But now it seems impossible. A chemistry nerd doesn't deserve a girlfriend. Kuhai handed her a bottle of water and replied, That's all there is. Little AI indicated she understood. I'll change my clothes, and then we can head back to the lab. There are still some parts of the paper that need polishing. Once that's done, we can prepare for next week's presentation. As Kuhai spoke, he turned and walked toward the bedroom. Little AI hurriedly chased after him, saying, Professor, you just woke up. Why not rest a bit? And the presentation, are you sure? You want me to come? I need to change clothes. Kuhai quietly watched Little AI step into his bedroom, his gaze a bit cold. Little AI awkwardly withdrew her foot. Just before the door closed, she noticed a black, charcoal-like flower on the windowsill. Little AI thought to herself, even wilted like that, he hasn't thrown it away. The professor really treasures that flower. Kuhai glanced at the flower on the windowsill and then shifted his gaze to retrieve clean clothes. It was afternoon, and sunlight streamed in at an angle through the window, casting light on the smooth lines of the man's back. Wen Qiang felt like she had been asleep for a very long time, with the sighs of Grandma Chun and the incessant chatter of home echoing in her dreams. Xiaowen, I cleaned out a batch of wilted flowers from your flower shop yesterday. By the time you wake up, your shop is probably going to be empty. Xiaowen, your boyfriend is quite shy. He refuses to admit your relationship, but I can tell he's a kind and polite young man who cares about you. Wen Qiang's world shifted from pitch black to a dim, hazy white light. Doctor, Xiaowen's fingers moved. Grandma Chen's excited shout felt very near, almost in her ear. Wen Qiang felt a burning pain all over her body. She suddenly opened her eyes to see a shocking scene. A bare-chested man bending over to pull up his pants. Wen Qiang instinctively turned her face away. Kuhai seemed to sense something and turned to look at the rose on the windowsill. Wen Qiang heard him stop moving and hesitated about whether to open her eyes when she heard footsteps approaching her. She opened her eyes to see a man without a shirt, only wearing matching striped patient pants, quietly looking at her. Wen Qiang held her breath, fearing that any movement would give her away. A hint of disappointment flashed in Kuhai's eyes as he reached out to gently touch the drooping rosebud. Wen Qiang looked at the man's face, which was frighteningly close, and realized he didn't look well. Looking again at the matching striped pants, she thought, is he sick? In that case, she reluctantly forgave him for not changing her water and nutrient solution for several days. Kuhai stared at the still, lifeless black rose, turned his face again, silently changed his clothes, and left without looking back. Wen Qiang tried to absorb the nutrient solution from the bottle, but the burning sensation deep inside her remained unchanged. She felt so uncomfortable that she rolled around in the bottle, the flower stem hitting the porcelain vase and making faint popping sounds. After returning to the lab, Little AI was worried that Kuhai might collapse on the way, so she hurried to buy dinner, insisting that he eat before she would relent. A young woman from the office next door teased, Assistant Little AI, why do you look like Professor Ku's little wife? Little AI scoffed. Have you ever seen such a tall and mighty little wife? In this world, there are actually people trying to pair these two straight men together. Their imagination is truly off the charts. Even if they were to pair up, who would think it should be Professor Ku and, let's stop right there. Kuhai was busy until 11:30 at night. He stretched his body before taking off his lab coat and draping it over the back of a chair, saying, It's done. You can download the documents from the shared cloud drive to review. Handle the follow-up matters yourself. Little AI's eyes sparkled with excitement as she confirmed, Really? You want me to do it? It was understandable for her to confirm repeatedly. After all, if a regular professor discovered a new theory, it would be the assistant's job to organize the data and prepare the paper. But participating in a presentation, something that could draw attention, would never be given to them. Assistants are meant to do the grunt work. This was an unwritten rule in the industry. How could Kahai be the one to do all the hard work himself and then hand over the final results? After all, the presentation and the paper would contribute to real qualifications and reputation. Kahai glanced at her and said, "A guaranteed salary. If you haven't produced results within the next 3 months, just roll away from my side." His bluntness, however, made little AI breathe a sigh of relief. She gave him a crooked salute and said, "Yes, sir. I guarantee I will complete the task." Kahai turned and left the laboratory. Even in midsummer, this late at night, the night breeze was a bit chilly. Riding his bike, Kahai felt the wind blowing against him, but as soon as he opened the door, he felt a sharp pain in his stomach. He frowned and walked toward the bedroom. To his surprise, as soon as he pushed open the bedroom door, he saw that the rose on the windowsill had somehow turned back to white, bathed in moonlight, looking incredibly gentle and lovely. Kahai felt as if someone was continuously drilling into his stomach with a chisel, and the shock of seeing the rose restored caused him to stumble, awkwardly falling at the bedroom door. Wen Qiang was startled by his sudden fall and instinctively leaned forward. However, she couldn't leave the vase, even if she could. In her current state, she couldn't help Kahai up. The fallen man didn't get up. Instead, he leaned against the door in his fallen position. Suddenly, he covered his eyes and burst into laughter. Wen Qiang felt both worried and shocked. But then she saw Kahai lower his hand from his eyes, and she found herself staring into a pair of eyes that shone terrifyingly bright in the moonlight. "Pollen won't make me allergic, can suddenly change color, and can move." The man's voice is deep, and his gaze is dangerous. "Tell me, what are you?" Wen Qiang. "Kid bisa geskiviko." Do you know that asking others like this could get you beaten? Although she was complaining in her heart, Wen Qiang still stood there stiffly, choosing to play dead. What pollen won't make people allergic? What changes color? What can move? She didn't understand a word. Kahai didn't expect a flower to actually speak. He slowly got up from the ground, found the medicine Xiao AI brought back for him in the afternoon, swallowed a dry pill, and finally turned on the light. He looked at the rose on the windowsill from a distance. Although it was still wilted, at least it was alive. Only then did he finally step forward to the rose. Some cool fingers slowly touched the rosebud, and he softly said, "It's okay. I will eventually know what you are." The gentle voice was like a whisper between lovers, but it gave Wen Qiang goosebumps. No, she couldn't even get goosebumps now. She looked at the slight curve at the corner of Kahai's mouth in terror, feeling extremely frightened. Kahai was really tired. He slowly took a shower and directly collapsed onto the bed and fell asleep. Wen Qiang was still in shock. She glanced at Kahai's strangely obedient sleeping face under the moonlight, and then looked at the windowsill behind her, comparable to a bottomless cliff. She contemplated her chances of survival if she knocked the porcelain vase off and rolled down the windowsill. Probably none. Thinking about it, Wen Qiang couldn't resist the drowsiness and closed her eyes. The next morning, Kahai sat up straight like a corpse, instinctively looking for that touch of white on the windowsill. Wen Qiang received Kahai's caring gaze early in the morning, and her calves trembled again. The person and the flowers stared at each other for more than 10 seconds, and surprisingly, Kahai curled his lips and revealed a harmless smile. "Good morning. You can understand, right? If you can understand, move your leaves." Wen Qiang. "I don't understand. Thank you." Not getting a response, but still in good mood, Professor Ke got up from the bed. After washing up, during the time to change clothes, he couldn't help but ask, "Can you see me? I'm going to take off my clothes." Wen Qiang. "Are you a pervert?" Chapter 11. Hibiscus. Wen Qiang was once again taken to the laboratory by Kahai. When Xiao AI saw the flowers in the porcelain vase, she curiously asked, "Professor, didn't I see this flower wilted yesterday?" "No, you saw it wrong," Kahai replied, placing the porcelain vase on the desk. "Xiao AI, have you gone through the paper? If there's anything you don't understand, just ask me." Kahai opened his computer and put on the frameless glasses that were beside him. Xiao AI quickly said, there are some parts I'm not sure how to explain, like here." As she spoke, Xiao AI pointed out the sections she had marked in the paper for Kahai to see. The technique most commonly used internationally to express this phenomenon is called the time of wolves and dogs. You start with the first part and the third part. Kahai lowered his gaze and patiently explained to Xiao AI. Xiao AI nodded while taking notes. Wen Qiang rarely saw Kahai like this and couldn't help but glance at him a few more times. Before she knew it, it was noon. Xiao AI lifted her eyes from the computer and said, "Professor, it's time for you to eat." Kohai responded with a sound, but his hands still didn't leave the keyboard. The sound of his fingers tapping on the keyboard became the best lullaby for Wen Qiang, who drowsily listened to the conversation between Xiao AI and Kohai. Finally, she heard Kohai say, "Then I'm going to eat. Be good." Xiao AI. "Professor? It's nothing." Kohai removed his glasses without changing expression and walked out in his lab coat. Xiao AI finally couldn't help but mutter, "I like women. I absolutely won't be seduced by the professor." Wen Qiang, "You're so tough. Why don't you say that in front of Kohai?" Just after venting her thoughts internally, Wen Qiang suddenly noticed that Xiao AI was standing right in front of her. Since she had turned into a flower, her sense of gravity had diminished significantly, which was why she had never felt that she could move. At that moment, her perspective changed abruptly, and when Qiang realized she had been picked up, she immediately stiffened and held her breath. Xiao AI examined the drooping rosebud and murmured, "This is indeed that little white flower from last time. It clearly wilted yesterday." Although she had only glanced from afar, she couldn't be mistaken about the slender-necked porcelain vase. So why? Could there really be flowers that grow backward? The food in the laboratory cafeteria was as bland as ever. After years of eating heavily salted and oily Western food, even after returning for 2 months, Kohai was still very unaccustomed. However, because the rose had recovered, he was in a much better mood and ate a few more bites. When Kohai returned to the office after lunch, Xiao AI was still working on the presentation document. Kohai's gaze swept over the porcelain vase on the desk, suddenly fixed, and he asked, "Did you touch my flower?" Xiao AI felt a chill in her neck and instinctively replied, "No." Wen Qiang, "Yes." Kohai stared at Xiao AI for several seconds before looking away, leaving uncertainty about whether he believed her words. Just when Xiao AI was about to breathe a sigh of relief, she noticed Kohai suddenly unbutton the top button of his shirt. He took a quick breath and then said in a deep voice, "Don't be curious. And don't touch it, understood?" Xiao AI was startled and quickly replied, "Okay, okay." Only then did Kohai retract his gaze and continue to deal with his tasks with a blank expression. Xiao AI remained in shock and couldn't regain her composure for a long time. She had been following Kohai for nearly 2 months and rarely saw him exhibit any extreme language or behavior. Kohai was like a precision instrument with all its programs set, never making any mistakes outside of its programming. However, Xiao AI still observed some subtle habits of this man. For example, when he was agitated or about to lose his temper, he would unbutton his shirt, as if the neatly wrapped shirt was suffocating him. Yet he always wore it very properly, even buttoning the top button. It was contradictory. This was also why Xiao AI felt she never truly understood Kohai. She sighed inwardly, realizing she would no longer touch that cursed flower. Wen Qiang stared blankly at Kohai, feeling that the way he spoke just now made her feel unfamiliar. She couldn't help but think that she was increasingly unable to comprehend the character of Professor Ku. The entire afternoon, Kohai and Xiao AI were busy, while Wen Qiang drowsily dozed off. Since becoming a flower, she had been sleeping more. In the evening, after reminding Xiao AI, Kohai took the flower back home. Wen Qiang was placed on the control panel, but the previous crystal holder couldn't fit due to the flower vase's shape. Kohai looked down and asked, "Do you want a new vase? If you want it, move a leaf. If you don't, move 2. Wen Qiang didn't move. Kohai stared at her quietly for a long time and then said, "You must be uncomfortable like this, right? You used to love moving." Wen Qiang. So he had already noticed long ago. This man really only confessed yesterday. How heartless. "You don't believe me? I won't hurt you," Kohai added. His gaze was sincere, and his voice was gentle. After being stiff for a while, Wen Qiang finally moved her leaves slightly. "I don't want it. After all, it doesn't seem make any difference what kind of vase I'm in, right?" Kohai curled his lips and replied, "Okay, got it. You can understand human speech." One person and one flower returned to Kohai's home in silence, where he placed the rose on the balcony of his bedroom, as usual. Finally, he asked, "Do I need to avoid suspicion when changing clothes in the future? If yes, move a leaf. If no, move 2. Wen Qiang, "Move a damn leaf." Seeing the rose not move, Kohai concluded, I need to avoid suspicion. It seems to be a female." Wen Qiang watched as Kohai took his clothes to the bathroom to shower, feeling very uncomfortable as a whole flower. She turned her face in anger to look at the world outside the windowsill. Since she used to live at the alley entrance, she rarely came to this corner of the street. Now, looking at the somewhat empty old building across the street, she realized for the first time how quiet Kuhai's residence was. This man clearly wasn't someone who could be raised in a small place like theirs. Moreover, she had lived here for 24 years and had never heard of this person. So why did this man drive such a flashy sports car, but willingly live here and ride a bicycle to work? Wen Qiang couldn't figure it out. When she regained her senses, she found the man who had just showered was standing behind her. He was dressed in a simple white short-sleeved shirt and black athletic pants, making him look much more youthful. His black hair hung obediently, the tips still dripping with water. Wen Qiang watched the droplets linger in his hair, and a faint, cold fragrance accompanied the moisture rushing into her nose. Wen Qiang felt that if she could blush, she would have already turned red by now. Kuhai lowered his gaze seriously and dripped nutrient solution for the rose, slowly saying, "It was wrong for me to leave you at home for several days last time. It won't happen again." Wen Qiang quietly watched him. Kuhai continued, "So can you forgive me? If you can, move a leaf, okay?" Wen Qiang straightforwardly moved her leaves twice, meaning she wouldn't forgive him. God knows how she survived those days without the nutrient solution. She almost died. Double forgiveness? You're so nice. Kuhai smiled at her. Wen Qiang, are you out of your mind? Kuhai, having given himself double forgiveness, happily went out to order takeout. After dinner, Kuhai went into the study. Wen Qiang realized that this man had no social life or entertainment. His daily routine consisted of eating, sleeping, and working. To him, a mobile phone is just a communication tool. At least, Wen Qiang has never seen Kuhai play with a phone, not to mention the television at home. The last time she saw that huge LCD screen, it seemed to have gathered dust. The only things Kuhai seems to have in common with his peers now are staying up late and ordering takeout. Wen Qiang's imagination wandered to many things, and eventually, she dozed off in a daze. When she opened her eyes again, all she saw was white. She moved slightly, but she had no strength in her body. She could only stare wide-eyed at the snow-white ceiling above her. It seemed she had a very long dream, in which she turned into a rose and was picked up by the new chemistry professor who had just moved in at the street corner. Granny Chun, who was sitting by the bed, saw she was awake and exclaimed, "Xiaowen, you're finally awake. Doctor, doctor, the patient is awake." A chaotic sound reached her ears, as if all the images and sounds were stretched out very long and slow, and Wen Qiang felt a splitting headache. She furrowed her brows in discomfort and tightly closed her eyes. "Wake up, little Rose, wake up." Wen Qiang was startled awake by the familiar call, and she suddenly opened her eyes. Kuhai's enlarged face was right in front of her. The man under the moonlight frowned tightly, with tension in his dark eyes. He was worried about her. Wen Qiang was stunned for a while, unable to understand which side was the dream. "Little Rose, are you listening?" Kuhai reached out and touched the black rose. Wen Qiang felt the warmth of the man's fingertip. This side was real. For a moment, she didn't know whether to be happy or disappointed. Just looking at the tension in the man's eyes, she moved her leaves to show that she was still alive. Kuhai watched as the rose moved its leaves, and the dark petals gradually turned white. The feeling was very wonderful, as if the white was devouring the black, or as if the black was actively fading from the petals, revealing the original white. He forgot to speak for a long time, gently stroking the white rosebud. The small flower bud swayed gently under his fingertips, as if affectionately rubbing against his fingertip. However, the shadow in Kuhai's eyes grew heavier. What should he do? What did he do to save it? That night, Kuhai, who usually slept lightly, was startled awake by slight cries of pain. He wanted to open his eyes, but his body felt powerless. "It hurts so much. Help!" The girl's pitiful voice lingered in his ears. It was clearly like being pressed down by a ghost, but Kuhai felt no fear at all, because he had heard this voice before. Chapter 12. Creek's Son, Catching Bugs. Last time in the study, Kuhai vaguely heard someone shouting "Professor, could help?" which prompted him to come out of the room. He didn't expect to find the black cat had knocked over a vase, and the poor rose was lying under its paw. The tone of the two cries was the same. The first one was a hurried call for help, while this one sounded more like a pitiful plea for assistance. Kuhai struggled to break free from the instinctive constraints, and as soon as he opened his eyes, he searched for that white spot on the windowsill. He couldn't find it, but he noticed the rose had turned black again and was trembling in agony. What's wrong? Kahai quickly climbed out of bed. Wen Qiang's face was twisted in pain, as if she had been thrown into a wind tunnel. Every inch of her body was being torn apart. Her leaves and buds were shaking violently. Kahai couldn't hear her voice, but he could feel her suffering. He poured the remaining half bottle of nutrient solution into the porcelain vase and opened all the windows for ventilation. The building was somewhat old, and the window guards were ornate iron railings. Kahai used too much force and cut the back of his hand on a protruding iron piece. Like a flame licked Wen Qiang, she caught the scent of blood and, almost instinctively, extended her leaves toward Kahai's injured hand. Kahai's gaze froze on the trembling leaves, and after a few seconds, he silently wiped the blood off his hand and offered it to her. The blood smeared onto the green leaves, creating a scene of dark red against withered green, perfectly depicting a picture of extreme decay. It took Kahai several seconds to realize how absurd his previous thought was. But in the blink of an eye, that drop of blood vanished from the green leaves. The change in his eyes was instantaneous, and he went to the living room to get a utility knife. As soon as Wen Qiang opened her eyes, she saw the utility knife that had severed her leg last time and thought to herself that Professor Ku really wasn't a good person. She was in such pain, and he still wanted to cut her leg. She silently cursed Ku high in her heart before fainting completely. The next morning, Xiao AI watched Kahai busy in the lab and couldn't help but ask, "Professor, why did you come so early?" Kahai replied, "I have something to deal with. You don't need to follow me. Go handle the lecture matters." Xiao AI said, "Oh," and before leaving, she couldn't help but glance at the long row of glass bottles in front of Kahai. Kahai poured the extracted solution into the glass bottle, assessed the color of the solution against the light, and finally sealed it with a cork. A few minutes later, Xiao AI peeked back in and said, Professor Lin is here looking for you." Kahai was looking at the distillation flask above the alcohol lamp and replied without turning his head, "Tell her to wait outside." Xiao AI had no choice but to go out and let Lin Yi wait. Lin Yi, holding Gabuk, waited outside for more than 10 minutes, but still did not see Kahai come out. Just then, her phone vibrated. She looked at the caller ID and frowned, decisively hanging up the call. "How long will Professor Ku take to come out? I have experiments to attend to and can't be away for too long." Lin Yi asked Xiao AI. Xiao AI scratched her head, somewhat embarrassed, and said, I'm not sure." Lin Yi fell silent. "Forget it, Just as Lin Yi had made up her mind to put down her things and leave, she saw the lab door open. Kahai walked out, adjusted his glasses on his nose, and asked softly, "Professor Lin, what's the matter?" Lin Yi handed him the book in her hand and said, "This should help you." Kahai looked down, and it was a book on gardening. Some chapters clearly describe how to care for fresh flowers so they wouldn't wilt easily. Kahai raised his eyes to look at Lin Yi, and a faint smile finally appeared on his lips. "Thank you for bringing it all this way." "It's nothing." Lin Yi was still entranced by the man's good looks and hadn't regained her composure. Just then, a cold snort came from the doorway. "I knew you were here." Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat. Kahai also looked in the direction of the voice and saw a man standing at the door. He didn't recognize him. "What are you doing here?" "I told you I'm busy." Lin Yi said, "Abititatif." The man walked over, glanced at Lin Yi, then fixed his gaze on Kahai. "Chanonfe, Lin Yi's fianc." The man extended his hand toward Kahai. Xiao AI's jaw dropped. When did Professor Lin get a fiancé? He hadn't received any news. The next moment, he heard Lin Yi angrily say, "What fiancé? I've already said I don't accept arranged marriages. Why are you so annoying?" Chang, she didn't respond to Lin Yi, only looked down at Kahai. Kahai's gaze was always indifferent and cold. At that moment, his eyes lingered on Chang, she's face for a moment, inevitably carrying a hint of provocation. He didn't extend his hand, but introduced himself. "Kahai." After saying that, Kahai glanced at Xiao AI and said, "I need to step out for a bit. Contact me by phone if anything comes up." Xiao AI quickly agreed. "Professor, you disappoint me a bit." Chang, she suddenly spoke up. Kahai turned his face slightly to look at him, confused. "Chang," she said, "a woman traveled all this way to find you, and I thought at least you would stand up like a man and confront me." Kahai remained silent for several seconds. Xiao AI could sense Kahai's speechlessness. "Or do you know that aside from this diploma, You can't compare to me in anything else, so you dare not step forward? What a coward, Qiang, she said, seemingly deriving great pleasure from belittling others. Xiao Ai was also speechless. He finally understood what it meant to lack self-awareness. This nouveau riche in front of them, aside from his flashy attire, had nothing that compared to their Professor Ku. If he were Lin Yi, he would still choose Professor Ku. Lin Yi couldn't hold back any longer and said, Qiang, what nonsense are you talking? Professor Ku and I are just ordinary colleagues. If you keep this up, don't blame me for being rude. Women shouldn't interrupt when men are talking. Qiang was also getting a bit angry. Lin Jia, who had always been pampered by her parents at home and cherished by her colleagues at work, had never been spoken to like this. Her face turned shade of green, and she shot back angrily. Our professor is speaking. Someone like you who graduated from a third-rate university is not qualified to speak. Qiang's face darkened. Do you know what you're saying? Lin Yi snorted coldly. Instead of worrying about whether I know what I'm saying, why don't you worry about your own comprehension skills? I've said it 100 times that I don't like your filthy money. What part of that don't you understand? All right, Lin Yi, just wait for me. Qiang's face twisted with anger. He stared at Ku Hai and Lin Yi as if he had discovered his wife Pan Jinlian with Ximen Qing. After Qiang, she made his threatening remark and left. Ku Hai turned to leave. Lin Yi's apologetic voice came from behind. I'm sorry, Professor Ku, for causing you trouble. Ku Hai waved his hand dismissively, not bothering to turn back. Xiao Ai thought to herself, Professor Ku is truly a straight man. On the other side, Wen Qiang opened her eyes, still not fully recovered from the pain of the previous night. The pillows on Ku Hai's bed were disheveled, and a thin air conditioning blanket was piled in the center of the bed. This man's blanket was never used for covering. Many nights, when she half dreamed and half awoke, she found Ku Hai hugging the blanket, sleeping soundly. Of course, when he got up the next day, folding the blanket was out of the question. Professor Ku was just a lazy person who only knew how to make himself look presentable. Wen Qiang shifted her gaze away from Ku Hai's bed and turned to glance at the sun, realizing that it was still too early for Ku Hai to usually go out. She couldn't help but wonder where Ku Hai had gone so early in the morning. After waiting idly in the bedroom for a while, she finally heard the sound of the door opening from the entrance. Ku Hai was dressed neatly in a shirt and trousers, and he was carrying a number of bottles and jars in his hands. The colorful liquids were sealed in glass jars. Ku Hai lined them up like a rainbow before taking out a bottle of light pink liquid and pouring it into a porcelain jar. Wen Qiang realized that these were all new nutritional solutions and couldn't help but smack her lips to try a bit. The new light pink nutritional solution was a bit sour, like a heavily diluted sour plum soup, and the taste was really not great. Which one do you like? Tell me. Ku Hai seemed to sense that Wen Qiang didn't like the light pink one. He directly threw that bottle of nutritional solution into the trash. Wen Qiang thought to herself, Professor Ku, we should start garbage sorting from the source. Even the grandson of a neighbor, Mrs. Chun, in elementary school knows this. However, Ku Hai didn't pick up on Wen Qiang's telepathic message. The second bottle of nutritional solution was also thrown into the trash. Later, Ku Hai tried several more nutritional solutions on Wen Qiang, but she found them all unsatisfactory. Instead, the colorful nutritional solutions muddled the taste of the water. And Wen Qiang couldn't help but bump the bottles a few times to express her dissatisfaction. Are you a monster? Ku Hai suddenly stopped and asked her seriously. Wen Qiang choked a bit. Although she didn't want to admit that she was a monster or a flower, she indeed was no longer human. The atmosphere in the bedroom fell into a subtle stalemate. In the end, it was Ku Hai who gave in first. He slightly raised his hand. It was then that Wen Qiang noticed a bandage wrapped around Ku Hai's left wrist. She was pondering when he had gotten injured when Ku Hai had already unwrapped the bandage. His skin was not particularly pale, but the inner side of a person's wrist always has a somewhat sickly pallor. Wen Qiang looked at the pink wound on Ku Hai's wrist, and in a flash, something crossed her mind, but that thought was too fleeting for her to grasp. Ku Hai then took the utility knife that was beside him and swiftly made another cut on the pink wound. Wen Qiang watched as blood oozed from the wound, filling her nostrils with the sweet, metallic scent of blood. Do you like my blood this much? Ku Hai said expressionlessly as he let the drops of blood fall into a vase. His gaze lowered to the roses. Chapter 13. Peach Blossom. Wen Qiang was startled by his dark, lifeless eyes, and after realizing it, she began to struggle violently, as if she wanted to smash the porcelain vase to the ground. Kahai felt it. It was resisting. It was very disgusted. Why? Kahai was momentarily stunned, silently retracting his hand, wrapping a piece of gauze around the wound before looking back at the roses on the windowsill. The water in the porcelain vase had turned red with blood. It looked completely different from last night when the blood had just been dripped in and absorbed. Kuhai vaguely felt that he had done something wrong, but he didn't understand exactly where he had gone wrong. Wen Qiang knew she was immersed in blood, the flower's stem instinctively absorbing the blood in the water. She sensed a mysterious force was repairing her decaying body, and this awareness made her feel even more collapsed. She had no stomach, yet at this moment, she felt nauseous to the point of wanting to vomit. She could only frantically bang against the porcelain vase, producing a crisp ping-pong sound. Kohai remained silent for a long time before finally changing the water for the roses. It seemed tired, the flower buds drooping wearily. The wound on his wrist hadn't been properly treated. It had just been dampened by the water, and the bright red color quickly seeped through the white gauze. But Kahai seemed to be oblivious. He hung his head, looking like a remorseful child, appearing pitiful yet troubling. Wen Qiang sighed, silently, and tapped the vase wall with the flower stem. Kahai raised his eyes. Wen Qiang turned around in the vase, and the few remaining petals opened pitifully. The fragrance of the roses filled the air, finally dispersing the smell of blood. Kuhai stared blankly at the white rose in front of him, feeling that this was the most beautiful scene he had ever seen in his life. He finally curled his lips, revealing a clean smile. Wen Qiang had finally made him smile, although she didn't understand why the one being offended was her. Yet in the end, it was her who won his affection. She tucked away her limp leaves, leaning the whole flower against the vase wall, striving to absorb the nutrients from the water. God knows how much effort it took her to bloom once. After finally mastering this skill, she used it for the first time to please a man. How troublesome. At least the result was gratifying. Kahai finally stopped his nonsensical antics, throwing away the row of bottles and jars, placing 2 bottles of the blue nutrient solution that roses usually use on the windowsill. He then touched the closed flower bud before turning around to treat his wound. After Kahai took care of himself, he set off to the laboratory with the white rose. For the next 2 days, wherever Kahai went, Wen Qiang was there too. The pair of a person and a flower became the most striking scenery in the laboratory. It turns out that sending flowers now is popular. Even the vase comes along. Raising flowers is now more attractive to girls than raising cats and dogs, even if a handsome guy runs around with a vase like a middle schooler. He is still a handsome guy. Xiao AI looked at these posts on the forum and sighed silently. The Kahai at the desk next to her reminded her, "Are the materials ready? The presentation is this afternoon." Xiao AI quickly replied, "Of course, it's all ready. I'm just looking at the forum posts. Not nervous at all. Gehai. First, stabilize your trembling hands." At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the presentation on photochemical chemistry began in the exhibition room on the 18th floor. Kohai sat at a distance, watching Xiao AI, who was dressed neatly, giving her speech on stage, her face serious. However, what he was thinking was that he should have brought the flowers along when he came over. The presentation lasted for 20 minutes. The phone that Xiao AI entrusted to Kahai suddenly vibrated. It was a call from Lin and I. Kahai glanced at it and put the phone aside. However, Lin and I as calls kept coming in, and Kahai had no choice but to temporarily leave the exhibition room. Once outside, he answered the phone, saying, "What is the matter?" Xiao AI is currently giving a presentation and can't answer. Before he could finish, Lin and I interrupted anxiously, "Professor Ko, please help me." Kahai frowned and asked, "What happened?" Lin and I's voice was tinged with tears as she said, "My sister and I have been set up. Now they want to forcibly take my sister away. Please help us." Kahai didn't reply. Lin and I almost pleaded, "Please, Professor Ko." I can't remember anyone else's phone number besides Xiao AI's. Kahai asked, "Where are you?" 20 minutes later, Kahai pushed the door open and got out of the car. In front of him was a large bar. Although it was still afternoon, it did not hinder the flow of people coming and going. Kahai walked toward the front door while observing the surroundings. Finally, he stopped in front of the 188 private room at the end of the hallway. He knocked twice on the door, but no one responded. So he simply pushed the door open and walked in. "Hey, who are you?" A man's voice suddenly exploded. Kuhai glanced around the room and saw Lin Yi and Lin Ni struggling in the corner. He ignored the burly man in black and his companions, only asking the still-conscious Lin Ni from a distance, "Are you okay?" You came alone? Lin Ni's face turned pale with fear. She and Lin Yi had taken the day off today, thinking of coming to relax, but unexpectedly, they were set up and lost their wallet and phone. Unable to pay the bill, the bar staff demanded that they drink all the drinks they had ordered before letting them go. However, those drinks were not what they had ordered at all. Instead, they had been replaced with high-concentration spirits. Lin Yi was unwilling to yield and had drunk several glasses in a row, quickly becoming exhausted. Lin Ni excused herself to go to the restroom, borrowed a phone from a passerby to seek help from Xiao AI, but unexpectedly, it was Kahai who answered the call. She had clearly explained to Kahai over the phone that this situation could not end well and urged him to bring more people. Yet, she didn't expect Kahai to come alone. Kahai glanced at her and said, "I have no other friends. Lin and I wanted to die. Did you just call this guy?" The man in black, who was staring at Lin Yi and Lin Ni, darkened his expression. Lin Ni took the opportunity to retort, "What else could we do? You two sisters are alone here and can only contact." The man's words were cut off when he realized he was about to slip up, quickly stopping. Lin Yi suddenly realized something. They were indeed alone here, with only a casual acquaintance being Qiang, who came from a well-off family and was a local. Their parents had thought of this, hoping that she could spend time with Lin Yi. If they could become a couple, it would be perfect. If not, it would just be an extra friend and a way out. At this moment, Lin Ni was almost furious. She questioned, "Are you guys from Qiang?" The man in black flashed a hint of unease in his eyes, but quickly feigned ignorance, saying, "I don't know what you're talking about. The conditions we agreed on before were that you sisters would drink all these drinks and we would let you go. But we never said you could ask for help." With Kohai present, Lin and I felt much more confident, angrily saying, "You're just strong-arming us. Those drinks aren't what we ordered. Now that my friend is here, we can pay." The man in black sneered, "What do you think this place is? You can do whatever you want?" As he spoke, he glanced at Kahai and threatened, "Kid, you look unfamiliar and aren't a local, right? It's not a wise choice to offend us for these two girls." Kohai quietly looked at him and asked, "Then what do you think would be a wise choice?" The man in black thought Kohai was showing weakness and smiled smugly, saying naturally, "You should go back where you came from and pretend you didn't see what happened today." "What if I say no?" Kohai asked. A flash of hostility crossed the man's eyes as he said, "Think carefully. Although my brothers and I won't hit women, it's a different story with men. If you know what's good for you, get lost right now." "Sorry, I refuse," Kahai replied, casually unbuttoning his shirt cuffs and rolling up his sleeves. The exposed forearms looked strong and powerful. "You asked for it," the man shouted angrily, signaling to the two lackeys behind him. The two of them cracked their joints and surrounded Kahai. Just as their fists were about to hit Kahai's face, Lin Nini screamed and suddenly covered her eyes. "Ah!" The two cries of despair merged into one, accompanied by the sound of glass bottles shattering on the ground. Peeking through her fingers, Lin Nini saw that the two lackeys had already been taken down by Kahai. The man in black was also shocked by Kahai's speed and strength, a hint of violence flashing across his face as he charged forward. This time, Lin Nini forgot to close her eyes. She watched in disbelief as Kahai met the man's punch with his palm, then reversed and grabbed the man's fist, moving his left hand up a few inches to seize the man's elbow. The man, who had been so imposing, was suddenly spun around 180 degrees around Kahai's hand and then slammed to the ground with a loud bang. What a beautiful shoulder throw. "Oh my!" Lin Nini's jaw nearly dropped in shock. Kahai was tall, but appeared very slender, looking like a fragile intellectual at first glance. Only the sharpness occasionally revealed in his eyes showed that he was not as innocent as he seemed. But Lin Nini never imagined that Kahai could take down 3 big men in less than 5 minutes. And he did it with such overwhelming advantage that they didn't even touch his clothes. "I've already called an ambulance. She drank too much hard liquor and needs to get to the hospital for gastric lavage," Kahai said, tossing Xiao AI's phone into Lin Nini's arms. "You can return this yourself." After saying that, he turned to leave. Lin Nini thanked him. Professor Ku, I really appreciate it. Thank you for coming all this way. Could you accompany us to the hospital? Fear mixed with grievance turned into a sob caught in her throat. Kahai paused for a moment. Chapter 14 Dandelion. Ku Hai eventually arrived at the hospital with the ambulance. Lin Yaya was taken into the emergency room. Lin Nini and Kahai sat awkwardly in the hospital corridor. After a few minutes, Kahai checked the time and thought it was about time. So he took out his phone and called the office. The one who answered was indeed Xiao AI. Professor, why did you run off halfway? The questioning session almost made my head go bald, Xiao AI said, sounding as if she had survived a disaster. Kahai asked, so are you bald? There was a moment of silence from Xiao AI before she replied, no, I completed the task perfectly. Kahai simply responded with an before saying, come to the first hospital. Just as Xiao AI was about to ask something, Kahai hung up the phone. Lin Nini then realized that Kahai was still there and awkwardly said, Professor Ku, I really troubled you just now. No problem. Xiao AI should be here soon. I have to go, Kahai said as he stood up. Lin Nini's voice followed him. Can't you wait a bit? Until my sister wakes up. Kahai turned slightly to look at her and said, please don't misunderstand. I'm not here because of Professor Lin. It's just that Xiao AI's phone is with me, and she couldn't get away, so I helped her out. Lin Nini paused for a moment before saying, okay, I understand. Just as Kahai was about to leave, he unexpectedly saw Grandma Chun coming towards him at the hospital entrance. Before he could react, Grandma Chun happily said, Little Ku, you're here to see Xiao Wen. Kahai replied expressionlessly, no, I'm just passing by. Grandma Chun gave him a knowing look, grabbed his hand, and chattered on as she walked towards the elevator. Xiao Wen woke up once before. The doctor said she should wake up completely after a while. And it's perfect timing that you're here to talk to her. But I'm not. Every time Kahai tried to refuse, he was interrupted by Grandma Chun. I know, you young people like to have secret marriages, but no matter what, you can't hide it from this old woman. Grandma Chun winked at Kahai. Gehai. Giving up the struggle. In front of the ICU, the girl on the hospital bed looked just as Kahai remembered. Small and nestled in soft blankets. For a moment, he couldn't tell whether the blanket was whiter or the girl's snow-white face was even whiter. Grandma Chun sighed. When Xiao Wen gets better, you have to make her eat more. She's too thin. Kahai didn't want to argue, just quietly listened. 20 minutes passed and suddenly, Kahai's phone vibrated. It was a call from Xiao AI. Xiao AI excitedly said, Professor, you actually stole my chance to be a hero and save the beauty. I hate you. Kahai replied expressionlessly. Then you should clarify with the lab that I wrote the paper. Xiao AI immediately backed down. I was wrong. Kahai rubbed his forehead and said, Assistant Lin just called me and said she only remembered your phone number. There was a long silence on Xiao AI's end before she tentatively asked, Really? Kahai patiently responded with an On the other end, Xiao AI began to scream excitedly, and Kahai disdainfully moved the phone away from his ear. Just then, a commotion broke out inside the ICU. Xiao Wen, Grandma Chun exclaimed, rushing towards the person on the bed as she saw movement. Kahai quietly stood outside the glass door. Watching Grandma, Chun helped the girl sit up properly. From a distance, he saw a pair of misty light brown eyes. At a glance, they looked like amber encasing a black obsidian. She frowned, seemingly just awakened from a nightmare, her eyes still filled with lingering fear. Kahai glanced at her and turned to leave. Xiao Wen, you finally woke up. Grandma Chun said, choking up. Wen Qiang felt like the sounds around her were playing in slow motion. The footsteps of the doctors approaching were heavy and noisy, and Grandma Chen's voice seemed to be forcibly raised a pitch. She had a splitting headache, body temperature normal, respiratory signs normal, pupil distance normal. Congratulations. The patient's condition has stabilized. In a daze, the sound around her returned to normal levels, and in front of her was Grandma Chun, joyfully crying. Wen Qiang opened her mouth and weakly called out, Grandma. After sleeping for so long, her voice was hoarse, and Wen Qiang even felt that her own voice sounded strange. It's me. Grandma Chun hugged Wen Qiang tightly. The warm touch of human skin brought her back to reality, and everything in her vision was at a normal size. Was she back in her own body? Kahai returned to the lab and saw a crowd gathered in front of his office. He frowned and walked over. Someone noticed him approaching and quickly stepped up, saying, Professor Ku, What have you done to anger someone? Kohai looked at him in confusion, but continued to walk toward his office. The once orderly office was now in shambles, documents scattered all over the floor, with several black shoe prints insolently stamped on them. The four men who were still smashing things looked at Kohai with cold smiles and said, "So you're Kohai? We're here to teach you what it means to not provoke people you shouldn't. Keep smashing. Have you called the police? Where are the security guards? Are they all dead? Can we just smash the documents in our lab like this?" Someone was chattering, but no one stepped up to stop them. Kohai's gaze landed on a shattered porcelain vase and a rosebud that had been crushed beyond recognition, and his heart stopped. He bent down to pick up the crumpled flowers, but a foot appeared in front of him. The man who had just made threats stepped on the already broken rosebud with a cold smile. Before he could say anything, Kohai punched him, sending him stumbling backward. "You bastard!" Just as the man steadied himself, he took another punch to the stomach. Kohai's eyes were dark and cold, his thin lips pressed tightly together, and he showed no mercy. When the security team leader arrived with his men, they happened to see Kohai pressing a man's face hard against the ground. The remaining 3 thugs rushed over, only to be subdued by the security guards. "How dare you?" Kohai squeezed out a few words through clenched teeth, his gaze fierce like a demon. The man whose face had been stepped on was in pain, crying out, "I was just following orders. I was just following orders. Please spare me." "Oh." Kohai kicked his face again. The man felt his teeth loosen, and he opened his mouth to spit out blood along with 2 freshly knocked out teeth. Nearby, people finally sensed something was wrong and started to advise, "Professor Ko, stop hitting. Someone will die." "Yeah, stop hitting." Kohai couldn't hear them at all. When several security guards came to pull him away, they were frightened by the ferocity in his eyes. "Professor Ko, calm down a bit. You'll kill someone." The security team leader shielded the nearly unconscious man behind him. Kohai suddenly smiled, saying, "In this large Ningxing experimental center, someone actually dared to smash the professor's office. Isn't that just wonderful?" The security team leader's face turned pale, but he didn't dare to retort. He could only say somewhat ingratiatingly, "This has never happened here before. Who knew?" "Are you blaming me?" Kohai suddenly asked with a smile. No. The security team leader was startled by Kohai's smile. He hadn't forgotten how this seemingly cultured young man had just pressed that tattooed thug into the ground. "Get out of the way." Kohai slightly lifted his chin, his gaze dark and dangerous. The security captain still wanted to say something, but eventually couldn't withstand the pressure and stepped back. Kohai seemed to regain his calm, looking down at the man crouched on the ground, and said in a deep voice, "Go back and tell your superiors to clean their necks and wait." The heavily tattooed man shrank his neck, not daring to respond. "Did you not hear?" Kohai lifted his foot and stepped on the man's fingers. It looked like a gentle step, but the tattooed man instantly turned pale. No, I heard it. Only then did Kohai move his leg away, once again turning his gaze to the roses not far away. The poor white rose had been trampled beyond recognition, with the few remaining petals almost crushed to pulp. Kohai squatted down in front of the rose, reaching out to pick it up, but in the end, he only picked up a bare flower stem. A dark storm brewed in his eyes, his teeth clenched tightly. It shouldn't have happened. He shouldn't have meddled to save anyone. And he definitely shouldn't have softened his heart and stayed outside the ICU for so long. If only he had come back a little earlier, just 10 minutes earlier. Huh. Damn it. Kohai cursed through gritted teeth. When Xiao AI returned, Kohai was quietly sitting at his desk. The entire office was in disarray. But Xiao AI inexplicably felt that the one looking the most disheveled was the neatly dressed Kohai. "Professor." Xiao AI hesitated to call out. He walked forward. In front of Kohai was the cup he used for drinking water, and inside it was a bare flower stem. It was quite ridiculous. But Xiao AI couldn't find it in himself to laugh. "Professor, Xiao AI was trying hard to find a topic. Kohai then stood up from his seat and said, "Clean this place up. I'm leaving work early today." After speaking, Kohai took the cup and left without looking back. Xiao AI watched his departing figure and sighed helplessly. When Chang had eaten, and Grandma Chun urged her to sleep again, she closed her eyes, trying hard to fall asleep, but there was not a hint of drowsiness. Instead, whenever she closed her eyes, it was as if she could see her field of vision magnified, with a man seriously examining her in the sunlight. When Chang sighed, she still remembered the feeling of the vase shattering, and then her whole body being trampled hard. It didn't hurt, But the sensation of her body falling apart was particularly uncomfortable. That flower was probably completely dead. So when Kahai returned and saw it like that, would he feel even a little sad? Chapter 15. Mimosa. Although Wen Qiang had been lying in bed for more than half a month, she recovered in less than a week. Grandma Chun initially wanted Wen Qiang to stay in the hospital for a longer observation, but Wen Qiang resolutely chose to be discharged. The flower shop at the alley entrance looked a bit desolate due to long neglect. Wen Qiang pushed the door open and looked at the withered flowers and plants inside, feeling a sense of unfamiliarity. Xiaowen, you just recovered. Don't overexert yourself. Let Xiao Ke do the heavy work, Grandma Chen kept reminding her. Wen Qiang realized who Xiao Ke was and smiled faintly, nodding in acknowledgement. Only then did Grandma Chen return her home. Wen Qiang entered, flipped the close sign hanging on the door, and instead of immediately tidying up the wilted flowers, she went straight upstairs. Even though the summer bed hadn't been aired out for half a month, it was still dry. Wen Qiang lay down on the small bed and drifted off to sleep. In a half-dreaming state, she heard some sounds near her ear, which grew louder with time. Drip, drip, like the sound of water droplets falling. Wen Qiang struggled to get up to check the old-fashioned faucet at home that always had issues, only to find, unexpectedly, that it wasn't dripping. She rubbed her eyes and inexplicably became more awake. Outside the small window, the sun was setting, and Grandma Chen's voice carried over from the adjacent building with the rising smoke. Mingzai, tell your sister Chang to come over for dinner. Okay, Grandma. Mingzai was Grandma Chen's grandson, just in 5th grade this year. During Wen Qiang's days, with a jingle, Mingzai had already pushed open the flower shop door, his youthful voice calling out, Sister Chang, dinner's ready. Coming, Wen Qiang replied, coming down the wooden stairs. Sitting at Grandma Chen's dining table, looking at the familiar faces, Wen Qiang realized that her life seemed to have returned to normal. No longer did she have to worry about dying all the time, nor was she constantly disturbed by chaotic sounds. But at the same time, she could no longer see that man who always wore a cold expression yet had a soft and warm touch. The next day, Wen Qiang hired 2 temporary workers to clear out everything in the flower shop. After cleaning up, she transformed back into the flower shop owner who worked tirelessly for 24 hours a day, ordering flowers, checking logistics, signing for deliveries, arranging flowers, packaging, and displaying. Every process was handled by her personally. The suppliers, having not heard from Wen Qiang for a long time, sent her a bouquet of fine Snow Mountain roses to foster goodwill. Among them, inexplicably, was a white rose that seemed out of place among the Snow Mountain roses. Wen Qiang took out the rose. At some point, a man in a suit entered the shop. Hello. Wen Qiang turned her face and felt a momentary daze. When she came to her senses, she smiled faintly. Hello. Handsome men often have some similarities in their features, but it wasn't him. Could you give me that bouquet of Snow Mountain roses? The clear-eyed man asked her with a smile. Wen Qiang pulled out the card attached to the roses, handed them over, and said, It's for you. After that, she took the rose upstairs. The man, with his arms full of flowers, took out a few bills from his wallet and placed them on the counter. Wen Qiang found a vase to put the rose separately. It was a very well-shaped white rose, its petals as white as snow, with each petal blooming just right. In front of the small windowsill, the white rose stood alone in the sunlight. Wen Qiang glanced at it a few times before shifting her focus, preparing to continue with her work at the shop. However, just as she went downstairs, she saw Luo Yulian stuffing a few bills from the counter into her pocket. What are you doing? Wen Qiang's voice dropped an octave. Luo Yulian initially felt a bit embarrassed about being caught, but once the money was in her pocket, her confidence returned. I came to see my daughter. Is that not allowed? No one needs you to come and see, Wen Qiang said as she approached the counter to organize the orders. Luo Yulian immediately became displeased and said, You've grown wings and are no longer obedient. Huh. Don't forget who was eagerly. That's enough. Wen Qiang interrupted her angrily. She pointed towards the store's entrance and coldly said, Get out. Luo Yulian exploded instantly, angrily saying, Is this how you speak to your mother? Get out. Wen Qiang raised her voice. Her amber eyes were tinged with anger, as if dark ink had spread. If it weren't for the redness at the corner of Wen Qiang's eyes, Luo Yulian might have been genuinely frightened by her sudden outburst. Oh, why are you so angry? You don't look sick at all, Luo Yulian sneered. Old Chun said it was an accident. You all didn't conspire to scam me, did you? You heartless mother. Last time, you took advantage of Xiao when being sick to try to take over the flower shop, and now you dare come back? You're bullying Xiao when just because Xiao Ku isn't around, right? Grandma Chen's strong voice came from the doorway of the flower shop. Luo Yulian turned her face and started cursing at Grandma Chun. Old Chun, when did our family matters become your business? Can't even manage your own son. Letting him run off with another woman. And now you want to meddle in the affairs of the Wen family? Grandma Chun was so furious that she couldn't catch her breath. Wen Qiang quickly rushed over to support her. Grandma Chun, what you just said about Xiao Ke. Before Grandma Chun could respond, Luo Yulian shouted first. Who was that wild man last time? He had no manners and even dared to call the police on me. You expect me to let my daughter marry such a man? Dream on. Grandma Chun explained. Last time Luo Yulian wanted to take over the shop. It was Xiao Ke who helped drive her away. You don't know how hard it is to deal with this heartless woman. You should be thanking Xiao Ke. Seeing Luo Yulian spitting out insults, Wen Qiang felt a wave of shame and anger. As if she had been stripped bare and left in broad daylight for everyone to see. All her scars and wounds were laid bare. Wen Qiang, I warn you, a man who disrespects me is not worth having. Do you hear me? Luo Yulian continued her tirade. Suddenly, Wen Qiang picked up a large pair of scissors used for cutting flower stems and walked towards Luo Yulian, darkly saying, Get out. Luo Yulian looked at the sharp scissors, both startled and frightened, and screamed, So you want to kill someone, Wen Qiang? I'm your mother. I told you to get out. Wen Qiang raised the scissors high. Luo Yulian screamed and ran outside. Grandma Chun froze for a moment when she saw the large scissors in Wen Qiang's hand. Wen Qiang also suddenly realized what she had done, her strength instantly draining away, and the scissors fell powerless to the ground, landing just by her feet. Grandma Chun quickly came to her senses and rushed over. Are you hurt? What has gotten into you? You scare me to death. Wen Qiang couldn't complete a full sentence. She had once exerted all her strength to escape her original family. But at this moment, she suddenly realized that some things were etched deep in her bones, as if she inherently knew how to throw a tantrum like Luo Yulian. The glamorous exterior wrapped in flowers was, in reality, like a swollen balloon that could burst with a single prick. Xiaowen, are you okay? Grandma Chun asked anxiously. Wen Qiang took a deep breath and forced a smile at Grandma Chun. I'm fine, just a bit tired. Grandma Chun said, That's good. You should go upstairs to rest and not overwork yourself. The rest, I'll help you and Ming Zai's mother handle. After thanking Grandma Chun, Wen Qiang went upstairs. She sat quietly in front of the window, gazing at the white roses in the vase, unable to imagine what Kahai would think when looking at the self from the past. Perhaps she would never know in this lifetime. In a laboratory, Xiao AI noticed that Professor Ku seemed to be acting a bit off lately. However, upon closer inspection, she felt that he still appeared as aloof and sacred as before, without any changes. As she pondered, she saw Lin Yi appearing outside Ku Hai's office again, looking as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. After thinking for a long time, Xiao AI finally reminded him, Professor, it seems that Professor Lin has something to discuss with you. Ku Hai shot her a cold glance before shifting his gaze to the office door not far away. Lin Yi was holding a few books, and the moment their eyes met, she nervously averted her gaze, but 2 seconds later, she forced herself to face Ku Hai. She walked up to him and handed the books over, saying, These are the books I asked a friend who studies botany to help me find. I don't know if they could be of any help to you. Ku Hai lowered his gaze slightly. The books were all related to plant care, especially for fresh flowers. For the first time in his life, he felt something could be so displeasing. No need, he replied in an extremely cold tone. Not only that, but he also opened the drawer, took out the book that Lin Yi had previously lent him, and returned it, saying, Professor Lin, thank you for your kindness. But it's unnecessary now. Lin Yi was taken aback, thinking that Ku Hai didn't want to associate with her. Feeling both awkward and anxious, she said, I'm really sorry about what happened last time. I told an I not to contact you. Professor Lin, Ku Hai interrupted her. Lin Yi's eyes turned red. She had never encountered a man who left her at a loss on how to respond. The guilt inside her had nowhere to go, and the other person not only didn't care about her apology, but was also cold and distant, making her feel as if she was even less significant than the bare plant stem on his desk. Don't mention that day again, Ku Hai said. Yet, Lin Yi saw a dark storm in his pupils, as if the raging wind was tearing apart the man's reason piece by piece. Chapter 16 meant Lin Yaya almost fled in panic. Xiao Ai thought about how Lin Nini had repeatedly asked him to speak well of her sister in front of Kahai, and he couldn't help but sigh. Good words aren't that easy to say, are they? The office fell into silence again. Kahai's phone, which was placed beside him, vibrated. He picked it up and took a look, answering, MO team. Mr. Ku, regarding the matter. Those thugs who damaged your belongings will compensate you at the original price, and there will also be compensation for mental distress. I wonder what you think of this ruling. The other party hadn't finished speaking when Ku Hai interrupted. I'm not satisfied. I'm very dissatisfied. There was a brief silence on the other end before they asked, what does Mr. Ka think? They lost a particularly important piece of experimental data for me. It was the only one, and perhaps there will never be a second one in my lifetime. Kohai spoke slowly and clearly. The person on the other end fell into a long silence. Kohai didn't want to waste time in a stalemate. He adjusted his posture slightly, appearing more upright and neat, like a sword drawn from its sheath. I can give up pursuing this, as long as the higher-ups give me an explanation. What I mean is, I want an explanation from Changxi. Wen Qiang hadn't slept well for several days. Every night, she could hear the sound of dripping water. But when she got up to check the faucet, there was no water dripping at all. Grandma Chan was worried about Wen Qiang's health and suggested she go to the hospital, but Wen Qiang refused. That afternoon, feeling as if she had a cold, Wen Qiang was in a daze. With a jingling sound, the flower shop's door was pushed open. Hello. Wen Qiang's gaze froze. The man wearing a blue mask seemed to have crossed time, completely overlapping with their first meeting. Wrong. It's helium, the gas, one Shi and one hot. The tall man entered the flower shop, scanned the surrounding flowers, and finally withdrew his gaze somewhat disappointedly. He slowly approached the counter, muttering, Do you have? As he spoke, Kahai's gaze paused on a white rose beside the counter. Wen Qiang thought it was not good. She saw Kahai silently shift his gaze away and say, Do you have potting soil for flowers as well as pots? Wen Qiang nodded, her throat slightly hoarse from the cold. Yes, sir, please wait a moment. Although it was a flower shop, Wen Qiang occasionally prepared some gardening supplies for sale. After all, in such a small town, it was normal for a shop to serve multiple purposes. Wen Qiang's gaze swept over a row of flower pots, and out of personal preference, she took out a light green one. Sir, here are the pot and potting soil you wanted, and there is also nutrient solution. Wen Qiang placed the items on the counter. Kahai looked at the light green pot and asked, Do you have other colors? Like white. Wen Qiang nodded, thinking to herself that Professor Ku was having another day without aesthetic sense. Green looks so good. How can he not like green and prefer white? Poisonous. Wen Qiang exchanged the pots for Kahai, who paid and left with a large bundle of items. She watched him walk to the door of the flower shop. Unexpectedly, Kahai paused and looked back at the rose on the counter, saying, That flower, can you sell it to me? Wen Qiang's breath caught, and after a long while, she found her voice. This is my own. Of course, I'll give it to you. Thank you, I'll pay. Kahai turned back to take the flower. Wen Qiang handed over the flower along with the vase, and after thinking about it, she couldn't help but say, Thank you for before. Kahai looked at her. Wen Qiang then noticed that the man had a slight dark circle under his eyes. He must have been staying up late again. After a moment of silence, she said, It's nothing. Thank you for your previous care. Thank you for helping me maintain my foundation when I wasn't around. But any of those reasons, Wen Qiang couldn't bring herself to say at that moment. Kahai looked at her strangely, took the flower, and left. By the time Wen Qiang realized he had left money behind, Kahai had already disappeared from sight. She put the bill away and suddenly felt a bitter taste in her mouth. After returning home, Kahai took a shower, drying his hair while looking at the white rose he brought back. It was different. The shape of the petals, leaves, sepals, and even the flower stem were all different. The only similarity might be that touch of white. The white rose was blooming, and Kahai leaned in slightly to sniff it. A powdery scent filled the air, mixed with an almost imperceptible rose fragrance. Kahai turned his face and sneezed several times in succession, feeling a dull pain in his nose. His expression darkened, inexplicably irritated. He must have been out of his mind to bring back such a thing. He placed the white rose on the outermost part of the windowsill, and only then did he feel less troubled. On the other side, The only remaining stem held a few pitiful withered sepals. The cup supporting the stem had water that was an abnormal light red color. Kohai silently prepared the pot and potting soil, and, according to the materials he had gathered, he carefully inserted the rose stem. He then placed it with care on the windowsill of his bedroom. Afterward, he picked up a utility knife, slightly raised his hand, and expressionlessly cut down. Drip, drip. The crimson liquid instantly disappeared into the black potting soil. Since he was a child, anyone who dared to take anything from him had never ended well. Over time, no one dared to provoke him. One day, someone discovered his dark secret and told him that one should not be too ostentatious. One who is too sharp will eventually break. Kohai thought he was right. So, he spent many years sheathing his blade, becoming the docile adult everyone saw. But this time, he was not going to be a docile person anymore. Kohai expressionlessly wrapped the bandage and went out. The night after seeing Kohai, Wen Qiang finally no longer heard the sound of dripping water. But she felt as if something heavy was pressing down on her, heavy with the smell of damp earth. She was almost suffocating, so she desperately tried to escape from beneath those wet and fishy things. But until dawn, she could not break free from that suffocating feeling. She sat on the bed, brushing her sweaty bangs aside, and found her head seemed heavier. Grandma Chen almost dragged Wen Qiang to the hospital. After examination, she had a high fever of 39 degrees. And this time Wen Qiang had to obediently receive and drip. Grandma Chen had Ming Zai go buy some candy, saying, "Here, have some candy, and it won't be bitter." Wen Qiang, whose face was twisted from the bitterness of medicine, took the lollipop. Just then, a doctor in a white coat walked over from the drip hall, smiling and chatting with a child patient. Grandma Chen curiously asked, "What is Xiaowen looking at?" After asking, she followed Wen Qiang's gaze and, seeing the doctor from a distance, happily said, "Isn't that Xiaoko?" Wen Qiang shook her head, saying no, it's not. If she remembered correctly, this man was the one who bought the Snow Mountain rose from her last time. Grandma Chen scrutinized him for a few moments before uncertainly saying, "This doctor can't be Xiaoko's brother, can he? He looks so much like him." Wen Qiang looked over again. Previously, she only felt this person resembled Kohai in some ways. Perhaps just that handsome people's features often resembled one another. But with Grandma Chen saying that, Wen Qiang was no longer certain. Perhaps because their gazes were too unguarded, the handsome doctor in the white coat seemed to sense it and looked over. Wen Qiang felt embarrassed. The other party smiled and walked over. "If I'm not mistaken, you should be the owner of the flower shop at the alley entrance, right?" "Hello. I just moved here. My name is Jiang Huai." The doctor extended his hand towards Wen Qiang. Wen Qiang did not move. A nurse nearby shouted, "Dr. Jiang, there's a patient here." Jiang Huai smiled and said, "Coming." He withdrew his hand and said to Wen Qiang, "Well then, goodbye." Just like that, he came over and left. It was as if he didn't care what Wen Qiang's name was or whether she shook his hand. He resembled the delinquent boys Wen Qiang had seen in high school who hurriedly completed their tasks and ran off to play basketball when the class bell rang. Wen Qiang thought to herself, another weirdo. This drip lasted until close to noon, and in the afternoon, Grandma Chen firmly refused to let Wen Qiang tend to shop. Instead, she took Ming Zai to sit in Wen Qiang's flower shop. Wen Qiang dreamed again of being suppressed by something. She wanted to wake up, but her body felt heavy and unresponsive. To avoid suffocating, she had to exert all her strength to push upwards. Finally, she saw a faint light. Wen Qiang opened her eyes. The sunset had already fallen to the bottom of the window. A symphony came from her stomach, just as Ming Zai's voice came from downstairs. "Sister Qiang, get up and eat." "Coming," Wen Qiang replied, her voice no longer as hoarse as during the day. She sniffed and got out of bed. The feeling of being able to move freely was truly wonderful. In contrast, whether it was being trapped in a vase as a flower before or dreaming of being buried by something at night now, neither could be considered a pleasant experience. As Wen Qiang stretched and walked through the side door towards Grandma Chen's house, Kahai's bicycle happened to pass in front of the flower shop. When Kahai got home, the first thing he did was check the cuttings of the rose stems. As expected, they were still motionless. Kahai was not disappointed. He just dripped some light blue nutrient solution and then turned to go out. At that moment, a strange number called in. Kahai finished his mineral water before answering the phone. "What do you want? Don't give me a toast, and then make me drink punishment wine?" The man on the other end sounded quite exasperated. Kuhai expressionlessly crumpled the empty mineral water bottle in his hand and tossed it into the trash can, replying calmly, "The bar from last time, 7 o'clock. After saying that, he hung up. Kuhai arrived 10 minutes early, but unexpectedly, the other party was even earlier than him. It was evident that the other party had probably been having a tough time these past few days. Chapter 17, Pine Flower, Minor Revision. From across a crystal table, two men sat facing each other. The animosity between them was palpable. Changshi's eyes were slightly bruised, whether from a beating or a fall was unclear. Suppressing his anger, he asked Kuiwant, "Are you happy only if this matter goes to court?" Kuhai lounged lazily on the sofa and replied, "No matter where this goes, I will win. Why shouldn't I be happy?" Changshi's expression darkened. If an ordinary person dared to speak so arrogantly in front of him, Changshi would have dealt with them decisively. But this coup was a tough nut to crack. In just a few days, most of the people in his network had started avoiding him. A few indicated that he had messed with the wrong person, and the remaining few hinted at the seriousness of the situation. Changshi refused to believe in such superstition. How could a bumbling professor in a lab be that hard to deal with? Until this afternoon, when his father flew over from Kyoto and nearly beat him to death in front of his underlings. Being kicked out of the house with the warning that he shouldn't come back until he resolved this matter made Changshi realize that Kuhai was not as easy to handle as he had imagined. Now, with his body still aching, Changshi had 1,000 curses stuck in his throat. He thought of trying to reason with Kuhai. "I worked hard to stage a heroic rescue, and you messed it up. Isn't it normal for me to teach you a lesson? You say you lost experimental data. How much can I compensate you? Is it necessary to make such a big fuss about it? I don't lack money." Kuhai's tone was indifferent. In others, this would seem arrogant and pretentious, but in his case, it sounded like he was stating an undeniable fact. Changshi felt a surge of blood clogging his throat and asked, "Then what do you lack? What kind of compensation would make you let me go?" Gihei said, "I want you to apologize to me." Changshi was taken aback for a moment, seemingly not expecting Kuhai's request to be so simple. He paused for a moment and then sincerely said, "I'm sorry. I apologize for my actions towards you earlier. Please forgive me." After speaking, Changshi lowered his head and waited for Kuhai's response. 3 seconds, 10 seconds, 15 seconds passed, and the entire room was silent. Finally, unable to wait any longer, Changshi looked up. Kuhai happened to speak. His tone was slow, making it seem very sincere. Kuhai said, "It's not time yet. I will only forgive you when you become as miserable as I am. When you find yourself lost in a long night without support. When your gaze falls upon a landscape full of scars. When your body is decayed and every last bit of vitality is stripped away, crushed inch by inch. Only then will you be worthy of my forgiveness." Half of his face was concealed in shadow, making his dark eyes appear like a malicious swamp. A cold sweat broke out on Changshi's back as he stared wide-eyed at Kuhai. He looked less like he was looking at a person and more like he was staring at a monster. The confrontation was brief, coming and going like a joke. Kuhai left the bar, leaving Changshi frozen in place. Outside, the moon was bright and the stars sparse. The night wind brought a chill, and the sounds of honking cars echoed from the main street in the distance. Kuhai stood for a moment in the shadow of a phoenix tree before finally taking a step forward. He was bathed in the warm yellow light of the street lamp, his shadow stretching long behind him. When Chang had another nightmare, she struggled towards the direction of the light coming through, finally able to see the day again. The morning sun was gentle, and when Chang took deep breaths, finally, she suddenly realized something: the familiar, magnified view, the windowsill, and the scenery outside. How did she turn into a flower again? Suddenly, a rustling sound came from behind. When Chang turned her face sharply, just in time to meet the gaze of the man getting up from the bed. Kuhai looked very displeased. The dark circles under his eyes seemed worse than before. He stared in the direction where Wen Qiang was, his eyes burning with 2 dark flames. "How bold, daring to grow here," he said in a low, hoarse voice, his murderous intent palpable. Wen Qiang was so scared that her legs trembled, screaming inwardly, "Don't kill me." Kuhai's hand, which was reaching towards her, suddenly froze, as if someone had pressed the pause button. Wen Qiang hugged her head, not daring to look at Kuhai, anxiously thinking, "Don't kill me. I didn't mean to disappear." It's all because you left me in the office. My vase was broken, and I got stepped on. Although it didn't hurt, it was really humiliating, okay? And I didn't mean to not show up. I also crawled for a long time to get out. Did you bury me in the ground, Professor Ko? Your heart is really dark. I crawled for several nights. Kohai looked at the trembling little weed growing beside the rose stem. A buzzing sound filled his ears. I know you can't hear me, but please don't kill the flower and don't drip blood in my vase. I'm really scared of that smell. After a series of explanations, it added, in a familiar tone and inflection. Even in pleading, there was a hint of a spoiled tone. He had heard it before twice. It turned out it wasn't an illusion, nor a dream. Wen Qiang didn't wait for Kuhai's next move and decided to open her eyes. She just happened to see Kuhai's pitch-black eyes staring intensely at her, as if trying to see right through her. Wen Qiang thought, why are you staring at me like that? It's kind of scary. Kuhai calmly shifted his gaze. Then the little weed murmured, so are you not angry anymore? Speaking of which, I should be the one who's angry, right? Where are my legs? Why are they so short? Kuhai's throat was dry. He coughed lightly, wanting to say something but afraid of startling her. They remained in this tense silence for a long time. Wen Qiang said, forget it, short legs are short legs. I'm just a flower, why worry about legs? So pitiful. Kuhai looked at the little weed beside the rose stem, which was only 2 centimeters tall, and thought, you might no longer belong to the category of flower. Wen Qiang quickly slipped into the roll of rose. She twisted her body to the other side of the windowsill and thought, it's been several days since I did photosynthesis, and I'm still a bit unaccustomed. I can probably only store 3 leaf tissue units of energy today. Kuhai glanced at the little weeds, pitiful little leaves, remaining silent. He slowly got up from the bed. Everything felt unreal, and he nearly stumbled and fell. Wen Qiang sighed. Today, Professor Ku is clumsy again. Kuhai pretended not to hear, though his ears turned a faint pink. While washing up, he had already sorted through and fully accepted everything beyond his understanding. It had previously allowed him not to have allergies, then it could move and understand human speech. Now that it could even talk, what was so strange about that? It was his miracle. Suddenly a scream. Kuhai rushed out of the bathroom in a panic, foam still in his mouth, only to see the little weed covering its head, exclaiming, why am I bald? Gihe! Wen Qiang stared at her shadow, realizing that when she moved, the bare flower stem didn't move, but the little seedling beside it trembled. Wen Qiang, I'm not bald, but I've shrunk into a seedling. Should I be happy? Kuhai sensed the little weed's inner turmoil. Slowly, he approached the windowsill and silently dripped some nutrient solution into the pot containing the little weed. Gently touching the small leaves, he thought to himself, it will grow. It will grow, so don't be sad. But the little weed thought, what if Professor Ko pulls me out thinking I'm just a weed? Kuhai fell silent for a moment, silently reassuring himself, it won't happen. In the blink of an eye, it was time to go to work. Kuhai picked up the documents and walked towards the entrance. After thinking for a moment, he turned back and said to the little weed, which was sulking on the windowsill, I'll be back early. The little weed remained quietly on the windowsill without responding. Kuhai assumed it was still unhappy and added, then I'm leaving now. He walked towards the entrance. Just as he opened the door, he found a bouquet of dried flowers at the door. It was a bouquet of snow mountain roses. Originally white, the flowers had curled slightly and turned a faded light brown after drying. Kuhai glanced at the stairs leading down to the first floor, which appeared deep and shadowy due to the poor lighting, and his expression suddenly turned cold. When Qiang opened her eyes, the sun outside had already risen high. Everything around her was familiar. It was her room that she had seen for many years. She sat up in bed, suddenly unsure if everything that had just happened was just a dream. Oh no! When Qiang remembered she had things to do today and quickly jumped out of bed. She immersed herself in the busy day ahead. Soon it was noon. When Qiang saw Ming Zai wandering outside the door of the neighboring building and couldn't help but walk out, asking curiously, why aren't you going in after school? Ming Zai instinctively turned his face away, revealing a bruise on his right cheek. Seeing it was Wen Qiang, he turned away and ran. Wen Qiang shouted, Ming Zai! She quickly chased after him, but the young boy was agile and disappeared around the corner of the alley in just a few blinks. Ming Zai, why are you running? Wen Qiang panted heavily, struggling to quicken her pace. As she rushed around the corner, she suddenly bumped into someone. "Oh, I'm sorry." She instinctively apologized, and in front of her was a handsome doctor. Wen Qiang remembered that this person said his name was Jiang Huai. In the next moment, Wen Qiang saw the young boy in Jiang Huai's arms and couldn't help but exclaim, Mingzai, Mingzai, what happened to you?" Jiang Huai said, "I saw him faint, and I was about to take him to the hospital." "Are you a family member?" Wen Qiang quickly replied, "I'm his neighbor. I guess you could say I'm like an older sister. I'll go flag down a car. We need to go to the hospital now." Jiang Huai nodded and followed Wen Qiang, and the three of them headed straight to the hospital. Chapter 18. Hyacinth. Jiang Huai diagnosed Mingzai in the car and told Wen Qiang that there shouldn't be any major issues. However, Wen Qiang was still worried. After arriving at the hospital, Jiang Huai took Mingzai into the examination room, leaving Wen Qiang anxiously pacing outside in the corridor. At that moment, her phone rang. It was a call from Grandma Chun. "Xiaowen, did you go out to deliver flowers? Didn't I tell you that your body has just recovered, and you shouldn't accept orders for deliveries?" Wen Qiang's voice was hoarse, but she managed to say, "Grandma, I'm at the hospital, Mingzai." Mingzai fainted. As soon as she finished speaking, Wen Qiang realized she shouldn't have said such ambiguous words that would worry Grandma Chun. But it was too late. There was a sound of something dropping on the other end, and the call was disconnected. About 10 minutes later, Jiang Huai came out of the examination room and said to Wen Qiang, "Family member of the patient, you can come in." Wen Qiang quickly walked over and asked, "Doctor, is Mingzai okay?" Jiang Huai replied, "He has some external injuries. The fainting was due to low blood sugar. This child is a bit malnourished. Doesn't he eat breakfast in the morning?" Wen Qiang was astonished and said, "How is that possible? Grandma Chun gives him enough pocket money every day. Mingzai can't possibly skip breakfast." Jiang Huai responded, "But the facts are indeed like this. Please pay more attention to this in the future. I've already treated his external injuries. You can go get the medication with the discharge order later. He's still on 4 fluids and should wake up soon." Wen Qiang nodded in a daze. After a while, she came back to her senses and said to Jiang Huai, "Doctor, thank you so much for what you just did." Jiang Huai replied, "It's nothing, just part of my job." After saying that, he turned and left. A nurse nearby approached eagerly and asked, "Dr. Jiang, aren't you off duty this afternoon? Why are you back?" Jiang Huai smiled and answered, "I ran into a patient on the way and came back." The nurse looked at him with starry eyes and said, "Dr. Jiang is so kind." Once the two walked farther away, Wen Qiang withdrew her gaze. Inside the ward, Mingzai had already woken up. Wen Qiang walked over and asked with concern, "How are you feeling?" Mingzai bit his lip and said, "Sister Qiang, can we not tell Grandma about this? I'm afraid she..." "Mingzai." Just then, Grandma Chen's anxious voice came from the ward door. Mingzai instinctively hid behind Wen Qiang. Grandma Chun hurried over, looking Mingzai up and down. Upon noticing the injuries on his face, her tears immediately flowed. "My Mingzai, does it hurt?" Mingzai averted his gaze and said, "It doesn't hurt. I just fell on the way back. It's not serious at all." Grandma Chun hugged Mingzai, crying as she said, That's good, that's good." Wen Qiang looked at the injuries on Mingzai's face and recalled what Jiang Huai had said about his low blood sugar, her expression darkening. After hearing about Jiang Huai's situation, Grandma Chun found Jiang Huai's office again to express her gratitude. Jiang Huai smiled and said, "Grandma, this is really my job. You don't have to keep thanking me." Grandma Chun couldn't help but say, "Dr. Jiang, you just moved here, right? You look quite young. Do you have a girlfriend? Grandma can introduce one to you." As soon as she finished speaking, Wen Qiang noticed that Jiang Huai's smile stiffened for a moment. Then he quickly said, "No need. Really no need." Grandma Chun said with some regret, "Oh, if it weren't for Xiaowen having Xiaoka, I would really want to introduce her to you. It's so reliable to have a doctor in the family these days." Wen Qiang quickly interjected, "Grandma, please don't say that." Jiang Huai showed a hint of surprise in his eyes as he looked at Wen Qiang and asked, "Xiaowen is already taken? And her last name is Ke?" No. Wen Qiang felt extremely embarrassed. But Grandma Chun continued to dig deeper. "That's right, Xiaoka is a chemistry professor, very high-end. But I still think being a doctor is more practical." Feeling Jiang Huai's scrutiny, Wen Qiang wished she could disappear on the spot. Finally, she managed to pull Grandma Chun away with great effort. When Grandma Chun arrived, there were still dishes being stir-fried on the stove at home. Mingzai's mom called to ask why Grandma Chun had been out for so long, not wanting to worry her. Grandma Chun thought for a moment and used Wen Qiang as an excuse, telling her that she was taking care of Wen Qiang with Mingzai. Mingzai's mom asked with concern, "Is Xiaowen okay? She has been sick a lot recently. It's so hard on her." "She's fine. You should eat lunch by yourself. Don't go hungry, okay?" Grandma Chen replied that she would be back soon before hanging up. Mingzai fell asleep, exhausted. Wen Qiang and Grandma Chen stayed by his bedside. Wen Qiang thought for a moment and asked, "Grandma, do you think Mingzai would be bullied at school?" Grandma Chen laughed and said, "How could that be? Mingzai is so sensible. He won't cause trouble." Wen Qiang thought to herself, if Mingzai doesn't cause trouble, what if trouble comes to him? The more sensible a child is, the easier it is for them to be bullied, especially considering Mingzai's father abandoned his wife and child and ran off with a woman from another province. Wen Qiang knew that this alone could become the sharpest blade to hurt him, used by seemingly innocent boys and girls to harm another equally young and vibrant life. But after all, this was just her speculation. With a sigh, Wen Qiang pondered. Kahai searched for some information but couldn't find out the species of that little weed. Thinking that the potting soil was bought from Wen Qiang's flower shop, Kahai contemplated whether he needed to visit her shop again. But thinking of the suffocating pollen inside the shop, he felt that this matter should be considered carefully. Just then, Kahai's phone vibrated again. He glanced at the caller ID, picked up the call, and said, "Captain M.O." The man on the other end sounded overwhelmed and exclaimed, "Professor Ku, what do you want to do to close this case?" Before Kahai could say anything, the man continued, "I'm really having a tough time, Professor Ku. This case involving a thug causing trouble has been stuck in my hands for almost half a month, and the higher-ups are asking me what's going on. Do you want to settle it privately or go to court? Just give me a clear answer, please. I'm really struggling here. Gehai Zipli." Then just close the case. The man on the other end was taken aback. "What? Did I hear that right?" Kahai was irritated by the slow response and slightly frowned, saying, "I said to close the case. Stop bothering me." With that, he hung up the phone. Xiao Ai, who had been listening from a distance, was completely stunned by Kahai's words, "close the case." After all, the most he had heard in recent days were Kahai's cold rejections. "I refuse, not accepted, just wait to die." Why did he suddenly change his tune today? "Xiao Ai," Kahai called out abruptly. Xiao Ai, who had been secretly observing Kahai, jumped up from his seat and stood at attention with perfect military posture, replying, "Yes, Professor." Kahai glanced at his silly assistant, his tone inadvertently revealing some disdain, and said, "The data from Lab 8 should be coming out soon. If all goes well, the progress should be good. Keep an eye on it." "Okay, Professor, no problem, Professor," Xiao Ai replied, still standing straight. But seeing that Kahai's expression was noticeably less gloomy than before, Xiao Ai couldn't help but wonder if this was a sign that the storm had passed. If so, could he complete the task assigned to him by Assistant Xiao Lin? He felt a bit upset. Assistant Xiao Lin hadn't paid attention to him for many days. Just as the police department had just called, Kahai received a call from Changshi right after. Changshi always managed to call from a different number to harass Kahai after he had blocked him. "Professor Ku, you are such a good person. I said you must have been joking the last time you were at the bar. Since you've let me off this time, we're brothers from now on. If anyone gives you trouble in the future, just drop my name, Changshi." Changshi chattered on and on. Kahai smacked and hung up the phone. Can't be friends with an idiot, it's contagious. In the afternoon, the biology department announced the list of participants for the biotechnology competition in Kyoto. There were only 3 people in total. Xiao Ai, a chemistry major, was assigned to Lin Yi and Lin Ni's team, although it was clear she was just there to do menial tasks. The men in the entire lab still looked at Xiao Ai with envy and jealousy in their eyes when they saw her. After experiencing the men's glares, Xiao Ai returned only to be blocked by Lin Ni at the office door. "Xiao Ai," Lin Ni called out. There were quite a few people in the hallway. Xiao Ai felt awkward about entering the office and also awkward about standing in the hallway. "Assistant Lin," she called weakly. Lin Ni asked her, "Have you managed to help out at all these past few days?" Xiao Ai honestly replied, "Sorry, Professor Ku is too fierce. I didn't dare." Lin Ni, what kind of man is she interested in? Just as Lin Ni was feeling hopeless and thinking about going back to check her eyes, she saw Kahai walking towards her. After some thought, she decided to take a chance and explain what happened that day at the bar. But unexpectedly, Kahai was suddenly called out to Professor Ko. Lin Deya, standing not far away, looked a bit melancholic. After some reflection, she realized she had indeed been causing trouble for Kohai and had come over this time to put an end to it. After all, her parents had been helping her apply to transfer to the Kyoto Research Institute, which she had been reluctant to do. Might as well bring this matter up. Professor Lin. Kohai actually changed from his previous indifference and impatience, walking slowly towards Lin Yi and finally stopping in front of her. Can I ask you a question? Kohai quietly looked at her. With the light behind him, his gaze seemed to carry a hint of tenderness. Being looked at like this gave one the illusion of being cherished. Lin Yi stumbled over her words. What question? Kohai took out his phone, flipped to a photo, and handed it to Lin Yi. Do you know what this plant is? Lin Yi looked at the seedling that resembled a weed. Her head filled with question marks. I've already said my research direction is in genetic biology, right? Chapter 19. The Clivia, although Kohai didn't ask what kind of weed it was, he was still in a good mood. After a long time, he had a morning shift and didn't even buy breakfast, heading straight home. The rose stem on the windowsill in his bedroom had completely withered. On the other hand, the small weed next to it was thriving. Kohai stared at the rose stem for a long time, then shifted his gaze to the little weed, and finally, he managed to smile. It was as if all his obsessions collapsed at that moment. The hard ice melted into gentle water, filling the basin. He dripped some nutrients onto the little weed and cheerfully asked, Are you being good today? The little weed didn't respond. Kohai thought it must be sulking because he had left in the office before without taking good care of it. After it had finally grown back, he had scolded it. It had every right to be angry. Kohai gently touched the leaves of the little weed with his warm fingertip and sincerely said, What happened before one tea happened again? No one can hurt you, I promise. Even the wind fell silent. Kohai sighed and conceded, It was wrong, okay? Please forgive me. The little weed remained unresponsive. Whether it was asleep or still sulking was unclear. Kohai didn't receive an apology from the little weed, and his good mood faded considerably. Even the braised crucian carp he ordered for dinner couldn't salvage his appetite. He languidly leaned against the windowsill and somehow dozed off. It's happening again. I want to sleep. The day has been so busy, and I still have a part-time job at night. In a hazy state, he heard that voice and instantly woke up. He stared at the little weed on the windowsill, not blinking. Why did you suddenly wake me up? You scared me. The little weed mumbled, unable to help but add, Why are you sleeping on the windowsill? You'll catch a cold. Sorry. I'll be more careful next time, Kohai blurted out, surprised even himself. Wen Qiang. Is Professor Ka talking in his sleep? Or is he awake? But isn't he awake? Could be sleepwalking? Wen Qiang couldn't help but deeply worry about her future, hearing the little weed's rich inner thoughts. Kohai sighed resignedly, but could only think to himself, I'm not sleepwalking, and I don't snore. I just have a bit of an exaggerated sleeping posture. He silently added more nutrients to the little weed and couldn't help but ask, What kind are you? Wen Qiang, how would I know? I can't see myself. Wen Qiang noticed that there was no shadow beside her and finally reacted, saying, What happened to my previous body? Kohai glanced at the withered rose stem placed aside and felt a bit guilty for some reason. Sure enough, the little weed said with dissatisfaction, Wow, Professor Ka really is fickle. Having a new one makes him forget the old one. Although they're both me. It proudly added. Kohai's thin lips curled slightly. Wen Qiang brought up the previous rose again and couldn't help but wonder if Kohai would feel sad about the disappearance of that flower since he didn't know she had changed bodies. Kohai gently stroked the leaves, his gaze very tender. It's okay. I'm not sad anymore. It was already late at night. Wen Qiang had just fallen asleep and opened her eyes to find herself here. After her mind was overly active, she felt extremely sleepy. Her little leaves trembled, and she thought, Good night, Professor Ko. Good night, Kohai replied. The next morning, before leaving, Kohai first placed the withered rose stem back and then set a mirror in front of the little weed. He gently touched the leaves before leaving. As soon as he arrived at the laboratory, Lin Yayao came to him. Professor Ko, I found something strange. Lin Yayao said as she handed the test report to Kohai. This was the report of a black petal he had no choice but to take from the rose when it was becoming weaker. He had used half of it for his own research and given the other half to Lin Yao. Lin Yao had a friend in plant research help with the testing, and only now did they get the results. This data, Lin Yao bit her nails, looking very uneasy. How could there be serum? Did it accidentally mix in? Serum is a component found in human blood. Plant cells only contain water and pigments like anthocyanins. Kahai stared at the serum content of a few micrograms. Suddenly, a phrase popped into his mind. Don't drip blood into my bottle. I really don't like that feeling. It was what it said. He recalled the day he had smeared blood on the leaves, and all the details came rushing back, prompting him to rethink everything. The leaves had indeed absorbed the blood, but when he tried to give it blood again, it had resisted strongly. At that time, Kahai had panicked due to the rose's display of disgust. But only now did he have the mind to think it through calmly. Since it could absorb, it meant it was useful. So why resist? Thousands of thoughts flashed through Kahai's mind, but it was just a fleeting moment. He took the report and politely said, Professor Lin, this data is very useful to me. I really appreciate your help. I hope you and your friends can keep this data confidential. Lin Yao nodded, of course, no problem. She had intended to ask about the serum content, but seeing Kahai's deep-set eyes, which clearly showed he was in deep thought, she figured he probably didn't know the reason either. Since he wanted her to keep it a secret, she didn't ask further, just smiled and prepared to leave. Professor Lin, there is one more thing, Kahai called out to her. Lin Yao turned her head to look at Kahai. Kahai said, after the incident at the bar last time, I regretted helping you. Lin Yao's breath hitched. Although she knew Kahai must have regretted it, she never expected him to bring it up so openly. Just as Lin Yao was unsure how to respond, Kahai's lips curved into a faint smile as he said, Now, I apologize for my thoughts back then. Really? Lin Yao was struck by Kahai's stunning beauty, her heart racing. Yes, because you're very useful, Kahai added. Lin Yao's heart raced wildly. Oh, I see. Kahai still wore that subtle smile. Lin Yao cleared her throat slightly and said, You saved me, and then looked down on me. I'll help you this time, and we'll call it even. Kahai responded with an Just as Lin Yao was about to leave, she ran into Qiang at the door of Kahai's office, carrying bags. Lin Yao angrily said, Do you have the face to appear in front of me? Do you want my parents and your parents to never associate with each other again? Qiang, she replied speechlessly, I didn't come to find you. Why are you yelling as soon as you see me? You didn't come to find me. You came to find Professor Ko? Lin Yao said, Qiang, please think before you lie. She crossed her arms, her face full of anger. Qiang rolled his eyes, unseen by her, and said, I really did come to find Professor Ko. Move aside. Upon hearing this, Lin Yao immediately became displeased and quickly blocked Qiang, saying, You made me go to the hospital, smash Professor Ko's office, and now what are you planning to do? I already said last time I just asked them to stop you until I could come to the rescue. I didn't force you to drink. It was your own stupidity. Qiang was also angry. Xiao Ai, watching the two argue back and forth, tremblingly asked Kahai, Professor, should we call the police? Kahai looked at Qiang and noticed he didn't seem to be causing trouble. Calmly said, Don't mind them. You do your data. Xiao Ai let out a soft "oh" and calmed down. Qiang was blocked at the door by Lin Yi, so he had to shout to Kahai, Professor Ko, please let Lin Yi step aside. I brought you some supplements, all for brain enhancement. You researchers. Lin Yi could no longer hold back and covered his loud mouth. There was no need for Kahai to intervene. Lin Yi had already dealt with Qiang thoroughly. Xiao Ai, who was almost bald from working on data, thought to herself, Another peaceful day today. The flower shop wasn't very busy in the morning. When Qiang finished her tasks and couldn't help but think about what happened last night. Sure enough, she woke up in her own room this morning. That proves that what happened the night before was not a dream. She really could shift into a new variety of plant at night, and that plant just happened to grow in Kahai's home. The feeling of being pressed down that she sensed before was likely because she was still a seed at that time, struggling to break through the soil. Thinking of this, when Qiang truly felt the malice from above, was this a consequence of selling too many flowers? After finally waking up from a plant-like state, now she had to be a human during the day and a plant at night? Just as when Qiang was sitting on the steps in front of the flower shop contemplating life, Mingzai slowly came to her side. When Qiang asked curiously, Mingzai, why didn't you go to school? Mingzai bit his lip and said, I'm still not feeling well today, so I took a day off. Wen Qiang stared at Ming Zai and thought for a moment before asking, someone is bullying you at school, right? Ming Zai quickly shook his head and said no. Wen Qiang looked at him suspiciously. Ming Zai didn't argue anymore. He just fell silent. Wen Qiang sighed inwardly and tried to lighten her tone, saying, when I was in school, I was often bullied too. My clothes were ragged. I ate the cheapest food. I always worked the hardest in my studies, but my grades never improved. Any difference from the norm could become an excuse for attack. Because you're different. You deserve to be excluded, to be targeted. Even if you report it, even if you argue, others will think, why doesn't everyone bully so-and-so, but only you? It's because there's something wrong with you. So, Sister Qiang, what did you end up doing? Ming Zai asked, his voice already tinged with tears. Wen Qiang's mind went blank for a moment. After a few seconds of silence, she said seriously, you have to be fiercer and stronger than anyone else. Only then will they shut up. But while being fierce, you can't just have strength without wisdom. So you have to look like a smooth stone, but in reality, you can smash someone's head open. For this, you have to put in a lot of effort to get through this life. Ming Zai was about to cry again. Wen Qiang rubbed his head and said, but for now, the best thing you can do is eat more and grow up quickly. In the future, how about waking up earlier and having breakfast at home before going to school? Ming Zai obediently nodded. Wen Qiang handed him a clivia and smiled. Go on. Just as Wen Qiang was about to stand up from the steps in front of the flower shop, she saw a pair of leather shoes appear in front of her. Looking up, she saw a man's long legs. Before she could see the man's face clearly, his voice came first. So, are you such a stone? Chapter 20 Mandala. Wen Qiang's expression stiffened for a moment. Then she said, Dr. Jiang, it doesn't seem like a good habit to eavesdrop on others. Jiang Huai smiled and said, sorry, I was being rude. I just didn't expect Boss Wen to say such things. Am I really looking like a flower in a greenhouse? As she spoke, Wen Qiang stood up from the steps and turned to walk into the flower shop. Jiang Huai touched his nose and asked, the child, is he feeling better? Wen Qiang realized Jiang Huai was referring to Ji Zai and replied, much better. Thank you for your concern, Dr. Jiang. Jiang Huai glanced around the flower shop and asked again, no Snow Mountain roses? Wen Qiang shook her head and said, I rarely sell that kind of flower here. Snow Mountain roses are delicate, and their appearance isn't much different from white roses. In a small town like Ningxing, there's really no market for them. The last bouquet was a special gift from the supplier. What a pity. Jiang Huai pondered for a moment, then smiled at Wen Qiang. In that case, Boss Wen, see you next time. Wen Qiang watched Jiang Huai walk to the door. Remembering her earlier sensitivity, she hesitated and said, Dr. Jiang. Jiang Huai stopped, his gaze lingering on her face. Wen Qiang spoke seriously. If I have Snow Mountain roses next time, I'll contact you. Jiang Huai smiled again. Okay. Although this was just a polite remark, Wen Qiang still took Jiang Huai's business card and placed it together with those of the suppliers and clients on the table. It felt like a drop of water falling into the ocean. That night, Wen Qiang lay in bed holding her phone, searching for information about people turning into plants at night. However, the search results were all fantasy novels. She anonymously posted for help on a forum, and the responses urged her to see a psychologist. Wen Qiang felt extremely frustrated. Throwing her phone aside, she looked at the moon outside the window. Suddenly, she remembered Ku Hai's gentle gaze under the moonlight. Wen Qiang couldn't help but smile. She slowly closed her eyes and fell asleep. Sure enough, when she opened her eyes again, it was the familiar windowsill. Ku Hai was leaning against the headboard reading a book. The warm yellow lamp cast Ku Hai's shadow on the adjacent wall, overlapping with the elongated shadow of a small weed. Wen Qiang moved her leaves to show her presence. As expected, Ku Hai glanced at her and said, awake? Wen Qiang made a soft sound in her heart, acknowledging him. Ku Hai continued, you've been sleeping for such a long time. I almost thought you weren't here anymore. Usually, he would come over to touch her leaves by this time. But now he just sat on the bed, looking at her from afar, as if watching a distant dream. For some reason, Wen Qiang felt that he seemed a bit lost and sad at that moment. She inexplicably said, sorry, I didn't mean to. Ku Hai quietly looked at her, then put down the book in his hands and said, good night. After saying that, he turned off the lamp. The bedroom fell into darkness. The moon outside was covered by clouds. Wen Qiang looked at the man's silhouette hidden in the darkness and couldn't help but mutter in her heart, why does it seem like he's angry? After saying that, she realized the dried rose stem next to her and a mirror. Wen Qiang vaguely saw an unknown plant growing in the white pot. It had two pitiful leaves, looking almost like weeds by the roadside. Wen Qiang. After a while, Wen Qiang finally accepted her new appearance. She glanced at the mirror and couldn't help but look at Kahai with confusion. She had just said last night that she couldn't see her own appearance. And today, there was an extra mirror on the windowsill. Was it coincidence? Wen Qiang finally fell asleep in a daze. Before her world quieted down, the man who should have been asleep in bed suddenly turned over. He lay there, staring at the small weed on the windowsill, clearly for the whole night. By the time the sky turned light, Kahai slowly closed his eyes. The next day, Xiaowen, why are you yawning all the time? Did you not sleep well last night? Old Lady Chun asked Wen Qiang. Wen Qiang rubbed her tearful eyes and said, No, I slept quite well last night. Speaking of which, it seemed she had spent less than a few minutes with Kahai last night, when she was still a rose. Kahai used to like talking to her. Indeed, did Professor Ku prefer flowering varieties? Suddenly, Wen Qiang felt a sense of impending worry about the future. If Professor Ku were to be upset one day and pulled out that little weed-like plant, what kind of plant would she turn into next? She wanted to grow in Professor Ku's flower pot rather than in the wild. Xiaowen, what are you daydreaming about? Old Lady Chen's voice brought Wen Qiang back to her senses. Wen Qiang blankly replied, What? Old Lady Chen said, I said if you didn't get enough rest, you could go back to sleep for a bit. I'll watch the shop for you. Wen Qiang shook her head and said, No, I have to restock this morning. It should be a bit busy. You just got better. Don't overwork yourself, Old Lady Chen urged her. It's fine, Grandma. I'm very healthy. Wen Qiang smiled widely. Just then, the supplier brought in fresh flowers, and Wen Qiang arranged for the workers to unload the goods. Seeing her so busy, Old Lady Chen sighed. On Kahai's side, in the high-precision laboratory, Kahai, wearing goggles, was dripping a colorless, transparent liquid from a pipette into a beaker on the test bench. The light blue solution in the beaker gradually turned dark green before precipitating. Xiao AI, holding a stopwatch, was diligently recording beside him. Not pure enough, do it again, Kahai said as he put down the pipette and removed his goggles. Xiao AI nodded and asked, Is increasing the concentration by 3 percentage points acceptable? Kahai replied with an MM. After Xiao AI recorded it, she couldn't help but say, Professor, have you been staying up late to review materials again? Your lifestyle is really not healthy. The last word healthy was swallowed back under Kahai's warning gaze. Don't discuss anything unrelated to work during working hours, Kahai said lightly, then turned and left the laboratory. Xiao AI thought to herself, where did Professor Ku get into trouble again? And why did it all fall on him? He really had it tough. Kahai sat down at his desk. The analysis of the black rose petals was still on his desk. He had stepped into a huge mystery, and it was only last night, when he was anxious for not receiving a response from that little weed, that he realized he was in too deep. The initiative had slipped from his grasp, and he couldn't let things continue to develop like this. Kahai lowered his gaze and locked the document in the drawer. A whole day's tight schedule passed quickly. After work, Kahai organized his documents and said goodbye to Xiao AI before leaving. As he stepped out of the office door, he saw someone standing in the hallway. The person was lazily leaning against the wall. Upon seeing Kahai, he smiled and said, Little friend, long time no see. Kahai quietly looked at him. Jiang Huai couldn't help but say, Why do you look like you're not surprised at all by my appearance? Kahai instinctively frowned and said, That unfortunate bouquet of roses was sent by you, right? Jiang Huai smiled cheerfully. What unfortunate roses? Those are my lucky flowers. Kahai scoffed coldly. Indeed, what kind of flower matches what kind of person? The meaning of Snow Mountain roses is purity and innocence. The wilting Snow Mountain rose has a completely opposite meaning, just like the man in front of me. Today, Jiang Huai is wearing a light gray casual outfit, giving off a warm and harmless vibe. He walks slowly to Kahai and says, Rude little brat, is this how you speak to your elders? Kahai brushes off Jiang Huai's hand that is trying to rest on his shoulder and replies coolly, What kind of elder are you? You're not welcome here. Please get out of Ning City. Jiang Huai shrugs and says with a hint of helplessness, Unfortunately, I can't fulfill your wish because I've found a job here. Guess what it is? It'll definitely surprise you. Kahai doesn't move at all. However, Xiao AI, who comes out behind, can't help but ask, Professor, Is this your friend? Jiang Huai smiles innocently and says, yes, a very good kind of friend. Did I tell you to shut up? Kohai grits his teeth and says, his expression darkening. Xiao AI is startled. Jiang Huai says, all right, little assistant, you should go back now. Xiao AI hesitates and glances at Kohai, noticing his grim face as if he wants to eat someone. For her own safety, Xiao AI finally says, then, Professor, I'll head back first. After saying that, she runs away. The corridor falls silent again. Kohai looks at Jiang Huai and says, so what do you want? Jiang Huai lazily replies, you left me without a word. What do you think I want? Do you have to talk like that? Kohai says as he reaches to punch Jiang Huai in the face. Jiang Huai's eyes turn cold, and he quickly grabs Kohai's hand, dislocating his finger joints one by one. Cold sweat instantly breaks out on Kohai's forehead. Jiang Huai then smiles as if nothing happened and says, kid, don't forget who taught you all your skills. Kohai clicks his tongue, popping all the dislocated joints back into place, and then says, do you need me to cut off my flesh to repay your kindness? Jiang Huai seems amused and laughs. Do you think you're Neza? Do you think I'm joking with you? Kohai stares at him coldly. Meeting Jiang Huai marks the darkest period of Kohai's life. Dark people tend to attract monsters born from darkness. Kohai has provoked such a monster, and since then, shadows have accompanied him, impossible to shake off, unable to escape. It's been a long time since we've had a run. Want to play? Jiang Huai smiles at him. Kohai does not refuse. Chapter 21. Strawflower. Jiang Huai's car was parked downstairs at the experimental center. It was an unremarkable white BMW X6. Only those in the know would understand that the car, aside from its exterior, had been completely modified inside. Jiang Huai opened the driver's door and got in. Kohai took a distant glance at his bicycle parked in the shed, but ultimately decided to sit in the passenger seat of Jiang Huai's car. Are you going back to get your car? Jiang Huai asked him. Kohai responded with a faint HM. Jiang Huai smiled ambiguously. They slowly reversed, started the engine, and drove off. All the restlessness was well concealed beneath a calm exterior. Kohai rolled down the window, his cool gaze watching the fleeting scenery of the small town outside. I have to say, the air here is really nice. I feel like I might fall in love with this place, Jiang Huai remarked. Kohai lazily asked, really? Jiang Huai just smiled without answering. Kohai knew that the person next to him wouldn't fall in love with anything, whether it be people or objects. The word love sounded bland and almost like a joke when it came from his mouth. Jiang Huai drove steadily through the crowded alley and arrived at the old building at the street corner. Kohai got out and asked the person on the other side of the passenger seat, if you run a race, can you just roll away far? Are you joking? Jiang Huai laughed at his naivety. Kohai turned silently to go to the garage to get his car. The key was hanging on the rack nearby. People here were used to leaving their doors unlocked when going out, and in just 3 months, Kohai seemed to have assimilated into the small-town resident's way of life. But someone was making it difficult for him. Accompanied by a flashy supercar emerging from the darkness, Kohai felt as if someone was gripping his neck, trying to pull him out of the current tranquility. The narrow alley couldn't accommodate 2 cars side by side. Jiang Huai lowered the car window and said to Kohai, I saw that there's a mountain nearby, Luoshan, with a great location. Let's go there. Kohai input the destination on the map and first started the car to circle around from the other side. Jiang Huai smirked and followed suit by stepping on the accelerator. The black and white cars raced closely behind each other. Kohai arrived at the foot of Luoshan first. Ningxing was already nestled against mountains and rivers, and while Luoshan wasn't the highest, its terrain was the most treacherous. Although there was a winding mountain road, it couldn't accommodate vehicles due to the terrain, and only a few adventurers would ride mountain bikes up to watch the sunrise. Kohai retracted his gaze and asked, How we play? Jiang Huai replied, Just a lap. If you can stay within 5 counts of me, I'll let you go back. Kohai said coolly, Then let's start. Wait, I need to smoke first, Jiang Huai said as he got out of the car. Kohai frowned but said nothing more. Jiang Huai leaned against the car door and lit a cigarette. Amidst the swirling smoke, he asked, Really quit? Quit. Jiang Huai exhaled a perfect smoke ring. Suddenly, as if recalling something, he said, I heard you have a girlfriend now. That florist? You move fast. Kohai's eyes narrowed, and almost as a declaration, he said, I have nothing to do with her. Others don't say it that way. Jiang Huai chuckled, extinguishing the half-finished cigarette. Get high now, full de. Let us get ready, Jiang Huai said as he opened the car door and got back in. Kuhai's hands rested on the steering wheel, his gaze indifferent. In their line of work, before the experiment yielded results, the entire process and the summarized data were all monotonous. Back in the U.S., to alleviate the boredom, he had nearly released all his pent-up emotions on the racetrack. But in the nearly 3 months since coming to Ningxing, aside from a few outings with Xiang Wei, he had hardly touched a car, let alone driven over 80. As Jiang Huai suddenly pressed the horn, Kahai simultaneously stepped on the gas. His body hadn't rusted. All his reflexes sharpened at that moment. With a roar, the car sped away. Jiang Huai smirked as he quickly followed suit. The winding mountain road was initially designed with 2 lanes in both directions, but due to the collapse of the outer barrier, the downhill outer lane was practically unusable. Overtaking uphill was easy, but downhill was difficult. So to win, one had to maintain an advantage on the way up. Kahai first passed the first curve, and the tires kicked up sand and gravel. Before it could settle, they were again stirred up by the white BMW behind. Holding his breath, Kuhai's lead began to show signs of fatigue midway. It was like running the first lap of an 800-meter race without conserving energy. He gradually fell behind in the second lap. As he approached the 6th curve, Jiang Huai executed a drift and left him behind. Gritting his teeth, Kuhai immediately turned around after the curve and rushed downhill. With less than 3 curves remaining, Kahai realized that if he continued to follow Jiang Huai, overtaking him would be impossible. He couldn't help but lick his back gums. The accelerator was pressed all the way down. Jiang Huai looked at the black supercar crashing in from behind, and, after an initial shock, a nearly wild smile appeared in his eyes. This is interesting. He wouldn't budge, firmly blocking Kahai's way. Seeing that the distance between the 2 cars had shrunk to just 2 or 3 meters. Colliding at their current speed would only take a blink of an eye. Kahai suddenly turned the steering wheel sharply. The black supercar veered into the right lane. Due to the collapsed barrier, the right tires were nearly airborne, while the left side scraped against the speeding BMW. With just a split second of reaction time, Jiang Huai also turned his steering wheel sharply. The white BMW squeezed past the black supercar, and the lane for driving became increasingly narrow. Kuhai's car drove dangerously close to the cliff. Both vehicles reached their speed limits, and at that moment, Kuhai had only 2 choices: either yield and let Jiang Huai take the lead, or be crashed off the cliff by Jiang Huai's car. Kuhai shot a cold glance at the BMW beside him. Without a second thought, he turned the steering wheel half a turn towards the outer lane again. The car quickly lost weight. As the black supercar was about to fall off the cliff, Jiang Huai's pupils dilated sharply. He cursed inwardly, crazy. The white BMW deftly turned back into the inner lane. Kuhai slammed the steering wheel back. The black supercar returned to the lane, successfully overtaking Jiang Huai. Kuhai didn't just fall behind by 5 points. He won decisively. The 2 got out of their respective cars almost simultaneously. Before Jiang Huai could react, Kuhai threw a punch at his face. Jiang Huai reacted in just a split second. He raised his leg and kneed Kuhai sharply in the stomach. Kuhai gasped, bending over to clutch his abdomen. Jiang Huai seized his hair, forcing him to look directly at him. Are you venting your madness on me? Kid, you're a bit unreasonable, huh? Sometimes I really feel sorry for you. Kuhai quietly looked at him. Jiang Huai sneered. Who is more pathetic now? Kuhai's scalp was nearly pulled off by Jiang Huai, but he seemed to feel no pain, laughingly saying, "At least I still have a reason to live." What about you? What do you have left? You got some guts, Jiang Huai said, his eyes steady as he landed 2 heavy punches on Kuhai. Want to provoke me again? Kuhai coughed out a mouthful of blood, but felt exhilarated. Jiang Huai, I pity you. Besides you, no one remembers what happened back then. You have nothing left. You're just a wandering ghost in this world. Jiang Huai was completely enraged. The 2's fists intertwined back and forth until, in the end, both were bruised and battered, with neither gaining the upper hand over the other. Kuhai leaned against the car door, panting as he said to Jiang Huai, "You should go. Don't appear in front of me again, or I'll hit you every time I see you." After saying this, he reached out to open the car door, but his hand was pressed down by someone. No one remembers what happened back then. It seems to me that you remember quite well. Jiang Huai's voice was eerily strange. Just as Kuhai was about to react, someone suddenly grabbed the back of his neck. With a bang, His face was slammed against the side window. Jiang Huai casually brushed Ku Hai's hair that had fallen behind his neck, revealing a line of tiny text along his hairline, which was hard to notice at first glance. It was 5 cursive letters. Lemon. Do you still dare to say you don't remember? Jiang Huai's smile widened, as if he had just heard the funniest joke in the world. Ku Hai forcefully pushed Jiang Huai's hand away, his eyes dark as a December wind. Are you out of your mind? Jiang Huai, smiling, raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, saying, all right, just joking, don't be mad. Ku Hai stared at Jiang Huai for several seconds before coldly opening the car door. This time, Jiang Huai didn't stop him. The car sped away. Jiang Huai remained standing in place, the smile on his lips showing his good mood. The landlord called to ask Jiang Huai why he hadn't returned yet, and if he wanted to have some late-night snacks saved for him. Jiang Huai replied, no need. I'll be back later. Hearing Jiang Huai's somewhat hoarse voice, the landlord expressed concern. Dr. Jiang, are you all right? Jiang Huai responded, me fine. He had never felt better than he did now. It was really great to know that someone in this world shared his pain. Ku Hai drove back to the corner of Nanxiang Street at a slow 40 miles per hour. After parking the car in the garage, he quietly settled into the driver's seat, reaching to touch the hairline at the back of his neck. After the tattoo's wound healed, the skin would become smooth. And if the tattoo was in an inconspicuous place, most people would need to use a mirror to accurately find where it was. But he didn't need to. Despite not having remembered this tattoo for a long time, his fingertips still recalled the position of each letter. Ku Hai sat in the car for a while before heading upstairs. When he pushed open the bedroom door, the little weeds on the windowsill almost immediately greeted him. You're back. What happened, Professor Ku? How did you get hurt? Must hurt a lot. What if I say it hurts? Ku Hai looked distantly at the little weeds on the windowsill. Wen Qiang was stunned. What the hell? Why does it feel like they suddenly crossed dimensions to have a conversation? Little Rose, let me ask you, what if I say it hurts? Chapter 22, Yellow Rose, Little Rose. Wen Qiang almost thought she heard wrong. She had clearly changed bodies and was no longer the previous Rose. So why? Curious? Ku Hai asked, slowly walking in front of the little weed. The cold fingertip brushed against the significantly taller leaves of the little weed. Wen Qiang froze, not daring to move. Why are you silent? Ku Hai said calmly, I told you I won't hurt you. The little weed remained quiet, as if it had never made any sound. Ku Hai chuckled, you're actually afraid of me. Wen Qiang didn't know how to describe her feelings at that moment. But after a moment, she felt that it shouldn't be like this between her and Ku Hai. It shouldn't be like this. I'm not afraid of you, just. It feels strange, Wen Qiang said slowly. After all, Ku Hai knew she could move, so it seemed reasonable that he could hear her speaking. So when could you hear me speak? Wen Qiang asked. Ku Hai lowered his body and sat on the carpet by the bed, his wounded face looking a bit stern. A long time ago, when you were knocked down by the black cat. Wen Qiang. So I've been embarrassed for so long. What's there to be embarrassed about? Haven't you seen me embarrassed before? Ku Hai quietly looked at the little weed on the windowsill. Wen Qiang thought that was indeed the case. The next moment, she asked in shock, can you hear what I'm thinking? What kind of bizarre setting is this? Yes, I can. I know everything about you, Ku Hai said, his eyes narrowing slightly, as if enjoying it. Wen Qiang felt a chill run down her back and was speechless for a long while. Ku Hai looked at her and said, but I've never heard where you came from. Do you have kindred? Wen Qiang fell silent, unsure how to answer. She didn't want Ku Hai to know who she was. She just wanted to be an unknown weed in his flower pot. I can't hear your voice. Are you thinking about how to respond? Ku Hai pressed. Wen Qiang suddenly realized what she had thought earlier. She tentatively asked, did you not hear what I just thought? No, Ku Hai seemed amused. I can hear what you want to say in your heart, but if you don't want to say it yourself, how can I hear it? Wen Qiang inexplicably felt relieved. Ku Hai noticed she didn't want to continue this topic, leaned back against the bed, and stretched his long legs into a very comfortable position. He then opened another topic. I haven't asked your name yet. Do you have a name? Wen Qiang stared at the lazy face of the man under the moonlight and said impulsively, Little Rose. I'll just call myself Little Rose. It just rolled off the tongue. Ku Hai said, let me ask another question. Wen Qiang responded with an ah. Will we be able to meet every day in the future? Ku Hai raised his head, his gaze again landing on the flower pot on the windowsill. Wen Qiang, what? Ku Hai said, when I want to talk to you, will you be around? Wen Qiang thought carefully for a few seconds before saying, not necessarily always. Then when will you be around? Kahai asked. Wen Qiang tentatively said, generally around 10 o'clock at night. Kahai finally smiled, deal. Wen Qiang hesitated for a while and then said, about your wound. What's wrong with the wound? Kahai leaned back against the bed again. Wen Qiang said, it's better to take care of it. Kahai, too lazy to move. Wen Qiang, fine. The two fell into a long silence. Just when Wen Qiang thought Kahai might have fallen asleep, he suddenly said, not asleep. Wen Qiang, how can I sleep when your thoughts are so rich? Kahai raised his head to look at her. Wen Qiang felt both ashamed and awkward. I'm sorry. Kahai got up from the floor, stretched lazily, and gently touched the leaves before saying, it's okay. Despite sitting on the ground for so long, the man's fingertips were no longer as cold as before. When Kahai entered the bathroom to wash up, Wen Qiang was still pondering why Kahai could hear her voice. After all, whether flowers or grass, they don't have mouths. Why could Kahai, as a human, hear her speak? And he could even hear her inner thoughts. It was simply too unfair. With these thoughts, Wen Qiang finally succumbed to sleepiness and fell asleep. When Kahai came out again, the little weed on the windowsill had fallen into silence. He called out, Little Rose? No one responded. Kahai knew she was asleep. He walked slowly to the windowsill and quietly looked at the little weed under the moonlight. She cared about him. So this time, could there be something to look forward to? If he immersed himself in it this time, would there be a different outcome? Kahai couldn't find an answer. Instead, the tattoo at the nape of his neck began to burn faintly. He slightly lowered his head and pressed his right hand against the painful spot. His expression turned a bit gloomy. The next day, Kahai arrived at the office and saw Xiao Ai's empty desk. Finally realizing that Xiao Ai had gone to the capital with Lin Yaya for a competition. He put on a white lab coat and then his glasses before heading to the laboratory. In fact, the equipment at the Ningxing Experimental Center was quite good. Their experimental data was precisely recorded by computers every time. However, Kahai still preferred to do things himself. The human eye can always observe many things that computers cannot. By the time he finished recording the sample data, it was already close to noon. At that moment, there was a knock at the office door. The visitor was Zhou Zifeng, the head of the logistics department of the experimental center. Professor Ko, can I come and talk? Of course, please come in. Kahai casually placed a folder on the desk. Zhou Zifeng entered and saw the wound on Kahai's face, unable to help but ask, Professor Ko, are you injured? Kahai replied, just a small injury. What do you need? Zhou Zifeng quickly got to the point, saying it's like this. There's an expansion speech at Yunding High School this afternoon, and they just happened to invite our experimental center. I heard this is usually the assistant's task. Kahai maintained a neutral expression. He neither rejected nor accepted, simply stating the fact quietly, leaving no room for criticism. Zhou Zifeng awkwardly said, that's true. Our professors and assistants are basically familiar faces, and this year was originally arranged for the new assistant Xiao Ai. But you see she. So? Kahai asked. Zhou Zifeng hurriedly seized the opportunity, saying, since you're also a new face, I wonder if you were free this afternoon? It wasn't just about being a new face. The main thing was that this man was quite popular. Now, at Yunding High School, there were countless requests for Kahai to give a speech, and the school teachers couldn't stop them. Kahai said expressionlessly, with Xiao Ai gone. I have to handle all my tasks myself. Do you think I have time? Zhou Zifeng immediately looked like he had lost hope, saying, in that case then, a newcomer from the department only needs to go once. If I go, Xiao Ai won't need to go again, right? Kahai suddenly asked. Zhou Zifeng nodded. Kahai said, in that case, I'll go this afternoon. The unspoken rules of the workplace have always been like this. He generally does not compromise easily. But if he can bring some convenience to valuable people around him, he is not completely unwilling to make concessions. Zhou Zifeng was overjoyed and said, that's great. We will prepare the press release, and all you have to do is go up and give a speech. Though he said speech, Zhou Zifeng's face vaguely displayed the word selling face. This matter was thus settled. In the morning, Wen Qiang finished dealing with the flower shop's affairs and sat behind the counter, pondering over what happened last night. Kahai could hear her voice. That meant she had to be more cautious in the future to conceal her identity. Fortunately, the thing she didn't want the other party to know wouldn't be heard by them. So, was there still room for concealment? Wen Qiang couldn't lighten her mood. The safest way now seemed to be to never have any communication with Kahai again. Even if she passed by, she could choose to fall asleep again. As long as she did this, her true identity would never be revealed. She could be the flower fairy or spirit in Kohai's memory. But in any case, she wouldn't be the flower shop owner at the corner. But could this really ensure everything would be fine? Wen Qiang didn't know. After having lunch and resting for a while, Wen Qiang was awakened by a commotion coming from next door. She found out that Mingzai's mother had gone into labor. Just as she was about to help Granny Chun take Mingzai's mother to the hospital, Granny Chun suddenly received news that Mingzai had gotten into a fight with classmates at school and needed his parents to come. Upon hearing this, Granny Chun nearly collapsed. It was Wen Qiang who quickly supported her. Wen Qiang made a swift decision and said, "Granny Chun, I don't know how to care for a pregnant woman. So you need to pull yourself together and go to the hospital with Mingzai's mother. I'll handle things at Mingzai's school. Xiaowen, I'm sorry to trouble you." Granny Chun gritted her teeth and left with Mingzai's mother. Wen Qiang watched the car leave before closing the flower shop and preparing to head to Yunding Primary School, where Mingzai was. In the last accident, her small electric scooter had been damaged. The driver responsible not only compensated Wen Qiang for medical and emotional distress, but also replaced her scooter with an identical one. At this moment, as she looked at the scooter that had been idle for a long time, unpleasant memories surged up. But in the end, she gritted her teeth and got on it. Yunding Primary School was affiliated with Yunding High School, about 4 or 5 kilometers from her home on Nanchang Road. Wen Qiang quickly arrived on her scooter. When she saw Mingzai, the half-grown boy was hanging his head, looking pitiful. The homeroom teacher frowned at Wen Qiang and said, "You're not a parent, are you?" Wen Qiang shook her head and said, "Mingzai's family has some issues. I'm here on behalf of Granny Chun. My name is Wen Qiang." The homeroom teacher seemed displeased and said, "It's precisely because there's no man in the family that the child can't be raised properly. At this age, children need education. Just look at him. If he's not educated well, he ends up like this, fighting with classmates." Wen Qiang couldn't help but glance at Mingzai. He had his head down, and his eyes were completely red. Wen Qiang softened her voice and asked, "Mingzai, what happened? Tell Sister Qiang." Mingzai gritted his teeth and remained silent. Wen Qiang squatted down in front of him and earnestly said, "Didn't I tell you last time? You have to be a smooth stone that can hit someone and cause them to bleed when necessary." Mingzai looked up at Wen Qiang. However, the homeroom teacher couldn't help but shout, "Miss Wen, how are you educating this child? Are you encouraging him to continue fighting?" Wen Qiang rubbed Mingzai's head and said, "Talk to me." Finally, Mingzai spoke. "Recently, when I was having breakfast at home, I had no pocket money. They insisted on asking me for money, spat on me, and called me a child without a father. I couldn't hold back. All right, Sister Qiang understands. Leave the rest to me." Wen Qiang gently hugged the trembling boy. She then stood up and addressed the homeroom teacher. "Teacher, a while ago, Mingzai was bullied by students and even ended up in the hospital because of it. But I believe education is the school's responsibility, so I didn't interfere. However, this time, I don't intend to remain silent. I want the school to give me an explanation." The homeroom teacher was taken aback for a moment and then coldly replied, "You want the school to give an explanation? Just based on his word? Nowadays, kids will say anything to escape punishment. How do I know?" "Teacher." Wen Qiang interrupted her coldly, "I believe Mingzai wouldn't lie. But you, as a teacher, without any investigation, are labeling the student. Is that really okay? You, do you know what you're saying?" The homeroom teacher raised her voice sharply. Wen Qiang sneered and was about to speak when she saw a man being surrounded and walking toward them. All her sharp words got caught in her throat. Chapter 23 Chives and Lotus Today. Kohai was wearing a shiny light gray suit. On others, this color would inevitably appear greasy and bulky, but on him, it was showcased just right. He looked like he had been meticulously dressed, walking among the crowd like a star surrounded by the moon. The homeroom teacher saw that Wen Qiang didn't refute her and immediately became even more arrogant. "Miss Wen," according to several other children, "it was Song Qingsen who caused this trouble first. I called you here today so that you can take Song Qingsen home and discipline him properly. Bring him back when you've thought it through." Her words were almost pointed directly at Wen Qiang's nose. The crowd gradually closed in. The man's indifferent gaze unexpectedly met Wen Qiang's in the air, but he merely glanced at her from a distance and passed by without pausing for a moment. The homeroom teacher was still shouting in frustration. "Miss Wen, are you even listening to me?" Wen Qiang felt embarrassed. The man who brushed past her was radiant and clear, while she was rolling in the dust. They seemed out of place, as if they belonged to two different worlds. The homeroom teacher, completely ignored by Wen Qiang, turned her face to Ming Zai and angrily said, "Song Qingxin, look at that person. He is a professor at our Ningxing Experimental Center. You should learn well from him. Even if you can't become such a person, at least don't be a scum of society." Ming Zai could no longer hold back, and a sob escaped from his teeth. Wen Qiang's body trembled violently. She reached out to shield the red-eyed Ming Zai behind her and said sharply, "I demand to see the principal. I want to check the surveillance footage and find witnesses. If you dare not agree, I will make a huge scene today. He is a superior person, and she is a humble dust. Though he may be a beautiful jade, she will certainly be her own pebble. Though small, a pebble is not something that can be easily squeezed." "Miss Wen, do you mean you don't trust my judgment as the homeroom teacher?" The homeroom teacher's expression turned cold. Wen Qiang laughed. "Your judgment? In the face of the truth. How much is your judgment worth?" "You." The homeroom teacher's face was filled with anger. "All right, fine. Then I'll let you know clearly." A group of people marched towards the principal's office. After learning about the situation, the principal had someone pull up the surveillance video from that time. When he saw the footage of several teenagers surrounding Ming Zai and verbally abusing him, the homeroom teacher's face turned pale. The few boys who bullied Ming Zai immediately shrank their heads like quails. When Qiang watched the video of Ming Zai enduring humiliation, unwilling to confront the group, and felt a chill in her palm. She gritted her teeth and finished watching the video before turning her cold gaze to the homeroom teacher. "May I ask how your school plans to resolve this matter?" The homeroom teacher stammered. "What else is there to resolve? Since these few people bullied Song Qingxin, they should just apologize, right? Are you joking, teacher?" Wen Qiang suddenly laughed. She had a very delicate and harmless appearance, like a quietly blooming white rose. But at this moment, her smile was filled with mockery, making her look like a rose with thorns. Beautiful yet dangerous. Who just said that one can't become a superior person and can't be a scum of society? I've never seen such a way of suppressing children in education. Don't you think you are the one who needs to apologize to the child the most? The homeroom teacher was momentarily speechless. "You want me to apologize? I'm a teacher. How can a teacher apologize to a student?" When Qiang didn't want to continue arguing with her, just turned to the principal and asked, "Does Mr. Principal have the same opinion?" The principal pondered for a moment and shook his head. He said to the homeroom teacher, "Teacher Zhao, this matter was indeed too arbitrary on our part. You need to apologize to the child." "But principal, if I apologize to him, what authority will I have in the future? Do I still need to be the homeroom teacher?" The homeroom teacher strongly disagreed. When Qiang coldly said, "Teacher Zhao, if the only way you can make students believe in you is through arbitrariness and violence, I think you might not be suited for this position." That accusation was quite serious. Just as the homeroom teacher was about to argue, the principal's tone turned cold. "Teacher Zhao." The homeroom teacher had no choice but to grit her teeth. She looked at Ming Zai, who was standing beside Wen Qiang with his head down, and then glanced at the few students nearby who were occasionally stealing glances this way, feeling aggrieved. "I was wrong. I apologize to classmate Song Qingxin for this matter." After saying that, she left with a cold face. Wen Qiang looked at the principal and said, "Mr. Principal, just to confirm, there shouldn't be any situations in the future where students are punished for embarrassing teachers, right?" The principal's eyelids twitched, wondering whose daughter this was, daring to say anything. He sighed and said, "If you are worried, I can transfer Song Qingxin to another class. The 5th grade second semester is about to be rearranged anyway." Wen Qiang smiled with her eyes curved. "Then I'll trouble you, Mr. Principal." The remaining few quails, of course, also had to apologize to Ming Zai. Before leaving the principal's office, several quails watched Wen Qiang take Ming Zai away with a sense of fear. After all, it was the first time they had seen their class's mother tiger being put in her place. Wen Qiang asked for a half-hour leave for Ming Zai, and she took him to sit on the steps of the school playground. Only then did she ask, "Are you hurt?" Ming Zai nodded. Wen Qiang didn't comfort him, but gave him time to digest the matter. After a long silence, Ming Zai suddenly asked, "Sister Qiang, why did my dad leave?" Wen Qiang sighed. "Yes, why did he leave? A man who once made such vows, why would he abandon his wife, elderly mother, and 2 children to run off with another woman?" Wen Qiang was not Ming Zai's father and would never be able to answer that question. "Ming Zai," Wen Qiang called him. Ming Zai looked at Wen Qiang seriously. Seeing her smile and gentle voice, she said, "Maybe when you find someone you like, you will understand why." Ming's eye stared at Wen Qiang for a while and suddenly asked, "Then does Sister Qiang have someone she likes?" Wen Qiang was taken aback by this sudden question and awkwardly replied, "Let us talk about your matters. Don't drag me into this." Ming's eye fell silent for a moment and suddenly said to Wen Qiang, "Then if I grow up and Sister Qiang still doesn't have anyone who likes her, I will like you." Wen Qiang couldn't help but laugh. "So in your eyes, I have no charm?" Ming's eye anxiously explained, "No, Sister Qiang is very charming." Wen Qiang burst into laughter. Teasing children is really fun. Wen Qiang didn't linger at school for long. After sending Ming's eye back to the classroom, she quickly contacted Grandma Chun. Grandma Chun said, "She has been taken into surgery and hasn't come out yet. Is everything all right on your side?" Wen Qiang replied, "Of course. With me here, what could go wrong? Don't worry." Grandma Chun said with a choked voice, "Thank you, Xiaowen." Wen Qiang quickly corrected her. "When I was hospitalized, you all took turns taking care of me. Now I'm just helping a little, so don't thank me like that." Grandma Chun didn't continue to be overly polite. Wen Qiang asked a few more questions before hanging up and heading towards the hospital. Ming's eye's mom was in the obstetrics and gynecology department on the second floor. As Wen Qiang just reached the staircase, she ran into Jiang Huai coming down. Jiang Huai took the initiative to greet her, "Little one boss." "Hello, Dr. Jiang." Wen Qiang threw out a greeting and hurried towards the obstetrics and gynecology department. Jiang Huai's gaze lingered on Wen Qiang's back for a long time, eventually turning into a faint smile at the corners of his mouth. He stepped forward and continued down the stairs. A nearby nurse leaned in and said, "Dr. Jiang is really lucky. He can meet beautiful women wherever he goes." Jiang Huai replied, "Yes, there's one right beside me now. What a coincidence." The little nurse was flattered by Jiang Huai's casual words and started chattering away, asking about his well-being. Jiang Huai responded easily, much like those top students who know the answers to the test by heart, calm and indifferent. When Wen Qiang arrived, Grandma Chun was pacing outside the operating room. She walked up and asked, "Is there any news yet?" Grandma Chun said, "They just said she has 3 fingers dilated, but it's still not going well. I think I should arrange for a C-section, but she is so stubborn, saying that a natural birth is healthier for the baby." Grandma Chun took a breath, her eyes reddening. When she gave birth to Ming's eye, it was a life-and-death situation. She thought this second child would be easier, but unexpectedly. Wen Qiang sighed. Her gaze fell on the bright red words and surgery on the operating room door, her mind drifting far away. Those 3 words had once been her nightmare, making her feel lost and like a walking dead. Now, looking at those words again, Wen Qiang felt as if that period of time belonged to a past life. "Xiaowen, will Ming's eye's mom be okay?" Grandma Chun clutched Wen Qiang's hand, asking with pleading eyes. Wen Qiang lowered her gaze and gently said, "Of course. You and Ming's eye are waiting for her. She will be fine." Time passed slowly, and Wen Qiang held Grandma Chen's hand, waiting outside the corridor. Near 5 o'clock in the afternoon, a doctor came out, sweating profusely, and said, "Family members, is Li Mingjin's family here?" Grandma Chun hurried over, anxious. "I'm her mother-in-law." "Doctor, what happened?" "Is Ming's eye's mom." The doctor explained, "The situation for the pregnant woman really can't allow for a natural birth. You mothers-in-law shouldn't only think about grandsons. You should consider your daughter-in-law as well." Grandma Chun said, "Then, hurry up and arrange for a C-section, please." The doctor looked at Grandma Chun suspiciously, confirming she was serious and probably wouldn't cause a ruckus afterwards, and then arranged it. Another long wait ensued. Wen Qiang sat aside, her mind feeling inexplicably hazy. In her daze, she seemed to hear someone speaking. It was Kohai's voice. Chapter 24. The worry-relieving flower. All phenomena in nature can be explained by science. This is beyond doubt. Kohai's voice seemed to be right next to her, yet also felt distant. Wen Qiang bit her lip, trying to force herself to wake up. But with Kohai's voice, her consciousness only became more and more blurred. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself in a large lecture hall. Below her were countless eager students, and behind her was Kohai speaking. For example, the well-known will-o'-the-wisps are largely the result of spontaneous combustion of phosphorus. The sound of marbles falling from the ceiling is actually the sound produced by changes in the material structure of the building materials. Everyone should believe in science, and not superstition. Wen Qiang interjected, "What about me? What am I?" Kahai, who was speaking, paused. The students below also held their breath, waiting for him to continue. Kahai said, "The demons and ghosts and the tales of strange phenomena are all fabricated." Wen Qiang scoffed. Gee. He finally had to face the pot of green radishes on his podium. If he heard correctly, that was the voice of his chatty rose at home, right? Because Kahai had stuttered twice, the students below finally realized that this exceptionally good-looking professor seemed to have forgotten his words. Naturally, a boring script is hard for anyone to remember. Kahai stared at the pot of green radishes, no matter how he looked at it. It was just an ordinary pot of green radishes, with nothing unusual about it. He withdrew his gaze and continued, "The earliest text in our country, Shan Hai Jing is." Wen Qiang began to interrupt again. "Shan Hai Jing is real. Just look at me. I am a flower demon. This is what you get for ignoring me and making me embarrassed." Kahai's temple throbbed, and he simply pretended he hadn't heard anything, continuing to recite his script expressionlessly. To everyone else, it seemed like Kahai was giving an impassioned speech. But in Kahai's mind, that green radish, which called itself a flower demon and had the same good voice as its chatty rose, would always follow up with a retort after he finished each sentence. When the lecture finally ended, the applause was thunderous. Most of the sounds came from girls with starry eyes or hearts floating above their heads. It didn't feel like they were listening to a lecture in a high school classroom, but rather like they were at a concert cheering for their idol. Kahai felt exhausted. The principal stepped onto the stage after Kahai and continued the speech. This time, the girls below were obviously much calmer. If it were usual, Kahai would have probably already arranged to leave with the school. But looking at the pot of green radishes still placed on the podium, he decided to sit quietly in the back of the classroom and wait for the principal to finish speaking. During the principal's speech, the green radish remained quiet. If Kahai didn't know he didn't have auditory hallucinations, he might have doubted everything that just happened. Several girls nearby kept shooting hearts at Kahai. He pretended not to see. As 6 o'clock approached, the principal was still passionately speaking, and the students below were starting to get restless. The cafeteria doesn't wait for anyone. If they go late, there will be no food. Fortunately, the principal, still holding on to the last shred of conscience, let everyone go a few minutes past 6. Kahai was immediately surrounded by a group of admirers. He sincerely said, "Sorry, I have something to discuss with the principal. If you all would like, we can go together." The girls? "Who wants to go with you to see the principal?" Kahai pushed through the crowd and returned to the podium. The principal immediately shook Kahai's hand and said, "Professor K's lecture was truly moving. Indeed, heroes emerge in youth. Let us have a meal together tonight. I'll invite all the single eligible female teachers from our school." After being quiet for a long time, Wen Qiang couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, a large-scale blind date scene. The education world today is really deteriorating, and people are becoming heartless." He forced out an unflattering smile and said to the principal, "Principal Li, I'd like to ask you for a favor." The principal replied, "Of course." Kahai pointed to the pot of green radishes on the podium, gritting his teeth, and said, "I happen to need an experimental subject. Can you give me that pot of green radishes?" Wen Qiang. The principal hesitated for a moment before saying, "Of course. It's just a pot of green radishes. Can't your lab afford it? Aren't you a chemistry professor?" These two questions were swallowed back by the principal. Life is already so difficult. There is no need for adults to expose everything. Kahai exchanged a pot of green radishes for a large-scale blind date scene. When he returned to the car, he shoved the green radishes onto the center console. Chillingly said, "Continue speaking. I'm here to listen to you for as long as you want." Wen Qiang closed her eyes, thinking, "I must be dreaming. I hope I'm dreaming." Kahai rubbed his temples in frustration. At first, Wen Qiang had a glimmer of hope because Kahai had ignored her, thinking he probably couldn't hear her talking. However, Kahai didn't just hear it. He clearly had it at the tip of his heart. What a petty man. Petty? Kahai repeated the question. Wen Qiang quickly shook the leaves, saying, No, it's just a joke. Look at how boring it is for you to give a speech alone on the podium. I'm just keeping you company." Wen Qiang, who had never acted spoiled in her life, was grateful at that moment that she didn't blush. So she was unrestrained. "So tell me, why have I ever looked down on you? Why have I ignored you?" Kahai gently touched the back of the green vine leaf with his fingertip, almost like scratching a cat's chin. "If I looked down on you, that little weed of yours would have long been in the trash, and it would be wet garbage. Wen Qiang. No need to repeat what kind of garbage it is. She fell silent. Kohai also stopped speaking. He seemed somewhat anxious. His brows knitted together. Wen Qiang thought for a long time and realized she was indeed at fault. After a while, she said, "I'm sorry I was wrong." "So what's going on with you now?" Kohai finally asked the question that had been weighing on his heart for so long. Previously, it was that white rose that had been destroyed, and she had appeared among the weeds. Could it be that something happened to the little weed while he was away? Thinking of this possibility, Kohai immediately drove home. When Qiang asked sweetly, "What happened all of a sudden?" Kohai glanced at her and said, "Just going to see if your little weed is still alive." Wen Qiang. No need to keep calling it a little weed. He really is a petty man. I can hear you. Speak a little nicer, okay? Kohai threatened her again. Wen Qiang felt a surge of irritation, but didn't he have the courage to continue criticizing him? On the way back, Kohai received a call from Josephine, asking if he was coming back to clock in that night. Kohai said, "Yes, I'm going straight home." Josephine asked curiously, "Not with those female teachers?" Cough, cough, cough. Kohai replied expressionlessly, "If they're essay next time, I will do my best to recommend you to them." Josephine chuckled awkwardly. "No need for that. I have a tiger wife at home. I won't disturb you." After saying that, Josephine quickly hung up. Just as Kohai arrived home, he got out of the car, holding the green vine, and went straight to the bedroom. The little weed on the windowsill seemed to have grown a bit taller since he left this morning. Kohai placed the green vine down side by side, and then asked, "What's going on?" No one responded. Both the green vine and the little weed were quiet. Kohai called out again, "Little Rose?" The room was as silent as a lonely grave. Just like the moment Kohai first stepped into this lifeless old building 3 months ago. There was only the pounding of his heart and the inner turmoil that was collapsing beneath his calm exterior. "Xiaowen? Xiaowen, wake up!" A voice called out to Wen Qiang. She opened her eyes and met the anxious expression of Granny Chun. Wen Qiang asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" Granny Chun said, "I wanted to ask you what was wrong. I called your name several times just now, but there was no response." Wen Qiang rubbed her eyes, yawned, and said, "I was too tired and fell asleep. By the way, Mingzai's mom." She suddenly got anxious. Granny Chun smiled and said, "She has already given birth, cesarean section. Mother and daughter are safe." "That's great. Mingzai has a little sister, and you have a granddaughter." Wen Qiang's eyes lit up with joy. Granny Chun smiled, but then thought of the cesarean section and couldn't help but say to Wen Qiang, "When Mingzai's mom wakes up, you help me talk to her." Wen Qiang replied, "Understood." Since the natural birth didn't work, Granny Chun chose a cesarean section for Mingzai's mom, and Wen Qiang felt there was nothing wrong with that. "Why does it feel like my mood has improved after a nap?" Granny Chun asked her. Wen Qiang was a bit surprised. "Has my mood improved?" Granny Chun said, "Yes. When you came over just now, even though you didn't say anything, I felt you were quite sad. But now it seems to be gone." Wen Qiang's heart skipped a beat. So she was sad when she came over? Was it because Kohai ignored her? But Kohai clearly didn't know her. Such a reaction was normal. Thinking about it, Wen Qiang felt a mix of confusion and disappointment. She set aside those thoughts and said to Granny Chun, "Let us not talk about this. I can't wait to see the baby." Granny Chun was also diverted by the topic and said, "Okay, I'll take you to see. What name should the baby have? Has Mingzai's mom thought of a name for the girl?" Wen Qiang asked as they walked. When they arrived at the delivery room, Mingzai's mom, Li Mingjin, had already woken up. Looking at her belly, her expression was a bit gloomy. The smile on Granny Chen's face faded. Seeing this, Wen Qiang quickly approached and said, Mingzai's mom, you get out." Li Mingjin's suddenly raised voice startled the little baby lying beside her, causing it to cry loudly. Wen Qiang froze. Chapter 25. Laurel and Qiang only took a few seconds to react before nervously saying, "Mingzai's mom, please calm down. You're scaring the baby." Li Mingjin covered her face and broke down. "I just want to have a natural birth. Do I not even have this little freedom? What have I endured until now for?" Grandma Chen's face turned pale as she murmured, "Mingjin, it's my fault. If you want to blame someone, blame me. Don't cry too hard." Wen Qiang hurriedly comforted the little baby while saying to Li Mingjin, "Grandma is also worried about you. The doctor has said that you can't give birth naturally. Can you really risk your life just for that?" All right. Grandma Chun quickly interrupted Wen Qiang's words, fearing she might upset Li Mingjin further. Li Mingjin clearly didn't hear Wen Qiang's words and continued to cry with her face covered. Wen Qiang couldn't understand what was going on. Is giving birth naturally more important than life? As someone who has always struggled to survive, she absolutely couldn't comprehend what could possibly be above life. Grandma Chun tried to persuade Li Mingjin, but it was of little effect. The little baby, who should have been receiving praise and joy, now lay pitifully in the crib, ignored. Wen Qiang sighed and went to play with the baby. Since Mingzai was already off school, Wen Qiang thought of going back to pick him up. On the way back, Mingzai chattered, "Do I have a little sister now? She must be so cute. I need to start saving money to buy her big dolls and pretty dresses." Wen Qiang glanced at the young boy's face behind her and said, "You should take care of yourself first. If your little sister encounters bad people in the future, you don't want her to protect you, right? That would be so embarrassing." Mingzai immediately got angry. "No way. No matter how powerful the bad guys are, I will protect my sister." Wen Qiang was just joking and didn't expect the child to take it seriously. She smirked mischievously and didn't explain further. Playing with kids is really fun. When they arrived, the doctor was educating Li Mingjin, the previously confident Li Mingjin, who stood up to Grandma Chun. Now seemed like a quail in front of the doctor. "Who feels the pain of childbirth? ISNT it, you pregnant women. What can you do if you can't give birth naturally? Your mother-in-law arranged a cesarean for your own good, and you're blaming her? Other daughters-in-law would want such a mother-in-law." "Doctor, I'm not blaming my mother-in-law." Li Mingjin was on the verge of tears. The doctor continued to lecture, and Mingzai, with great energy, said, "Don't bully my mom." The doctor glared at the small but fierce Mingzai and left with a parting remark. "The situation is stable now. Just take good care of yourself, and stop having conflicts with your mother-in-law." After the doctor left, the oblivious Mingzai angrily watched him go, then rushed to the bedside, saying, "Mom, you worked hard. Where's my sister? Let me see her." "She's right here," Li Mingjin said, indicating the crib next to her. After hearing the doctor's words, Li Mingjin felt guilty towards Grandma Chun and couldn't help but bite her lip, saying, "Mom, I was wrong earlier. I didn't mean to blame you, it's just, I feel a bit wronged." With her husband not by her side, she felt helpless, and now she couldn't even decide to have a natural birth. She felt frustrated and sad, not wanting to target Grandma Chun. All right, it's all in the past. What is there to feel sorry about between us? It's all over." Grandma Chun lovingly stroked Li Mingjin's damp hair. Wen Qiang watched from the side and felt a pang in her heart. She didn't want to disturb the warmth of this family of four and quietly left. Back at the flower shop, Wen Qiang closed the door and went upstairs to lie down. She closed her eyes, eager to see Kahai soon. The only person left who would gently stroke her hair like Grandma Chun was Kahai, but the more she wanted to sleep, the less she could. She sat up irritably and happened to see the soft moonlight shining on the treetops. She thought of Kahai's gentle eyes in the moonlight. Wen Qiang felt like a beast trapped in her heart, desperately wanting to break free. Without thinking, she got out of bed and rode her little electric bike straight to Kahai's house. At 7 in the evening, everywhere was filled with warm yellow lights and distant cooking smoke. Wen Qiang felt like a creepy stalker sitting on the steps outside Kahai's home. She didn't know what she was doing or what outcome she wanted. She just wanted to be a little closer to him. After all, Kahai was definitely home now and wouldn't notice. Wen Qiang stared at the long legs that appeared in front of her, momentarily stunned. She mechanically looked up, only to meet Kahai's not-so-pleasant expression. "Excuse me, move aside," Kahai said. Wen Qiang's mouth formed a greeting, but froze at the corners. Kahai walked past her and headed up the stairs. Wen Qiang turned her head and watched the man's figure disappear into the corridor. The fire in her heart gradually cooled with the man's departure. Wen Qiang thought, so it is like this. He is the beautiful jade and she is the dust. Wen Qiang didn't remember how she got back to the flower shop. Grandma Chun called to ask why she left without saying a word and suggested they have dinner together. Wen Qiang replied, "No need, I've eaten. I'm a bit tired, so I went to go pick up Mingzai." Grandma Chun said it was no trouble at all, and the call was finally ended. Wen Qiang lay back down on the bed. She had been unable to sleep before, but this time she closed her eyes and fell asleep immediately. She didn't go to Kohai's house. She just let herself sink into the darkness of the night. The next day, Kohai got up and coldly glanced at the small weeds and the pot of green philodendron on the windowsill. Last night, he had foolishly talked to these two pots for a long time, but received no response. For the first time in his life, He felt the humiliation of being mocked. He angrily threw the blanket aside, washed up with a blank expression, and left without saying a word. Life continued as usual. He emotionlessly organized all the data before opening his computer to prepare a report. But when his gaze fell on the drawer, he couldn't look away. That drawer held the test report of black rose petals. Kohai finally took out the report and examined it carefully. As noon approached, he made up his mind to visit the flower shop. Wen Qiang had caught a cold. This was the first thing she realized when she got up in the morning. Her head felt heavy, and every few steps made her dizzy. Usually the one reminding Wen Qiang to take care of herself. Grandma Chun was currently at the hospital taking care of Mingzai's mom. Wen Qiang didn't notice that she was unfit for work at the moment. Instead, she handled everything in an orderly fashion throughout the morning. But by noon, the consequences of working while sick finally caught up to her. Her voice had turned hoarse, sounding like a duck's quack, and everything appeared double. Dingling, the door was pushed open. Wen Qiang instinctively said, "Hello." Her hoarse voice was almost comparable to a broken windbag. Kohai paused, looking at the flushed-faced boss behind the counter, and his brows instinctively furrowed. It seemed that coming here today was a very wrong decision. "What flowers does this customer want?" "We have all kinds of flowers here," Wen Qiang chirped. Kohai took a few steps forward and asked, "Do you know who I am?" Wen Qiang stared at Kohai, but couldn't clearly see his face. She felt stars in her eyes, and her ears buzzed with the sounds of countless noisy bees. Finally, succumbing to her human nature, she blacked out and collapsed on the counter. Kohai heard a thud sound and even suspected that the table had been knocked over by Wen Qiang. It's impossible to smash a hole. At most just a bit of nosebleed. Kohai, with great difficulty and the thought of not letting anyone die, at least getting Wen Qiang to the hospital, lifted her face and saw 2 streams of blood from her nose. His brows immediately furrowed to the point where he could crush a fly. He knew that every time he encountered this boss lady, it was bound to be trouble. Kohai still managed to stop Wen Qiang's bleeding, then tossed her into the back seat of the car and rushed to the hospital. The route was filled with red lights, which drained the last bits of patience Kohai had left. The moment they arrived at the hospital, Kohai was practically ready to breathe fire. The little nurse in the emergency room looked at Kohai, whose face resembled that of a fierce warrior, and trembled as she asked, "Excuse me, where is this young lady injured?" Before she could finish asking, Kohai had already thrown Wen Qiang to the little nurse, saying, "Picked her up by the roadside. Don't know the situation. You treat her yourselves." After saying that, he coolly turned and walked away. The little nurse felt that she might need to call the police. What was going on? A voice came from behind. The little nurse turned her face and saw Jiang Huai, who was smiling. She quickly complained in a bit of spoiled tone, "Just now, a really fierce man brought in a patient. Dr. Jiang, should we call the police?" Jiang Huai's gaze fell in the direction where Kohai had left, and after looking for a long time, he pulled it back. Then, looking again at Wen Qiang, who was leaning against the little nurse and had a flushed face, he said, a hint of interest flashing in his eyes, "Take her to my office." Wen Qiang, in a daze, felt something cold brushing against her lips. This feeling was really strange. She suddenly opened her eyes. Just in time, she met Jiang Huai's smiling face. Wen Qiang was startled and struggled to sit up, only to find that her whole body felt soft and weak, unable to muster any strength. "You're awake?" Jiang Huai put down the cotton swab that was wet with water and said, "High fever of 40 degrees, little boss Wen. You're quite impressive." "Where am I?" Wen Qiang felt that everything around her was overly bright, hurting her eyes. Jiang Huai smiled and said, "Where else could you be?" "Naturally, you're at my place." Wen Qiang became wary again, staring at Jiang Huai, who looked overly exposed, and gritted her teeth. "I have no grievances with you. I advise you not to do anything reckless." "No grievances?" Jiang Huai murmured. Wen Qiang always felt that there was something hidden in this man's words. She wanted to escape her current predicament, but unfortunately, her body lacked strength, and her eyesight wasn't very good either. She could only grit her teeth and threaten again. "Dr. Jiang, I'm not the kind of girl you think I am. If you really do anything to me, I want to let it go easily." Chapter 26, Iris Knock Knock. Jiang Huai didn't look back and said, "Come in." The nurse carrying the medication and equipment walked in and asked Jiang Huai, "Are we going to administer the 4 here?" Jiang Huai smiled at her. "Is that a problem?" The nurse replied, "Of course not. Wen Qiang, lying on the diagnostic table, realized in that moment that she had been deceived by Jiang Huai. Remembering all the threatening words she had just blurted out, Wen Qiang felt humiliated and angry, mentally cursing Jiang Huai 1,000 times. The nurse prepared to give Wen Qiang an injection. Jiang Huai asked her, "Little one, you mentioned earlier that I'm not the kind of girl you imagined. How did you know what kind of girl I imagined?" Wen Qiang. The needle entered the vein and was secured with medical tape. Wen Qiang felt nothing at all. "You've worked hard. Leave the rest to me," Jiang Huai said, cheerfully giving the nurse a hint to leave. The nurse happily walked out. Wen Qiang then said, "You misled me first, so you can't blame me completely, right? The clinic is a doctor's home. Isn't that okay?" Jiang Huai looked as if it was perfectly reasonable. Wen Qiang. "That's true." Jiang Huai, who felt victorious, was in a good mood. Wen Qiang relaxed a bit, but her vision started to blur. Not wanting to fall asleep in front of Jiang Huai, she asked, "Can I go to the 4 hall? Can you walk right now?" Jiang Huai asked her. Wen Qiang hesitated. Jiang Huai added, "Don't worry. Even though the clinic is my home, I haven't gone mad to that extent." Wen Qiang. "Thank you." After a few more seconds, Wen Qiang, fighting off drowsiness, asked, "Who brought me to the hospital?" Jiang Huai, tidying up the equipment on the table, casually replied, "I don't know, didn't see." Wen Qiang said, "Oh." She thought she had seen Professor Ko. It seemed it was just an illusion. Finally, Wen Qiang couldn't hold on any longer, and her vision gradually faded. She fell asleep. When she opened her eyes again, she was in Kahai's bedroom. She glanced outside and saw it was daytime. Thinking that Kahai probably wouldn't be home at this time, Wen Qiang was ready to fall back asleep. But suddenly, she heard the sound of a door opening from the entrance. Her drowsiness vanished instantly. Kahai walked in, his gaze first landing on the windowsill before slowly retracting. Wen Qiang remembered how she had tried to greet him last night, but was ruthlessly shut down, and she couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. Holding her breath, she remained still and silent. Kahai busied himself without acknowledging her. He had bloodstains on his white shirt. Had he been fighting again? Just as she was thinking this, she saw Kahai, who was about to take off his clothes, pause. Wen Qiang quickly covered her mouth. It looked like that foolish little weed had just twitched a bit, accompanied by her inner thoughts. "Oh no, I've been heard." Kahai stopped undressing, his expression dark as he approached the windowsill and said, "Explain." "What?" A question mark filled Wen Qiang's mind. "I said explain," Kahai repeated. Wen Qiang finally understood, hesitantly saying, "If you're asking why I turned into a green radish, my answer is I don't know." Kahai suddenly smiled, still playing dumb. Wen Qiang fell silent. She realized what Kahai wanted her to explain. But was there any need for an explanation now? She was just angry, which was why she hadn't gone to his house that night. "Not going to say it, huh?" Kahai smiled, but it also seemed like he was very annoyed. "Then let me rephrase my question. On June 27th, the day after I brought back the white rose, I found a black rose petal. On June 29th, the white rose completely turned black and bloomed. On July 7th, after being gone for 5 days for an experiment, the white rose shriveled into a withering black rosebud. Since then, you started to convert irregularly between black and white. The increase in melanin was actually due to the serum." Kuhai spoke as if he had a rose observation diary in his heart, listing the data without pause. Finally, he ended with a question, "So tell me why?" Wen Qiang was silent for a while and said, "I really don't know." "I understand now," Kahai said, throwing down 4 words before turning to change his clothes. Wen Qiang couldn't understand this man's thoughts and could only watch his back. After changing, Kahai left the room. Wen Qiang suddenly felt that he seemed angry. Why? Was he angry that she didn't give him an answer? But she didn't even know why she turned into a black rose. Moreover, that rose was dead beyond hope. Did Kahai really need to dwell on something that was already dead? Wen Qiang fell asleep again amidst her chaotic thoughts. When she opened her eyes again, she was in the pristine clinic. Jiang Huai, sitting at the desk, looked at her as she sat up from the diagnostic table and greeted her awake. Wen Qiang responded with a soft hum. Jiang Huai said, "Go get the payment slip." Wen Qiang climbed up. Her body was still a bit weak, but she felt much better than before. She took the payment slip and, before leaving, asked curiously, "Dr. Jiang, you really don't know who brought me to the hospital?" Jiang Huai asked, "What kind of answer do you want?" Wen Qiang didn't know what kind of answer she wanted to hear. She tugged at the corner of her mouth and said, "Sorry for the trouble, Dr. Jiang." After paying, Wen Qiang returned to the flower shop. Just in time, Granny Chen was looking for her. Wen Qiang told Granny Chen about her cold and the four. Is it serious? Granny Chen asked her. Wen Qiang shook her head. Granny Chen sighed. You've really had a lot of misfortunes lately. Hurry up and burn all the bad luck. Saying this, Granny Chen turned back to her room and brought out a stack of paper. What is this? Wen Qiang asked. Granny Chen replied. Didn't you have a car accident before? I've been counting the days, hoping you'd wake up soon. But my memory is bad, so I just wrote it down. Every time you wake up, I noted it. Granny Chen said proudly. Wen Qiang curiously asked, let me see. Granny Chen handed the stack of paper to Wen Qiang. As Wen Qiang flipped through it, her smile gradually faded. June 26th, Xiaowen had a serious car accident, but fortunately, she survived. June 27th, Xiaowen woke up once in the afternoon. July 17th, Xiaowen finally woke up. By the end, Wen Qiang felt a chill run through her body, because those dates were so similar. Even identical to what she had just heard from Ku Hai. Xiaowen, what's wrong? Granny Chen asked, noticing Wen Qiang's silence. Wen Qiang's mind was in disarray. She seemed to have suddenly grasped the pattern of her floral transformation during her comatose state. As long as she showed signs of awakening, her flower form would turn black, accompanied by intense pain. So that was it. This was the truth Ku Hai had been seeking from her all this time. Wen Qiang suddenly felt it was absurd. Don't you trust me? I won't hurt you. I still need one more experimental data point. Can you give me that pot of green radish? In Ku Hai's eyes, she was just an experimental data point, right? Xiaowen, what's wrong? Speak up, don't scare me. Granny Chen anxiously called out several times. Wen Qiang took a deep breath and said, I'm fine, Granny, I'm fine. Really fine? Your complexion doesn't look good. Granny Chen was quite worried. Wen Qiang nodded in agreement. Back in her room, Wen Qiang snuggled under the blanket, sorting through the events that had happened recently. She shouldn't be weak. She shouldn't let herself be immersed in false warmth. Wen Qiang finally slowly closed her eyes. She thought she would never appear in Ku Hai's presence again. Ordinary days always passed slowly. Since Wen Qiang made up her mind to stop struggling, she hadn't had any absurd dreams. Whether in roses or in weeds, they were all just her once absurd dreams. One day, someone came to the door and asked, Boss Wen, can you do the decoration for a celebration event? Wen Qiang replied, is it a wedding or a birthday party? I can do it. The visitor smiled and said, it's a celebration banquet. Our Ningxing Experimental Center won an award in this tech competition. We want to celebrate. Upon hearing Ningxing Experimental Center, Wen Qiang instinctively wanted to refuse. But unexpectedly, Granny Chen, who had come over, suddenly started promoting, you found the right person. Xiaowen has arranged quite a few wedding venues and celebration banquets before. She'll give you a design plan, guaranteed to be perfect. The visitor laughed. That's just right. Here's my business card. My surname is Zhou. We'll discuss the details later. Wen Qiang ultimately accepted the business card. Granny Chen chattered on, Xiaowen, you haven't been in good spirits lately. Use this as a way to change your mood. Okay. Wen Qiang nodded. The person contacting Wen Qiang introduced himself as Zhou Zifang. He gradually sent Wen Qiang photos of the venue and specific parameters, as well as their budget. Wen Qiang worked several nights before finally completing the design plan for him to confirm. Zhou Zifang promptly approved it. The celebration banquet was set for this Friday. On Thursday, Wen Qiang went to inspect the site and confirmed all the data. Early Friday morning, Wen Qiang, along with a few temporary workers, set up the venue before the banquet started. At 7 in the evening, guests began to arrive. Just as Wen Qiang was about to gracefully withdraw, as usual, she was stopped by Zhou Zifang. Boss Wen, stay and celebrate with us. It's lively with so many people. Just as Wen Qiang was about to refuse, she saw a man walking from a distance. It was Ku Hai. The banquet was filled with handsome men and beautiful women, but this man brought his own spotlight. Surrounding female guests gathered around him in groups, like ancient concubines competing for favor. Wen Qiang glanced at him and quickly shifted her gaze away. Chapter 27. Sorry, Mr. Zhou. I have something to attend to, so I'll be leaving now. Wen Qiang dropped a sentence and was about to walk away. Wait a minute. Wen Qiang's footsteps paused. It wasn't Zhou Zifang who called out to her, but Ku Hai. Wen Qiang felt she shouldn't stop, but for some reason, she couldn't take another step. Ku Hai came to her side and suddenly asked, Are you feeling better? Wen Qiang was taken aback. Is this a new way of flirting? Before she could respond, Zhou Zifang said, Professor Ku, do you know Boss Wen? Quickly say a few words to keep her here. You know our lab is full of single people. Josephong's words were interrupted by a look from Kahai. Oh, I see, Josephong said, looking at the two of them, his eyes revealing the words, understand now. Then he discreetly left. Wen Qiang's head was filled with question marks. It was Kahai who spoke again, saying, Boss Wen, I have something I need to consult you about. Wen Qiang thought to herself, that previous line, are you feeling better, was indeed a strange way to flirt. She was lost in thought, but her expression remained serious as she said, Mr. Ku, please go ahead. Kahai was taken aback. He looked at Wen Qiang as if he were seeing her for the first time. When, Mr. Ku? Wen Qiang prompted. Kahai slowly withdrew his gaze, seemingly lost in thought for a moment, then suddenly said, stay and celebrate with us. If you don't, Supervisor Zhou will keep nagging me. Wen Qiang had already asked herself 100,000 whys in her mind. Finally, it condensed into 3 words. Oh, okay. And just like that, she inexplicably joined the celebration at the Ningxing Experimental Center. Everyone was dressed in suits and formal wear, while she was in a work-appropriate t-shirt and jeans, with a pair of sneakers. The scene was quite amusing. Fortunately, the lab was full of straightforward men. With just her face, Wen Qiang stood out, and throughout the evening, she was never idle. She collected a stack of business cards and drank a lot of wine. Although she was doing menial work, thanks to the Lin sisters, little AI, who had inexplicably received an award, approached her professor. She originally wanted to thank Kahai for recommending her in front of Lin Yaya. However, she noticed that Kahai's gaze seemed to be following someone. That was the florist who decorated the venue, rumored to be named Wen Qiang. Little AI's mind suddenly sparked, and she asked, Professor, do you have feelings for her? Kahai swirled the wine glass in his hand, the red wine swirling against the clear glass wall. Quite interesting, he replied. Little AI was shocked. So the professor liked this type. It seemed that Professor Lin was destined to love someone he shouldn't. She thought to report this news to Assistant Lin. With that in mind, little AI quietly slipped away. Kahai didn't care about her and leaned closer to where Wen Qiang was. However, he maintained a very subtle distance. Boss Wen's taste is truly remarkable. The decorations tonight are stunning. Someone complimented Wen Qiang. With the wine glass already raised, Wen Qiang smiled and said, Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Li. Please take good care of my business in the future. After saying that, she raised her glass and took a deep drink. Around her, people came and went, and in the end, they all thought, she is someone we can't provoke and can't outdrink. This woman appears soft and weak, but in reality, she is capable and articulate, leaving no gaps to attack. Gradually, the buzzing bees around Wen Qiang decreased significantly. Leaning against the side, she happily swirled her wine glass. There wasn't a single person who could match her. The proud Wen Qiang, the wine barrel, thought to herself. Boss Wen, Kahai suddenly called out to her. Wen Qiang put down her wine glass and let out a questioning sound. Huh? Kahai looked at her face and, after a long while, said, Why aren't you speaking? Wen Qiang replied, What? Weren't you the one who came to find me first? Kahai continued, Boss Wen's voice sounds very similar to someone I know. Wen Qiang thought, Here it comes, Professor Ku is bringing his cheesy way of flirting again. She pondered for a moment and said, I really hope that person isn't your first love and hasn't passed away. A hint of amusement seemed to flicker in Kahai's eyes. He replied gently, I've been paying attention to your voice all evening. It really is very similar. Wen Qiang instinctively became alert. She didn't even know what she was on guard against. Her rebuttal had already slipped out. There are actually quite a few people in the world with similar voices. Mr. Ku, please don't take it to heart. So that's how it is, Kahai nodded, seemingly accepting this explanation. Then he raised his wine glass toward Wen Qiang and said, Tonight doesn't seem appropriate. I will find a suitable time to visit you, Boss Wen. After saying that, he turned and left. Wen Qiang stared blankly at his back. And when he disappeared into the crowd, she slowly withdrew her gaze. Wen Qiang felt that she was probably drunk. Otherwise, why would she want to chase after him? But she wouldn't allow herself to do that. Wen Qiang greeted Josephong and exited the venue. The wind outside made her shiver. She rubbed her goosebumps and was about to hail a cab when she suddenly spotted a car across the street. A man got out of the car under Wen Qiang's gaze. He was wearing a neat suit. She wasn't sure if he was here for the banquet. The moment he saw Wen Qiang, he looked somewhat astonished. Then he walked up to her and said, Qiang, long time no see. Wen Qiang extended her hand toward Qin, treating him like an ordinary guest, and said, "Mr. Qin, long time no see." Qin grasped Wen Qiang's hand and said, "Do you have to be so formal with me?" Wen Qiang tugged a couple of times but couldn't pull her hand back. A vein popped out on her forehead as she said, "Mr. Qin, are you trying to challenge me to an arm wrestling match? Shall we go to the nearby table for a round?" Qin released her, his gaze turning gentle yet sad. Wen Qiang sneered in her heart. Keeping a polite smile on her face, she said, "Mr. Qin, you probably have an appointment to attend, so I won't disturb you. Goodbye." Chong. Qin called out again. "If I hadn't cheated, would we be in this situation now?" A series of very dirty thoughts flashed through Wen Qiang's mind. She turned her face toward Qin and said, "Mr. Qin, I suspect you've been watching too many brainless dramas lately. I suggest you spend some time picking up dog poop. Oh no, I mean read A Brief History of Time War." After saying that, Wen Qiang walked away briskly as if she were being chased by a ghost. Qin remembered the last time. This person also turned and never came back. A string in his mind suddenly snapped. He rushed up and grabbed Wen Qiang's hand, excitedly declaring, Chong, I want to pursue you again. I want you back by my side, can I?" Wen Qiang hated being grabbed by the wrist. At this moment, she was so angry that she laughed, saying, "Qin, let me explain one last time. At first, you pursued me, and before you could catch me, you couldn't stand being alone and dated another woman, almost causing that woman to smash my flower shop." After saying this in one breath, Wen Qiang curled her lips into a sarcastic smile and sincerely asked, "Who gave you the face to say such things as 'let me back by your side'?" Qin Ying's eyes were filled with pain. He said, "I know I disappointed you, but you never responded to me. You couldn't stand being alone and dated another woman." Wen Qiang replied expressionlessly, Chong, do you really have to be so aggressive? I know I was wrong. You can hit me or scold me. Just don't ignore me." Qin said he wanted to hug her. Wen Qiang took a few steps back, glanced around, and decided to find a weapon to give Boss Qin a whack on the head with the glue-filled brain tonight. Finally, Wen Qiang's gaze landed on a brick nearby. She bent down to pick it up. Just as she was about to commit the act, a voice erupted. "What are you doing?" It was Kahai's voice. Wen Qiang obediently threw the brick in her hand and shouted towards Kahai, "Mr. Ku, help. I don't know this person. He suddenly came over and said I was his deceased predecessor. Boo-hoo-hoo." Wen Qiang held a few times. Kahai suddenly felt extremely angry. With a dark face, he walked over, blocking the space between Wen Qiang and Qin, and using his height advantage, which was a bit taller than Qin, coldly asked, "Do you know how to get to the police station? Do you need me to take you in?" Qin gritted his teeth and said, "Who do you think you are? What happens between me and Chong is none of your business. Get lost." After saying that, Qin reached out to push Kahai aside, but Kahai grabbed his wrist and in a few breaths, his hand was twisted behind his back in an extremely painful position. "Ouch, it's broken." Kahai said, "Don't let me see you in front of her again. Otherwise I'll break your hand." Qin glared at Kahai resentfully, but under the pressure of the other's strength, he could only reluctantly throw out a sentence. "You wait for me." "No waiting, get lost." Kahai replied expressionlessly. Wen Qiang, who was standing behind Kahai, was internally cheering for Professor Ku. On the surface, she still pretended to be calm and said, "Mr. Ku, thank you for helping me." Kahai crossed his arms. His gaze somewhat cold, explained, "Wen Qiang, what is this development?" Wen Qiang thought for a long time and couldn't find a standard answer. In the end, she had to deal with it by saying, "Mr. Ku, thank you for saving me. I'll treat you to a meal next time. But I'll have to excuse myself today." Kahai said, "I said to explain." His tone was too strong. Wen Qiang felt a bit out of her depth. She bit her lip and took 2 steps back, habitually letting her right hand drop, while her left hand grabbed her right elbow. This was her usual defensive posture. "Mr. Ku." Wen Qiang stared at him. "Are you threatening me?" Kahai moved closer to her, his dark eyes becoming even deeper in the night. "What if I say yes?" Chapter 28. The atmosphere was a bit tense. Wen Qiang thought that she probably couldn't beat Kahai. This man was acting crazy, demanding explanations for something she didn't even understand. Who cares about him? The moment she mentioned the word explanation, she felt like flipping his name upside down. "Mr. Ku, I don't know what you're talking about. But from my perspective, your behavior right now is no different from that of the person just now. If I had known it would be like this, I might as well have let him pester me." Wen Qiang looked at Kahai mockingly. You were the one who called for help first, Kahai retorted. Wen Qiang choked for a moment. She couldn't even explain what had gone wrong with her just now. How about I bring him back, and we do it again? This time, I definitely won't call for help, Wen Qiang suggested with a smile. She would keep her distance from this research-obsessed lunatic. Kuhai looked at Wen Qiang coldly, his gaze silently conveying, don't dream. Wen Qiang forced a laugh. She knew it would be like this. The two of them fell into silence again. It was Kahai who spoke first, saying, during this time, I've investigated a lot and learned a lot. Wen Qiang straightened her back. Was it really that hard for you to say a single word of explanation? Wen Qiang didn't know what Kahai had been investigating during this time, or why he was so sure he recognized her. But she knew she couldn't say anything. She remained silent for a long time. Finally, she heard Kahai's voice. Forget it, just consider it raising a white-eyed wolf. After saying that, he took 2 steps back, shot Wen Qiang a cold glance, and turned around, leaving without looking back. Wen Qiang stood in the night breeze for a long time, the silence finally giving way to the sound of the wind rustling through the phoenix tree leaves. She slowly raised her eyes to look in the direction Kahai had left. He had been gone for too long, and Wen Qiang naturally couldn't see anything. This was good. Wen Qiang stepped away. That night, Wen Qiang slept particularly restlessly. She dreamed that Kahai had cleared all the green plants from the windowsill. And in the end, her soul was swapped into a wild grass in the wilderness. The wind and rain battered her, small animals trampled her, and finally, she was uprooted, chewed into bits by the teeth of animals. Wen Qiang woke up terrified. Looking at the moon outside, she anxiously hugged her blanket. Forget it. Just consider it raising a white-eyed wolf. Kuhai's voice echoed in her ears at that moment. Wen Qiang bit her lip. Indeed, if Kahai hadn't been taking care of it all along, the white rose would have died long ago. No one knew if the white rose had withered early, whether she could have safely returned to her human form. She needed to apologize. Thinking this, Wen Qiang closed her eyes again, recalling the appearance of Kuhai's bedroom, hoping it would help her fall asleep quickly and swap souls into that patch of weeds. But until the sun rose outside, Wen Qiang woke up again, and she still hadn't appeared in Kahai's home. Instead, she dreamed of swapping souls into a tall pine tree in the jungle, where a storm broke her trunk in half, causing her soul to tremble in pain. Wen Qiang looked at her hands. The nightmares of the entire night left her feeling weak. She irritably pushed her bangs up and took a deep breath before getting up. Grandma Chun had been running back and forth between the hospital and home lately because she had a new granddaughter. Mingzai's mother named the little girl Qinyu, meaning unwavering. When Grandma Chun heard this name, she secretly cried again. Wen Qiang also went to the hospital several times to see little Qinyu and Mingzai's mother. Once again, she ran into Jiang Huai. He suddenly asked her, "Have you said thank you to him?" Wen Qiang asked in confusion, "What?" Jiang Huai curled his light lips into a meaningful smile and said, "I mean, the last time he brought you to the hospital was Kohai. Have you said thank you to him?" Wen Qiang's breath caught for a moment, and she irritably said, "You didn't answer like this before when I asked you. Is that so?" Jiang Huai showed a puzzled expression, as if he really had forgotten what he had said before. Wen Qiang suddenly realized that this man seemed to take pleasure in teasing others. Just like at this moment, seeing her anger, he must be very amused. She forced herself to suppress her annoyance and smiled. "I really hope Dr. Jiang can improve his memory in the future." Jiang Huai smiled back. "Thanks for your concern, Boss Wen." After saying that, he left with a smile. Wen Qiang really wanted to kick him from behind. She repeated killing is against the law several times in her mind before finally calming down. Although dissatisfied, Jiang Huai's intermittently neurotic behavior gave Wen Qiang an excuse to get closer to Kahai. Wen Qiang originally planned to go directly to the lab to find Kahai, but she was afraid that Kahai would ignore her when the time came, making it difficult for her to back down. After thinking it over, Wen Qiang finally called Zhou Zifeng again. "Mr. Zhou, is it convenient to talk?" Kahai tidied up his desk, preparing to leave work. His gaze fell once again on the increasingly thick Rose observation diary. He glanced at it and then picked up the stack of documents and walked to the shredder. The documents filled with his hard work over this period were mercilessly shredded by the shredder. Yet Kahai's gaze seemed colder than the shredder, devoid of emotion. During the time the voice had disappeared, he had investigated many things. Although he found out that the time when the flower shop owner, Wen Qiang, fell into a coma and woke up coincided with the time the white rose appeared and disappeared. Kahai had never made that connection. After all, the other party's personality was completely different from that of the little rose. One was always smiling and seemed to get along with everyone, yet could not form deep connections. He realized this the moment he first went to buy daisies and saw her. They were the same kind of person. They both wore masks, while their hearts were cold. But his little rose had a sincere heart, was chatty, and a bit proud. It wasn't until he heard her voice at the banquet that he recognized that it belonged to the little rose, the same vocal tone. But the way she spoke had a different intonation. He couldn't be sure all evening until he finally heard Wen Qiang howling at the other man. Just like when the rose was threatened by the black cat. He felt extremely angry, not only because of the man who had grabbed her wrist, but also because of the other party's long absence. At least from Kuhai's perspective. They should have had to bond by now. At least he felt he deserved a word of explanation. But what happened? Kuhai let out a cold laugh. Little AI at the next table trembled and nervously asked, "Professor, what's wrong? Could it be that he found out I reported to Assistant Shaolin? But since the professor already has someone else, it shouldn't matter if he says something, right?" Kuhai sneered again, and another stack of documents was shoved into the shredder. Little AI almost knelt down in front of Kuhai. He exclaimed, "Professor, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have let it slip that you like boss went to Assistant Shaolin. I'm sorry. What are you talking about?" Kuhai turned his face to look at him. "Which of your eyes saw me liking her?" Little AI. "Just the two eyes. During the celebration banquet. I asked you if you were interested in Boss One, and you said she was quite interesting." Little AI thought to himself, is his memory failing? Kuhai looked at him speechlessly. "Did you ever pass your Chinese class?" Little AI asked, "Professor, how did you know?" "Just looking at your silly face. I can tell." Kuhai expressionlessly continued shredding documents with a ruthless shredder. When he reached the last page of the documents, his gaze froze. It seemed that the rose changing color was entirely because the person was about to wake up, right? So he shouldn't have given the rose any nutrient solution or blood in the first place, which hindered its return to the human form. The more Kuhai thought about it, the angrier he became. After finishing the paperwork, he said to Xiao AI, "I'm off work." Just as he was wondering if he would end up like the documents in the shredder, cut up by the professor, Xiao AI finally came to her senses and replied, "Okay, Professor, take care." It seemed like she didn't have to die after all. Xiao AI went back to the lab to continue her work. The moment he left the office, Kuhai's phone on the desk vibrated. A message from an unknown number popped up. "Hello, Mr. Ku, I am Wen Qiang. Do you have time tonight? I will be waiting for you at MYCAF in Alley 2. Let's not miss each other." Xiao AI looked at the pile of experimental data and thought, "Looks like I'm going to be working all night." Meanwhile, as soon as Kuhai arrived downstairs, he was blocked by Jiang Huai. "Going for a run, Professor Ku?" Kuhai was already furious, and with Jiang Huai coming over to provoke him, he naturally wouldn't let it go. Kuhai wore a provocative smile and said, "Let us race. The loser calls the winner, Dad." "How about that?" Jiang Huai laughed. "Then I'll reserve a cheap sun for myself." Kuhai snorted at him. The natural racing track this time was Mingchong Peak near Luoshan. After running 2 laps, they each won one, resulting in each having a cheap sun. Before heading back, Jiang Huai said, "I told you I would fall in love with this place. I like it even more now." Kuhai shot him a cold glance and replied, "If you speak normally, we can still be friends." "So what changed you, kid?" Jiang Huai looked at him. Kuhai's fists itched again. Jiang Huai sensed it was time to back off, and the two parted ways, each going home. After finishing his shower, Kuhai realized he hadn't brought his phone back. Since there was no one he needed to contact, it didn't matter. With that thought, Wen Qiang waited at MYCAF until 10 o'clock at night. Before the staff in the CAF assumed she was the type to keep getting refills, Wen Qiang suddenly stood up from her seat, ready to settle the bill. She knew that stingy man wouldn't forgive her. Just then, someone pushed open the CAF door from the outside. A man in white clothes and black pants, wearing a pair of home slippers, stood somewhat dazed at the entrance. Despite that, he still relied on his handsome face to stay ahead in fashion. I. Both of them spoke at the same time and then fell silent simultaneously. They remained in that standoff for what felt like a century. Chapter 29, Kuhai first explained to Wen Qiang, "I accidentally left my phone in the office, and then I went out again. So I didn't see the message right away. Sorry for being late. He didn't know why he had woken up halfway after already going to bed. It felt as if he was possessed, going to get his phone. Only then did he finally arrive here, when Qiang realized that Kuhai was explaining. He spoke the words of explanation so easily. Indeed, that was normal. It was strange for her to cling to silence like this. Oh, I see. I actually have to go. Wen Qiang almost said, I didn't wait long, but changed her mind halfway. After all, such a lie was too clumsy. It was already 10 o'clock, and 5 hours had passed since she sent the message. Kuhai took 2 steps back and said, Then I'll walk you home? For a moment, Wen Qiang couldn't tell whether she was more shocked or frightened, but she still calmly nodded and said, okay. She decided to save her thanks and explanations for the way back. As she saw Wen Qiang getting ready to pay, Kuhai, feeling a surge of guilt, wanted to step forward, but when he touched his pocket, he realized he hadn't brought his wallet. He took a small step forward, then silently pulled it back. It also made him notice his slippers. Kuhai. Wen Qiang didn't think it was strange for her to pay. After all, she was the one sitting and drinking coffee. Let's go. She walked to Kuhai's side and lowered her voice slightly, as if trying to present a better version of herself to him. Kuhai responded with an mm. For some reason, Wen Qiang always felt like they were in a large online meetup scene, where 2 people who had only seen each other's photos met in real life. The indescribable awkwardness and subtlety, along with the effort to maintain a peaceful facade, was just too similar. Just as she was thinking this, Wen Qiang saw Kuhai's bicycle parked by the side of the road. Her mind went blank for several seconds before she struggled to organize her words. Ah, are you going to take me back? Is it too much trouble for you? She didn't know what about this sentence poked at Kuhai. He stared at Wen Qiang and said, Did you come to find me today not to explain? Or are you not going to say anything now? Wen Qiang. But what does this have to do with my question, Professor Ko? After thinking for a second and feeling a bit angry, she said, I didn't mean that. As she spoke, she felt that the tone of her words was too stiff. After thinking, she weakly added, I will say it. Get on. Kuhai stepped onto the bicycle, looking particularly aloof as he raised his chin to look at Wen Qiang. Wen Qiang. All right then. She slowly climbed onto the back seat of Kuhai's bicycle. Before she settled in, she anxiously glanced at the slippers he was wearing on the pedals. Still haunted by the fear of an accident, she suddenly got off the bicycle. She struggled to say to Kuhai, How about we walk back? It's not very far anyway. The 3 alleys in Nanxiang are interconnected, which is equivalent to 1 street. Wen Qiang's statement that it's not far was indeed true. Kuhai stared at Wen Qiang again and mumbled, What are you being awkward about? You were quite clingy when I took you shopping before. Why are you keeping your distance now? Kuhai thought, I really don't understand, I really don't. Wen Qiang didn't hear Kuhai's mumbling clearly. So she leaned closer to him and asked, What did you say? Kuhai said, he said. After a while, he said somewhat angrily, Stay away from me. Wen Qiang. What? Still angry? In the end, Kuhai agreed to walk back. He shuffled in his slippers while pushing the bicycle, and Wen Qiang walked alongside him. Fortunately, such a pairing was quite common in Ningxing, so they were used to it. Why aren't you talking? Kuhai turned his face slightly to look at Wen Qiang. She walked beside him, appearing obedient. But Kuhai knew she was quite stubborn. Otherwise, he could have been a little less angry. Thank you for taking me to the hospital last time. Wen Qiang decided to start with something simple. Kuhai instantly reacted with a accepting Wen Qiang's gratitude. Wen Qiang then fell silent, as if a century had passed. She realized that her purpose tonight was to thank Kuhai and treat him a coffee in return for his kindness. But unexpectedly, she got caught up in this. And now she had to explain the previous situation, making it difficult for her to retreat. She suddenly felt very angry. Kuhai was unaware of this. Just as he was about to take Wen Qiang to the flower shop at the alley's entrance, she still hadn't said anything. He urged, Speak. Wen Qiang paused. Kuhai stopped as well. The moonlight filled Kuhai's eyes, soft as water. Wen Qiang felt enveloped by this warm light. All her anger and unnecessary pride vanished. She felt as if she was being enchanted, saying, The reason I didn't go to your house that first night was because you ignored me. Wen Qiang's voice became lower with each word. Kuhai really didn't hear clearly. He asked, What? Because you ignored me. I sat at your door, and you told me to move, and then you just left. Wen Qiang finally managed to complete a sentence. When did that happen? Kuhai was filled with questions. Wen Qiang felt as if a string in her mind had snapped. Didn't you notice me? Am I transparent? Wen Qiang was infuriated. Ku Hai scratched the back of his neck, looking as if a mosquito was biting him. He didn't look at Wen Qiang, but instead focused on the streetlight nearby, saying, "Ah, I didn't notice anything else because the pot hose and weeds didn't respond to me." Wen Qiang's mind snapped back because I woke up. Of course I have to wake up. She woke up, so the plants naturally couldn't respond. Wasn't that obvious? I thought you didn't want to pay attention to me. Ku Hai saw a strand of hair near Wen Qiang's ear blown by the breeze, sticking to her lips, and he suddenly felt like helping her brush it away. He indeed did so. His warm fingertip brushed against the tiny bit of skin at the corner of her lips. In just a fraction of a second, Wen Qiang's mind exploded. She felt she should step back, but her legs didn't obey her, and they felt a bit weak. Ku Hai's fingers curled slightly and then withdrew. He shifted his gaze from the corner of Wen Qiang's mouth to her eyes and said, "All right, I don't need the rest of the explanation." After saying that, Ku Hai rested his hand on the handlebars of the bicycle. Wen Qiang snapped back to reality with a startled "Oh." Was there still an explanation left? No. Even if Ku Hai wanted one, she didn't have it anymore. After dropping Wen Qiang off at the flower shop at the alley's entrance, Ku Hai said before leaving, "If there's anything you don't want to say in the future, just think in your heart. I will hear it. As long as you want to tell me, I will definitely hear it and remember it." "Oh, okay." Wen Qiang agreed. "Goodbye, Professor Ku." "Ge hai zipli. Goodbye." Just as Wen Qiang was about to head upstairs after watching Ku Hai turn around with his bicycle, she heard his voice again. "Are you coming over tonight?" This was indeed a bit too ambiguous. Wen Qiang hesitated, unsure whether to nod. But then she suddenly thought of something and said anxiously, "I seem to not be able to turn into a flower. Ku Hai's eyes showed a moment of astonishment, and then he actually smiled. "Have you tried before?" Wen Qiang nodded. Ku Hai smiled and said, "Then try a little harder." After saying that, he left. "Wen Qiang, is this what a person would say? Go to hell. You can keep your empty house to yourself." Although she said that, after finishing her evening routine that night, Wen Qiang lay in her little bed and couldn't help but try. She wanted to go to Professor Ku's house. It seemed like she hadn't seen him sleeping for a long time, right? Wen Qiang fell asleep with a smile. The next day, she woke up with dark circles on her eyes. In order to truly become a plant in Professor Ku's house, she set several alarms for herself, thinking that if she failed, she would try again. To her surprise, not a single one succeeded. If she tried again, she'd be a dog. Wen Qiang angrily crawled out of bed. Just as she went downstairs, she discovered that the entrance was bustling with noise. Chong chong. It was obviously a shout amplified by a loudspeaker that reached Wen Qiang's ears through the door. She knew which pest had arrived. "Chong chong, I know you're home. Come out and see me." The person outside continued to shout. Wen Qiang skillfully dialed the city management team's number and said seriously, "Is this the city management team? I report that someone is setting up a fortune-telling stall at the entrance of Jinan Alley, spreading unhealthy core values." "Okay, we'll be right over." After doing all this, the secretly accomplished Wen Qiang slowly began to tidy herself up. By the time the city management team arrived, Wen Qiang had just opened the flower shop door. Seeing Qining being detained by several city management officers, Wen Qiang cheerfully said, "Good morning, Boss Qin." Qining struggled and said, "I didn't set up a fortune-telling stall. I was just chasing someone." The city management officer chuckled and said, "Chasing someone? I see you chasing death. I already said it's not allowed to set up fortune-telling stalls, and you still dare to do it. Chong chong, chong chong. Help me explain. I came here for you." Qining yelled at Wen Qiang, as if he had grasped the last straw for survival. The city management officers looked at Wen Qiang with scrutiny. Wen Qiang quickly waved her hands to distance herself. She certainly didn't have such a foolish suitor. Qin Ying's cries immediately echoed through the entire street. "Chong Chong, I love you. How can you treat me like this? I promise I will only look at you from now on, no one else." Just at that moment, a bicycle slowly glided over. Wen Qiang, who had been leaning against the glass door, quickly stood up straight and casually touched her hair. Ku Hai listened to Qin Ying's heartfelt love declaration while riding his bike without changing his expression. "Wen Qiang, didn't she say that if Qining dared to appear in front of her again, she'd twist his hand? Men are all big pigs." Chapter 30. Wen Qiang was in a bad mood the entire morning, even though she didn't know why she was upset. At noon, she fiddled around here and there, but couldn't take a nap. So in the afternoon, she sat behind the counter, feeling drowsy. Ding! The door was pushed open. A man walked in, accompanied by a cold rain that seemed to come from nowhere. Wen Qiang, still groggy, blurted out, "The professor is back. You've worked hard." Kahai raised an eyebrow, wearing a mask. It took Wen Qiang several seconds to realize her mistake, and she quickly stood up straight, trying to salvage the situation. Welcome. Please step outside to talk." Kohai's voice came out muffled from under the mask. Wen Qiang finally realized a very serious issue. Kohai was allergic to pollen, which meant that she, a potential pollen carrier, was like a virus to him. No wonder he had been so dismissive of her before. Kohai didn't wait for Wen Qiang's response. Instead, he noticed her amber-like eyes, wrapped in obsidian, were fixed on him. Wen Qiang came back to her senses and slowly said, "Let's go." The rain was pouring heavily. The two stood under the eaves, with the mist hitting their faces. Kohai's bicycle was pitifully getting drenched. "Wait for me here for a moment," he said, stepping into the rain. Wen Qiang called out a couple of times, unable to stop him, and could only watch as he retrieved the flower pot from the basket on the front of his bicycle. Wen Qiang stared at the plant with a small bud in the flower pot, feeling momentarily confused. Kohai said, "I found it blooming this morning. Turns out it's not a weed." "So?" Wen Qiang glanced at the mask hanging from his ear and couldn't help but say, "You're not planning to return to me, are you? Is this your way of nipping the allergy in the bud?" Kohai raised an eyebrow, his gaze clearly saying, "Don't dream." "Wen Qiang, you failed last night, didn't you?" Kohai said, handing the flower pot to her. Every time he looked down like this, his expression was always particularly serious. Wen Qiang felt dazed, as if she had transformed into a white rose, being gazed at by him. "Are you in a daze?" Kohai frowned slightly before loosening his expression, as if trying to restrain something. Wen Qiang slowly replied, "No." She found it strange. She had never been at a loss for words when facing others before. Kohai sighed subtly and continued, "I was thinking that since you didn't succeed yesterday, maybe it was because you were too far away, so I brought it over for you to try. Just borrow it. But it needs to be returned." "Wen Qiang, am I, the owner of a flower shop, going to covet this pot of unknown plant that popped up from who knows where?" Wen Qiang looked at the little white bud of the small weed and couldn't help but think to herself, "Why do I suddenly want to covet it?" Holding the flower pot, Wen Qiang finally asked after a while, "How do I try it?" "Gehe. I think you should know better than I do." Wen Qiang's mind went blank for a moment again. Seeing her silent, Kohai helplessly said, "What's the pattern when you turn into a plant? Tell me." Wen Qiang responded with a hum, saying, "Before, as long as I fell asleep, I could turn into a plant. But then once, I got angry and didn't want to. When it was time to change, I didn't change, and then there were no more patterns." "What about the time you turned into a pothose? Can you have two plant bodies at the same time? Or do you need a specific trigger?" Kohai asked a series of questions. Without thinking, Wen Qiang replied, "It should be because of you. There's no other reason." Kohai, who was seriously discussing science, froze for a moment before saying, "I see." Wen Qiang thought standing there like this wasn't a good idea, so she tentatively suggested, "How about you let me borrow this flower for one night?" "Impossible." Kohai turned his head and replied with 3 words. "Wen Qiang, what should I do then?" she asked helplessly. After thinking for a moment, Kohai said, "Since sleeping is the most straightforward method, you should go back to sleep now. I'll wait for you in the shop." "But aren't you allergic?" Wen Qiang asked. Kohai adjusted his disposable mask. Wen Qiang had been feeling a bit drowsy even before Kohai arrived, so saying she wanted to sleep didn't seem difficult. The two of them entered the flower shop. Wen Qiang placed the flower pot on the counter and then laid down on it. "You're sleeping like this?" Kohai looked at her. "You look like a primary school student. What else?" In Wen Qiang's mind, there was no other option for a nap. "If I go to my room to sleep, it's easy to twist, to drool." Kohai decided to take the situation more seriously. Wen Qiang said, "My room door lock is broken." Kohai took a few seconds to process this, then said, "So you'd rather not have a door at all?" He seemed a bit angry while saying this. "I'm going to sleep now." Wen Qiang was already feeling a bit sleepy. She mumbled and slowly closed her eyes. Kohai resigned himself and found a stool to sit on. Wen Qiang quickly fell asleep on the counter. After a refreshing nap, she woke up to see Kohai sitting in a chair with his arms crossed, his long legs bent slightly in front of the chair, looking somewhat constrained. He was staring at her. Wen Qiang suddenly felt a chill at the back of her neck and awkwardly said, "Did I go into the flowers? What do you think?" Kohai retorted, "Wen Qiang, then I probably didn't tea." Kohai glanced at his watch and stood up from the chair. After sitting for too long and feeling tense in the flower shop, his hands and feet felt a bit numb. He walked to the counter and picked up the flower pot, saying, "It's getting late. My experimental data should be out. I need to go back." Wen Qiang responded with an "oh," and then felt particularly embarrassed, saying, "Hold on to the flower. I'll walk you out." After saying that, Wen Qiang stepped out from behind the counter and took the flower pot. Her hand accidentally brushed against the flower bud. Suddenly, her body went soft, as if all her strength had been drained away. Kohai's pupils constricted sharply. He caught her with one hand, but it was too late to grab the flower pot. With a loud crash, the flower pot shattered on the ground. Accompanying it was a wail. "Ah, I'm going to be smashed to death." Kohai glanced at the unconscious Wen Qiang and the little flower bud trembling in the soil, suddenly feeling that fate was playing tricks on him. The girl in his arms was too light, but her waist felt soft. Kohai felt extremely uncomfortable. The flower bud on the ground finally realized something. The snow-white bud moved slightly. Wen Qiang saw herself and Kohai's hand resting on her waist. She instinctively said, "Let go of me." Kohai reflexively released her hand. The girl in his arms rolled over and was pulled back again. Eventually, Kohai placed Wen Qiang on the chair behind the counter and then looked at the flower bud on the ground, asking, "Where's the spare flower pot?" "There isn't one," Wen Qiang said. Kohai then heard her out of her mind. "Anyway, since you didn't catch me, you can take the soil back." Kohai was speechless for a moment and said, "Next time when you and the flower pot fall together, I will try my best to catch the flower pot from you." Wen Qiang. That's true. After all, Kohai had caught her. The white flower bud moved again, and although Kohai didn't hear her thoughts, he somehow sensed that she was quite happy. "Where's the spare flower pot?" He pressed on. Wen Qiang said, "Go back a bit. There's a pile under the eaves in the backyard. Give me a green one." The words sounded like a little girl choosing what color dress to wear today. Kohai said, "But I think white suits your current image better." Wen Qiang replied, "But I like green. If you don't give me the green one, I'll throw the pot myself later." Gehe said, "What a troublemaker." He walked through the linen door curtain, and indeed there was a yard and a small low house behind it. He scanned the yard, which seemed to have been deserted for a long time, and finally saw a row of flower pots under the eaves. Some were new, some old, and some even had soil in them, clearly indicating that something had been planted before. Kohai picked out a light green flower pot to take outside. Just as Wen Qiang was about to tell him where to find the potting soil and shovel, she saw Kohai squat down without a care, scooping up the soil from the ground while asking, "Do you also grow flowers part-time?" Wen Qiang's gaze began to shift as she was transferred to the new flower pot. Professor Ku, with his dark eyes, looked just like a child playing in the mud, and the way he held the soil created an illusion of a research scene. There would be fragments. Wen Qiang's reminder was cut off halfway. Suddenly, hissing, Gehe gasped. Wen Qiang, the crow's mouth, quickly shut her mouth. After a moment of silence, Wen Qiang couldn't help but ask, "Professor, did you have a nanny when you were studying?" Kohai looked at her coolly. "Starting to hurt each other. So do you grow flowers part-time?" "No." Wen Qiang had no way to avoid it and had to answer. Kohai, in a good mood, curled his lips. "Neither do I." A cut on his finger was nothing to Kohai. He washed his hands, glanced at the pouting little flower bud, and then at Wen Qiang lying on the chair. Finally, he couldn't help but ask, "When do you think you'll be able to go back?" Wen Qiang thought for a moment and said, "I'm not too sure. Let's try. I can't just lie here all the time." Kohai tidied up the flower pot and then grabbed a broom to sweep the floor. Wen Qiang thought of Kohai doing housework at home and quickly stopped him. "Don't." Kohai looked at her curiously. Wen Qiang said, "How can I let you do it? Don't ruin my house." Kohai realized her disdain and said with a forced smile, "It's only right. How could it be inappropriate?" He even added a "you know," perfectly mimicking Wen Qiang's pretentious tone. Wen Qiang almost reached out her hand in frustration. Just then, there was a ding sound as the flower shop door was pushed open. Granny Chen looked at Kohai and the Wen Qiang leaning on the chair with a puzzled expression and asked, "What's going on?" Chapter 3100. Wen Qiang was startled, and two words instinctively popped out. Kohai glanced at the flower bud, signaling her to be quiet. He then noticed that Grandma Chen seemed unable to hear Wen Qiang's voice. Kohai maintained his composure and said to Grandma Chen, "She's asleep. I'm just about to help her upstairs." Grandma Chen responded with a drawn-out, "Oh," indicating her gossiping curiosity at that moment. "Why do you have to wear a mask when you meet Xiaowen?" "Professor Ku, I told you before not to feel inferior because of your looks." "I don't." Kohai felt the need to defend himself. He had never felt inferior about his appearance in his life. Then take off your mask and let me see. Grandma Chun stared at him. Wen Qiang was extremely anxious, afraid that Kohai would take off his mask and perform a pollen allergy fainting act in front of Grandma Chun. Kohai stood still for a few seconds, then reiterated, "She's asleep. I need to take her upstairs." "Oh, then you go ahead," Grandma Chun said, showing no intention of leaving. Kohai had no choice but to move closer to Wen Qiang, lifting her hand onto his shoulder, preparing to help her upstairs. But Grandma Chun suddenly said, "This way. Wen will be uncomfortable. Why not let her get up and go by herself?" Wen Qiang trembled in the flower pot. "Grandma, I suspect you have the director's script?" Kohai stiffened for a moment, then quietly picked up Wen Qiang. It was a somewhat unstandardized princess carry, but it looked much more comfortable than the position he had her in before. Grandma Chun was finally satisfied and nodded. "Take her upstairs." Kohai then moved like an emotionless moving machine, stepping upstairs. The wooden steps creaked with every step he took, and Wen Qiang could clearly hear them. She was lost in thought. "I don't seem to weigh much, right?" "Not at all, at all." Last time she weighed herself was so long ago that she couldn't remember. She could only pray in her mind that Kohai wouldn't think she was heavy. To her surprise, just after she finished praying, Kohai stumbled and nearly fell at the top of the steps. "Grandma," Chen exclaimed, "this young man doesn't have the stamina, does he?" Wen Qiang's breath seemed to stop for more than 10 seconds. She even felt she could die at any moment. What kind of harsh words were these? Kohai was holding Wen Qiang. The girl in his arms felt as light as a piece of wood, and he himself had stiffened into a piece of wood. They made it to the second floor like this. Looking at the well-organized room managed by Wen Qiang, Kohai suddenly felt a wave of envy. It was a natural envy from a poor student towards a top student. But he didn't linger, placing Wen Qiang on the bed before heading downstairs. "Grandma, I have things to do today, so I'll leave first," Kohai said to Grandma Chun while reaching for the flower pot. Grandma Chun responded and watched him leave. Wen Qiang couldn't help but say, "Professor Ku, remind Grandma not to disturb me. Otherwise Look, she's gonna wake me up." By the end, Wen Qiang's voice was nearly a shout. Kohai quickly turned his head and said, "Grandma, she is very tired. Let her rest. There's no need to call her for dinner." Grandma Chun, who was about to head upstairs to dig for gossip, paused in her steps and smiled. "Okay." Kohai decided to wait until Grandma Chun left before he left himself. The situation suddenly reversed. Grandma Chun stood still for a few seconds, unable to resist muttering, "So stingy. Kohai." Once Grandma Chun finally left, Wen Qiang said, "Hurry, take me upstairs." What else could Kohai do? He could only climb back up to the second floor. Sunlight streamed in through the small window, illuminating the girl on the bed, whose complexion was pale. Kohai recalled how Wen Qiang looked in the ICU before. He instinctively said, "Be careful when you go out in the future." "What? Are you going to find someone to hit me?" Wen Qiang reflexively shot back. Kohai was speechless. "Do I need to find someone to hit you?" "Wen Qiang, do you really want to hit me?" Unable to keep up her teasing, Wen Qiang glanced at herself on the bed and urged Kohai, "Quick, let my hand touch the flower to see if I can go back." Grandma Chun was still lurking outside, and no one knew when she would come over to wake her up and gossip about Kohai. If they found out they couldn't wake her, she would definitely be taken to the hospital again. Just thinking about that scene was too beautiful to bear. The soil in the flower pot was not covered with pebbles. Kohai was afraid of getting dust on the bed, so he could only take Wen Qiang's hand to touch the little flower bud. The wrist in his palm was warm. Kohai rarely touched someone else's body temperature, and at this moment, he felt that Wen Qiang's wrist was almost burning his palm with a layer of fine sweat. After touching it a couple of times, he let go of Wen Qiang's wrist. Wen Qiang exclaimed, "This won't do. What should we do?" Kohai looked at the girl on the bed, then at the flower bud, and said, "I have a way." The rain outside had long stopped. Kohai rode his bike back to the street corner, then took out his sports car and headed straight for the flower shop at the alley entrance. The flower shop was very quiet. It seemed that Grandma Chun hadn't had time to return. Kohai went up to the second floor, saying to Wen Qiang, "I'll carry her down first. You wait here." Wen Qiang said, "Then hurry up. I'm a bit nervous." Kohai's lips curled up slightly, and he responded with an before bending down to pick up Wen Qiang from the bed. "Am I heavy?" Wen Qiang asked. Kohai shook his head. Wen Qiang breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Then don't fall this time." Kuhai felt warmth in his heart, but then heard Wen Qiang add, "If you drop me, that'd be bad." At that moment, Kuhai immediately wanted to throw the unconscious girl in his arms to the ground. But in the end, he still didn't do that. Instead, he steadily carried Wen Qiang and settled her into the driver's seat. Then he returned to get the flower pot. "Hurry up and drive," Wen Qiang urged. Kuhai nervously started the car, inexplicably feeling a sense of guilt. The car sped away from the flower shop like a wild horse. Once they were on a main road, Wen Qiang suddenly realized a very serious issue. "You need an ID to check into a hotel. Did you bring it?" "Did I bring it?" After asking, she and Kuhai spoke in unison. "No. No. Should I take yours or you take mine?" Wen Qiang hesitated to ask. Kuhai thought for 3 seconds. Mine? He didn't want to play with heartbeats at the flower shop anymore. So the car that was originally headed for the hotel turned and headed straight for Kuhai's small building at the street corner. At that moment, Kuhai's phone vibrated. It was a call from Xiao AI. Kuhai put on his Bluetooth headset and said, "What's up?" Usually good-tempered Xiao AI sounded a bit speechless at this moment. "Professor, what do you think? You said the experimental results would be out at 4 o'clock. Where are you?" "I have something to do right now. You handle it first," Kuhai said, swiftly turning on the turn signal. A few seconds later, he turned the steering wheel, and the knuckles of his fingers became visibly defined due to the force. Wen Qiang thought he looked particularly handsome when driving. Even the action of turning on the signal made her heart race. "Heart racing? Do you have a heartbeat?" Kuhai, hearing Wen Qiang's thoughts, couldn't help but without conscience, hung up on Xiao AI and had the above question. "Wen Qiang, did I leak my thoughts?" "Yeah, you did." Kuhai seemed to be in a good mood. Wen Qiang thought this man was really terrible, always finding joy in teasing her. Soon they arrived at their destination. Kuhai reminded her, "I'm going to get my ID. Don't move from here." Wen Qiang shook her leaves and said, "Take me with you. I want to see your room too." Kuhai paused for a moment, but then picked up the flower pot. Just like many times before, Wen Qiang found herself back in Kuhai's bedroom. He placed her on the windowsill and suddenly said in a low voice, "I don't want to let you go back." "Wen Qiang, huh?" Kuhai smiled, waved his hand to indicate it was nothing, and squatted down in front of the bedside table to look for his ID. "Hotels cost money. Remember to bring some," Wen Qiang reminded him. Kuhai casually replied, "I know this basic life knowledge." After getting everything ready, Kuhai picked up the flower pot again. Wen Qiang looked up at him and asked, "Do you think I can go back? If I do, can I come over again next time?" Kuhai sighed, suddenly looking very serious as he said, "Don't try anymore. Staying in the plan is not safe for you." "But..." Wen Qiang wanted to say something else. Kuhai interrupted, "I won't let you try anymore." "Well, okay then," Wen Qiang replied, her feelings becoming inexplicably complex. "But I actually quite like this. Don't you like it too? And I think you're quite lonely by yourself. It's nice for me to keep you company at night." Saying this, she looked at him again. Kuhai stopped in his tracks, wondering why some people can be like this. Normally impervious, yet turning into flowers can make one so honest. It didn't he feel like the same person? He resignedly sighed and patted the little flower bud before saying, "Let us go." Wen Qiang couldn't figure out Kuhai's thoughts and could only stay silent. The two of them made their way back to the car. Suddenly, Wen Qiang said gloomily, "Let us not go to the hotel." Kuhai's hand, which was about to start the engine, paused. Wen Qiang didn't wait for his reply. She moved her leaves a bit shyly and said, "Let me stay at your place for one night. Anyway, I don't have any awareness of my body. You could just throw me on the sofa and give me a blanket." Kuhai stared at her in shock. "Is that not okay?" Wen Qiang pressed. Kuhai seemed to be swatting at mosquitoes on the back of his neck, scratching several times before saying, "That's not really good, is it? You want to even let me share the sofa with you? Then, you could just leave me in the car," Wen Qiang said helplessly. "I just feel like the hotel isn't very safe. Think about it. If I don't wake up and the service staff knocks on my door tomorrow, what they think I'm a corpse." "Little Rose," Kuhai suddenly called her. "Professor Ku's crematorium is probably just a silly wife. Huh? Ah. It's really hard for two people with negative emotional intelligence to be together." Chapter 32. Wen Qiang looked at Kuhai. He seemed utterly helpless. It was only then that Wen Qiang suddenly realized something and, somewhat disappointed, said, "I forgot you have a pollen allergy. It's normal for someone who is a giant carrier of pollen, like her, to be disliked." "No more like this," Kuhai said, adding, "At least not in front of others." Wen Qiang thought there were no others left, as only Kahai knew she could turn into a flower. She heard him sigh again. Wen Qiang didn't understand why he suddenly looked so helpless. Then Kahai spoke. Let's go. He picked up the flower pot and said, I'll take you upstairs first. Wen Qiang asked in confusion, Up where? Kahai replied, Aren't you going to my house? I'll give you my bedroom. The study has a small bed to rest on, and he could barely manage to squeeze in for a night. Wen Qiang said somewhat shyly, Is that really okay? Kahai said, Or should I put you in the lab? No way, Wen Qiang refused. The lab was filled with rows of experimental tables. She had had enough of it when she was still the white rose. Sorry, Kahai lowered his gaze. Wen Qiang smiled and said, It's fine. It's all in the past. Kahai continued to talk to the small flower bud in his hand in the quiet, completely unconcerned about whether he appeared to be talking to himself. He placed the small flower bud on the windowsill before turning around to hold Wen Qiang. As he opened the passenger door and bent down to unbuckle Wen Qiang's seatbelt, he suddenly met a pair of amber eyes. The obsidian-like pupils wrapped in amber were quietly gazing at him. The distance between their faces was too close, and Kahai could almost feel her warm breath brushing against his face. He suddenly felt a jolt and straightened up abruptly, his head thumping against the car roof, almost making a hole. He awkwardly stepped back 2 paces, rubbed his head, and looked at Wen Qiang in the passenger seat. You're awake? Kahai asked uncertainly. Yeah, I am, Wen Qiang replied, stretching her body, and added, It feels safer in a human body after all. Kahai nodded, fell silent for a while before saying, Then I'll take you home. Wen Qiang climbed out of the passenger seat and said, No need, I can. After sitting too long, her legs went numb as she crawled out of the car and suddenly fell onto Kahai. He caught her, one hand instinctively securing her waist, while the other held her wrist to steady her. Wen Qiang suddenly felt even less stable. She murmured, Let go. Kahai sensed her unsteady breath and bent down to ask, What is wrong? Did you twist your ankle? No. Just let go for now. Wen Qiang squatted directly on the ground. Kahai retracted his hand and let it hang at his side. Sorry. Wen Qiang squatted on the ground, her legs feeling numb and weak. She felt extremely uncomfortable, with a burning temperature spreading from where Kahai held her wrist throughout her body at that moment. She particularly wanted a basin of cold water poured over her head. Because she... Kahai stood stiffly in place for a while, then suddenly caught a whiff of the fragrance of roses. His gaze scanned the surroundings and landed on Wen Qiang squatting on the ground. The scent was coming from her. You. Kahai lost his ability to speak. Wen Qiang, in despair, covered her face and said in a low voice, What should I do? I think I might be about to bloom. She knew her words sounded strange, but it was indeed how she felt. This was exactly the sensation of blooming when she was a white rose. What do you want? For the first time in his life, Kahai doubted his language skills. Wen Qiang lifted her face. It was a slightly sweaty, flushed little face. She gritted her teeth as if cursing. I'm about to bloom. Kahai's mind went blank, but in just a few seconds, he quickly reacted. Let's go back, he said while bending down to pick her up. Wen Qiang hurriedly stopped him. No, that won't work. Kahai stepped back slightly and asked her, Can you stand up? Wen Qiang shook her head in despair. The rose scent grew stronger. Kahai gritted his teeth and said, You hold on for a bit. He dashed into the house, grabbed the thin blanket that was rolled up on the bedroom bed, wrapped it around Wen Qiang, and then picked her up. Wen Qiang clutched the blanket, greedily inhaling the faint cold fragrance on it. She thought she should calm down, right? At least she couldn't scare Kahai. Kahai carried Wen Qiang back to the room and laid her on the bed, then quietly retreated to the door, saying, Call me if you need anything. After closing the door, he leaned against the wall and sat down. He rested one hand on his bent knee and slightly lowered his head. Thus, he caught the scent of roses covering his chest, arms, and palms. Kahai silently lowered his knees, letting his hands hang at his sides, and raised his head. Are you okay? He asked through the door. Professor Ku. The person inside called out. Kahai got up from the floor and hesitantly opened the door. A wave of rose fragrance rushed at him. The girl curled up in the blanket was quiet, but the white flower bud in the pot on the windowsill had somehow opened. It rustled its leaves and awkwardly said, I don't know how, but I came back again. And even bloomed? Kahai silently opened the window and door for ventilation. The rose fragrance finally dissipated a lot, and his brain could finally function. He glanced at the girl on the bed, chose the corner of the bed farthest from her, and asked Wen Qiang, "Did you touch any flowers just now?" Wen Qiang shook her leaves and said, "No. I just suddenly turned into this after lying down." Kuhai recalled how Wen Qiang had also suddenly awakened in a human body earlier. He frowned, feeling uneasy. Why was it so unstable? Wen Qiang shook her leaves and said, "I don't know, because it's about to bloom, and you also are about to bloom, so they attract each other?" Kuhai asked, "Wen Qiang, is it really that twisted? Does that mean my future is going to be terrible? This is too dangerous." Kuhai stood up from the foot of the bed, his brows tightly knit together, seeing him so worried about her. Wen Qiang felt a bit embarrassed and said, "It's not that bad, right? After all, we're at your house. But what if it's like that pot hose from Yunding High School last time?" Kuhai countered. Wen Qiang was left speechless. Kuhai ran his fingers through his hair and said, "In any case, you must not have any thoughts of turning into a plant during this period." Wen Qiang nodded. Kuhai added, "Let us keep the flower shop closed for a while. If we don't resolve this strange condition of yours, it's really too unsafe." "But I need to make a living." Wen Qiang immediately refused without thinking. "There's no way I'm closing the flower shop. If I do, I'll starve." Kuhai, suddenly serious, said, "You can come over and eat takeout with me." Wen Qiang, "No way. You spicy food lover." Kuhai asked her, "Can't you eat spicy food?" Wen Qiang shook her leaves and said, "No, it'll make me ugly. Eating spicy food will ruin my face." After a long period of contemplation, Kuhai said, "Have you tried calling my name from a distance?" "How far?" Wen Qiang asked. Kuhai, "From the experimental center, or from my house to the flower shop." Wen Qiang was silent for a moment and said speechlessly, "Do you think this is some kind of telepathy drama? But you can already bloom, so what's so strange about having telepathy?" Kuhai didn't understand. Wen Qiang thought it seemed to be the case. "So, shall we give it a try?" Kuhai directly retreated to the entrance. It felt like waiting for a century, yet it was still quiet. He thought for a moment and turned back, asking, "Did you call?" Wen Qiang was so angry that her petals were about to fall off. "I called really loudly." This approach was not going to work. Kuhai shook his head. "Once you become a plant, it means you are in a state of being at the mercy of others, not just regarding the plant's body, but also in terms of the human body. So can't you study something like biological brain waves, similar to how people make phone calls?" Wen Qiang asked. Kuhai replied, "I'm a chemistry professor." Wen Qiang said, "That's useless. You only study nutrient solutions." The veins on Kuhai's forehead twitched. He forced himself to calm down and analyze what to do next. Wen Qiang was truly exhausted from all the fuss. The open white flower buds quietly curled up, and the flower buds drooped slightly. Kuhai tentatively called out, "Little Rose?" Wen Qiang did not respond. He sighed, dripped some nutrient solution into the flower pot, and took another look at the girl on the bed, confirming that her blanket was well covered, before closing the door and going out. Kuhai sat on a chair in the living room, resting his hands on his forehead, and closed his eyes in thought. Accompanying the joy of regaining what was lost was an ever-expanding mystery. But this time, he would not make the same mistakes as before. No one could harm her again. Absolutely not. He grabbed his keys and went out. At the flower shop at the end of the alley, Granny Chun was indeed sitting there. Kuhai had mentally prepared for a long time before walking up and saying, "Granny." Granny Chun glanced at him and questioned, "Where's Xiaowen?" "She's with me right now." I will bring her back tomorrow." Granny Chun glared at him. "Is there anyone like you? You dare bring her home without proposing?" Kuhai had no way to explain and could only say, "We still need some time. That's not acceptable. You can't do anything before proposing. Bring her back to me." Granny Chun was particularly firm this time. She had originally found Kuhai quite agreeable, but now she increasingly felt that Dr. Jiang was better. In a hospital several kilometers away, Jiang Huai suddenly sneezed. Kuhai stood in place for a long time and finally said seriously, "I won't harm her, I promise." Chapter 33. A man's words are deceiving. "How much is your guarantee worth?" Aunt Chun crossed her arms and suddenly started to make scene. "I heard that you chemists can casually concoct poisons and even some kind of drugs." "Gee. No, it's not like that. Don't say such nonsense." I felt that Xiao Wen's condition was very strange this afternoon. She was sleeping lightly, waking at the slightest sound. Not to mention, she would never sleep like that in a chair. Anshan fixed her sharp gaze on Kahai. He suddenly felt a chill at the back of his neck. You didn't team knock Xiao out with a drug, did you? Kahai, what you're doing is illegal. Anshan was thoroughly enraged. Kahai was shocked by Anshan's nearly accurate guess. 1,000 words were on the tip of his tongue, but they finally coalesced into one sentence. So, Annie, which brand of diamond ring do you think looks the best? Should I go buy one? Anshan fell silent for a moment, took off her slippers, and pointed at Kahai. You frivolous scoundrel. I'm going to teach you a lesson on behalf of Xiao Wan. This was the first time Kahai faced such a situation. He was hit several times with Anshan's slippers and still hadn't reacted. Finally, he shouted in a mix of shame and distress. Annie, calm down, calm down. Anshan paused for a few seconds, then pretended to hit him again. Kahai had to speak up to save himself. I will take care of her until she no longer needs me. I will help her stabilize her strange condition until she is completely safe. I will give her the best. Anything she wants, I can provide. Even if she wants a colorful black nutrient solution, I will try my best to create it. Thinking of this, Kahai couldn't help but add, I won't let anyone hurt her, including myself. Anshan looked into Kahai's serious eyes and finally calmed down. Finally, she said with a stiff neck, leave your ID card with me. Kahai was relieved that he had taken out his ID card earlier to check into a hotel. He quickly pulled out his ID card and wallet and handed them to Anshan with both hands. My bank card, credit card, and driver's license are all here. If Xiao Wen comes back tomorrow with even the slightest injury, I will sue you, do you understand? Anshan warned him. Kahai nodded and then said, she is still waiting for me, so I'll leave first. After saying that, he slightly bowed to Anshan and turned to leave. Anshan was lost in thought for a long time. Compared to Kahai's earlier confession, what moved her the most was his gentle statement. She is still waiting for me. Seriousness and promises might be a temporary disguise, but the tenderness revealed unintentionally was genuine. Anshan sighed, hoping her earlier overreaction hadn't scared him away. After dealing with the situation, Kahai returned home. The flower and the person were still asleep, which showed how tired she was today. Kahai looked at the two in the bedroom from a distance and softly said, good night. Wen Qiang woke up from her human form. She was always very quiet when she slept, hardly moving at all throughout the night. The thin blanket remained in the same state as last night, wrapped around her body. A familiar cold fragrance wafted in her nostrils. Wen Qiang slowly realized that she was in someone else's bed. She felt a bit embarrassed and got up. But 2 seconds later, she thought better of it and lay back down. She rolled around on Kahai's pillow for a bit. When she rolled to the end of the bed, she happened to face Kahai, who was coming in through the door. So, with her hair hanging over the edge of the bed like a ghost, lying on her back while hugging Kahai's pillow, Wen Qiang quietly watched the upside-down Kahai for a few seconds. Suddenly, she sat up like a corpse. Feeling a bit awkward, she tidied her hair and said, thanks for yesterday. Kahai responded with an shifted his gaze, and said, I'll go get you some toiletries, just wait at home. Wen Qiang got out of bed and said, no need, I'll just wash my face and tidy up. Kahai's hand, which was about to reach for his wallet, paused. He switched to grabbing the car keys and said, then I'll drive you back. Wen Qiang replied helplessly, Mr. Ku, do you know how congested it is in Nanxiang in the morning? For some reason, Kahai stared at Wen Qiang for several seconds and stubbornly said, then I'll walk you back. Wen Qiang. Okay, thanks. Wen Qiang went to the bathroom and found the supplies inside were pitifully scarce, lacking any sense of daily life. She rinsed her mouth and washed her face before coming out and telling Kahai, you should wash up too. I'll wait for you in the living room. Kahai stared at Wen Qiang for several seconds again. He stared so intently that Wen Qiang began to wonder if there was something on her face. Before he finally shifted his gaze away, Wen Qiang couldn't help but ask what's wrong. Kahai replied, I just feel like you're different after turning back into a human. Wen Qiang. Wen Qiang was puzzled, while Kahai had already entered the bathroom. Wen Qiang carefully considered Kahai's earlier statement, still failing to understand what he meant. 5 or 6 minutes later, Kahai came to the living room and said, let us go. Wen Qiang stood up from the sofa. Kahai led the way in silence until they reached the flower shop's entrance. Only then did Kahai say, starting today, I will call you twice a day, once at noon at 12 o'clock and once at 8 o'clock in the evening. If you don't respond, I will come over immediately, understand? Wen Qiang was taken aback by his serious expression and tone, and she instinctively stood up straight, saying, okay. Go back now, Kohai said, turning to leave. Wen Qiang pondered for a moment and couldn't he help but ask, "Are you going to have breakfast at my place? I mean, it's still pretty early." Kohai replied, "No need, you should rest a bit more." After saying that, he waved his hand and left. Wen Qiang watched Kohai leave. Suddenly, a voice came from behind her. "Are you so reluctant to part?" Wen Qiang jumped in surprise, looking at Aunt Chen behind her. Wen Qiang helplessly said, "Do you walk without making any noise?" Aunt Chen scrutinized Wen Qiang and said, "You haven't changed your clothes. I didn't know you were so bold before." Wen Qiang realized the implication in Aunt Chen's words and awkwardly replied, "Nothing happened, okay? Auntie, please don't gossip. I need to go wash up. Didn't he prepare even a toothbrush for you?" Aunt Chen frowned. Wen Qiang was exasperated and said, "Auntie, let's temporarily ban the topic of Professor Ko. Her mind was a mess right now." Aunt Chen handed Wen Qiang something and said, "You should return this to him." Wen Qiang looked at Kahai's ID card and wallet, puzzled. "How did these end up with you?" Aunt Chen smiled. "You banned the topic of Professor Ko. So if you want to know, go ask him." Wen Qiang wrinkled her nose, feeling petty. Aunt Chen turned and went home. Wen Qiang examined Kohai's ID card and couldn't he help but sigh. Handsome guys truly have no dead angles. Even their ID photos look like professionally retouched pictures. Jealous. Kohai indeed followed the rules he had set for himself. At noon, exactly at 12 o'clock, the first call came in. Wen Qiang quickly answered, cheerfully calling out, "Mr. Ko." Kohai responded with an and said, "I'm hanging up now." After saying that, he hung up the phone. Wen Qiang. She decided to be angry for a minute. The next few days were particularly busy, with Wen Qiang and Kohai having short check-in calls throughout the day, almost like emotionless clocking machines. As the day drew to a close, Wen Qiang finally realized that Kahai's wallet and ID card were still with her. She glanced at the time, preparing to wait for Kohai at the door. Unexpectedly, the flower shop door was pushed open from the outside first. "Hello, Jiang Huai," who walked in, greeted Ba Xiao Wen. "Hello." Wen Qiang instinctively replied, "There are no snow mountain roses right now." Jiang Huai said, "Ordinary white roses are fine too." Wen Qiang replied, "Then Dr. Jiang can choose here. Today's white roses were all air-freighted and fresh." Jiang Huai looked at the beautifully presented white roses, his gaze landing on a small bud at the back. He reached out to pull out that bud, but accidentally pricked his fingertip on a rose thorn. A small bead of blood oozed out. Wen Qiang nervously asked, "Are you okay?" "The buds at the back haven't been processed. Sorry, I forgot to remind you." "It's nothing." Jiang Huai pinched his fingertip, and the blood bead disappeared. He handed the white rose bud to Wen Qiang, saying, "Wrap up 9 of these buds for me. No need to remove the thorns." "Okay." Wen Qiang took the white rose. For some reason, she suddenly felt a weakness, as her vision shifted in an instant. Realizing what had happened, Wen Qiang cursed in her heart with a very dirty word. Despite all precautions, she had to deal with this disaster when it occurred. A hint of astonishment appeared in Jiang Huai's eyes. He instinctively called out Wen Qiang, anxiously asking, "What's wrong?" "Ba Xiao Wen, wake up." Wen Qiang naturally couldn't respond. At that moment, the real white rose Qiang, lying on the ground, was speechless, hoping that after Jiang Huai took her to the hospital, she wouldn't be judged as a vegetable or something. "Ba Xiao Wen?" Jiang Huai called again, suddenly not focusing on Wen Qiang anymore. He scanned around, seemingly looking for something. Wen Qiang quietly watched him go frantic. Jiang Huai quickly returned his gaze and prepared to bend down to pick Wen Qiang up. Just then, accompanied by a dingling sound, a low voice came from the door. "What are you doing?" Wen Qiang instinctively shouted, "Professor Ko, woo woo woo." Kohai hadn't intended to come to the flower shop. He had only opened the door upon seeing what seemed to be Jiang Huai outside. At this moment, looking at the room full of flowers, he found it hard to concentrate on locating Wen Qiang. Wen Qiang quickly moved her leaves, saying, "I'm here on the ground." For some reason, Jiang Huai seemed to glance at the white rosebud on the ground. Kohai walked in slowly, extending his hand to Jiang Huai. "Give her to me." Jiang Huai smiled and looked at him, saying no. "Jiang Huai," Kohai shouted threateningly. Chapter 34. Jiang Huai, "Give her back to me." Kohai's eyes were pitch black, and his voice was deep. However, Wen Qiang could feel his unusually heavy breathing and the small red rashes creeping up his neck. She instinctively said, "No, Professor Ko. You're allergic. Get out quickly." But Kahai stubbornly took 2 steps forward. He grabbed Wen Qiang's other wrist and threatened Jiang Huai. Let go. Want to try and take her? Jiang Huai smiled maliciously, showing no intention of letting go. Kahai gently pulled Wen Qiang toward himself. Jiang Huai didn't step back, and they remained in a standoff. As Kahai's allergic reaction worsened, Jiang Huai's smile faded. He coldly asked Kahai, "Is it necessary?" Kahai coughed a few times. The fine red rashes had spread all over his neck. To maintain his stance, the veins on his forehead bulged from the strain. His eyes were filled with red bloodshot veins. I said, "Give her back to me." He almost repeated it word for word. Wen Qiang could no longer hold back and cried out with a choked voice, "Don't mind me. Just go out. He won't do anything to me." Kahai shook his head gently, refusing to compromise. In the end, it was Jiang Huai who backed down first. With a hint of annoyance, he pushed Wen Qiang into Kahai's arms and said, "You're going to drive yourself crazy one day." After saying that, he turned and left. Kahai cherished holding Wen Qiang in his arms and picked up the white rose from the ground. After taking a difficult breath, he said, "It's okay now." He held Wen Qiang and walked upstairs step by step. With each creaking sound of the wooden stairs, beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. Wen Qiang, caught in the rose, couldn't shed any tears, but she could hear a faint cry from deep within her heart. She begged, "Don't mind me, just go out, okay?" Kahai didn't respond. He carried Wen Qiang all the way to the 2nd floor. After placing the girl on the bed, he sat down on the carpet beside it, breathing heavily. The air on the 2nd floor was much better than on the 1st, but it was still not optimistic for Kahai. His gaze fell on a handkerchief by the pillow. He picked it up as if compelled and covered his mouth and nose with it. The poor quality floral scent from the plants was replaced by the familiar rose fragrance on the handkerchief. Kahai finally managed to catch his breath. He looked at the white rose lying next to his face and even had the mood to joke, "I used your handkerchief without asking. Hope you don't mind?" Wen Qiang said nothing, but gently rubbed her flower bud against his face. Kahai heard her saying in her heart, "I'm sorry." "I heard you," Kahai replied. The response is, "It's okay." Wen Qiang then told him, "You should go out quickly and see a doctor." Kahai lazily breathed the air filtered by the handkerchief and said, "Too lazy to move. What are you doing? Always not listening." Wen Qiang was anxious. The red rashes on Kahai's neck hadn't subsided and looked terrifying. Yet he insisted on staying in this pollen-filled air. She couldn't understand what he was being stubborn about. "What you say when you return to human form is what counts as human speech. Little Rose," Kahai teased her. Wen Qiang was both anxious and angry, saying, "Then I should still have some masks left in my locker. You should wear one for safety." Kahai insisted on going against her. A mask is just a layer of cloth, and a handkerchief is also a layer of cloth. To me, they're no different. Kahai. Wen Qiang was furious. The small flower body rolled around wildly on the quilt. Kahai suddenly burst into laughter, reaching out to pinch the poor little flower bud, saying, "Look at you. Struggling so hard, but not moving far. Better stay obediently in the vase, and let me take you away." "Then take me away. Right now." Wen Qiang suddenly became serious. Kahai was momentarily taken aback before he firmly refused her, "Not now." Then, as if teasing a cat, he reached out to scratch her chin, saying, "If I leave like this, what will happen to your human form? You can't be treated as a corpse." Wen Qiang realized that this man was using her words from that night to retort her. Her anger surged, and she fiercely fanned Kahai's hand with her leaves, saying, "You annoying guy." The annoying guy had a smile in his eyes like crushed stars, shining brilliantly. Wen Qiang heard the pounding of her heart. She didn't know if it was from her human body, from Kahai at that moment, or if it was the heartbeat of her flower body she was imagining. "Little Rose, can I do an experiment?" Kahai suddenly asked her. Wen Qiang resisted, saying no. Kahai pondered for a moment and asked, "Then what would it take?" Wen Qiang replied, "Unless you go find a mask to wear right now." Kahai didn't hesitate and decisively agreed. "Wen Qiang, you fool. I should have told you to go to the hospital for an examination right now." "Which locker? With so many lockers here, don't you have a fear of tight spaces?" Kahai looked at the neatly organized lockers, all labeled, and was amazed. Wen Qiang chuckled, compared to some people's homes being a mess. "I think even a fear of tight spaces would forgive me. Besides, what face do you have to criticize my lockers? First, look at your own neck, okay? I can hear it." Kahai gave her a chilly look, then said, "I can't see it on my neck anyway." "Wen Qiang, are you quite pleased with yourself?" In the end, Kahai safely found a mask under Wen Qiang's guidance. It was a pink mask with 3 layers and activated carbon filters. Kahai hesitated for 2 seconds before reluctantly putting it on. Is that okay? Wen Qiang couldn't help but marvel at how good-looking he was. Such a girly color softened the angles of his face, making him look even more handsome. Unbelievable. Kahai nodded, having heard all of Wen Qiang's mental activities. He too thought his looks were ridiculously high. What experiment are you going to do? Just to be clear, there's no way you're taking pollen, got it? Wen Qiang decided to say the ugly truth up front. When she was younger and didn't know better, she almost let Kahai take pollen. Later, when she understood what blooming and taking pollen meant for her, she resolved in her heart that if Kahai ever dared to mention taking pollen again, she would. She would bite him to death. Isn't not taking pollen fine? Kahai asked. Wen Qiang felt that agreeing so rashly was a bit dangerous, but after thinking it over, she couldn't pinpoint where the danger lay. In the end, she nodded and said, okay. All right then. Kahai undid the button of his shirt cuff. He rolled up his sleeves, revealing a solid forearm. Where's the knife? Wen Qiang. No, that won't do, that can't be. Wen Qiang finally realized what Kahai was trying to do and repeatedly said several sentences of refusal. Kahai looked at her and questioned her soul. Did you not just agree? Wen Qiang frantically waved her leaves, making an X gesture, saying, no, change it, that won't do. Kahai curiously asked why. Wen Qiang mumbled, it just won't do. Kahai remained silent for a long while before saying, if we don't do anything, nothing will progress. It's too dangerous for you to go on like this. This time I'm here, what if I'm not? What if Zhang Huai takes you away? In such a situation, Kahai didn't dare to think any further. However, Wen Qiang felt extremely embarrassed, but still coquettishly said, isn't it okay to switch to another experiment? Kahai remained silent for a while before replying stiffly, there are no other experimental project for now. After saying this, he sat down on the carpet by the bed and stopped talking. Wen Qiang realized he was sulking. After thinking for a while, she finally said, how about we buy some pig's blood? Or we can wait until the next time you get hurt to experiment. Anyway, there's nothing else we can do. And don't blame me for cursing you to get hurt. It's because you're always so clumsy. So you are afraid I'll get hurt, huh? Kahai leaned his head against the bed and turned his face to smile at the white rose. There was no trace of anger left. Wen Qiang, you're tricking me. She decided to sulk for a minute, the kind where nothing Kahai said would work. Then let's wait until I get hurt next time to experiment. Okay. Kahai touched the leaves of the white rose. Wen Qiang remained motionless, stiffening her body as if playing dead. Kahai then asked, how long do you think it will take for you to return to your human form this time? Wen Qiang. Kahai, little rose? Wen Qiang. How would I know? Kahai smirked, revealing a triumphant smile. But since it was covered by a mask, Wen Qiang couldn't see it. I'm a bit tired. Can I take a nap here? Kahai's voice gradually lowered as he asked this. He had really pushed himself to the limit. The allergic reaction was constantly tormenting his nerves. From the beginning until now, as the rash subsided, he had almost exhausted all his strength to avoid looking disheveled in front of Wen Qiang. The moment his tense nerves relaxed, all that invaded him was drowsiness. Wen Qiang said somewhat awkwardly, but my bed is quite small. Si li ge, ge hai mu mu. And then he couldn't hold on any longer and slowly closed his eyes. He leaned against the side of Wen Qiang's bed and fell asleep. The stray hair on his forehead hung down obediently, looking particularly quiet. Wen Qiang watched Kahai's sleeping face until she began to feel drowsy herself. She dozed off in a daze. The setting sun shone through the small window, and the girl on the bed lay quietly, with a white rose placed on the blanket. The young man at the foot of the bed tilted his head, seemingly sleeping without distinction. Yet the elongated shadow was very quiet. Kahai was awakened suddenly. He found that someone seemed to be tightly entwined with him. He opened his eyes abruptly and saw the girl with a pale face under the moonlight, her long eyelashes trembling. Chapter 35, Kahai's breathing was stifled. After a while, he finally heard his own voice. What are you doing? Wen Qiang was startled, instinctively loosening her grip, feeling a bit awkward as she said, you're awake. I was going to move you to the bed, but I didn't succeed. Since Kahai was already a big guy, and Wen Qiang was being cautious not to touch his skin to avoid a repeat of what happened last time, she thought about it and was about to stand up. However, after kneeling on the ground for a long time, she hadn't stood up yet, and her legs gave way. causing her to fall back down. The distance was too short, and before she could scream, someone caught her. To avoid any strange chemical reactions, Kahai was very careful not to touch her skin. "Be careful," Kahai said in a steady voice, though his body was tense. Wen Qiang awkwardly climbed down from the man, gave a dry laugh, and said, are you hungry? Do you want to eat at my place?" Kahai suddenly smiled at her, sure. Wen Qiang quickly went to rummage through the fridge, fortunately finding some ingredients. As she searched, she asked, "It shouldn't be a problem if you don't eat fish for a meal, right?" Kahai, sitting on the edge of the bed, nodded obediently. Wen Qiang busied herself in the kitchen, while Kahai quietly sat on the carpet by the bed, observing everything around him. The apartment was somewhat like a loft, but the space on the second floor was quite spacious. There was one bedroom, plus a kitchen and a bathroom, with a small area used as a dining room. From Kahai's perspective, he could see Wen Qiang's figure moving around in the kitchen, like a beautiful painting framed in a picture. His fingers tapped lightly on the carpet, making no sound at all. Looking at that exquisite scene, he inexplicably took out his phone and captured the moment. "Ah, are you getting a bit bored? Why don't you set up the projector and watch a movie or something?" Wen Qiang poked her head out from the kitchen. Kahai's gaze turned to the projector on the bedside table, and then to the screen neatly rolled up on the ceiling. After a moment of consideration, he replied, "I'm not very good at this." Wen Qiang wiped her hands and walked over, turning on the projector and the computer for him, then said, "Just find something you like to watch. You know how to use a mouse, right?" Kahai raised an eyebrow. Wen Qiang realized what he meant and, feeling a bit embarrassed, said, "I've gotten used to teaching my grandma how to use this," although she had to teach her over and over again because the other party kept forgetting. Kahai asked her, "Does your grandma come over often?" Wen Qiang took the remote and lowered the screen, saying, "Occasionally. She knows I don't like others casually entering my room." Kahai raised his eyebrow again, but this time Wen Qiang didn't see it. After lowering the screen, she said, "Then I'll go make dinner." Kahai looked at her and said seriously, "Thank you." Wen Qiang instinctively touched her hair by her ear and turned to go to the kitchen. Kahai casually played a documentary, but didn't actually watch it. He just kept staring at Wen Qiang's busy figure. He noticed that when she was with him, she strictly controlled her emotions, as if she had locked away the girl with a sincere heart who loved to act spoiled in a cage, presenting a mature and businesslike demeanor instead. Only occasionally did she let slip some small intonations that revealed her inner feelings at that moment. Kahai felt that since Wen Qiang had seen the face behind his mask, he should also be allowed to see her true self. He thought he needed to do something. Wen Qiang soon came out with dinner, a simple dish with one meat, one vegetable, and a soup, along with 2 bowls of rice, all arranged neatly on the dining table, looking incredibly warm. At least that's how Kahai felt. He hadn't eaten such homemade food in a long time. "Try it." Wen Qiang handed him chopsticks and then added, "Because I can't really eat spicy food. I only added a little chili. Is that okay?" Kahai replied, "If I said I minded, would you throw me out?" Wen Qiang flashed a bright smile, saying straightforwardly, "Yes, not only would I throw you out, but I would also call the City Management Bureau to report you for illegal street vending." Kahai couldn't help but smile at her. Wen Qiang urged him, "Hurry and try it." Kahai first tasted the greens. He usually couldn't eat stir-fried vegetables, so he decided to start with this hellish hard mode. After tasting a bite, his dark eyes lit up. "Your cooking is excellent. This is really delicious." "Really?" Wen Qiang was very happy. She didn't spend much time cooking, mostly eating with Grandma Chun and the others when she was busy. In that case, her cooking could only be considered mediocre. She didn't expect Kahai to praise her so directly. Wen Qiang thought to herself, "Professor Ku is really a good person. If you added more chili, it would be even better," Kahai added. Wen Qiang. It had been a long time since there was a guest in the small dining room on the second floor. The light from the small bed illuminated the dark alley beside it a little. After dinner, Kahai insisted on helping and successfully broke 2 of Wen Qiang's limited edition plates. "I'm so angry, but I still have to keep smiling," Wen Qiang thought, looking at the pieces on the floor. Kahai, feeling guilty, said, "I'll clean it up." Wen Qiang quickly stopped him, sincerely saying, "No need, really." Kahai retracted his hand in frustration. Seeing the pitiful figure of Kahai from behind, Wen Qiang suddenly felt a pang of conscience. So she asked him, "Professor Ku, can you peel fruit?" Kahai turned his face, his eyes lighting up again. He nodded, "I can." Wen Qiang gestured towards the fridge and said, How about you help me peel an apple? Okay. Kahai readily agreed and turned to get the apple. Wen Qiang breathed a sigh of relief and began to clean up the pieces on the floor. Looking at the paper figure on the shards, her heart bled. This was a limited edition of her idol, Limited. If she ever let Kahai step into the kitchen again, she would be a pig. I've cleaned up your apple. Wen Qiang's words got stuck halfway, because she caught a whiff of something unsettling in the air. She didn't know where the feeling came from, but when her gaze finally landed on the apple rolling on the ground and Kahai's finger that was bleeding, she finally understood the reason. My hand slipped. Kahai tried to explain. Seems like I've caused you trouble again. Wen Qiang's gaze was fixed on Kahai's injured finger. She instinctively swallowed. Kahai noticed her reaction. Holding the fruit knife in one hand and his bleeding finger in the other, he slowly approached Wen Qiang. Wen Qiang finally came to her senses, extending her hands to block him, saying, "Don't come over, you. Just go outside first, put it down, I'll clean it up, Xiao Wang." Kahai called her by her nickname. Wen Qiang peered at him through her fingers with a pitiful look. Kahai had already walked up to her, standing quietly in front of her. He said very seriously, "It's time for the experiment." Wen Qiang had nowhere to retreat. Her back pressed against the countertop that still hadn't been cleaned of water stains. A small part of her clothing stuck to her skin, feeling cool. Meanwhile, the man approaching her was hot, like a furnace. Even at a distance, she could feel the warmth radiating from him. "You did this on purpose, didn't you?" Wen Qiang's voice trembled. "Kenya sincerely rapia. No, y promisa." He just knew he was never good at peeling apples, but still took on the task. The injury to the hand was merely a magnified possibility under deliberate choice. "Want to give it a try?" Kahai said as he raised his hand. A drop of bright, almost translucent blood appeared in Wen Qiang's line of sight under the light. As if bewitched, she grabbed Kahai's hand and leaned in closer. Kahai recalled that day when he barely touched her, and she turned all hot. At this moment, he wasn't sure whether to break free or not. The drooping blood merged with the equally bright red lips and tongue. Kahai's gaze was fixed on the person's lips in front of him, and after a long while, he forced himself to look away. The wound had stopped bleeding. Wen Qiang, still yearning, licked her lips and said to Kahai, "It tastes much better than last time." "Professor Ke, are you?" Before she could finish, her hand was caught. The little bloodstain she had gotten from hastily grabbing Kahai's wound was licked clean. Finally, Kahai frowned and said, "It's just the ordinary smell of blood." Wen Qiang tried to pull her hand back, but failed. Kahai held her hand tightly, smiling brightly. "See, it's not like last time." Wen Qiang looked in astonishment at their interlocked hands, as if discovering a new continent. Moving Kahai's hand around as she held it, saying, "Really, is it because of the blood?" Wen Qiang raised her face to look at him. Kahai replied, "Who knows? Anything is possible, right?" Wen Qiang nodded, fiddling with Kahai's hand and giggling, completely unaware of anything being off. The cunning fox raised his thin lips and asked again, "What does it taste like?" Wen Qiang looked at Kahai in confusion. Kahai added, "My blood. What does it taste like to you?" Wen Qiang licked her lips and said with some difficulty, "Do I have to describe it?" Kahai nodded, saying it would greatly affect the experimental results. Wen Qiang frowned, feeling a bit troubled. "But that would make me seem really weird, right? Drinking human blood and all." Kahai looked at her quietly. Wen Qiang, feeling helpless, could only say, "Sweet, really sweet, but not the same as sugar sweetness." Wen Qiang really wanted to say that it was a kind of sweetness she couldn't describe, the kind that makes you want to drink it just by smelling it. But thinking about it made her feel it was too weird, so she swallowed it back. "Last question," Kahai said. Wen Qiang nodded, preparing to answer. Kahai's fingers gently brushed her lip corner, curiously asking, "The time you just sprouted from the earth. You told me not to feed you blood because you were scared of that taste. How come now it's sweet?" Wen Qiang choked a bit. After a long pause, she finally said, "If I say it, you can't laugh at me. Deal?" Kahai held her hand. Wen Qiang shyly opened her mouth. Chapter 36, because there will be a period of time when I lose consciousness, not knowing what I'm doing. Wen Qiang said, feeling extremely awkward. But Kahai asked seriously, "Lose consciousness? How long does it last? Are there any other symptoms?" Wen Qiang immediately replied, "No." Kahai looked at her suspiciously. Wen Qiang held her neck up and said, "No." Kahai responded with an "oh" that showed he didn't really believe her. The air fell into a dead silence. In the end, it was Wen Qiang who compromised first, saying, "There is still a little bit of wanting to." Bloom. The victorious Kuhai slightly curled his lips in a place where Wen Qiang couldn't see. Then he asked again in a serious tone, "How long does the loss of consciousness last?" Wen Qiang didn't have time to feel embarrassed and was taken away by Kuhai's question. She thought seriously for 3 seconds before answering. "I think it should last several seconds." "Understood." Kuhai nodded. It was the same whether she said it or not. He looked at Wen Qiang again, asking if there were any other details to add. Wen Qiang frowned in thought for a moment, then relaxed her brow, saying, "I can't think of anything for now." But in Kuhai's mind, he had already made measurement. He said, "Then we'll talk about it next time. Let us rest well today." Wen Qiang nodded and followed Kuhai down to the first floor. Before leaving, Kuhai thought for a moment and said to Wen Qiang, "Stay away from Jianghuai." Wen Qiang nodded without a hint of hesitation. Kuhai suddenly felt that she was being so obedient, like a pet cat waiting for its owner to pet its head. His hand slowly lifted, but somehow it was lowered again. Slowly, he reminded himself in his heart, "I'm leaving then." "Wait." Wen Qiang thought of something. "Your wallet and ID are still with me. I'll get them for you." Kuhai turned his face, looking at her from a distance. Suddenly, he smiled. "I'll ask you for them next time." Wen Qiang responded with "oh" twice. By the time Kuhai had walked far away, she still didn't understand why he was making such a fuss about asking her next time. After watching Kuhai's figure disappear down the long street, Wen Qiang stretched lazily, locked the door, and went upstairs. Since the last time Wen Qiang had suddenly turned into a vegetative state in front of Jianghuai, Kuhai had been carrying a mask with him almost every day. He also started visiting the flower shop more frequently. One day after work, Xiao Ai asked, "Professor, do you want to have dinner together?" Kuhai packed his things and walked away without looking back, saying he wouldn't eat. Xiao Ai, "I suspect you have another dog outside." Today was the day Ming Zai's mom took Xiao Qinyu home from the hospital. Granny Chun had hinted several times for Wen Qiang to bring Kuhai over for dinner. Wen Qiang realized that Granny Chun had misunderstood her relationship with Kuhai again, but she still straightforwardly conveyed Granny Chun's invitation to Kuhai. Kuhai said he would definitely be there on time. After work at 6 o'clock, Wen Qiang saw Kuhai standing at the flower shop door with a gift box at 6:30, looking suspicious as he wandered around. Wen Qiang approached and suspiciously asked, "Professor Ko, what are you doing?" At a glance, she noticed Kuhai was even more formal than usual. Although he still wore that fitted suit, today he seemed to have seriously groomed his hair, and his face and shoes were particularly shiny. It took Wen Qiang a long time to squeeze out a sentence. "Did you go on a blind date today?" "Gehai." The atmosphere froze for several seconds before Kuhai dumped all the gift boxes he was holding into the flower shop and said, "No, I just went to the supermarket." "Sister Chang, dinner time." Ming Zai ran over, panting. With a bit of timid eyes, he glanced at Kuhai and said, "Uncle, it's time to eat." Kuhai glanced at Ming Zai. Ming Zai quickly hid behind Wen Qiang. Wen Qiang rubbed Ming Zai's head and smiled at Kuhai. "Uncle Ku, are you not leaving?" Kuhai watched Wen Qiang leave with Ming Zai and finally followed behind at a slow pace. As Kuhai stepped inside, 2 bright eyes locked onto his face. The owners were Granny Chun and Ming Zai's mom, who had already sat down at the dining table. "Good evening, I'm Kuhai." Kuhai first greeted the two. Granny Chun then said, "Sit down." Wen Qiang naturally sat down next to Kuhai. Granny Chun looked at her with a somewhat disappointed expression, saying to Wen Qiang, "Come a bit closer." Wen Qiang moved her chair closer to Granny Chun, but still kept her left hand next to Kuhai. Granny Chun, "Okay, Mom, the food is getting cold." Ming Zai's mom reminded helplessly. Only then did Granny Chun retract her gaze. The dining table at Granny Chun's house was usually harmonious, but for some reason today, the atmosphere felt a bit tense. During the meal, Granny Chun continuously launched attacks on Kuhai, asking where Mr. Ku's hometown was, how many people were in his family. Kuhai's chopsticks paused. Wen Qiang quickly said, "Grandma, what are you doing? Checking household registration?" Kuhai gently scratched her wrist through Wen Qiang's gauzy sleeve from under the table. He then said to Grandma Chun, "I'm from the capital. My parents are no longer around." Grandma Chun paused in her breathing. After a while, she said, "I'm sorry." "Gehai Zipli?" "It's okay." Wen Qiang looked at Kuhai's lowered eyes and suddenly felt extremely sad. She shot a resentful glance at Grandma Chun, not understanding why she had to bring this up. The atmosphere at the dining table became increasingly awkward. After dinner, Wen Qiang pushed Kuhai, who was trying to help clean up, back and said to Grandma Chun, "Grandma, what are you doing?" Grandma Chun awkwardly said, "You two should be at the stage of meeting the parents, right? Your family doesn't have anyone to manage things, so I'm just like your half-grandmother. I should help you figure things out. How would I know about his family situation?" Wen Qiang's face turned red with embarrassment, and she said, "What are you talking about? When did we say we were going to meet the parents?" Grandma Chun looked at Wen Qiang and said, "I know you're used to making decisions on your own, but when it comes to choosing a partner, you can't just rely on feelings." Wen Qiang was completely overwhelmed and said, "I really am not in the relationship you think. Do you not like him?" Grandma Chun suddenly asked. Wen Qiang's denial got stuck in her throat, and she couldn't bring herself to say it. Grandma Chun showed, just as I thought, look. Then she said, "But I was too forward today. He should have taken the initiative." Wen Qiang felt that there was no way to continue this topic. She quickly helped clean up and rushed to meet Kahai. However, as she entered the door, she heard a woman scream from the second floor, "Good. You brought a wild man home. Wen Qiang, you dead girl, come out. Today, I have to teach you what it means to follow a woman's way." Wen Qiang's face instantly turned pale. She almost rushed up to the second floor, just in time to see Luo Yulian grabbing Kohai's sleeve. Try to pull him downstairs. Kohai frowned, looking quite impatient, but he didn't seem inclined to fight back. Wen Qiang wished that Kahai had never appeared tonight, or she would rather drag Luo Yulian down with her. What are you doing? Didn't I tell you to stop bothering me?" Wen Qiang said each word with difficulty. She felt Kohai's scrutinizing gaze on her. She dared not look at him and just bit her lip tightly. Luo Yulian's voice was sharp, spitting words as she said, "You dead girl, is this how you speak to your mother? Last time you dared to point a scissors at my account. I haven't settled that with you yet. And now you actually dare to bring a wild man home? I see you have no shame, really embarrassing our own family. You leave." Wen Qiang gritted her teeth and tried to pull Luo Yulian. But before she could touch her, she was roughly pushed away. Luo Yulian pointed at Wen Qiang's nose angrily, saying, "Who are you telling to leave?" "Wen Qiang, I'm laying it out here today. This flower shop was left by your heartless father. It's not just yours. No matter what, I should get half of the profits from the shop, right? No, I should get 80. I'm your mother." Wen Qiang's hands braced against the railing to steady herself. Finally, she mustered the courage to look at Kahai. Forcing out a smile, she said, "Professor Ku, you should go back first. I have some things to handle here." But Kahai was worried about Wen Qiang facing Luo Yulian alone. Yet Wen Qiang insisted, "You go. Go now. Consider it my request." Kuhai's heart ached for a moment. He looked at her tightly pressed lips and reddened eyes, and after a long while, he finally averted his gaze with difficulty. "Okay, then I'll leave. Where do you think you're going? You wild man, I warn you." Luo Yulian's words stopped halfway, because she saw Wen Qiang pick up the scissors from the table and press it hard against her own neck. She didn't say a word, but tears kept rolling down her cheeks. She was silently crying, silently roaring. Luo Yulian even suspected that if she dared to say another word, Wen Qiang would stab down with the scissors. Blood would splatter right there. Kahai, who was turning his back to the two of them going downstairs, seemed to sense something and suddenly halted his steps, but in the end he still moved again. The creaking sound of the wooden floor echoed one after another. He never looked back. Only then did Wen Qiang feel as if all her strength had been drained away, and she let go of the scissors. A thin line of blood marked her snow-white neck, but she seemed to feel no pain at all. She knelt on the ground, raising her hate-filled eyes to look at Luo Yulian. "Where were you when Dad died? Where were you when I was almost killed by debt collectors? Where were you when I was forced to almost sell my blood and body? Now you come to ask me for money? Luo Yulian, do you deserve it?" Saying this, Wen Qiang didn't know where she found the strength, struggling to get back up. She grabbed the scissors again, pointing the sharp end at her own heart, and offered the handle towards Luo Yulian. Her eyes were like a foggy night, eerie and gloomy. "Do you really want money that badly? Then I'll give you a chance. Right here, stab here. Just apply a little force, and all the money is yours. Luo Yulian, go ahead and do it." Chapter 37. Luo Yulian was both shocked and angry, saying, "Don't think that I..." Before she could finish her sentence, she was pulled forward by Wen Qiang. Luo Yulian's face turned pale with fright as she abruptly threw away the scissors, gasping as she looked at Wen Qiang. Do you really want to die? Haven't you always wanted to force me to death? What's wrong feeling soft-hearted?" Wen Qiang's gaze and tone were filled with mockery. Luo Yulian looked at Wen Qiang in terror. The former Wen Qiang seemed to live diligently, but her eyes were like a pool of stagnant water. Yet now, in front of her, Wen Qiang was full of life and vitality, no longer silent and enduring, but starting to get angry and resist. What was it? Or rather, who changed her? Luo Yulian felt that everything seemed to be beyond her control, and she nervously asked, "What is wrong with you?" Wen Qiang smiled at Luo Yulian again and said, "Do you prefer to stab me with the scissors yourself? Or do you prefer me to push you off from here? Choose one." As she spoke, Wen Qiang bent down to pick up the scissors. Luo Yulian shouted, "You still want to kill someone?" Wen Qiang extended the hand, holding the scissors towards Luo Yulian. For a moment, Luo Yulian couldn't tell whether she was offering the scissors to herself or preparing to push her down. You crazy girl." She was still frightened and retreated. "I'll come back another day to teach you a lesson." Luo Yulian jumped several steps away from Wen Qiang, glared at her fiercely, and then ran downstairs. Wen Qiang calmly placed the scissors back on the table and sat down on the carpet beside the bed. She leaned against the bed, imitating the posture Kohai had when he fell asleep here last time. As if this way, she could be a little closer to him, just a little closer. Wen Qiang closed her eyes like this. She suddenly wasn't afraid of Kohai seeing her body covered in sores and scars. Nor did she want to hide herself as she did before. She really wanted to see him. "Little Rose." She suddenly heard Kohai's voice. "Little Rose." Wen Qiang opened her eyes. The familiar bedroom, the familiar moonlight, and the man's gentle eyes like water under the moonlight. She didn't even have time to call out that familiar name when the flower buds trembled violently. Kohai reached out to touch the pitiful flower bud, smiling and saying, "So you really come when I call you. Why did you call me over?" Wen Qiang looked up at him. Kohai said before, "You always came over when you wanted to see me. This time, I wanted to see if you would come if I wanted to see you." Kohai heard her inner cries but pretended not to hear. He gently stroked the flower bud again. "I didn't expect you to actually come. Does this count as telepathy?" Wen Qiang shook the leaves again and vaguely replied, "I guess so. By the way, you still owe me a bouquet of daisies." Kohai absent-mindedly stroked the snow-white flower bud and said, "Daisies are very important." Wen Qiang asked, "So, you want to tell me the story behind the daisies?" Kohai moved the flower pot from the windowsill to the foot of the bed and sat next to it, stretching his long legs. "Then let me tell you the story behind the daisies." Kohai grew up in a laboratory. Both of his parents were chemists. His 100-day celebration was in the laboratory, and his birthdays were also spent in the laboratory. He inherited his parents' high IQ, absorbing endless knowledge from his surroundings. Clutching those cold test tubes and instruments, he recklessly grew into a little monster. After effortlessly achieving results that others might spend their whole lives trying to obtain, Kohai felt like he owned the world. It seemed he had nothing at all. Inside, he seemed to have a huge void created by knowledge, and as time passed, it took away his blood, his emotions, and his compassion as a human being. Finally, one day, he used concentrated sulfuric acid to dissolve the hand of a man who attempted to steal his experimental results and even try to lay hands on him. He had finally become a tangible little monster in the eyes of others. No one dared to approach him, and everyone feared him. Finally, at the age of 18, before he was completely devoured by the black hole, Kohai decided to leave. Outside, he saw a vast world and all kinds of people. He finally managed to regain the blood and essence that had been gradually diminished, but he still felt that his heart was empty. Every night, he could hear the sound of wind whistling through the gaps, until a fire burned down the research institute, and his parents, who had given him life, were trapped inside and perished with it. He had to return like a kite with a broken string, stumbling and covered in wounds. "You must be very tired from flying," Wen Qiang said, rubbing against the man's fingertip. Warm, not at all like the cold-blooded little monster he claimed to be. Kohai heard her heart's voice and felt a bitter taste in his mouth, saying, "I thought ordinary people would think I deserved not to see my parents one last time, because I was willful. I'm not an ordinary person," Wen Qiang chuckled. "Gehai Fao Si Lin," Wen Qiang asked again, "Do you miss them?" "Gehai not that." Even after so many years, even with countless denials, every time he achieved results in his experiments, he still thought of showing off to his parents first. Even though he couldn't speak to them face to face now, in his heart, he still wanted to convey it well. "I miss my dad a lot." As she spoke, the flower bud rubbed against Kohai's finger again. Kohai responded by gently touching her, and then said, Can you tell me the story related to the flower pot? Words that used to feel bloody and painful. Now mentioned by Kuhai in a calm manner. Wen Qiang did not resist, allowing the suppressed longing and desire to express to spill out. Sure, she smiled at him. But my dad is just an ordinary gardener, not as impressive as your family. Kuhai replied, gardeners are very impressive. The owner of the flower shop is also very impressive. He thought for a moment and added, happy families come in all shapes and sizes. But unhappy families seem to have only one pattern. Wen Qiang reflected on her half a lifetime and felt it was like a blink of an eye. After all, it was just her gambling-addicted mother and a kind-hearted father. No matter how the tragedy was written, it always came down to just a few words. Sometimes I really feel sorry for my dad. He is too honest and easily bullied. I even want to bully him. Wen Qiang said angrily, then deflated. It's a pity I can't bully him anymore. That kind-hearted man's life ended during the summer vacation of Wen Qiang's first year of high school. Late-stage lung cancer. Always dealing with dust, he never spoke when stressed, just kept smoking. Her unscrupulous father left her like this. At that time, Wen Qiang cried her heart out, and before she could finish mourning, she was pursued by small-time thugs demanding gambling debts. She didn't know how she managed to muster the courage to drive away a group of thugs. But the gambling debts still needed to be repaid. They always had their eyes on her father's shop, and she had no choice but to give up studying and return home. Wen Qiang thought of this and shook her leaves, feeling somewhat proud. I was really amazing back then. Yes, very amazing. Kuhai's fingertips felt cold. He curled his fingers, even afraid to touch the flower bud beside him. Wen Qiang excitedly talked about how amazing her past self was, not mentioning the word pain at all. But Kuhai felt a lump of cotton in his chest, nearly unable to breathe. In the end, he awkwardly tilted his head back on the bed, and, why are you so heartless? Wen Qiang responded with an ah and said, it's not too bad, right? Kuhai thought to himself, not at all. He stared at the white ceiling above for a long while before finally lifting his head and calling out, Little Rose. Wen Qiang looked at him in confusion. Kuhai asked, can I hug you? Wen Qiang hesitated, shaking her leaves, and said, hug the flower pot? Wouldn't that hurt your image? Just thinking about that scene seemed a bit beautiful. I want to hug you, is that okay? Kuhai looked at her earnestly. Wen Qiang finally understood what he meant. She shyly replied, but I don't know when I can go back. It's okay, I'll take you back, Kuhai said as he picked up the flower pot and rushed downstairs. The last time he exerted all his strength to charge forward was when he heard that his parents' research lab had caught fire, and they were trapped. Unfortunately, separated by a vast ocean, even if he flew back immediately, he wouldn't be able to see those two people who had ties to him in this world. He still remembered the pain of feeling hollowed out at the moment he heard the news, filled with the experiences of 10 years abroad. But it didn't matter, because someone had finally come gently into his life again, wrapping his scars and nourishing his bones. At this moment, he was about to rush to see her. Kuhai ran all the way to the flower shop with the flower pot. Wen Qiang anxiously said, mask, mask. I forgot. Kuhai gasped for breath and laughed. I'll run faster. It's okay. He really charged all the way up. The girl leaning against the foot of the bed was sleeping with her eyes closed. Wen Qiang was still thinking about how sad it would be if Kuhai were hugging her, with her as a flower beside him. While she was lost in thought, her vision went dark. The next moment, she was embraced. The cool fragrance carried the chill of the night wind, but her heart was beating hotly. Ku. Wen Qiang was just about to call his name when she felt the familiar warmth surging within her body. She bit her teeth tightly, buried her face in Kuhai's shoulder, her long eyelashes trembling anxiously. Little Rose. Chapter 38 in the past, Kuhai had called Little Rose many times, but it was always directed at the flower. At this moment, Wen Qiang felt her eyes heat up inexplicably upon hearing the nickname. Her throat tightened. Kuhai released her, but leaned closer again. The moment Wen Qiang realized Kuhai's face was so close, she held her breath. She was even afraid that her hot breath would spray onto Kuhai's face. However, the scent of roses had long since permeated the space, entangling both Kuhai and Wen Qiang within it. Wen Qiang raised her soft hand, struggling to push Kuhai away, saying, Let go of me. But you just said it was okay to hug you. Kuhai stared at her, unwilling to shift his gaze for even a moment. When it came to flowers, the first was a white rose, and the second was also a white bud. When it came to people, her little face was always fair. like a cloud or a handful of snow. Kahai, as a big man, never thought pink was particularly beautiful. Until this color appeared on the cheeks of the person in front of him. He suddenly felt that the peach blossoms at the beginning of March might be this trembling, well-behaved, and pitiful light pink. Don't look at me. Let go. Wen Qiang averted her gaze and tried to push him again. Is it not allowed? Kohai's forehead was almost touching hers. For a moment, Wen Qiang couldn't tell whose breath was hotter, hers or his. What? Wen Qiang's brain was about to shut down. Gehai sai silent di. He couldn't bear to bully her any longer. Wen Qiang felt she might embarrass herself in front of Kahai. But Kahai had seen her in awkward situations many times, so one more time wouldn't make a difference. Just as she was about to reach out and hug him back, she suddenly caught a sweet scent. Wen Qiang struggled to open her eyes. The man in front of her had become a vague shadow. Then that sweet scent approached her lips. Drip! It felt like a fire doused with cold water. The burning temperature on Wen Qiang's body gradually dissipated, finally disappearing completely. Wen Qiang's thoughts finally became clear again. She first glanced at Kahai's face. In his approving gaze, she cautiously and sincerely grasped his hand. Sweet, representing vitality, bright red, entangled in the same vivid red. Slow down, don't rush. Kahai was clearly being drained of blood, yet he still had the mind to reach out and stroke Wen Qiang's hair. Only after Wen Qiang let go of Kahai's fingers did she feel herself drenched in sweat. Everything that had just happened rushed in her mind. She felt the heat rising again, but this time it only rushed to her face. It's so fast to come back today, huh? Wen Qiang managed a few awkward laughs. She felt her own words were dry. Another hug? Kahai smiled at her. Wen Qiang shrank back a little, saying no. That's not necessary. Kahai unceremoniously hugged her. Wen Qiang moved her nose, sniffing the air, which seemed devoid of any smell of sweat, and finally allowed her brain to relax for a moment. From now on, you can only be my family's flower, got it? Kahai whispered in her ear. It was somewhat harsh, like a warning. Wen Qiang mumbled an and drowsiness pulled her into darkness. Didn't hear? Why not answer? After asking, Kahai pinched her earlobe. Still no response. He released his hand, realizing the girl in his arms had already fallen asleep. Little Rose? Kahai called out. Naturally. The person who had already fallen asleep couldn't respond. Kahai silently chuckled, not knowing who he was laughing at. Finally, he bent down to carry her back to bed. Before leaving, he turned back. Under the gentle moonlight, he lightly touched her. Kahai took the flower pot downstairs and bumped into Grandma Chun, who was coming out to throw away the trash. Grandma Chun walked up a few steps and said, Little Ko, about your parents earlier, I was too abrupt. Shaowen has already taught me a lesson, so don't hold it against me. Thinking of Wen Qiang warmed Kahai's heart. He smiled and said, It's okay. It's all in the past. Seeing he didn't seem to be just being polite, Grandma Chun sighed in relief and said, You know I was very satisfied with you before, right? But back then, I thought it was good for Xiao when to have someone to take care of her. But now I feel. Everything should be done properly, you understand, right? Ka didn't know why, but his ears suddenly turned slightly red. He looked down at the ground and said, I will do it as soon as possible. Good luck. As long as you do it quickly, then Grandma will still invest in your stocks. Grandma Chun patted his shoulder. Geh. Invest in what stocks? Watching Grandma Chun leave, Kahai didn't ask about the stocks and returned home with a dazed expression while holding the flower pot. Unexpectedly, he encountered someone sitting on the stairs of the old building. Oh, you're back, little friend. Jiang Huai smiled and stood up. Kahai asked, Is there something? Jiang Huai's gaze lingered on the flower pot in Kahai's hands for a moment before returning to Kahai's face, saying, I'm just concerned about you. Afraid you might be allergic to pollen and die. Don't worry, if you die, I won't die either. Kahai recalled the last time Jiang Huai dared to hold Wen Qiang in his arms, and his expression darkened shade. Jiang Huai laughed heartily, completely unconcerned about Kahai's curse. Kahai tried to walk past Jiang Huai. In a moment, they brushed past each other. Jiang Huai suddenly asked strangely, Did the flower change you, little friend? Kahai's expression changed. He turned his head to stare at Jiang Huai beside him. He spoke slowly, word by word. Don't have any ideas about her, or I'll make you regret it. Jiang Huai, I mean what I say. He threw down those words and left without stopping. Jiang Huai watched his figure disappear into the dim corridor. His pitch-black eyes misted over. The gloomy, nightmarish creature was well hidden. Wen Qiang woke up to find herself reeking of sweat. Before her was the familiar sight of her own room. Her mind went blank for a few seconds before she finally recalled everything that had happened last night. She quickly wrapped her arms around herself. Impulsiveness is the devil. You can't make any decisions at night. What had she done? Wen Qiang felt so embarrassed her hair almost stood on end. She quickly climbed out of bed, deciding to clear her mind. When she was ready and came downstairs, she found someone waiting outside the flower shop. Early? It took Wen Qiang a while to find her voice. Kuhai walked forward silently, hugging her through her clothes before saying, "Good morning, I'm going to work." Okay. Wen Qiang looked at Kuhai with a mix of confusion and embarrassment. Somehow, she blurted out, "Did you record all the experimental data from yesterday properly?" Kuhai smiled in surprise and said, "Of course, we in this line never miss any experimental data." Good. Wen Qiang tried to cover up, saying that the experiments were quite interesting. Haha. Kuhai stared at her for a few seconds, just about to say something when his phone rang. Xiao AI on the other end yelled, "Professor, if you don't come soon, I'll die in front of you." "Got it, I'm on my way," Kuhai said expressionlessly before hanging up. Wen Qiang waved her hand, saying, "You should go to work." Kuhai said seriously, "I'll come find you in the afternoon." Wen Qiang nodded and turned to go back first. After entering, she leaned against the wall, her mind a bit hazy. Was it really just for the experiment? She thought. After the two stories from last night, they had become quite close. Close enough to embrace each other. With a ding, the flower shop door was pushed open. Cool. Wen Qiang's call was stuck in her throat, because behind her stood Jiang Huai. Dr. Jiang. Wen Qiang immediately displayed an appropriate smile, asking what flowers he wanted to buy. Jiang Huai scanned the flower shop, his gaze settling on the buds of white roses. He smiled, his light-colored lips curving, and said, "Just like before, 9 white rosebuds." Wen Qiang paused for a moment, took 2 seconds to react, and said, "Okay, please wait a moment." She stepped out from behind the counter and reached for the white rosebuds. But Jiang Huai suddenly said, "Last time, I mean the time when Boss Xiao went fainted, why didn't you go to the hospital afterward?" Wen Qiang's heart skipped a beat, but her expression remained calm. It was just a bit of low blood sugar, nothing serious. Wen Qiang smiled at the man who was too close for comfort, her gaze gradually turning cold. "Dr. Jiang, what exactly do you want to do?" Wen Qiang asked him seriously. Jiang Huai quickly raised both hands in surrender, saying, "I was just asking. Boss Xiao, when doesn't he need to be so defensive, right?" Wen Qiang lowered her gaze to pick flowers, selecting while saying, "Someone reminded me to stay away from you." "Kahai?" Jiang Huai asked. Wen Qiang smiled. "It seems I really need to keep my distance from you." Jiang Huai stared at Wen Qiang for several seconds, suddenly saying, "You're more than I imagined." He paused, as if seriously searching for the right adjective. Wen Qiang finished wrapping the flowers, and at the moment she handed them over, she said, "I might be a bit smarter than Dr. Jiang imagines." Jiang Huai laughed heartily, nodding yes. That's indeed the case. Wen Qiang wore a friendly fake smile, saying, "It's a total of 50 yuan, cash or WeChat." Jiang Huai sniffed the bouquet of roses. The unopened roses carried only the light fragrance of the petals, clear and refreshing like a cool spring. But still not enough. Jiang Huai murmured, sighing, "It's still not as good as the Snow Mountain roses. His lucky flowers, his little friends." "Paid up, Dr. Jiang." Wen Qiang reached out to Jiang Huai without reservation. A flash of hostility suddenly crossed Jiang Huai's eyes. He grabbed Wen Qiang's wrist and forcefully pressed the white rose bouquet against her neck, darkly saying, "Since Boss Xiao, when is so smart, why not take my advice?" Wen Qiang was nearly unable to breathe. Intense pain transmitted through her wrist, gripped by Jiang Huai, to her limbs. She wanted to struggle, but felt like a rabbit ensnared by a venomous snake, unable to move. Why does it hurt so much? Wen Qiang couldn't understand. All she could do was painfully say, "Go." Chapter 39, Little One. A voice came from the entrance. "Dr. Jiang is also here?" Grandma Chun asked as she approached. Wen Qiang angrily said, "I told you to let go." Hearing this, Grandma Chun glanced at Jiang Huai and Wen Qiang's state and quickly rushed over, angrily saying, "What are you doing, Jiang?" Jiang Huai slightly raised his hands, pretending to be innocent and harmless, saying, "I just wanted to give Boss Wen a little suggestion." Grandma Chun said, "Do you think I'm blind? Giving suggestions, while holding Boss Wen's hand. Jiang, are you trying to hit someone? Saying this, Grandma Chen quickly asked Wen Qiang, are you okay, little Wen? Did he threaten you? Do you want me to call the police? Wen Qiang was screaming in pain all over. She could barely stand with Grandma Chen's support. Looking at Jiang Huai's dark eyes, she said, I don't know what suggestion Dr. Jiang wants to give me. Jiang Huai said, the snow mountain rose is delicate, and Boss Wen doesn't need to introduce such flowers for me, nor will she need to in the future. Wen Qiang curled her lips and said, Doctor, Jiang is probably used to being self-centered, right? The so-called agreement that if you have the snow mountain rose, you'll call me is just talk. My flower shop really doesn't lack this type of customer. Jiang Huai's smile froze for a moment. Then he smiled again and said, I see. Since I've already given my little suggestion, I'll take my leave now. As he said this, Jiang Huai pressed a bill on the counter and turned to leave. What are you doing here? A masked person approached at the entrance. His eyes were cold and his expression dangerous. Jiang Huai smiled and patted Kohai's shoulder, then slightly turned his face to look at Wen Qiang, implying, naturally, I'm here to teach some little things that don't know the rules a lesson. Wen Qiang looked at Kohai and Jiang Huai. Sensing the subtle familiarity between the two, she finally realized something. Are you too close? She asked with difficulty. Kohai quickly came to Wen Qiang's side and, seeing her not-so-good complexion, asked, Are you okay? Wen Qiang gritted her teeth. The place where Jiang Huai had grabbed her felt like it had been bitten by a poisonous snake. The toxin was spreading with time. She wanted to tell Kohai that she was fine, but as the words reached her lips, her vision went dark. Kohai quickly reached out to catch her. Grandma Chen screamed, Little one! Kohai shot a fierce glance at Jiang Huai and, without hesitation, picked up Wen Qiang and headed upstairs. While walking, he said to Grandma Chen, Grandma, give me a little time. I promise you will be fine. Please don't come up. But Grandma Chen looked at Wen Qiang, who was pale and was very worried. Kohai said, Grandma, please. Grandma Chen's footsteps stopped. She sighed and didn't pursue them any further. From afar, Jiang Huai saw Kohai lowering his eyes for the first time, obediently saying please to someone. It felt like thunder had exploded in his mind, severing the strings of his rationality. The white rosebud was crushed in his palm, turning into pulp. Grandma Chen was about to teach Jiang Huai a lesson, but upon meeting his gloomy black eyes, she suddenly lost her words. You! Jiang Huai let go. The rose petals fell all over the ground. He raised his eyebrows and said, sorry, I was thinking about something else just now. It seems I lost my composure. Let us call it a day, Grandma. See you next time. After saying this, Jiang Huai turned and left. Grandma Chen stared at his departing figure, unable to regain her senses for a long time. Meanwhile, on the second floor, Kohai had already settled Wen Qiang on the bed. She was still conscious, so the skin that Kohai touched had turned rosy. But she frowned, completely different from her previous states. Little Rose. He called her name, telling me. What should I do? Wen Qiang struggled to open her eyes. She looked at him with regretful eyes. Finally, she reached out her hand, trembling, and said, Then hold me. Just after saying this, she seemed to lose her strength and let her hand drop. Before her hand could fall onto the bed, it was caught in Kohai's palm. He took her from the bed and placed her on the carpet, then like a large doll, wrapped her whole body in his embrace. Jiang Huai. Wen Qiang said with difficulty, It hurts a lot, really hurts. Salty. Kohai felt extremely guilty. Where did he grab you? Wen Qiang raised her right hand. Kohai gently held her wrist and brought it to his lips. Once, twice. Wen Qiang's pain slightly eased, but followed by a burning heat. If he moved a bit away, it hurt again, but if he moved a bit closer, it was the same symptoms as before. Wen Qiang felt like she was being roasted over a fire. She moaned in discomfort. Cold sweat broke out on her forehead. Is it still very painful? Kohai asked hoarsely. Wen Qiang leaned against him and said, Holding me would help a lot. She was both in pain and exhausted. She could only cling to Kohai's shirt as if it were a lifeline. Little Rose, I'm going to help relieve your pain now. If you feel uncomfortable at any time, you can call it off. Kohai spoke softly. His trembling voice seemed to dissipate with the wind. He leaned down, bringing their faces as close as possible. It was hard to tell if it was cool or warm, like the coolness of water droplets rolling onto lotus leaves, yet also like the warmth of a lotus heart being lit. Kohai clearly said that Wen Qiang could call it off at any time, but but his strong hands tightly confined her. Wen Qiang didn't know when she had changed from leaning against the bed with a straight back to tilting her face up with effort. Her slender neck lost the blood color of the sunset, like fine porcelain glowing in the light. The pain disappeared. The heat receded. Wen Qiang's mind had never been so clear. Because they were too close, she couldn't see the person's face clearly. She could only feel his breath, his warmth. Her neck was really too tired, and her hands changed from gripping Kuhai's shirt to tapping on his chest. Kuhai finally snapped back to reality. He seemed startled, suddenly letting her go. The sound of water. Wen Qiang's head exploded with a bang. She covered her sore, numb lips, pointing at Kuhai's nose, feeling both shame and anger. You leave? You. Kuhai hurriedly got up from the floor, anxious and a bit clumsy. He took a few steps back, slightly turned his face away, not daring to look at Wen Qiang. Are you okay now? Wen Qiang climbed onto the bed and wrapped herself in the quilt, mumbling no. Kuhai was silent for a moment, and finally asked, Can I come over? Wen Qiang angrily said, No, I'm coming over. Kuhai selectively ignored Wen Qiang's words. He stepped closer to the bedside and, after thinking for a moment, reached out to pick up the large silkworm on the bed. He breathed a sigh of relief and said, It seems like we don't need to draw blood. What do you think? Rogue, you leave. Wen Qiang was furious. How could there be such a thick-skinned person in this world? But if you prefer me to draw blood, that is fine too, I agree. Kuhai added with a smile. Wen Qiang just wanted to die on the spot. Little Ku, is Luan okay now? Can I come up? Grandma Chen's voice came from downstairs. No. Wen Qiang suddenly pulled off the quilt and shouted. Accompanied by the wind created by the quilt being pulled away, Wen Qiang met Kuhai's face at the bedside. She saw dust dancing in the blood-red sunset. It danced onto Kuhai's eyelashes and shoulders. Wen Qiang quickly averted her gaze, not daring to look anymore. She wanted to cover her head with the quilt again, but her hand was gently yet firmly held. Is it not allowed? Kuhai asked her again, cautiously and seriously. Wen Qiang thought to herself, This man only knows how to play this trick and act pitiful. No, I can't be so casual. Too casual. After saying that, Wen Qiang collapsed and covered her face. Look at this. Is this even human language? How can she be as thick-skinned as Kuhai? Kuhai gently hugged her and then said seriously, I will be more cautious in the future. I won't be so casual anymore. Wen Qiang, is that the problem? Oh. After receiving a response, Kuhai slightly loosened his grip but then tightened it again, like a child who got their favorite toy. His heart was so full of joy that it almost overflowed. He rubbed her hair and said very seriously, Little Rose, you are mine. Well, what? Wen Qiang was shocked. What kind of logic is this? Where did he get this conclusion? Isn't it? Kuhai looked at her, seemingly sincerely asking. Wen Qiang used all her strength to push away the big dog clinging to her. Absolutely not. Under Kuhai's gaze, Wen Qiang added, I belong to myself. Kuhai nodded in agreement, and then said, You are yours first, then you are mine. Wen Qiang, Little Ku, what is going on up there? Grandma Chun started her relentless questioning again. Wen Qiang rolled up the quilt and pretended to be dead. Gehai, half kneeling in front of the bed, stood up from the carpet and said softly, Just rest for now, I'll call you later. After saying that, he looked at her reluctantly and added, Or you can come find me. Wen Qiang turned over to show her refusal. Kuhai smiled silently and said, Then I'll leave, Little Rose. Kuhai went downstairs, told Grandma Chun that Wen Qiang was sleeping and asked her not to disturb her. Then he looked at the scattered white roses at the entrance of the flower shop. He touched the back of his head. Several long-standing letters were occupying that place. Sorry, I can't forgive this time. You can understand me, right, Lemon? Doctor Jiang, someone is looking for you. The nurse's sweet voice came from outside the consultation room. Jiang Huai took the stethoscope off his ears and said to the patient, You have stabilized a lot compared to last time. Just keep taking your medicine. Thank you, doctor. Then I'll leave first. The patient said as she stood up. At the moment she opened the door, she bumped into a man who was cold all over, startling her. Jiang Huai lazily supported his face with his hand and called out, The little friend is here. Come out. Kuhai said coldly. Jiang Huai smiled, but there was a hint of cruelty in that smile. Chapter 40. Jiang Huai beckoned Kuhai with his finger and said, Come in. The nurse who had just knocked hesitated, looking at the two of them, and finally asked Jiang Huai, Dr. Jiang, do you need me to help you hang a sign for rest? Jiang Huai smiled and replied, "That would be a bother." The nurse left, carrying the documents. Jiang Huai then said, "Come in, or do you prefer to be watched from outside?" Kahai hesitated for a moment before stepping forward. He raised his hand and punched Jiang Huai. Jiang Huai licked his back gums, savoring the taste of blood in his mouth, and instead of getting angry, he smiled even more deeply. "Is this for your little boss, Wen? Little friend, do you think you found true love and redemption? If she knew your true self, would she still stay by your side so obediently?" As Jiang Huai spoke, he stood up from the chair and slowly approached Kahai. "Have you forgotten? The only person in this world who can understand and accept you is me." Kuhai looked at Jiang Huai's face, which was close enough to touch, and suddenly sneered. "Do you think I would still keep it a secret like before? Jiang Huai, do you think I'm still 18? Jiang Huai's smile momentarily stiffened. Anger that had been suppressed seeped out from the depths of his dark eyes. "What did you say? You told her that when your parents forced you into a corner, you cursed them to death countless times. Did they really die later? You said that when you first arrived in M country, you were treated like a wild dog." "Ah, I really don't want to bring up these trivial matters, little friend. Don't anger me anymore, or the next one to hear this will be your little boss." When Kohai stared hard at Jiang Huai, his anger erupted while the other spoke, but upon hearing the words little boss, when he miraculously calmed down. That soft kiss, and that flower-like girl. Kahai finally took a deep breath. "Yes, I cursed them. I will spend the rest of my life atoning for it. As for you," Kuhai looked at Jiang Huai and suddenly leaned forward. He said in a deep voice, "Jiang Huai, either you kill me now, and I will return this life to you, or from now on, don't ever appear in front of me again. You choose." Jiang Huai looked at him and sneered. "Why should I choose? I'm not satisfied with either option." Jiang Huai's smile was twisted. Kahai suddenly pulled out a folding knife. He lowered his gaze and thought, "Sorry, Lemon, this time I'm going to disobey again." Jiang Huai laughed. "I didn't know you were so childish to actually." Before he could finish his sentence, his pupils suddenly constricted. Kuhai slightly lowered his head, and with his right hand, he precisely sliced the edge of his neck with the blade. The name Lemon, written in ornate letters, was severed by a thin line of blood. "Kahai, are you fucking crazy?" Jiang Huai suddenly snatched the knife from Kuhai's hand, anxiously checking his wound. But Kahai punched him away. He looked into Jiang Huai's eyes and said, "It's only at these times that I can feel you're still alive. Only when I'm in pain do you show a hint of what a living person should be like. Jiang Huai, do you hate me so much? You fucking shut up." Jiang Huai gritted his teeth, blood rising in his eyes. "Shouldn't you? This is the debt you owe from back then." Kuhai covered the wound at his hairline and said calmly, "After so many years, do you still believe that Lemon really fell in love with someone else? Isn't it?" Jiang Huai asked through clenched teeth. Kahai took 2 steps forward and said in a deep voice, "She ran behind you for 10 years, and then was with you for 8 years. Jiang Huai, even if you have a heart of stone, you shouldn't doubt her feelings for you. TSK, look at our little friend who used to disdain talking so much. Now he starts explaining to absolve himself?" Jiang Huai smiled on the surface, but his eyes were filled with a chilling coldness. "Unfortunately, no matter how you explain, I won't let you go. In this life and the next, you will never escape me to live a peaceful life." "Do you know why she likes cats?" Kahai suddenly asked. Jiang Huai's eyes froze, showing a flicker of pain or perhaps hesitation. Kahai continued, "She once told me that she likes cats because when they're about to die, they choose to go to a distant place and die quietly. They don't want their owner to see them in their final moments, preferring to face the fear of death alone." So, Jiang Huai remained unmoved. Blood continued to flow from Kohai's fingers, soaking his white shirt. Kohai took a breath, his face turning slightly pale. "I owe Lemon 3 years, and you owe her a lifetime. I should atone, but it shouldn't be you demanding repayment. So from now on, only you will remember it. Jiang Huai, I wish you to be forever immersed in this quagmire, never able to rise again." The last sentence was vicious, almost a curse. Yet, Kuhai's gaze was pure and serious, as if he were sincerely blessing Jiang Huai. "How dare you? How dare you say such things? How dare you ruin this tattoo?" Jiang Huai's eyes turned red with anger as he rushed forward and fiercely grabbed Kahai's neck. "Have you forgotten? You owe me." But the person so close replied, "Yes, I owe you." "So have you finally decided to choose the first option?" Jianghuai, I've been waiting for this for a long time. Kuhai's eyes were filled with compassion and an impending sense of relief. Jianghuai's temples throbbed, as if he had suddenly split into two people, one wanting to strangle Jianghuai to death, the other reluctant to let him die. Remember, it's just the two of us left now. Don't anger me anymore, okay? You know the consequences. Jianghuai slowly relaxed his grip. I'll give you some time to organize your words and come back to talk to me. No need, Kuhai said earnestly. If you think killing is illegal and don't want to bear the responsibility, I can drive up to Losan and jump off right now. As long as you want, I will do it. Jianghuai's eyes widened in shock. His eyes were hollow, as if his soul had already left, leaving only an empty shell. What's wrong? Jianghuai, isn't this exactly what you wanted? Kuhai recalled the first year he arrived in M country at 18, meeting all kinds of people. The first were those who looked at him silently, ready to take advantage of him. In the lab, he could still protect himself. But outside, Kuhai realized for the first time that he was like a decorative tree raised in a greenhouse. He tried his best to drive away most of the flies, but there was still some buzzing around him. It was Jianghuai who appeared with Lemon. Jianghuai taught him how to attack, while Lemon taught him how to protect himself and heal. However, Kuhai could never learn everything that Lemon taught. He always raised his defenses, wishing to tear apart those who once coveted him. Until 3 years later, Lemon died in an accident, trapped in a terrorist basement. Her buried body was blown to bits, leaving only a broken phone behind. Afterward, they had someone retrieve the contents of the phone and heard a recording that Lemon left before she died. She said, "Little Hai, you can't work so hard anymore. You have to protect yourself well, just like I told you." She also said, "Little Hai, you know your sister likes you very much, right? Your sister doesn't want to see you get hurt." In the end, she said, "Little Hai, I wish you happiness for life, only occasionally remembering me." Before dying, Lemon weakly murmured. Not a word was said about her legitimate boyfriend, Jianghuai. The girl who was once held in the palm of his hand fell in love with the wolf cub he had raised himself. Jianghuai was devastated and went mad because of it. He sank into the abyss, wishing he could drag Kuhai down with him. But Lemon became the cat she most wanted to be. She only wished to disappear alone in her owner's world, even if she was scolded for being ungrateful. She did so without hesitation. Kuhai, on the other hand, repaid Lemon for 3 years of teaching with 7 years of his life. He clung to the edge of a cliff, struggling for 7 years under Jianghuai's attacks. He endured him and indulged him. Now, he finally had the chance to live for himself and for the girl he loved. Kuhai didn't wait for Jianghuai's next move. He ultimately shook off Jianghuai's hand and said, "Jianghuai, you should wake up and grow up." It was clearly Kuhai speaking. However, Jianghuai, slumped in the chair, seemed to hear another voice. "My little Ahuai, when will you grow up?" Jianghuai felt as if a string in his mind had completely snapped. His expression was hollow for a long time. Finally, tears rolled down from his deeply sunken eye sockets, forming a string of pearls. Wen Qiang was drowsily sleeping when she heard footsteps approaching. Rubbing her eyes, she had just sat up when someone embraced her. "You're back," she murmured instinctively, leaning into Kuhai's neck. I'm back," Kuhai replied. Wen Qiang sniffed and suddenly tensed up, scrutinizing Kuhai's neck. In the hazy moonlight, she saw a circle of gauze wrapped around his neck. She couldn't help but ask, "Are you hurt? Did you fight with Jianghuai? Can adults sit down and talk calmly?" Kuhai replied, "Okay, I want to fight next time." Wen Qiang glanced at the gauze on Kuhai's neck several times and asked, "Does it hurt?" Kuhai shook his head. He held her again. Just as Wen Qiang was thinking about whether to say something, Kuhai suddenly said something particularly off-putting. "I can last this long without bleeding. It seems I'm still." "Shut up." Wen Qiang felt embarrassed and reached out to cover Kuhai's mouth. Unexpectedly, her palm was suddenly brushed by warmth. Under the night sky, the man's outline was deep, and his gaze was dangerous as he said, "I just lost my only friend for you. How will you repay me?" Wen Qiang quickly withdrew her hand and stammered, "What do you mean for me? I don't know." Chapter 41, Kuhai chuckled softly, pinching Wen Qiang's slightly flushed earlobe with his fingertip. Wen Qiang tried to avoid his hand, but was firmly restrained. In the end, she simply gave up struggling. Silence passed between them. Finally, it was Kuhai who took the initiative to say, "I have to go." He looked at her reluctantly, knowing he couldn't disturb her rest any longer. Then, I'll walk you down, Wen Qiang said as she tried to get up from the bed. Kohai pressed down on her hand, shaking his head. You rest. Kohai stood up from the bedside. Wen Qiang waved her hand at him, saying, Be careful on the road. She watched Kohai leave, feeling a bit troubled as she thought about what he had just said about losing his only friend. When Kohai had told her to stay away from Jianghuai, she had thought they weren't close. Wen Qiang pondered this as she fell into a dream. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself in a familiar place. Kohai was leaning against the headboard, flipping through something. Wen Qiang shook her leaves, tried to assert her presence. Sure enough, Kohai quickly noticed her and greeted her with a smile. You're here? Wen Qiang hummed in a good mood, confirming her presence. Kohai walked to the windowsill and touched the little flower buds before asking, Aren't you sleepy? Wen Qiang replied, I just took a nap, so I'm not sleepy. How about you? Kohai dripped 2 drops of nutrient solution before saying, If I say I'm sleepy, would you let me sleep? Wen Qiang replied somewhat speechlessly, As if I didn't let you sleep before? Am I that fierce? Kohai chuckled softly, No, I just can't bear to. Every second you're here. I want to see you more. Wen Qiang said, Oh, anyway, you prefer flowers. When you were a person, I didn't see you wanting to look at me more. Did I? She remembered he had complained about her coming before. Not really. It wasn't complaining because every time I bumped into you, something unexpected always happened. Kohai helplessly recounted the first car accident and the second time when the old lady pulled him. Cough. He felt embarrassed and couldn't continue. Wen Qiang paused. What car accident? Kohai looked surprised and said, You didn't notice me when you had the car accident? Wen Qiang realized something and asked, You were there when I had the car accident? No, How could I have the heart to look at others when I was in a car accident? Kohai suddenly felt a bit unhappy. He said, So you didn't know it was me who helped maintain the scene and stopped the fleeing driver? Wen Qiang truly didn't know. Seeing Kohai's particularly gloomy expression, she couldn't help but laugh. Isn't it said that good deeds should go unnamed? Why aren't you following the rules? Kohai replied, Whether to name it or not depends on the person. For you, I feel I need some reward. Wen Qiang pondered the words reward for a long time before saying, Mr. Ku, your life-saving grace, I have no way to repay. Kohai's expression turned serious. You must repay me. Wen Qiang was momentarily speechless. Then she saw Kohai smile and say, Otherwise, how about giving yourself to me? No, you're already mine. Wen Qiang felt embarrassed again. She lightly coughed and said, Giving oneself is an old-fashioned trope. Professor Ku, as a cutting-edge intellectual at the forefront of technology, how can you still be so futile? Kohai looked at her with a smile. Wen Qiang had to say then, How about I cook fish for you? How does that sound? Kohai reached out to touch the little flower buds and smiled. Deal? Since Kohai mentioned eating fish, it meant he wanted it right away. The next day, Wen Qiang reluctantly closed the flower shop early and brought fresh fish to Kohai's doorstep. Kohai had originally said he would come to pick her up, but Wen Qiang thought it was too sentimental. She wasn't a little girl. Why would she need someone to pick her up? So she stood in front of the steps she had sat on before, somehow unable to take a step. Just then, Kohai suddenly came down from below and asked, Why aren't you coming up? Wen Qiang pursed her lips, just about to walk up when Kohai seemed to remember something and suddenly said, Last time, I didn't mean to ignore you. I really didn't notice. Wen Qiang helplessly said, Who thinks about that? It's been so long since it happened. Why apologize? Silly. Then why? Kohai looked at her in confusion. Wen Qiang feigned calmness and said, I'm waiting for you to come down. Kohai laughed, Okay. Then I'll come down earlier next time. He walked to Wen Qiang's side and took the things from her hands. Wen Qiang muttered, Who said there would be a next time? The two walked side by side up the stairs. Wen Qiang entered the foyer, and Kohai rummaged in front of the shoe cabinet, finally finding a pair of fresh slippers. He awkwardly cleared his throat and said, Sorry. There are no lady slippers at home, just wear mine. Wen Qiang didn't mind and bent down to change her shoes. Kohai's gaze was fixed on Wen Qiang's feet. The slippers were too big, making her delicate little feet stand out even more. She seemed a bit unaccustomed, wiggling her toes before finally gripping the sole of the slippers and starting to walk. Kohai observed her quietly, then discreetly moved aside. Wen Qiang suddenly said, How amazing. Kohai looked at her. Wen Qiang gazed at the familiar yet unfamiliar living room in front of her, saying with genuine curiosity, So this is how it looks from a human perspective. And it seems like many things have changed position. Did you rearrange things in your house again? Kohai shifted his gaze uncomfortably and replied, Didn't you come here last time? It doesn't seem much different, right? Wen Qiang realized which visit Kahai was referring to and coughed awkwardly, saying, I didn't look closely last time. I was too nervous. Kahai smiled at her, and after a moment, said, then take a good look this time. It's okay if you don't get it right. You're welcome to come again next time. Wen Qiang thought about how this man had changed once he became familiar. However, his character had already crumbled in her eyes, so it didn't seem surprising anymore. I'll go prepare. You wait outside, Wen Qiang said, glancing at the kitchen's location. Kahai sincerely asked, do you need my help? Wen Qiang put on an exceptionally indifferent expression and replied, no need. You're banned from entering when I'm in the kitchen. Kahai reluctantly withdrew his foot. Wen Qiang entered the kitchen and pulled out a lively fish. Before she could handle it, her phone rang. Seeing it was an unknown call, Wen Qiang hesitated for a moment before answering. Hello? You're Luo Yulian's daughter, right? Luo Yulian owes us 380,000 yuan. You need to bring the money over immediately, or I'll cut off one of her fingers every hour. The man on the other end started shouting. Wen Qiang frowned and said, I thought after all these years, you should know I won't clean up any mess for Luo Yulian anymore. Fine, just wait to receive your mother's fingers in an hour, the man said, his voice lowering. The phone seemed to have been switched to someone else, and Luo Yulian's voice roared like a pig being slaughtered. Chong, please save me. I promise it will be the last time, Chong. Wen Qiang's fingers stiffened, and she lowered her voice, asking, how do you want me to save you? I can't come up with that much money right now. What about the flower shop? If you sell the flower shop, it's more than 380,000 yuan. Luo Yulian pleaded. Chong, ever since your dad died, we are each other's only family. Can't you bear to watch me die? Wen Qiang angrily hung up the phone. Family? How dare she call herself family? What's wrong? Suddenly a voice broke into Wen Qiang's anger. She looked at Kahai, who had appeared at the kitchen door, quickly turning her face away, saying it's nothing. After speaking, Wen Qiang felt her lie was clumsy. She pulled at the corner of her mouth, adding, but you probably won't believe it, right? Kahai walked over slowly and gently hugged her from behind through her clothes. I believe you. I believe everything you say. For some reason, Wen Qiang's mood suddenly brightened. You're so sweet with your words, she said, turning her face to look at Kahai. Her red lips brushed closely past his face, and he could even vaguely feel the warmth of her lips. Wen Qiang was startled and was about to pull away when she was held even tighter. What if I accidentally touch your hand while eating later? Kahai asked her. Wen Qiang stammered. Then you should be careful not to touch. Kahai laughed. I prefer to be cautious. Wen Qiang saw the countless stars in his eyes. She was trapped in this small space, with the cold kitchen wall behind her and the man's arms forming a fortress in front of her. Her fingers were stuck, and her palms were sweating. Thud. The fish on the cutting board jumped desperately to the ground. Both of them snapped back to reality. The fish fell. Wen Qiang quickly pushed him away and bent down to pick up the fish. I'll do it, Kahai said. So Wen Qiang watched as the fish jumped again. And Kahai reached for it, but failed to catch it at the kitchen door. Is this an eel? Kahai said, a bit annoyed. Wen Qiang replied speechlessly. You blame the fish for being slippery when your posture is wrong? Saying that, she stepped forward, grabbed the fish by the gills, and skillfully lifted it up. Kahai felt his intelligence had been crushed and realized he would never be able to hold his head high in front of Wen Qiang from now on. You should hurry up and go out, Wen Qiang said, glancing at him. She felt a pang of sympathy for the nearly flopping fish, as well as for Kahai's spacious, well-equipped kitchen that had never been used. Kahai had no choice but to step back from the kitchen. Wen Qiang finally had a clean space to quietly handle the fresh ingredients. After preparing lunch, Wen Qiang asked Kahai to bring the dishes to the table. She also conveniently mixed some chili sauce for him to add spice as he liked. Just as they sat down, there was a knock on the door. I'll go answer it, Kahai said as he stood up. Wen Qiang curiously watched the door and found that when Kahai opened it, there was no one outside. Who is it? Wen Qiang couldn't help but ask. Kahai looked down at a box on the ground, falling silent. Chapter 42, Wen Qiang hesitated for a moment and then followed him to the entrance. She looked at the small white box on the floor and suddenly bent down to pick it up. However, Kahai stopped her hand, saying, let me do it. Under normal circumstances, Wen Qiang might have joked about Kahai catching fish earlier. But at that moment, she couldn't bring herself to smile at all. Sure enough, When Kahai pulled out the drawer of the box, and a bloody, severed finger appeared in front of them, Wen Qiang's ominous premonition was confirmed. She suddenly covered her mouth and took a few steps back, her face pale. Kahai examined the severed finger closely and confirmed that it was real. He closed the box and said against his better judgment, "It should be a prank by someone." But Wen Qiang shook her head and said no. "That must be my mom's finger." Kahai helplessly asked, "Because of that phone call earlier?" Wen Qiang nodded, feeling somewhat guilty as she said, "I'm sorry. I seem to have caused you trouble." Kahai hid the box behind him, took Wen Qiang's hand with one hand, and gently rubbed her hand with his thumb. He looked at her seriously, asking, "Do you have to be so polite with me?" Wen Qiang raised her eyes to look at him. Seeing the tenderness and tolerance in his gaze, she suddenly felt very aggrieved. "I don't want you to see this ugly side of me," Wen Qiang said, feeling extremely sad. She didn't want to repeatedly show Kahai the trivial matters related to money. Kahai's fingers brushed against her trembling long eyelashes, and he said helplessly yet gently, I like you no matter what. Even if you cry and have snot bubbles, in my heart, you're still the most beautiful girl." Wen Qiang looked at him. Kahai continued, "So you don't need to pretend in front of me, and you don't need to be afraid." He hoped that in front of each other, they could both take off their masks and be their true selves. "Well, about the meal." Wen Qiang hesitated. Kahai held her hand and said, "Hurry up and finish. We can heat it up when we get back." Wen Qiang was led downstairs, her gaze always following Kahai. It was as if countless lights and shadows were layered upon him. In her eyes, he was the brightest and the only one. After Wen Qiang's father left, Luo Wen found the Wen family to be a mess and simply returned to her maternal home. The elders of the Luo family were not around, and her younger siblings avoided Luo Wen like the plague, constantly plotting to get rid of her. But Luo Wen, being thick-skinned, refused to leave, and no one could do anything about her. On their way to the Luo family, Wen Qiang explained the situation to Kahai. Kahai said, "Right now, the most important thing is to bring her back. I have the money." But Wen Qiang hesitated. 380,000 was not a small amount for her. It might take her many years to save that much. "You don't need to feel burdened. We can pay it back in installments." Kahai thought for a moment and said, "What I mean is, you let your mom pay you back in installments, and then you can pay me back. Just treat me like an interest-free bank." Wen Qiang was silent for a moment. Just as Kahai was struggling with whether he was being too stingy, Wen Qiang suddenly laughed and said, "Why are you suddenly doing a losing business? Don't you want any compensation?" Kahai relaxed and replied, "Yes, this time I won't ask for anything. Or do you want to offer yourself in return?" Wen Qiang bit her lip and mumbled softly, "Didn't you say I'm already yours? I can't offer myself anymore." Just then, at the red light, Kahai suddenly leaned over and kissed her cheek. Then he sat back, licking his lips with some lingering desire, and smiled, finally said something nice. "What are you doing? Be careful driving." Wen Qiang scolded, both shy and angry. Kahai wanted to say that in this area, he could drive with his eyes closed. But the words changed to, "It's a red light now." Wen Qiang felt extremely embarrassed and quickly turned her face to look out the car window. Kahai silently smiled. The red light soon changed, and at the moment the green light turned on, Wen Qiang suddenly received a call from Qiang. "Qiang, guess where I am right now?" Wen Qiang replied calmly, "I don't have time to banter with you. If there's nothing, I'm hanging up." Qiang quickly stopped her, saying, "Wait, I'm at the Luo family. You probably don't know, but your mom has been kidnapped by loan sharks, and they even cut off a little finger. I really can't bear to see this. I can help her, but Qiang, no need, I can handle it myself," Wen Qiang coldly said, hanging up the phone in displeasure. Kahai turned to look at her and asked, "Is it someone with the surname Qiang?" Wen Qiang nodded. Kahai said, "Don't rush, don't be angry. I'll help you deal with him when we get there." Wen Qiang chuckled, but pretended to be angry, huffing, "I can't trust you anymore. You said before that if Qiang showed up in front of me again, you'd break his hand, right? Last time you saw him, didn't you just ignore him?" Kahai shifted his gaze uneasily and said, "Last time was an accident." "What accident? Tell me about it." Wen Qiang looked at him curiously. "In short, last time was an accident. It won't happen this time." Kahai wouldn't admit that he had originally planned to go down and break Qiang's hand, but ended up losing control and nearly crashing into the main road. Although he probably had no image left in Wen Qiang's mind, Kahai still felt he needed to salvage the last bit of face. Wen Qiang muttered stingy and didn't dwell on it any longer. A few minutes later, a flashy black sports car stopped in front of the dilapidated Luo family house. Wen Qiang realized something and waved her hand at Kahai, saying, "Hurry, drive your car away." Kahai asked what's wrong. Wen Qiang said nervously, "We can't let them see it." Kahai laughed. "Am I that unpresentable?" Wen Qiang glared at him, saying, "If you joke around again, I'll be angry." Kahai felt like he had been lightly scratched by a cat, and his smile widened as he said, "Let them see. It's better if they all know I'm much richer than Qiang." Wen Qiang. In the end, Wen Qiang forced Kahai to drive away the car. She couldn't wait for Kahai to come back and knocked on the door by herself. Just then, a few fierce-looking men walked out, and the one in the lead looked at Wen Qiang with a greedy gaze, saying, "Miss Wen, I have to say, Boss Qin really has deep feelings for you." 380,000. He just took it without blinking. Wen Qiang was taken aback. "You took his money?" The man sneered. "What do you think I'm doing here? If I hadn't received the money, what you'd be seeing in front of you now is your mother's ring finger. Give him back the money. I don't need his help." Wen Qiang reached out to stop the few men who were about to leave. Qiang also came out. Upon seeing Wen Qiang, his eyes lit up. For some reason, Qiang had recently felt that Wen Qiang was becoming more and more beautiful. The previous Wen Qiang was like an exquisitely crafted fake flower displayed in a glass window. But now she was vibrant and thriving in the sunlight. This vitality made her come alive. Qiang found it hard to take his eyes off her. However, someone's voice jolted him back to reality. "Do you need me to dig your eyes out?" Qiang was taken aback, just as he met Kahai's dark gaze. Kahai looked at Wen Qiang, possessively wrapping his arm around her waist, with almost zero distance between them. You are not." Qiang realized who he was, pointed at Kahai's nose and said, "What's wrong? Are you a poor kid trying to compete with me for her? Last time, I was careless and ended up being." Before he could finish, Kahai took a step forward. Qiang felt a faint pain in his knuckles. If it weren't for the crowd's gaze, he might have instinctively stepped back. "Forget it." Wen Qiang shook her head at Kahai. Kahai stopped moving forward and addressed the few fierce-looking men. "Please return Mr. Qiang's money. What do we have to report if we return it?" The leading man snorted coldly. "And you want to pay?" Qiang finally regained his senses and said to Wen Qiang, Chong, is this pretty boy you brought here to make jokes?" Wen Qiang was speechless. She had known before that Qiang could talk endlessly without needing others to chime in, completing a whole comedic routine by himself. Now she had a deeper understanding of it. Kahai tossed the card to the leading man and said, "You are right. I will pay. Here is 380,000. Not a penny less." Qiang exclaimed, "Don't be fooled by this poor kid who popped up from who knows where. Who knows if there's even money in there." The leading man glanced at the card, then at Kahai, and said, "If there's a problem with the amount, you know the consequences, right?" Kahai replied, "Feel free to check. Miss Wen is still as popular as ever. Since that's the case, we won't disturb you any longer. Let's go." The leading man ordered his subordinates to leave, tossing Qiang's card back before departing. Qiang glared at Kahai, gritting his teeth. "Do you think this kind of trickery will work? It will only bring greater revenge." Wen Qiang couldn't take it anymore, stepped forward and said, "Do you think you're the only one with money in this world? In any case, I don't believe it." Qiang held his head high. Wen Qiang. Whatever. She led Kahai around Qiang and headed towards the Luo family. Qiang shouted in frustration, Chong, I will definitely win you back." Kahai, walking beside Wen Qiang, paused and turned to glare at Qiang. "Get lost." Qiang immediately fell silent. He himself didn't understand where this pretty boy Kahai got such a heavy aura from. Forget it. Wen Qiang comforted Kahai again. Kahai looked at her coldly. "This is the second time you've spoken for him." Wen Qiang felt embarrassed and awkward. "I just wanted to tell you not to argue with a fool. It will lower your IQ." Qiang, who thought Wen Qiang was speaking up for him and hadn't had time to feel happy, was left dumbfounded. The two walked in and saw Luo Yulian tied to a chair. After releasing her, Wen Qiang noticed her pinky finger had been hastily bandaged, but the wound was still gruesome. Wen Qiang didn't want to look anymore and simply called out, "Wake up." After calling out several times, Luo Yulian finally regained her senses. As soon as she opened her eyes, she swung her hands violently as if to hit someone, yelling loudly, Don't hit me. My daughter has money. My daughter has money." Wen Qiang gritted her teeth and said, "Do you see who I am? Chong Chong? Luo Yulian looked at Wen Qiang, her eyes instantly reddening. You. Before she could finish her sentence, she suddenly lunged forward and slapped Wen Qiang's face. You ungrateful white-eyed wolf. Just like your useless father, you are worthless. Chapter 43. Wen Qiang was stunned by this slap. Ku Hai quickly shielded Wen Qiang in his arms, and seeing Luo Yulian trying to lunge at her again, he kicked her in the stomach without thinking. He angrily said, "Try touching her again. All right. You even brought a wild man back." Luo Yulian, having gone through some changes, felt her pinky finger throbbing painfully, making her head buzz. She simply sat down on the ground, clutching her stomach, and cried, "Someone come and see. This ungrateful white-eyed wolf brought a wild man to beat up her mother." Ku Hai took 2 steps forward and said in a low voice, "Your debt of 380,000 has been transferred to my name. If you say another word, I will cut off the rest of your fingers, understand?" Luo Yulian widened her eyes in shock. Are you serious?" After saying that, she looked at Wen Qiang. Wen Qiang bit her lip and refused to look at her. But Luo Yulian was already plotting. She suddenly smiled brightly, got up from the ground, and said, "You must be Chong Chong's boyfriend, right? You helped me pay off 380,000 all at once. You are quite wealthy." Ku Hai looked at her, but didn't answer. Luo Yulian wasn't angry and continued. "Did you see the guy who just left, Qiang, the big boss? He treats my Chong Chong very well. He told me that if he marries Chong Chong, he would give me 1,000,000 in betrothal gifts." Luo Yulian. Wen Qiang could no longer hold back and shouted angrily. Luo Yulian shouted back, "How dare you call your mother by her name?" Wen Qiang was so furious that her hands trembled. Ku Hai comfortingly stroked her back and made a phone call. "Officer Mo, please help me contact the police officer for civil cases. Yes, I have a case that needs to be handled." "You, who are you calling?" Luo Yulian looked at Ku Hai with suspicion. "The police." Ku Hai smiled, saying, "I thought about it, and since we know each other well, we don't even need a lawyer. Just find someone who can get things done. What do you think?" "Get things done? What things?" Although Luo Yulian usually dared to scold the urban management team, she would never dare to face the police. At this moment, her teeth were chattering. Ku Hai flashed a bright smile. "Of course, it's about how you're going to repay the 380,000 you owe me." Luo Yulian was nearly choked with anger. "You are Chong Chong's boyfriend. Isn't it only natural for you to pay back the money for me?" Ku Hai remained expressionless. "Even if you are my mother-in-law, we still have to settle accounts clearly. You aren't afraid I will go find Boss Qin?" Luo Yulian tried to entice him, but resorted to threats instead. Ku Hai said, "You are welcome to try and see if he has the guts." You. Luo Yulian was at a loss for words. She could only glare fiercely at Wen Qiang, who was protected in Ku Hai's arms, and angrily said, "You little white-eyed wolf, actually colluding with outsiders to bully me." "Ms. Luo, please mind your words." Ku Hai's gaze darkened. "After all, I find it quite easy to hit women. That slap might just end up on your face." Luo Yulian certainly knew how good Ku Hai was at hitting women. Her stomach still ached faintly. She was practically grinding her teeth in anger and finally shouted, "Get lost. You two get out." Ku Hai said, "The matter isn't resolved yet, so I can't comply." Wen Qiang finally couldn't help but ask, "Do we have to resolve it today?" Ku Hai nodded. Delays could lead to changes. His gaze remained fixed on Wen Qiang's face. Her skin was the kind that easily left marks, and the redness from Luo Yulian's slap was still visible. She looked particularly pitiful. "It won't happen again next time," Ku Hai gently said, rubbing his fingers over the red mark on Wen Qiang's face. Wen Qiang didn't understand his meaning and asked, "What?" "It's nothing." "Ge hai sai sop di." "Wen Qiang. Oh, Wen Qiang, you are quite impressive. I used to think Qiang was blind to be interested in you, but I didn't expect that after just a few months. You managed to catch someone so devoted to you?" Luo Yulian, unable to throw a tantrum, started to sow discord again. Ku Hai looked at Luo Yulian and suddenly asked, "Aren't you afraid?" Luo Yulian was taken aback. "What?" "Ku Hai Dao, you're so cruel to your only daughter. When you get old and can't walk anymore, aren't you afraid of being all alone, with no money, no food, and no one to see you off?" Luo Yulian's plump face trembled as she said, "What does this have to do with you?" Ku Hai retracted his gaze and sneered, "Indeed. The one in pain is you. What does it have to do with me?" Luo Yulian was about to curse again when a group of uniformed people surged in at the door. Leading the way were Mo Wuwei and Chang Shi. Pin pisa giskiviko. Qiang, she called out, just stepping forward to try to maintain the non-existent friendship between him and Kuhai. However, before he could reach out with his greasy hand, he saw Kuhai holding hands with Wen Qiang. Professor Ku, is this your sister-in-law? Qiang, she looked at Wen Qiang in shock. But this delighted him. Finally, there were no rivals, and he wanted to see how long Lin Yaya would continue to reject him. Wen Qiang looked at Qiang Shi and asked Kuhai, who is this unnecessary person? Kuhai still had no good expression for Qiang Shi. He also didn't intend to let Wen Qiang know about the past, so as not to add to her worries. Qiang, she wasn't angry at all, instantly healing, and said, Professor Ku, I heard you want someone to deal with some unruly things? Let me see who dares to provoke our Professor Ku. He glanced around and finally focused on Luo Yulian's face. Luo Yulian was terrified, her calves trembling. Kuhai explained what had happened here, and the police officer in charge of civil affairs brought by Mo Wue stepped up to interrogate Luo Yulian. Facing the police, Luo Yulian, who could still be arrogant with Wen Qiang, was as quiet as a little chick, although her size didn't quite match. Kuhai left the matter to the experts to handle and sneaked away to the yard with Wen Qiang. Wen Qiang couldn't help but ask, are these people here for you? Professor Ku, what kind of background do you have? Kuhai smiled and said, a background that can help you no matter what happens. Why is it so powerful? Aren't you all into research? Wen Qiang blinked her curious big eyes. She had thought about calling the police before, but when she got to the police station, others just brushed her off, saying family matters should be handled behind closed doors. They couldn't intervene in family matters. So Luo Yulian had been arrogant all these years. Don't you know? Knowledge is power, Kuhai said half-jokingly. But it was indeed true. Otherwise, when he had just gone abroad, the people above Wen Ti have put so much pressure on him to force him to come back. Although at first, he thought it was his parents trying to trip him up. By the time he found out the truth, it was already too late. Qiang Shi and Mo Wue had resolved Luo Yulian's issue. Starting next month, Luo Yulian would have to pay Kuhai 2,000 yuan every month until the debt was settled. If there was a pause or overdue situation, she might have to be taken to the station for some serious reflection. Wen Qiang said worriedly, 2,000 every month. How many years will it take to pay off? So many changes. Kuhai, however, said nonchalantly, you can't push too hard. You'll get bitten back. In fact, if it weren't for wanting Wen Qiang to feel better, Kuhai wouldn't want this money at all. He even wished to take out more money to keep Luo Yulian far away from Wen Qiang. Wen Qiang felt that Kuhai's words made sense and nodded without further objection. After thanking everyone present, Qiang Shi, in an unusually good mood, asked, shall we have dinner together tonight? Or we can go for afternoon tea now. Wen Qiang thought about the food at Kuhai's house and felt that going out to eat wouldn't be bad. However, Kuhai said, no need. There's already something prepared at home. After saying that, he looked at Wen Qiang and said, let us go back. Qiang Shi raised his eyebrows at the two, saying, wow, something is prepared at home. Wen Qiang couldn't help but give Qiang Shi a disdainful glance. She finally understood what Kuhai meant by unnecessary people. The two said goodbye to everyone and didn't care about Luo Yulian's current mood, heading straight for Kuhai's house. After wasting so much time, the dishes on the table had naturally cooled down. Wen Qiang said, should I go buy groceries and cook again? Kuhai shook his head and said, I want to eat this plate on the table. This was the fish that his little Rose made for him for the first time. How could he not eat it? Wen Qiang went to the kitchen to heat the food. The two finally sat down at the dining table comfortably. Wen Qiang first let Kuhai try the fish, nervously asking, is it not tasty? The fish was only delicious right after it was made. But Kuhai seriously replied, no, it's still very tasty now. Wen Qiang tried it herself and found it wasn't bad at all. She relaxed a little. Then she thought of something and said, thank you so much for today. And for the money, I will definitely pay you back. Kuhai replied, okay. Wen Qiang seemed surprised that Kuhai agreed so readily. She couldn't help but say, you won't come up with various excuses to refuse later, will you? Kuhai said, am I the kind of person who doesn't expect anything in return? At most, he would work a bit harder and marry her before the money came back. That way, it would be joint property of the couple. He never made a losing deal. Wen Qiang, before, she thought he was, but now that he said it, she felt he wasn't. Kuhai was amused by her speechless expression and changed the subject, saying, Let us eat first. Wen Qiang responded and started eating. Kahai, who had never sat face-to-face with others for a meal here, suddenly thought of something from long ago. He had always been independent and didn't like eating with others. Therefore, he couldn't understand why his parents, no matter how busy they were, had to sit face-to-face for meals. At this moment, Kahai thought he finally understood why. Little Rose, do you want to meet my parents? Kahai suddenly asked. Chapter 44. Wen Qiang's nerves tightened, and she hesitantly asked, so soon? Kahai suddenly chuckled softly and said, I just went to pay respects at the grave, and I'm bringing you along to take a look. Where did your mind go? Did you think it was about meeting the parents? Wen Qiang felt embarrassed and somewhat exasperated, saying, I didn't think that at all. If it really was about meeting the parents, would you go? Kahai asked her. Wen Qiang was initially going to retort that she wouldn't go, but looking at Kahai's serious expression, the words I won't go were swallowed back down. Perhaps they had known each other for a short time, but Wen Qiang had a feeling that she would never meet someone better than Kahai in her lifetime. Not only was he good to her, but she also felt that when she was with him, her own state was the best. Sure, why not go, right, boyfriend? Wen Qiang said, puffing out her chest proudly. Kahai looked at her as if he had suddenly seen his beloved take off her mask. The sincere and proud inner self, like a flower, was finally revealed before him. All right then, it's settled, girlfriend. Kahai arrived at the laboratory. Xiao AI had been crying for a while. What's wrong? Kahai asked. Xiao AI said, Professor, you are the most ungrateful person I've ever seen. So? Kahai raised an eyebrow without much expression. Xiao AI continued. So for the next few days, please don't take any more leave, or I really might die in the lab. Kahai didn't comment on whether to take leave or not. Just then, someone came and knocked on the door. Professor Ku, the director requests your presence. After a moment of silence, Kahai replied, Wait a moment, I'll change into my lab coat. While Kahai was changing, Xiao AI curiously asked Professor Ku, What does the director want with you? Your position can't be promoted anymore, right? Could it be? Saying this, Xiao AI suddenly bit her finger. Could it be that you're going to be demoted for taking too much leave? Professors are also high-risk occupations. Kahai looked at Xiao AI with a caring expression for the naive and said, The data from Lab 9 is almost out. Keep an eye on it. Xiao AI felt bitter. She had already said it once, so she wouldn't say it a second time. Kahai followed the director's secretary to the director's office on the top floor. The secretary knocked on the door, let Kahai in, and then closed the door behind him. Kahai paused at the sight of two people sitting at a table with director Su Zhanming. He stood at the door, not moving at all. Has Xiao Ku forgotten us after so many years? A woman in her 40s or 50s smiled elegantly. Another equally refined man chuckled. How could that be? Have you forgotten that Xiao Ku has a photographic memory? Professor Ku, please come and sit. Su Zhanming felt a headache just looking at this person. He didn't know that several laboratories above had fought tooth and nail for this. And the person who had avoided them for half a year was actually hiding in his small experimental center. He initially thought that the person had come from such a renowned laboratory abroad, which was a great opportunity for Ningqing. He never expected this to be the pace of a fire burning on a grave. Kahai slowly walked to the sofa and sat down, asking, What do you need me for? The woman smiled and said, We do have something that requires your help, but I haven't done pharmacology experiments in many years. My current research direction is photochemistry. Kahai remained particularly calm. The woman's face showed a hint of embarrassment. The man interjected, Of course. We know you've changed your research direction during your years abroad. However, since your parents passed away, the progress of this experiment has been stalled for nearly half a year. Now the only thing that can. Kahai resolutely interrupted, I will not go back, nor will I touch pharmacology experiments. Xiao Ku, this is a task assigned from above. The woman lowered her voice slightly to warn him. Gehai Zipli, over the years, how many tasks have been assigned to me from above? Have you seen me take on any? Both of them fell silent. Kahai continued, My current research direction is quite good. If you don't want to completely push me away from this field, you better not appear in front of me again. Ben pisse giskivicto. Su Zhanming still wanted to say something to salvage the situation. Kahai turned and left. Su Zhanming's face turned pale, nervously calling out, You too look. The man took a deep breath and said, It's not your fault. We've hit a wall with him more than once. If it weren't for Colin and Wen Qiang being gone, none of us would want to confront him. Such a stubborn and extreme, cold-blooded person. Absolutely fearless and detached. What are the two of you planning to do next? Su Zhangming asked. The man shook his head and said, we'll have to think of a new way. Su Zhangming sighed in response. Meanwhile, Wen Qiang was trimming flower branches in the flower shop. Granny Chun suddenly leaned in front of Wen Qiang and said, Xiaowen, are you quietly planning something big? Wen Qiang asked in confusion. What? Granny Chun said, are you trying to hide something from me again? Luo Yuetian has already stirred things up herself. I thought you would hold out for a long time, but I didn't expect such a quick response. Wen Qiang realized and smiled helplessly. Actually, it was Professor Ke who helped me. Otherwise, she really wouldn't know how to deal with Luo Yuetian. It seemed like only threatening with death would work. Granny Chen couldn't help but exclaim, looks like Xiao Ku is reliable after all. Wen Qiang, feeling a headache, said, please don't bring up any Dr. Jiang or Dr. Wang again. I never thought about that possibility. Although Wen Qiang had already explained that she was fine last time. Granny Chun still felt indignant when thinking of Jiang Huai and said, forget about you. I don't even want to hear certain names now. After Granny Chun finished her rant, she went back to prepare lunch. Just then, some unexpected guests appeared before Wen Qiang. As she was on the second floor and just heard a bell ring, she came down to see Jiang Huai standing in the flower shop. Remembering how painful it was when he had just lightly pinched her wrist last time, Wen Qiang looked at him warily. Jiang Huai smiled first. Why does Xiaowen look like she has seen a ghost when she sees me? Wen Qiang retorted, if Dr. Jiang did a little bit of his job, I would be making such a face. Jiang Huai, feeling somewhat hurt, said, so my image in Xiaowen's eyes, is that terrible? Wen Qiang didn't want to waste any more words with him and simply asked, Dr. Jiang, you didn't come here to sell flowers, did you? Just say what you want. As she spoke, Wen Qiang stood behind the counter and discreetly gripped the large scissors she used for trimming the flowers. If Jiang Huai tried to cause trouble again this time, he shouldn't blame her for making him bleed on the spot. Xiaowen, has a little friend talked to you about our relationship? Jiang Huai asked. It took Wen Qiang a while to realize that little friend referred to Kahai. She looked at Jiang Huai speechlessly, unable to understand what kind of quirk made this man refer to a 28-year-old man like Kahai as little friend. Oh, I forgot. The little friend I just mentioned is Professor Ku, Jiang Huai explained in a particularly kind manner. Wen Qiang replied, he didn't say anything, and I didn't ask. So? Jiang Huai responded with a I thought he would tell you everything? Wen Qiang, I'm just his girlfriend, not his mother. Why does he have to tell me everything? Tilting her head, she added, are you trying to sow discord? Sorry, that's not going to happen. Can we end this boring conversation quickly? Girlfriend. Jiang Huai muttered these 3 words, his expression particularly gloomy. Wen Qiang directly issued the final ultimatum, saying, if Dr. Jiang has nothing to do, I might not welcome you here. Jiang Huai came to his senses and smiled again, saying, you know, I've recently discovered some very interesting things. Wen Qiang remained silent, waiting to see what this man was up to again. For example, children always study things about plants that are unrelated to his profession. And also, some parameters in the data are quite off. Wen Qiang was taken aback. She heard Jiang Huai continue, although it's hard to believe. You seem to be different from ordinary people. Wen Qiang tensed her body, not moving. You can have certain chemical reactions with flowers, right? For example, soul swapping or something. Jiang Huai chuckled coldly. Wen Qiang's pupils suddenly constricted, but in just a fraction of a second, she reacted and calmly said, what on earth are you talking about? Looks like I guessed right. Jiang Huai took a few steps back and said, you can choose to follow me, or I can turn you into a flower and bring you along. Wen Qiang almost bit her teeth in frustration. She really didn't know who gave Jiang Huai the confidence. She didn't even know how to control the pattern of turning into a flower. Yet Jiang Huai dared to say such arrogant words like turning her into a flower. You seem to not believe me. Do you want to try? Jiang Huai smiled at her. Wen Qiang said, Dr. Jiang, I suggest you see a neurologist. I really don't understand what you're talking about. Jiang Huai's smile paused, and after several seconds, he said, in that case, I can only sacrifice a bit. After saying that, Jiang Huai picked up a red rose from the side. The thorns of the rose were extremely sharp, and Jiang Huai squeezed the flower stem in his palm. Wen Qiang watched as blood dripped down the flower stem. She suddenly felt uncomfortable all over. Her body unconsciously took a few steps back, as if trying to avoid the smell. Jiang Huai moved closer to her step by step, saying, "What's wrong, little boss one? Didn't you say you don't believe me? Come here, and I'll show you. Don't come over, I'm going to call for help." Wen Qiang felt nauseous. She frowned tightly at Jiang Huai. However, Jiang Huai still trapped her in the corner of the counter, gently placing the rose in her arms. The moment the rose touched her skin, Wen Qiang's legs went weak and the darkness in front of her lasted only a moment. Her vision completely changed. Chapter 45. Jiang Huai looked down at Wen Qiang from above. Or rather, he looked at the red rose in Wen Qiang's arms and said, "Little boss Wen, look, isn't this a success?" Wen Qiang felt a chill all over her body. A huge fear gripped her. She stared in terror at the man before her, whose intelligence bordered on the uncanny. Not understanding why. How could Jiang Huai deduce so much from such little information? This was actually very inconvenient. There was no way to communicate with him, and she would be very bored. Jiang Huai suddenly murmured, "It seems you still don't know this rule? He didn't tell you?" Jiang Huai raised an eyebrow and smiled happily, as if he still had many things he hadn't told her. He just hadn't confirmed it yet. Wen Qiang rebutted his words, "I guarantee his speed in uncovering the truth is definitely not slower than mine." Jiang Huai stepped back a few paces, clearing the exit of the counter, and said, "All right, now come with me." Wen Qiang pressed her lips together and followed Jiang Huai's footsteps. Jiang Huai's car was parked right at the flower shop's entrance. He even kindly opened the passenger door for Wen Qiang. Wen Qiang resisted, saying, "I want to sit in the back." "Of course, as long as you're happy," Jiang Huai said, becoming magnanimous at that moment. Wen Qiang gritted her teeth and climbed into the back seat. The car started quickly and almost flew out. In terms of driving habits, Jiang Huai was leagues ahead of Kohai, who drove slowly and controlled his speed. All the way, Wen Qiang gripped the handrail tightly, her stomach churning. She barely had time to ask Jiang Huai where they were going. After more than 20 minutes, the car finally stopped. Wen Qiang rushed out of the car and leaned against a tree by the roadside, throwing up violently. Jiang Huai got out of the driver's seat and said, "Haven't you ever sat in his passenger seat?" Wen Qiang was almost dry heaving by the end. Wiping her mouth, she still had the energy to retort Jiang Huai, saying, "He is much gentler than you." Jiang Huai seemed to have heard a funny joke and said, "You're wrong again. He is much crazier than I am. He just restrains himself well in front of you." Wen Qiang pressed her lips together, not wanting to waste too much breath on such trivial matters. She looked around and said, "So, Dr. Jiang brought me all the way to this remote place, not to play a survival game, right? I underestimated you, little boss one." Jiang Huai smiled and praised her. Wen Qiang didn't reply, just internally scoffed at Jiang Huai. "Just wait a bit longer. He should be coming." Jiang Huai glanced at the time, saying, "If he comes, I'll return you to him. If he doesn't I'll drive to the top of the mountain and throw you off. What do you think, little boss one?" Wen Qiang, "You're insane, seriously." Jiang Huai looked at her speechless expression and laughed heartily. The he and Jiang Huai's words must be Kohai. Wen Qiang didn't know what had happened between Jiang Huai and Kohai. If Kohai really fell out with her because of Jiang Huai, then he might not come today. Would he rush over upon realizing she wasn't at the flower shop? Wen Qiang wasn't sure. If he comes, will you do nothing? Wen Qiang couldn't help but ask. Jiang Huai looked at her without speaking, but his eyes clearly said, "Are you joking?" Wen Qiang pressed, "What will you do? Want to know?" Jiang Huai leaned against the front of the car, hands in his pockets, tilting his face to look at her, exuding both charm and a rogue vibe. Wen Qiang thought it was such a waste of a good appearance to behave like a pervert. Just as Wen Qiang was thinking this, she heard the sound of a car approaching in the distance. She looked up to see a sleek black sports car making a beautiful drift. The dust hadn't settled yet when the driver's seat opened. The moment she was swept into a warm embrace, he lifted her chin and kissed her. So passionate, planning to put on a live show in front of me? Jiang Huai didn't know whether to joke or be angry. Wen Qiang suddenly remembered Jiang Huai was still beside her. Fortunately, Kohai only held her close to touch her directly and let go after a few seconds. He shielded her behind him, glaring coldly at Jiang Huai without saying a word. Jiang Huai smiled. "I heard that someone from the capital came to harass you again today. I didn't expect you would take the time to see me amidst your busy schedule. I'm really touched." Wen Qiang thought to herself, "I didn't see any emotion of being touched from you. Kahai finally spoke. You should be glad I'm still willing to see you. Jiang Huai retorted without hesitation. You should be glad you're still willing to see me. The two men confronted each other, an uneasy tension passing between them. Wen Qiang stood behind Kahai, watching the bandage on the back of his neck. She unconsciously reached out towards the bandage, but Kahai seemed to sense something, turning to look at her and softly asking, "What's wrong?" Wen Qiang quickly retracted her restless hand, saying, "Nothing. Nothing." Jiang Huai realized something and laughed strangely, saying, "Want to know what's hidden under the bandage? It seems little boss Wen is just as curious as everyone else. I thought that because you like Professor Ku, you would become indifferent and impervious." Kahai was momentarily taken aback. Then he said to Wen Qiang, "I'll show you when we go back. You can look at it however you want." It was a very ordinary sentence, but spoken by Kahai, it sounded ambiguous. Wen Qiang nodded shyly. Jiang Huai's expression darkened. After a long while, he finally found his voice, saying, "I've changed my mind." Kahai and Wen Qiang. Jiang Huai sneered, "A life and death bet, 2 rounds. Are you in?" Wen Qiang didn't quite understand. But upon hearing the words life and death, she instinctively felt it was not a good thing. She tugged at Kahai's sleeve, shaking her head at him. Kahai fell silent for a moment. Jiang Huai asked, "What's wrong, scared? Love really makes one blind and weak." Kahai replied, "What's wrong with that? Back when Lemon was around, you also couldn't play freely. Don't mention her." Jiang Huai's tone turned cold. Kahai said, "If we don't mention it now, there won't be another chance. You came today, didn't you, to say a final goodbye to me?" This time, it was Jiang Huai's turn to fall silent. Wen Qiang didn't know what kind of riddle these two were playing and didn't want to waste brain cells trying to guess. "Let's just wait for things to be resolved here, and after returning, I'll interrogate Kahai properly. Since we all know this is the final farewell, why can't you fulfill this small request of mine?" Jiang Huai lazily leaned back against the front of the car. It was hard to tell if it was helplessness or relief. Kahai glanced at Wen Qiang and said, "You wait for me down the mountain. I'll be back soon." Jiang Huai saw that Kahai had agreed to his request. He began to stir up trouble again, even planning to reveal everything about Ning. Why hide the fact that they were racing? Little boss one, after all these years, no one has ever sat in his passenger seat. Kahai shot Jiang Huai a glare, signaling him to be quiet. Wen Qiang curiously asked, "Only I have sat in your passenger seat? Is it such an honor?" "Yes," Kahai replied. Jiang Huai added, "That doesn't count. Sitting in the passenger seat not on the track is just messing around." "Track?" Wen Qiang didn't quite understand. Kahai said, "You might not be used to it, so don't go. I've already helped her get used to it in advance." Jiang Huai grinned and turned to Wen Qiang. "Don't you want to see what your boyfriend looks like when he goes crazy? He's so handsome." Wen Qiang finally understood something. "You guys are gonna race?" Jiang Huai laughed, as if mocking Wen Qiang for being slow to catch on. Kahai nodded and said, "Wait for me down the mountain. I'll be back soon. Can I join?" Wen Qiang hesitated but asked. Since childhood, she rarely made requests of others because she knew she wouldn't get a response. But at that moment, for some reason, she wanted to be a little willful. Even if it was just this once, to be by Kahai's side. Kahai silently looked at her for several seconds before saying, "Of course." Jiang Huai smiled, but there was something cold in his gaze. Before fastening her seatbelt, Wen Qiang said to Kahai, "Wait for me a moment." She got out of the passenger seat, knocked on the window of the car next to hers, said a few words to Jiang Huai, and then returned. Kahai curiously asked, "What did you say to him?" Wen Qiang giggled, "It's a secret." Kahai's unfriendly gaze fell on Jiang Huai in the driver's seat of the neighboring car. Usually before a race, Jiang Huai would provoke Kahai with his eyes, but this time, for some reason, he just stared quietly ahead. After more than 10 seconds, the sound of the horn came. The two cars started at the same time, speeding toward Luoshan. Wen Qiang finally understood what Jiang Huai meant by crazy. The scenery by the roadside looked like paint smeared horizontally, indistinguishable in shape, only colors merging together. She didn't dare to look at the windshield ahead, fearing that in the next moment they might suddenly careen off the road and fly straight toward the cliff. Not to mention the twists and turns along the way. Wen Qiang's stomach felt like beef tendons being flipped and pressed on an iron plate. She couldn't appreciate the way Kahai drove as she usually did. She could only shrink in her seat, glancing sideways out the window, trying not to let Kahai notice her pale face. "Are you all right?" Kahai asked. His speech was quick, his words brief. Wen Qiang trembled as she replied, "I'm okay, I guess." Kahai watched Jiang Huai's car, which was almost glued to his, not daring to take his eyes off Wen Qiang. He certainly couldn't simply believe that this race was just Jiang Huai's farewell before leaving. The man who had tormented him for so many years would never let him go so easily, even if he truly had a change of heart one day. Behind all the calmness, there must be a storm capable of destroying everything. Life and death depended on the winner living and the loser dying. Because of attachments. Because he wanted to survive, Kahai had to be extremely cautious. After the first lap, Kahai was leading by a fraction of a second. On the second lap down the mountain, with less than 3 turns left, Jiang Huai started to drive with half of his tires hanging in the air next to the cliff, just like Kahai did last time. At this point, Kahai had the advantage. He only needed to slightly turn the steering wheel to push Jiang Huai's car off. Life and death were fated. Even if Jiang Huai disappeared from the world, no one would come looking for trouble with him. Kahai's hand moved slightly, and because of the force, the veins on the back of his hand were particularly prominent. Don't do this. Professor Ke, don't do this. The voice from beside him was like thunder, waking Kahai from his thoughts. He was startled into a cold sweat, suddenly turning the steering wheel sharply to the left, quickly returning to the left lane. The white BMW X6 seized the moment he was distracted and overtook him. Jiang Huai won the race by a narrow margin. But when he got out of the car, his eyes were red, and he kicked Kahai's tire several times angrily, mumbling something incoherently. Kahai's forehead was pressed against the steering wheel, his hands trembling slightly. Wen Qiang felt his pain and silently reached out to hug him. By the time Kahai and Wen Qiang got out of the car, Jiang Huai had already slumped down against the tire, looking dejected. The once clean doctor in a white coat was now sitting in the dusty mud, as if all his blood had been drained away in an instant. "Why didn't you just crash me off? What a great opportunity," Jiang Huai angrily asked Kahai. "Aren't you afraid I'll haunt you and your little girlfriend forever? Haven't you wanted to get rid of me all these years, huh?" Kahai lowered his gaze in silence. Jiang Huai seemed unable to watch any longer. After standing up, he suddenly grabbed Kahai by the collar. He angrily lectured, "Didn't I tell you that anyone who bullies you should be repaid 100-fold? Why do you always refuse to listen? You don't listen to a Ning, and you don't listen to me. What do you want?" Wen Qiang couldn't help but pulled Jiang Huai away, angrily saying, "I told you yes, your only friend. Who would ever harm their only friend?" Jiang Huai glared at Wen Qiang, who was tightly holding Kahai, her face full of protectiveness. He gritted his teeth and said to Kahai, "Didn't I tell you to just pretend well? No one would discover the real you. How could you so easily expose yourself to others?" Jiang Huai could no longer hold back and punched the car window. He slowly crouched down, silently covering his face. How could he say such things to her? He hadn't even heard them himself. Wen Qiang didn't have time to care about Jiang Huai. She looked nervously at Kahai, who had remained silent the whole time, and asked, "Are you okay?" Kahai looked at her. Looking into her eyes was like seeing a piece of obsidian wrapped in amber, which seemed soft yet was exceptionally hard. He almost reverently kissed her eyelashes and finally turned to Jiang Huai, saying, "I have always been listening to you. At least up until that turn. I was still listening to you. Listening to your coldness and your grudges. Thinking that, as long as I pushed someone off, no one could harm me or my loved ones again. But someone woke me up. Someone wrapped the beast about to break free from its cage in warm silk, covering its wounds and ruins. Jiang Huai, goodbye." Kahai left those 4 words behind and got into the car with Wen Qiang. This really was the last time they would meet. Kahai took Wen Qiang back to the flower shop, stopping at the door before asking, although it's a bit late, "I still need to ask, he didn't do anything to you, right?" Wen Qiang countered, "What about you? How far has your investigation into me gone?" As she spoke, she emphasized by poking Kahai's arm, "I want to hear the truth." Kahai looked at her for a while before saying, "Everything that can be known is known. We just need a solution. Wen Qiang, everyone knows you kept this from me for so long and still ask me to do experiments every day." Wen Qiang suddenly got very angry. "Then tell me carefully, not a word can be missed." Kahai could only say, "The biggest incentive for you to transform between flowers is serum." Previously, Kahai had found out that that pot of green radish had also been stained with human blood. Analyzing all the components, he also found serum that shouldn't exist. Of course, there was also that little weed and the later white rose. If this is the pattern, then won't I be very dangerous in the future? Wen Qiang was extremely horrified. How many clumsy people in this world are pricked by rose thorns and bleed every day? How many times would she have to traverse? It's not as simple as you think, Kahai comforted her. First, fresh blood is needed. Second, you need to be in extreme fatigue, pain, or fear for the transformation to be possible. How do you know? Wen Qiang asked curiously. Kahai sighed. Of course, it was inferred from observation. Wen Qiang, I suddenly feel the gaze of sympathy from top student. Then why didn't you tell me the truth earlier? That way I could have taken precautions. Wen Qiang expressed her complete inability to understand. Kuhai tidied up her hair that had been blown by the wind and said, but you wouldn't compromise. Wen Qiang was taken aback. Indeed, it was absolutely impossible to avoid fresh flowers and not be tired. As long as she was still running the flower shop for a day, all of this was inevitable. Even if Kuhai told her in advance, it would only add to her troubles. I'm already looking for a solution. You don't have to feel too much pressure. Kuhai reassured her. Wen Qiang buried herself in his arms, her voice muffled. Why didn't you tell me all this after doing so much? Didn't Professor Ke say he wouldn't make a losing deal? I was thinking of extorting you a good sum once the solution was out. Kuhai said very unceremoniously. Wen Qiang laughed at him. She should have sat up, but at this moment, she just wanted to curl up in his arms and not move. Wen Qiang told Kuhai about her meeting with Jiang Huai earlier. Although she was afraid of worrying him, she still chose to reveal everything to solve her strange constitution. After a moment of silence, Kuhai said with guilt, I dragged you down. Wen Qiang shook her head, saying, No, you saved me. After learning the truth, Wen Qiang always deliberately avoided overexerting herself. But she never succeeded even once. Afterwards, she regretted it immensely. It was even more torturous than when she didn't know. She thought she finally understood why Kahai chose to hide all this before finding a solution. Xiaowen, I need to cook for Ming Zai. Can you accompany Ming Zai's mom to the hospital for me? Granny Chen walked over and asked Wen Qiang. Wen Qiang nodded and asked, what happened to Ming Zai's mom? Granny Chen sighed and said, it's Xiao Qinyu. She's running a slight fever. So I asked Ming Zhan to take her to see a doctor. All right, then I'll accompany them. Wen Qiang said she understood. Granny Chen couldn't help but remind her, at the hospital, keep your distance from that Jiang Huai. Wen Qiang laughed and said, don't worry, Granny. That Dr. Jiang should disappear from Ningqing soon. Granny Chen looked at Wen Qiang curiously. Wen Qiang, however, showed an unspeakable expression. Granny Chen laughed and scolded her for keeping secrets, saying, I want to see whether it's true or not in the end. Wen Qiang chuckled, and together with Ming Zai's mom and Xiao Qinyu, they headed straight to the hospital. Unexpectedly, they just happened to see Jiang Huai in a white coat at the outpatient building. A few days ago, Jiang Huai had red eyes and a face of despair, but at this moment he had a smiling face. He was sideways talking to a little nurse, making her giggle with delight. The little nurse seemed very sensitive to gazes. Wen Qiang only glanced for a moment, and Jiang Huai's gaze met hers. He walked over slowly and greeted, Boss Xiaowen, good afternoon. What are you all doing here? Ming Zai's mom, still unaware of the complicated relationship between Jiang Huai and Wen Qiang, instinctively asked for help upon seeing the doctor. It's me. My little treasure has a low fever. So we came to the hospital to take a look. Jiang Huai smiled and said, perfect, come with me. Wen Qiang also found Jiang Huai amazing. After knowing this person's true nature, she could no longer look at his pediatrician profession the same way. After Jiang Huai checked on Xiao Qinyu, just as Wen Qiang was about to leave with them, he suddenly called out to her. Wen Qiang stared at him for a moment and took the initiative to say, Dr. Jiang, you are really annoying. If you keep this up, I will think you are coveting my Professor Ko. Boss Xiaowen, I need your help to convey a message to the little friend. Jiang Huai smiled at her. Wen Qiang was complaining about how advanced electronic communication is nowadays. What was the point of saying it? Then Jiang Huai lowered his gaze and said seriously, I'm very sorry, it has always been. Wen Qiang was taken aback. But Jiang Huai had already laughed again. And also, please tell them that I really love this city, and I'm not planning to leave for the time being. I want to disappoint him. After Jiang Huai finished, he smiled and turned to leave. Just a moment ago, Wen Qiang had confidently told Granny Chen that Jiang Huai would soon leave Ningcheng. The slap in the face came too quickly, like a tornado. Xiaowen, let's go back. Ming Zai's mom walked up to Wen Qiang. Wen Qiang felt a bit embarrassed and said, "Sorry, I was too busy talking and didn't manage to help." Ming Zai's mom smiled gently and said, "No, your company is the biggest help." Wen Qiang also smiled back. She quickly took the small bag of medicine from Ming Zai's mom's hands, and they walked side by side toward the exit. Just as they were about to go upstairs, Jiang Huai seemed to sense something and turned his head, just in time to see Wen Qiang's departing figure. He was never moved by others' love and didn't know what it meant to stop at the right time. He was just defeated by Kohai's knife and Wen Qiang's words, the only friend. The little nurse saw him standing still for a long time and curiously asked, "Dr. Jiang, what are you looking at?" Jiang Huai withdrew his gaze and smiled. "I was thinking that all the little friends I watched grow up have found their place, and I'm still a lonely person." The little nurse cheerfully said, "Dr. Jiang, isn't it easy to find a girlfriend?" "Yes, very easy." Jiang Huai smiled. "It's easy to find a lover, but too hard to love deeply. When a cat leaves its owner and chooses to face death alone, does it know it has taken its owner's heart along with it?" Jiang Huai couldn't find the answer, but he was so clearly aware that even if Ning left a last word for him to forget her, he would never obey. After all, he had always been like this, never obedient. Soon, it was the day to meet the parents. Wen Qiang had prepared 2 bouquets of daisies early, just waiting for Kahai to come. At 9 o'clock, Kahai's car stopped outside the flower shop. Dressed in a formal suit, Kahai got out of the car. Wen Qiang walked out before he could turn back to grab a mask. He looked at her. Wen Qiang was wearing a solemn little black dress today. Although it was a very ordinary style, because it was all black, Kahai felt as if they were wearing couple outfits. His mood inexplicably shifted from gloomy to sunny. Wen Qiang felt a bit shy under his gaze. If it weren't for her confidence in her figure and appearance, she would have doubted whether Kahai thought she was ugly. She hesitated for a moment and asked, "Where should I put the flowers?" Kahai didn't say anything but took a few steps forward, wrapped his arms around her, and gave her a routine kiss. Then he casually said, "In the trunk." Wen Qiang obediently placed the flowers down and patted her little dress. Kahai asked curiously why. Wen Qiang naturally replied, "Are you afraid of getting pollen on me? What if it makes you allergic?" Kahai felt a warmth in his heart, as if he thought of something, and smiled as he asked, "I have a very good experimental project regarding my allergy test. Miss Wen, would you like to participate?" "Sure." Wen Qiang did not hesitate at all. Kahai curled his lips in a smirk. "This is your promise." Wen Qiang suddenly had a very bad feeling. Before she could ask anything, Kahai gentlemanly opened the passenger door for her. She had no choice but to get in the car. Although she knew they were just going to visit Kahai's parents' tombstone, Wen Qiang still had to mentally prepare herself all the way to stay calm. "Are you nervous?" As soon as the car stopped, Kahai asked. Wen Qiang took a deep breath, forced a smile, "No." Kahai smiled, unbuckled his seatbelt, and got out of the car. Wen Qiang quickly got out, and before Kahai could, she hugged 2 bouquets of daisies and said, "I'll hold these for you. Let's go." However, Kahai stubbornly reached out his hand, wanting to hold hers. Wen Qiang thought to herself how clingy this man was, being such a grown-up. She sincerely held the flowers in her right hand and offered her left hand to Kahai. The two walked side by side to the tombstone of Kahai's parents. They saw a man and a woman standing in front of their destination. The two seemed to have heard footsteps behind them and turned to look. They were startled and exclaimed, "Little Ku? Who is this?" Their gazes fell on the hands held by Kahai and Wen Qiang, both seeing disbelief in each other's eyes. Kahai did not answer, only expressionlessly said, "Are you two here to pay respects to my parents? If you haven't finished, I can come back in a few minutes." The underlying message was that once the paying of respects was done, they should quickly disappear from his sight. The two would never let such a good opportunity go. The woman among them spoke first, extending her business card towards the seemingly more approachable Wen Qiang. "Hello, miss. I am Yang Yu from the First Research Institute of the capital. This is my companion, Zhan Zixing." Wen Qiang hesitated to take the business cards. Looking at the title Associate Professor of Pharmacology on them, she instinctively glanced at Kahai beside her. Kahai's eyes darkened, and he said to the two, "Mr. Zhan, Miss Yang, this is my last warning for you not to disturb my life. Otherwise, I won't mind disappearing completely from here." Just after he finished speaking, Kahai suli hestita, because in the corner of his eye, he saw Wen Qiang looking at him with concern. She was worried for him because of these two suddenly appearing strangers. Kahai suddenly felt extremely annoyed and looked at Zhan Zixing and Yang Yu, with increasing hostility. Yang Yu said sternly, "Little Ku, I know you are still hung up on what happened back then, but what is at stake now is your parents' lifelong work. Do you know how many people would benefit if this research is successful?" Kahai coldly laughed. "I've forgotten what happened back then long ago. Not to mention, I don't care how many people benefit. I just want to live my own life. How can you be so selfish?" Yang Yu couldn't help but voice her thoughts. "Do you know how much loss would occur if this project is terminated, or how many researchers will be displaced because of it?" Kahai replied, "I have always been this selfish. What? Is this your first time meeting me?" His lifelong goal was to find his own missing kin and live a good life. He didn't need much glory or care about how many people needed saving. He just wanted to live like a person. But it seemed that no one was ever willing to listen to what he truly wanted. You are simply unreasonable." Yang Yu was furious. Zhan Zixing quickly held her back. Wen Qiang, who had been standing by, could no longer bear to watch. She held Kahai's hand and said to the two, "Have you two finished? If you have, we would like to pay respects to the deceased. Can you please leave?" You. Who do you think you are to tell me to leave?" Yang Yu was enraged. She thought that the woman raised in this remote little town would understand the difference between them after seeing her business card. Not to mention, after hearing that news, she should stand on the right side and advise Kahai to make his own contributions. When Chang looked at Yang Yu, her amber eyes calm and unwavering. "I was wondering why you put on a high and mighty posture when we first met. It turns out you look down on me." When Chang suddenly found it quite amusing. She indeed laughed out loud. "So, don't you think you should feel inferior standing next to me?" Yang Yu fed coldly. Zhan Zixing felt he couldn't listen any longer. Kuhai's eyes turned even darker. But when Chang said, "Why should I feel inferior? I am younger and prettier than you, and my boyfriend is younger too. I feel quite proud of that." Kuhai's previously gloomy face suddenly brightened. Yang Yu's face turned red from anger. "I meant education and accumulated wealth." Zhan Zixing pulled her hand, saying, "Enough. What are you talking about?" Wen Qiang shook her head with a smile. "Indeed, my education is lower than yours, and I earn less money than you. But every field has its own expertise, and money is endless. I really don't feel any need to be inferior. But this older sister here, are you so mad with jealousy right now because of your own inferiority?" Yang Yu's eyes widened in realization. "Jealousy?" Zhan Zixing was also taken aback. Then he thought of something, and his gaze towards Yang Yu became peculiar. He remembered that Yang Yu had fallen for the married Kalin back then, and now, Kahai resembled Kalin at least 8 parts. Thinking back to how Yang Yu had gone mad, trying to bring Kahai back since she found out he was here, he couldn't help but shudder. Even if it was an old cow eating young grass, this cow was a bit too old. Me feel inferior? What do I have to feel inferior about? Yang Yu finally regained her composure and hurriedly retorted, looking at Wen Qiang, who had exposed her thoughts, as if she wished she could skin her alive. "Enough. My lover will not make such meaningless comparisons with you, nor does he need to." Kuhai said, "Before I still address you as seniors, please leave quickly, or I won't be polite." Yang Yu was so furious she was about to roll her eyes. Zhan Zixing felt embarrassed and said to her, "Are you leaving or not? If not, I'm leaving. Are you even man? Your companion is being bullied, and you're just going to leave like this?" Yang Yu couldn't believe it. Zhan Zixing also found it ridiculous. He laughed in anger. "Whether I am a man or not, my wife knows. You don't need to worry about that, right? Not leaving? Fine, I'm leaving." After saying that, Zhan Zixing really turned around and left. Yang Yu looked at Zhan Zixing, then at the pair of Kuhai and Wen Qiang standing side by side, united against her. She couldn't help but stomp her foot in anger. She was originally going to leave like this, but suddenly thought of something and smiled. She silently said something to Kahai. Kahai's body stiffened as he could read lips. But Wen Qiang did not catch what Yang Yu said. Looking at Yang Yu's departing figure, she curiously asked Kahai, "What did she say?" Chapter 46, "It's not a big deal. Don't worry about it," Kuhai said as he glanced at Wen Qiang beside him. Wen Qiang nodded and asked, "What about those 2 people just now?" Kuhai replied, "They are from the same lab as my parents. Wanted me to go back and clean up a mess." "I see." Wen Qiang nodded again. Kahai couldn't help but grab her hand, asking, "What do you think? Should I go back? Should I take responsibility for my parents' lifelong efforts and for those researchers?" Wen Qiang looked puzzled, wondering why he should take responsibility for people he didn't know. "You're not their parent." After a pause, Wen Qiang added, "As for your parents, I think children shouldn't be their parents' appendages. They should have the right to choose their own lives. Unless, of course, the child wants to follow in their parents' footsteps. Kohai stared at Wen Qiang for a long time. Wen Qiang, feeling a bit nervous, asked, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Kohai replied, "Just thinking." "Never mind." He shook his head. Wen Qiang's curiosity was piqued, and she asked, "What is it?" "Just thinking." "I didn't expect you to be quite philosophical." Kohai laughed. Wen Qiang responded, "You asked me, and now you're complaining that I'm being philosophical? Then don't listen." She turned her face away in a huff. However, Kohai reached out and ruffled her hair, saying, "No, we agreed before that I would always listen carefully to what you say and remember it." The warmth from above made Wen Qiang feel strangely defeated. She said, "Oh," and bent down to place the little daisy in her arm on the tombstone. When facing the tombstone, Kohai was particularly silent. He called out "Father," "Mother," briefly introduced Wen Qiang, and then fell silent again. Wen Qiang looked at the gentle-looking man and the vibrant woman on the tombstone. She silently recited their names in her heart. "Mr. Kalin, Ms. Wen Qiang. From now on, I will take care of your son." Back in the car, just as Kohai started the engine, Wen Qiang asked Professor Ko, "Do you think I'm underqualified and broke? You were so confident just now. Don't tell me that was just an act." Kohai was helpless. Wen Qiang pouted and said, "No, I really didn't feel inferior in front of those two people just now. Or rather, she rarely felt inferior. Only in front of Kohai did she feel insecure, wondering if she was good enough for him. Then you have even less reason to feel inferior in front of me." Kohai turned his face to smile at her. "Didn't I say? No matter what you were like, you were the best girl in my heart." "Really? You're not just saying that?" Wen Qiang stared at his face. "Gehai smai haupa. If you want me to flatter you, I can do that too. By the way," Wen Qiang suddenly pointed at Kohai's neck, "that the bandage hasn't come off yet." Kohai remembered he had promised to let Wen Qiang see what was underneath the bandage. Just as he was about to lift it, Wen Qiang asked, "Does it still hurt? What happened?" When Kohai returned from his injury last time, Wen Qiang sensed his low mood but didn't dare to ask about the details. Kohai had already torn off the bandage. He leaned his head towards Wen Qiang and said, "It doesn't hurt anymore, see?" At that moment, Wen Qiang felt Kohai was like a big dog seeking affection. She instinctively reached out to touch his hair, which felt a bit prickly. Kohai was momentarily stunned and sat up straight, asking, "Aren't you going to look at the wound?" Wen Qiang stared blankly. "Oh, I'll look now." Kohai helplessly leaned in again. Wen Qiang saw a dark red scab below his hairline, cutting through a string of black text. Due to the angle, she took a while to recognize it before murmuring, "Lemon?" Lemon, representing a bittersweet first love. Wen Qiang was taken aback by the meaning that suddenly popped into her head. "Have you seen enough?" Kohai asked her. Wen Qiang snapped back to reality and said, "Okay." Kohai sat back down, bowed his head, and put the bandage back on. Wen Qiang could no longer hold back and asked, "What is this for?" Kohai looked at her and suddenly asked, "Have you ever gotten a tattoo?" Wen Qiang shook her head. She was afraid of pain. Kohai seemed to think for a moment and said, "If you accompany me to a place, I'll tell you the story behind this tattoo. How about that?" Wen Qiang asked, fiddling with her fingers, pretending to be casual. "When are we going?" Kohai replied, "After my wound heals." Wen Qiang responded, "Sure." On the way back, Kohai's phone rang several times. Wen Qiang curiously asked, "Aren't you going to answer?" Gehe said, "I took a day off today." He took the day off to spend time with Wen Qiang, and no one was allowed to interrupt his holiday. Wen Qiang glanced at the screen displaying Xiao AI and couldn't help but say, "Maybe there's something urgent?" Kohai reluctantly answered the phone. Xiao AI yelled on the other end, "Professor, help! All the samples in Lab 9 are dead. I didn't collect any data at all. So you got the timing of the hydrochloric acid injection wrong." Kohai pointed out sharply. Xiao AI immediately fell silent. After a while, he started crying in panic. "I was wrong, Professor. Please come back and cut me up. I can't even kill you if I'm busy. I'm not free right now," Kohai said as he was about to hang up. But Wen Qiang tugged at his sleeve and said, "I've never been to your lab before. I want to go." Kohai's murderous gaze softened. He suddenly showed mercy to Xiao AI on the other end. "Wait, I'll come over now." Xiao AI gratefully exclaimed, "Professor, I knew you still love me. Get lost." The two headed straight to the Ningxing Research Center. The chemistry department is in Building 2. Wen Qiang walked beside Kohai, receiving quite a few curious glances along the way. Kohai had always attracted attention, especially after Yang Yu and Zhang Zixing arrived in the past few days. Everyone knew that Ku Hai was a top talent sought after by several major labs in the capital. Professor Ku, you're quite popular. Wen Qiang whispered to the man beside her. Ku Hai replied, not that popular, just average. Wen Qiang teased, oh, so you're that narcissistic? Ku Hai's office was on the 12th floor. As soon as they stepped out of the elevator, they saw Xiao AI standing at the office door, preparing to apologize. Teacher, he started, but when he saw Wen Qiang beside Ku Hai, his eyes widened, thinking, SZD. Everything I saw and heard at the celebration party last time was SZD. The professor is indeed involved with boss Xiaowen. The previous denial was probably out of shyness. Wen Qiang saw Xiao AI and took the initiative to greet him, Assistant Xiao AI, hello? Xiao AI quickly replied, hello, hello. Seeing Xiao AI staring at Wen Qiang. Have you sorted out the materials? Xiao AI snapped back to reality and said, it's already completely ready. Then why are you standing there? Hurry up and restart the experiment. Ku Hai said with great disdain. Xiao AI was confused, thinking, wasn't he waiting here for the professor to save a day? Ku Hai ignored how many thoughts were racing through Xiao AI's mind and took Wen Qiang into the office. Wen Qiang glanced around the office and couldn't help but say, it feels so nostalgic. Ku Hai's mood instantly brightened again as he asked, what would you like to drink? Just plain water. Thank you, Mr. Ku. Wen Qiang replied with a smile. Please sit down, Ku Hai said, letting Wen Qiang take a seat in the office chair while he turned to head towards the refrigerator. He returned to seek help from Xiao AI. Is the professor at his house really this warm-hearted? Although her mind was filled with question marks. Xiao AI still moved closer to Ku Hai and said, Professor, I think I might not be able to handle this. There are only 4 months left until the promised results in 6 months, Ku Hai reminded him. Xiao AI exclaimed in frustration, but this is really too complicated. Wen Qiang asked, what's complicated? Xiao AI looked at Wen Qiang with teary eyes. However, Ku Hai suddenly seemed to remember something and asked Wen Qiang, do you want to see it? A chemistry experiment. Are you making nutrient solution? Wen Qiang asked. Ku Hai's proud expression faltered for a moment, and he nodded awkwardly. Sort of. I want to see. Wen Qiang's eyes lit up as she stood up from her chair. Ku Hai smiled and said, all right, I'll show you. Today, right here. He must let Wen Qiang see that he is not just someone who can prepare nutrient solutions. Preparing to warm up, Ku Hai turned a glance at Xiao AI. Xiao AI instantly became energized, saluting, okay, Professor, no problem, Professor. A few minutes later, Wen Qiang stood a short distance away, watching Ku Hai operate the test tubes with his head lowered. The monotonous test tubes and glass cups seemed to be endowed with endless charm in this man's hands. Xiao AI looked at the professor, who was much more motivated than usual, and gratefully glanced at Wen Qiang. The experimental process that seemed incredibly complicated to Xiao AI was as simple as drinking water for Ku Hai. After completing the entire experiment, he said to Xiao AI, did you notice the timing of the hydrochloric acid injection? Xiao AI felt like nodding his head off. Only then did Ku Hai remove his goggles, take off his gloves, and walk towards Wen Qiang. Xiao AI leaned over the distillation tube, watching the final experimental results, faintly hearing Wen Qiang asking Ku Hai, aren't you going to make me the nutrient solution? He didn't quite understand and wasn't concerned. He just smiled foolishly at the distillation tube. Today, Xiao AI was also a little fan of the professor. Wen Qiang's words made Ku Hai pause. Just then, the lab door closed. The two stood in the corridor leading to the office. No need to do it. It's not needed anyway, Ku Hai said, almost as if to remind her. Let's not talk about the passive triggers. No matter how tired or painful it gets in the future, you cannot have the thought of becoming a flower again. Understand? Wen Qiang looked at him strangely. What do you mean? Ku Hai replied, what I mean is, don't have any thoughts of escaping reality in the future. Becoming a flower is very dangerous for you. Too many uncertain factors. But I'm not escaping reality, Wen Qiang retorted. Ku Hai didn't argue with her, only sighed helplessly. If you really feel tired and uncomfortable, you can come hide with me. He gently wrapped his arms around her. Compared to those fragile, easily slaughtered plant bodies, he was much stronger. Wen Qiang didn't say a word, but from initially being stiff to finally gripping Ku Hai's suit tightly, it was as if the last wall collapsed before him. Wen Qiang whispered, this time, you can't be like before and not see me. I absolutely won't. I promise. Kohai tightened his grip again. Wen Qiang's ear was against Kohai's chest, listening to his strong heartbeat, and she felt herself calm down. Meanwhile, Kohai heard footsteps approaching from a distance. He slightly turned his face to look towards the stairway. Chapter 47. Lin Yayao looked at the two people embracing each other, her eyes wide open in shock. Kohai quietly watched her, saying nothing and making no movements. It wasn't until the person in his arms stood up straight that Kohai said, "You go back to the office first. I'll be there soon." Wen Qiang nodded, just in time to see Lin Yayao standing not far away. She retracted her curious gaze, didn't ask much, and walked directly toward the office. Only then did Kohai turn to face Lin Yayao. "Professor Lin." Lin Yayao came back to her senses and walked over, saying, "I heard from the director that you were going to develop at the Research Institute in Beijing. Can I know exactly where?" Kohai's eyes darkened. "I never said I was going to develop in Beijing." The director misunderstood. "Professor Lin, why are you asking this?" Lin Yayao waved her hand. "I have no other intentions. It's just that I might soon transfer back to the Research Institute in Beijing. If we can continue to be colleagues in the future, that wouldn't be too bad." "Why?" Kohai looked at Lin Yayao, his eyes full of confusion. Lin Yayao was also taken aback. "What do you mean, why?" He said, "We are not from the same department. Even if we work at the same experimental center, it seems it wouldn't help you at all." Lin Yayao took several seconds to realize what Kohai meant. She felt both awkward and embarrassed, saying, "You think I want to win you over?" Although it had been rumored in the institute that Kohai was a person sought after by several major research institutes in Beijing, Lin Yayao felt that with her family background and education, she didn't need to curry favor with Kohai. If not, there was even less reason to do so. Kohai showed no sign of misunderstanding. He continued to speak expressionlessly. "Professor Lin said before, I saved you once. You helped me investigate that data. We're even. Do you have to be so clear-cut about this? Can't we just be friends?" Lin Yayao was genuinely confused about how Kohai's mind worked. Couldn't he just give her a little face? After a moment of frowning and thought, Kohai said, "Professor Lin, the person who just passed by is my girlfriend. I love her very much. I also don't want any uncontrollable factors to appear. What I mean is, I don't need female friends. I didn't before, and I certainly don't now." Lin Yayao was so angry she laughed. "It's such a touching thing to say to me. What a pity. Do you need me to record this and tell your girlfriend?" Kohai replied, "No need. She understands me. If Professor Lin has nothing else, I have to go. After all, I'm still on vacation." "I say, Kohai," Lin Yayao's voice caught up with him. "Are you really that bad at socializing? Would it kill you to be a little more tactful?" Kohai turned his face to glance at her. "I won't die, but it will be a hassle. Lin Yayao, I want to find someone to kill this straight man." Kohai returned to the office, and Wen Qiang was curled up in his swivel chair. He walked over slowly and covered Wen Qiang's eyes from behind. Then he leaned close to her ear and asked, "Who am I?" The moment her vision was blocked, Wen Qiang instinctively grabbed the wrist of the person who approached. The next second, upon hearing the familiar voice, she released her hand. "Let me think. Chenepa, Ming Zai's mom? Or my boyfriend?" Kohai chuckled softly, pulling her up from a swivel chair. "Let's go. Your boyfriend is taking you to the cafeteria for a meal." Wen Qiang said, "Eat at the cafeteria? I didn't expect you to be such a down-to-earth Professor Ko." "Down-to-earth?" Kohai semet momenta pudao. Then he raised an eyebrow and asked, "Is this the first time you found out I'm down-to-earth?" Wen Qiang replied, It seems not for the first time." Remembering how Kohai rode a bicycle through the alley and how he wore slippers to the CAF last time, she couldn't help but laugh, saying, "Just a quick interview. Where does our high-level intellectual professor Ko spend his money?" Kohai looked at her seriously and said, "I'm saving it up for my future wife." Wen Qiang felt uncomfortable under his gaze, slightly shifting her eyes. "Looks like I need to return your future wife funds to you soon." "No rush," Kohai chuckled, his gaze shifting back to the road ahead. "After all, it's going to be for you." The two quickly arrived at the cafeteria. When 2 plates of dishes were placed in front of Wen Qiang, she finally realized why Kohai looked puzzled when she jokingly said eating at the cafeteria was down to earth. Looking at the beautifully plated dishes with a mix of meat and vegetables, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say it was on par with a star-rated restaurant. Just a few minutes ago, she had actually boasted about eating at the cafeteria being down to earth. Kohai explained, "We have a dedicated nutritionist, and the flavors are on the lighter side. I thought you would like it." After learning that Wen Qiang doesn't eat spicy food, Kohai thought every time he had meals at the cafeteria, he would take her there to try it someday. He wanted her to sit across from him in his most frequently occupied spot. It would be best if everyone could see them sitting face to face. At that moment, Kuhai felt the gazes of those around them on him and Wen Qiang, and a desire to show off his girlfriend was greatly satisfied. I'm really foolish, Wen Qiang said with teary eyes after tasting the food. How could there be such a naive girl who has never seen the world like me? Kuhai, sitting across from Wen Qiang, supported his face with one hand, tilting his head and looking particularly relaxed. He smiled at her, as if admiring a painting. Wen Qiang licked her lips and asked, "Aren't you going to eat?" Kuhai replied with a softum, slowly picking up his chopsticks. Wen Qiang thought of how Kuhai wasn't used to light food and suddenly asked, "Did you like the chili sauce I made for you last time?" "Kuhai, not that," Wen Qiang quickly said, "Then I'll make you a few more jars, and you can eat it at work in the future." She added shyly, "If you don't mind." "That is," Kuhai hurriedly said, "Of course I don't mind. I'm happy to receive it." "Then you should eat a bit today. Not eating is bad for your stomach." "Your stomach doesn't seem very good, right?" Wen Qiang asked. Kuhai felt a bit guilty for some reason and asked, "How do you know?" Wen Qiang replied, "I can tell." Upon hearing this answer, Kuhai felt a bit relieved. He thought she might have found out why he left the white roses in the lab for 5 days. "Professor." Suddenly, a familiar voice came. Wen Qiang turned to look, and Xiao AI was approaching with a tray. Xiao AI was accompanied by another person. Wen Qiang searched her memory and quickly recalled the person's name, Lin Nini, the younger sister of Lin Yayao, who had appeared outside Kuhai's lab earlier. "Professor, can I sit next to you?" Xiao AI asked while sitting down beside her. Kuhai glared at him coldly, but said nothing. Wen Qiang smiled and said, "Feel free to sit. He won't kill you, will he?" Xiao AI thought. Aside from killing him, the professor had better ways to teach him a lesson. Lin Nini sat down next to Wen Qiang. Xiao AI said to Lin Nini, "This is our professor's girlfriend, Boss One. Just call me Wen Qiang." Wen Qiang smiled at Lin Nini beside her. "Hello." Lin Nini greeted her and couldn't help but look at Wen Qiang several times. Her sister's beauty was well known, elegant and graceful. But because she was too much of a traditional beauty, she couldn't overshadow the stunningly beautiful Wen Qiang. Wen Qiang was bright and vibrant, like a flower growing vigorously under the sun. She seemed delicate yet possessed endless strength. Lin Nini couldn't help but murmur all about looks. Xiao AI asked, "What dog?" Lin Nini let out a hum and said, "Silly dog, eat." Xiao AI scratched his head, puzzled, and obediently started eating. Wen Qiang didn't pay much attention to Lin Nini and Xiao AI. She looked at Kuhai's plate and asked, "Why aren't you eating vegetables?" Xiao AI's back stiffened. This question was so familiar that it was scary. Xiao AI remembered the first time he had dinner with Kuhai. When he unconsciously asked Kuhai why he didn't eat vegetables, he recalled the other person's reaction. "It seems you really like eating vegetables?" At that time, the young and naive Xiao AI nodded slightly. Then for the next 7 days, he didn't see a trace of oil in his meals. Hearing Wen Qiang ask the same question now, Xiao AI almost immediately lit a candle for Wen Qiang in his heart. "Your friend Ku's strong revenge high is about to go online. I'm not avoiding them. I'm just setting them aside," Kuhai said reluctantly, his tone sounding a bit wrong. "Xiao AI?" Wen Qiang couldn't help but chatter on. "You already love heavy oil and salt food. If you don't eat vegetables, how can your body handle it? Just eat now, I'll watch you eat." Geh. The whole table fell into an eerie silence. Wen Qiang sensed something was off and looked strangely at the stiff Xiao AI and Lin Nini, asking, "Why are you all looking at me?" Xiao AI, "I don't know, but for some reason, I just can't take my eyes off you. After all, this is a rare sight of Professor Ku being humbled. Miss it, and you'll regret it for a lifetime." Wen Qiang withdrew her gaze and looked at the silent Kuhai. She felt her previous tone might have been a bit harsh and couldn't help but soften her voice, saying, "Just eat a little, okay?" Kuhai sighed inwardly. Can a man say no? Of course not. So Kuhai bit into the entire plate of vegetables, his forehead veins bulging, looking like he was eating a poisonous scorpion raw. Wen Qiang showed a kind smile and said, "Great. Xiao AI and Lin Nini, I should be under the table, not above it, watching you two show off your love." The lunch turned into a large-scale competition between parents and a mischievous child. In the end, the parents won decisively. "You two take your time eating, we'll leave first." Wen Qiang said goodbye to the petrified Xiao AI and Lin Nini before leaving with Kahai. Once outside, Wen Qiang couldn't help but laugh. Their expressions were so funny. Mr. Ku, I'm suddenly curious about what you're usually like in front of them. No one has dared to force me to eat vegetables before, Kahai said stiffly. Wen Qiang picked up his hand hanging by his side, playing with his fingers one by one, muttering, "Are you angry?" Kahai looked at her with lowered eyes. "No. I want to be angry at you. Such a great honor. Then I can bully you without worry in the future." Wen Qiang smiled with her eyes curved. Kahai tightened his fingers and pulled her closer. "You can bully me. Anyway, I'll bully you back." After lunch, Wen Qiang felt a bit lazy. Kahai asked, "Tired?" Wen Qiang nodded. "Then, where to?" Kahai asked again. Wen Qiang vaguely replied, "Your place." She remembered that there seemed to be no masks at home, and it was very inconvenient for Kahai to always wear a mask. Thinking about this, Wen Qiang couldn't help but ask, "By the way, when do you plan to start that desensitization treatment experiment you mentioned last time?" She liked flowers and her work, so she wanted to share that joy with Kahai. But if Kahai's allergy didn't get better, she would always be worried. "Not yet. Let us wait a bit longer," Kahai said, glancing at the girl's pale face. Feeling a bit embarrassed and averting his gaze. Wen Qiang knew Kahai was always methodical about these things, so she didn't press further. The two returned to Kahai's home. Kahai parked the car in the garage, just as he was about to call out to her. He found Wen Qiang already curled up in the passenger seat, asleep. He remembered the first time he brought the little weed flower bud to Wen Qiang for an experiment. She insisted on lying on the counter to sleep. He sat tensely in the flower shop, only relaxing when his gaze fell on her face. He watched her, forgetting the time and space. At that moment, he suddenly realized that Little Rose was Wen Qiang, and Wen Qiang was Little Rose. He didn't need to obsess over bringing her back to the flowers, because he knew that as long as he was close to her, he would eventually fall in love with her. "Little Rose, wake up," Kahai gently called out. Wen Qiang didn't move. Kahai had no choice but to go around to the passenger side and carry her out. Wen Qiang opened her eyes again, seeing the familiar windowsill and room. She was momentarily startled. The next second, she realized she was in a human state and sighed in relief. She thought, how could she think of escaping when she was next to Kahai? "Awake?" Kahai's voice came from outside. Wen Qiang quickly touched her face, confirming there was nothing wrong before asking, "How long have I been asleep? Why didn't you wake me? Or sleep a bit too?" It felt so awkward to make him wait. "An hour, much shorter than last time," Kahai replied. "Last time?" Wen Qiang hadn't reacted yet. Kahai shook his head with a smile and asked, "Do you want to get up?" Wen Qiang nodded and was just about to get up from bed when she suddenly realized something. Her face turned red instantly. "What is wrong?" Kahai asked, puzzled. As he walked toward her, Wen Qiang hurriedly said, "It's nothing, don't come over." Kahai's expression suddenly turned serious. He stared at Wen Qiang and nervously asked, "What's wrong? Tell me." Wen Qiang wished she could disappear on the spot, but after thinking for a few seconds, she realized there was no perfect solution. Kahai was bound to find out. She could only break down and say, "I seem to have gotten your bed sheet dirty." "Why?" Kahai asked, confused. Wen Qiang glared at him, her face reddening, and gritted her teeth to explain, "Because it happens every month. For those few days." Kahai took several seconds to react, then hurriedly stepped back a few steps, standing at the door unsure what to do, and asking then, "What should we do?" Wen Qiang's heart was crying. On the surface, she could only force a smile. "If you could stay a bit further away from this room." "Of course," Kahai replied, quickly retreating a few steps and even closing the door for Wen Qiang. Wen Qiang sat on Kahai's bed, contemplating her life for several minutes. First, she pondered why she was so careless and unprepared, then why she had to sleep so deeply at this time, and why she had to sleep on Kahai's bed, going over her thoughts repeatedly. Finally, with a grim face, she climbed off the bed. Then she silently sat back down. Meanwhile, Kahai was outside, struggling to search for what to do when your girlfriend's relatives come on his phone. The replies were all, "Beast, can't you give her a few days off?" Kahai felt for the first time what it was like to have all the blood rush to his head. What kind of people are these? This generation of netizens is really terrible. Kahai was so annoyed he wanted to smash his phone. Finally, someone replied seriously, "The people upstairs must be toxic. Don't listen to their nonsense. Go to the supermarket and buy a few large Band-Aids, the kind girls use. It would be more considerate to buy some brown sugar water, a heating pad, and of course, some change of clothes." Kuhai replied with a thank you and silently noted all of this down. He approached the door, ready to knock, when he heard Wen Qiang's voice inside, Professor Ke. Kuhai hesitated for a moment before opening the door. Wen Qiang, still sitting on the bed, silently repeated to herself a few times, "It's just embarrassing. Who hasn't been through it?" She finally mustered the courage to say, "I might need your help." Kuhai felt a sense of great mission, quickly stood up straight, and said, "I understand, I'll go right now." He watched as Kuhai dashed off. Wen Qiang was left confused. "What do you understand? I haven't said anything yet." As Kuhai left, he thought to himself, although he lacked common sense in certain matters, his strong learning ability compensated for it. If he didn't know, he could ask and then learn. After realizing this, Kuhai headed straight for the supermarket, anxiously grabbing a saleswoman and asking, "My girlfriend." The saleswoman was surprised. "Is she giving birth?" Kuhai struggled to explain she, every month, relative. He suddenly felt that his learning ability didn't seem to be of much use at that moment. Fortunately, the saleswoman understood and said, "Oh, you mean your period. Come with me, I'll show you." Kuhai breathed a sigh of relief and quickly followed. Large band-aids, brown sugar water, heating pads, change of clothes. He muttered these items to himself. Under the saleswoman's guidance, he carefully picked out the best ones. For the last item, Kuhai chose to leave it blank and let the saleswoman handle it entirely. At the checkout, Kuhai's face continued to attract the attention of many women. He stood straight, allowing the cashier to scan the items in his cart one by one. Bags of female products, and lastly, a disposable pair of pink lace underwear. Kuhai was instantly left speechless. The people around him were also taken aback. When Kuhai returned home, Wen Qiang was already curled up in bed, looking unwell. "I bought the stuff. Are you okay?" Kuhai asked. Wen Qiang stretched out a pale hand from under the blanket, which was particularly eye-catching, and said, "Not really. It's a bit not good." She felt cold and always experienced severe pain during these few days every month. Then, Kuhai reached for his phone again. He needed knowledge, he needed strength. "Just give me the stuff, you can go out." Wen Qiang twisted her face in pain and got up from the bed. Kuhai quickly took out the brown sugar and handed the rest to Wen Qiang. Wen Qiang looked through the bag, momentarily surprised, and said, "You really understand, huh?" Kuhai felt a sense of pride, of course. "How about my homework?" Wen Qiang gave him a strange look and said, "Thanks. You can leave now." Before leaving, Kuhai looked at Wen Qiang with concern and then left with the brown sugar. He boiled some hot water and poured several bags of brown sugar into it, making a huge cup of brown sugar water. He knocked on the door again. "Can I come in?" he asked. Inside, Wen Qiang screamed, "No, don't come in." Kuhai stepped back. Finally, Wen Qiang managed to gather herself and looked at the bed. The gray bedding, which gave off the same vibe as Kuhai, was now stained with a bit of red, looking particularly out of place. She tore the sheets off and bunched them up before going to open the door. "Here you go." Kuhai quickly handed over the brown sugar water. Wen Qiang stepped aside to let Kuhai in, holding the brown sugar water, unsure of where to set it down. Kuhai looked at the bed in astonishment and asked Wen Qiang after a few seconds of thought, "Don't you need to rest a bit more?" Wen Qiang, with a pained expression, nodded. Kuhai found the sheets and laid them out on the bed, his movements quite clumsy. Wen Qiang squatted by the bed, resembling a stray cat waiting for food on the street. After some effort, Wen Qiang returned to lie back down on Kuhai's bed. Kuhai's gaze fell on the crumpled sheets Wen Qiang had made. Although Wen Qiang knew she had lost all face in front of Kuhai, she still wished she could find a place to hide. "I'll wash it. You don't have to worry about it," she said stiffly. "Why?" "I have a washing machine at home." Kuhai didn't quite understand. Wen Qiang didn't want to explain, stubbornly insisting, "I said I'll wash it." "Kuhai." "All right." Later, when Wen Qiang wasn't paying attention, he planned to throw the sheets into the washing machine. You." Both Kuhai and Wen Qiang spoke at the same time and then fell silent. Kuhai said, "You go first." Wen Qiang gritted her teeth and asked, "Have you done this for anyone else before? Why are you so experienced? You're clearly a life idiot, but why can you be so considerate in these matters?" "No," Kuhai answered without hesitation. "Why would I do such things for others?" Then, Wen Qiang looked at him. Kuhai suddenly smirked and said, "Miss Wen, I don't have an ex, so there's no need to create imaginary rivals for yourself." I don't have any imaginary rivals." Wen Qiang refused to admit it. But after hearing Kuhai's explanation, her mood lightened considerably. However, Just as she felt uplifted, she was suddenly back in pain. Kohai approached and half squatted by the bed, asking, "Is there anything I can do?" Wen Qiang struggled to say, "Honestly, you've done basically everything you can do. The rest, I just have to endure." Kohai silently held Wen Qiang's icy hand in his palm, deeply feeling his own lack of knowledge. He decided he would go study more about this later. Wen Qiang's hand felt warm, and the brown sugar water she drank along with the heating pad on her stomach finally began to take effect. She slowly closed her eyes and fell asleep. Kohai tucked her hand back under the blanket and kissed her forehead before starting to buy books on his phone. Wen Qiang slept until the sun was setting. Kohai sat on the carpet by the bed, resting his arms on his knees, slightly lowering his head to look at his phone. Before Wen Qiang could sit up, her phone rang from the living room. Kohai quickly stood up to find her phone. Wen Qiang heard the other person clearly lowering their voice, "Grandma, it's Xiao Ko. Chong is asleep." "No, I promise I didn't do anything. She just fell asleep," Kohai said, sounding a bit flustered. Wen Qiang suddenly found it very funny. She called out toward the living room, "I'm awake." Kohai hurried over and said, "Sorry, I woke you up. It's Grandma on the phone." Wen Qiang replied, "No, I was already awake." After saying that, she took the phone. Grandma Chun asked her when she would come back and whether she should wait for her to eat. Wen Qiang said it was unnecessary. She then said to Grandma Chun, "Grandma, can you stop interrogating Professor Ko like you're interrogating a criminal?" Grandma Chun replied, "Isn't that just my job?" Wen Qiang laughed at this. "That's not how a job works." Grandma Chun said, "Why not? I'm your half-grandmother. Isn't being a grandmother a job?" Wen Qiang felt warmth in her heart and said, "A grandmother is family, not a job." Grandma Chun was overjoyed by this remark, but still said, "You haven't even gotten married yet, and you're already pouring out your heart. Give you some face. Next time, ask fewer questions and pay more attention to yourselves. Our small town is different from the outside. People can be scary." Wen Qiang felt overwhelmed and quickly found an excuse to hang up the phone. Kohai had already brought over a fresh batch of brown sugar water. Wen Qiang thought that with the way Kohai prepared this brown sugar water, a big bag would probably only last for a day. After taking a nap, her pain had subsided a lot. Kohai thought that since the two of them couldn't go out to eat and he couldn't cook, he could only order takeout, as usual. This time, he didn't add any chili at all, which almost stunned the owner of the small restaurant. The meals for two had Wen Qiang's portion with less rice, and the owner would always remind them. Kohai smiled at the other person and said, "Thank you." This time was different from when they used to order 2 portions each. Now he really had a girlfriend. After dinner, Kohai took Wen Qiang back. Standing at the flower shop's door, Wen Qiang tugged at Kohai's sleeve and said, "I had a great time today. If there's a chance next time, let's go out together again." Kohai gently hugged her and said, "Next time, you can take me out." Wen Qiang hugged him back and said, "Okay." They wished each other good night, and Wen Qiang returned to the flower shop, not going directly to the second floor as usual, but heading to the backyard. The small shed that had been closed for many years was where her irresponsible father, Wen Qiang, stored seeds and flower pots. When Wen Qiang was still in elementary school, every time she came home from school and passed through the curtain, she could see pots of fresh flowers and greenery winding from the entrance of the shed into the yard, connecting to the curtain on this side. That was Wen Qiang's paradise, no matter how much she was bullied or looked down upon at school. As long as she crossed the curtain and saw countless flowers and her irresponsible father's smile, she could forget everything. But ever since Wen Qiang passed away from lung cancer, this place had been left idle. Wen Qiang let it become overgrown, as if allowing the sorrow in her heart to grow like wild grass. She never bothered to pull it out. But this time, Wen Qiang pushed open the door of the small shed. She let the decaying smell waft out as everything that had been sealed away came back to light. "Dad, I think I found it," Wen Qiang said with a smile. She thought she had finally found that clumsy person who protected her in his heart. As long as he was there, she would not have to be afraid or confused. "Next time, let me introduce him to you." The next morning, Wen Qiang lazily got out of bed. A busy day began again. She organized all the flower pots under the eaves in the backyard, cleaned up the small shed, and then placed the pots one by one on the shelf. After finishing all this, Wen Qiang, with a sore back, looked at the overgrown courtyard. She still decided to find another time to tidy up the outside. Dragging her tired body back behind the counter, she barely had time to catch her breath when someone pushed the door open. Wen Qiang exclaimed in surprise, "Mr. Zhou?" Zhou Fong walked to the counter with another man who looked to be in his 40s or 50s. Who is this? Wen Qiang smiled. Zhou Fong introduced, this is Mr. Su Zhanming, the director of our experimental center. Su Zhanming handed over his business card and said, Miss Wen, I've heard a lot about you. Wen Qiang thought to herself, what is there to have heard about? But she politely accepted the business card and smiled. What flowers do Mr. Su and Mr. Zhou want to buy this time? After a moment of hesitation, Su Zhanming said, if Miss Wen has time, I wonder if I could take a bit of your time? Wen Qiang replied, I might not be able to step away right now. If Mr. Su has something to say, why not just say it directly? Su Zhanming said, since that's the case, I'll speak bluntly. Yesterday, Professor Kahai seemed to have taken Miss Wen to our experimental center, right? Wen Qiang nodded and said, that's right. Does your experimental center not allow outsiders in? Those few thugs had directly entered Kuhai's office and trampled her first body, the white rose, into pieces. Of course not. Su Zhanming quickly denied. I heard that Miss Wen is Professor Ku's girlfriend. Are you satisfied with the conditions at our Ningxing experimental center that you saw yesterday? Is my opinion really that important? Wen Qiang asked. Su Zhanming replied, of course. Wen Qiang thought for a moment and said, personally, I am very satisfied, both with the environment and the food. Then if Professor Ku could have a better place than this, I wonder how Miss Wen would consider it? Su Zhanming finally got to the point. Wen Qiang was taken aback for a moment, realizing something. She asked with a bit of amusement, so Mr. Su means. Su Zhanming cleared his throat and said, actually, I have a very good opportunity here for Professor Ku to go to the experimental center in the capital. The conditions there are incomparable to ours. Moreover, Miss Wen could go along too. We will arrange everything. So you want me to persuade Kuhai to go to the capital? Wen Qiang laughed and asked, do you really think I can influence Kuhai's decision? Su Zhanming said, from my observation, if Miss Wen can't do it, then there's no one else in this world who can. Although I appreciate your kind words, I'm sorry. But I refuse, Wen Qiang said directly without thinking. Su Zhanming stubbornly added, Miss Wen, haven't you been under financial pressure all along? We can help you handle everything here. And even if you need a household registration and housing in the capital, we can provide that. Wen Qiang made a sound as if thinking. Su Zhanming quickly seized the opportunity and said, if Miss Wen has any concerns, we can sign a contract. Zhou Fong, listening from the side, was almost sweating. He didn't see Wen Qiang as someone who would bend for half a bucket of rice. Sure enough, Wen Qiang still shook her head and said, I like Ningxing. I don't want to leave. Miss Wen, I hope you can seriously consider your future, Su Zhanming said in a lowered voice. Her future doesn't require your meddling. A voice suddenly came from the door. Even if Wen Qiang didn't look, she knew who it was just by the voice. Kahai, still wearing a blue mask and holding a thermos, walked in front of the few of them. What are you doing here? Wen Qiang asked in surprise. Sneaking out during work hours was one thing, but he even bumped heads with his superior. What kind of hobby was Professor Ku into? I took leave this morning. Wen Qiang. He then cast a cold glance at Su Zhanming, showing no respect for his superior, and said, what does Director Su mean by this? Su Zhanming was infuriated by his calm tone and said, what do you think I mean? Professor Ku, even if you don't consider yourself, you should think about me. Do you know how much pressure I'm under right now? The major labs above are all looking for people from me. Kahai coldly replied, if that's the case, then Director Su, you no longer need to have any pressure from now on, because my resignation letter will soon appear in your inbox. You. Su Zhanming immediately changed his tone and said, well, even if you don't care about us at all, you should think about Miss Wen, right? How many people struggle their whole lives and still can't get a household registration and property in the capital? But now, as long as you both go to the capital together, all of this will be yours. Kuhai disdainfully lifted the corner of his mouth and said, why do you think she lacks these two things? Before Su Zhanming could ask anything, Wen Qiang smiled and answered, Mr. Su, did you forget that Professor Ku is a local in the capital? If I marry him, I'll have everything. Not to mention, she had never cared about the household registration or housing in the capital from the beginning. Su Zhanming's face turned pale, and finally, unable to hold back, he said, Associate Professor Yang, you asked me to tell you. Don't forget what she said. Feeling the curiosity in Wen Qiang's eyes, Kuhai's gaze towards Su Zhanming instantly became incredibly cold. Finally, he said, then I trouble Director Su to go back and tell Ms. Yang Yu to never appear in front of me. Otherwise, the consequences are something she can't bear. Su Zhangming's cheeks twitched, as if he had bitten down on his molars. But in the end, he simply snorted coldly and turned to leave. Zhou Zifang awkwardly smiled at Ku Hai and Wen Qiang, then followed Su Zhangming out. Ku Hai turned his face to look at Wen Qiang, handing her the thermos cup in his hand, saying, "Brown sugar water." Wen Qiang said helplessly, "You skipped work this whole morning just to deliver this cup of brown sugar water?" Ku Hai replied, "It's not skipping work, it's taking leave." Yes, taking leave," Wen Qiang continued his words. As Wen Qiang took small sips of the brown sugar water, Ku Hai decided to come clean, saying, "Yesterday at the cemetery." "If you don't want to say anything, that's fine." Wen Qiang interrupted him. Ku Hai looked at her in confusion. Wen Qiang leaned closer to him, seriously saying, "I love you, but you are also free. A free person should have their own secrets and space." She doesn't need to know everything about Ku Hai. She just needs to know that he loves her and would never hurt her. "So, do you want to hear it?" Ku Hai smiled at her. Wen Qiang withdrew her profound expression and grinned. "I do." Seeing her adorable demeanor, Ku Hai's heart softened immensely, sweeping away the previous gloom. He said without hesitation, "That woman said my father and mother left a message for me, and if I want to know what it is, I have to go back with her." Then, when Qiang hadn't finished asking, Ku Hai firmly said, "I want to go with her. I will never set foot in that place again. That cage that imprisoned me for 18 years. Every corner still carries the breath I detest the most. Don't you want to know what your parents left for you?" Wen Qiang looked at him with some heartache. "Ge hai fao si lin. Is there a way to have the best of both worlds?" Wen Qiang murmured. Although Ku Hai is quite capable, that Yang Yu seems to have quite a background. This time, she managed to force Su Zhangming to personally come and negotiate with her, which shows her skills. "Let us wait until this period passes. For now, I'm not particularly eager to know what my parents said." Ku Hai scoffed. "Besides, that woman's words may not be trustworthy." Wen Qiang nodded. "That is indeed the case. Then you rest well. I need to go back and clean up the mess." Ku Hai said as he turned to leave. "You forgot something." Wen Qiang called out to him. Ku Hai asked in confusion what. Before he could finish, Wen Qiang grabbed his hand. The distance between them quickly closed. Without giving Ku Hai time to react, she softly kissed him. She closed her eyes, her long eyelashes trembling slightly. This was her first time kissing so proactively. However, Ku Hai froze completely. A sharp pain spread from his lips, engulfing his nerves, as if it were tearing apart his very soul. Chapter 48. Wen Qiang didn't wait for Ku Hai's response. After a moment of stalemate, she looked at him nervously. "You." Before she could ask, Ku Hai sneezed several times, and a faint flush crept onto his porcelain-like skin. Wen Qiang felt extremely embarrassed and quickly helped to put on a mask, saying, "Is your allergy really that serious?" Ku Hai came back to his senses and hesitantly reached out to touch the back of Wen Qiang's hand. Just like before, there was no change. What was that just now? What's wrong? Wen Qiang noticed Ku Hai's distraction. Without saying a word, Ku Hai lowered his face to kiss her. Soft, warm lips. Ku Hai almost thought the sting from earlier was just his imagination. "You don't like me being proactive, do you?" Wen Qiang asked him hesitantly. "This is so awkward." "No, I just..." Ku Hai put on his mask again, a layer of gloom covering his eyes, just a little surprised. "All right, then next time I'll greet you." Wen Qiang readily agreed. Ku Hai stared at her, and after several seconds, he asked, "What have you been doing since you got back last night?" Wen Qiang recalled for a moment and said, "Nothing special. I tidied up the backyard this morning." "The backyard? Can I go take a look?" Ku Hai said, his gaze already falling on the fabric curtain of the back door. Wen Qiang was a bit surprised, but nodded sure. The two went to the backyard. Ku Hai's eyes scanned the yard, noticing that the flower pots were gone from under the eaves. He asked curiously, "Where are those flower pots and soil?" Wen Qiang responded with an ah, saying, "I tidied them up and put them back in the storage room. I decided to use that for storing these things." She pointed to a small shed not far away. Ku Hai walked over silently and pushed the door open. Wen Qiang followed him, nervously watching his serious profile, and asked, "What's wrong?" After looking around the room, Ku Hai found nothing unusual besides the dim lighting. He finally withdrew his gaze and said to Wen Qiang with concern, "You need to rest well. These things can wait. I'm not that fragile." Wen Qiang felt both touched and embarrassed. Ku Hai, however, smiled, saying that having a boyfriend allows for a bit of fragility. Wen Qiang blinked at him and said then, "Next time you can help me with the weeding, boyfriend." He gently kissed her hand, but only lightly. Kahai returned to the lab, expecting to hear news of his dismissal, but surprisingly, Su Zhanming's side was very quiet. Xiao Ai was in a panic, saying, "Gehai Adi." She looked like she had found a savior and said, "Professor, can I ask you a question?" Kuhai responded with an Xiao Ai quickly handed over the documents. Kuhai lowered his eyes and opened the file Xiao Ai had given him. After reading, he raised his gaze again, his expression no longer friendly. "What did I just teach you yesterday?" Xiao Ai's back stiffened, saying, "Pay attention to the use time of hydrochloric acid." "So, you made the same mistake again today?" Kahai slammed the documents onto the table. Xiao Ai was so frightened that she lost her breath. In this experiment, the acidification reaction is just a small part, and the amount and timing of hydrochloric acid don't need to. Xiao Ai mustered the courage to rebut, but was interrupted by Kahai. "There will be residues. There will be chain reactions. AI Qiang, did you pass your major courses?" This was the first time Kahai had lost his temper so much. Xiao Ai held her breath, feeling more embarrassed than when her elementary school teacher scolded her in front of the whole class. A small mistake can lead to a big error. I thought your teachers had already taught you this principle. Don't touch the experiment this afternoon. Reflect on it yourself. After saying this, Kahai seemed to no longer want to waste time on Xiao Ai, standing up and leaving. Xiao Ai watched the documents that had been slammed onto the desk, scattered all over. She even had the mind to think that the professor hated it when documents weren't properly stapled and handed to him directly. Yet today, he didn't seem upset at all. It seemed that the question earlier had really angered the professor. Kuhai went directly to Su Zhanming's office. The secretary stopped him, saying, "The director has a guest." "Yang Yu and Zhang Zixing?" Kuhai asked casually. The secretary couldn't nod or shake her head, only maintaining a standoff. Kuhai didn't want trouble uninvolved people. He said, "Then I won't go in. I'll just wait here." The secretary nodded, saying, "Thank you for your hard work." Kuhai didn't reply further. During the wait, the secretary's gaze kept drifting to Kahai's face, making it hard to ignore. Kahai had to take the initiative to ask, "Is there something on my face?" The secretary hesitated and said, "Professor, you have some gray hair." Kahai turned his head in confusion and happened to see himself in the glass wall beside him. His once jet-black short hair now had quite a few silver strands mixed in. He stared wide-eyed in shock. "Then we'll be leaving." A woman's voice came as the office door opened. Kahai turned back to face Yang Yu, who had just walked out. "Colin?" Yang Yu suddenly called out a name. Kahai's already poor mood plummeted to the extreme at that moment. "Whose name are you calling?" Hearing his cold voice, Yang Yu came to her senses. She stared at Kahai's face, an infatuated look in her eyes. "Why do you?" "Step aside." Kahai had nothing to say to her. "But you." Yang Yu hesitated and didn't move. Kahai said in a deep voice, "Today I came here on my own initiative. It doesn't count as you appearing in front of me. But Ms. Yang, there won't be a next time." After saying that, he bypassed Yang Yu and directly entered the office. Su Zhanming had just been tormented by Yang Yu. The moment he saw Kahai enter, he almost choked and died on the spot. "What are you here for?" he asked anxiously. Kahai said, "Naturally, I'm here to resign. I've thought it over. I don't feel like writing a resignation letter. Just saying it verbally will do. What do you think, Director?" He said this without sitting down, looking down at Su Zhanming from above. Su Zhanming didn't realize that Kahai was serious about resigning and thought it was just a threat. He coldly replied, "We signed a 3-year contract if you breach it." Kahai interrupted, "If I breach it, I'll have to pay a penalty, and the lab won't accept me for the next 5 years. If I want to stay in Ningxing, I can only look for other opportunities." That would indeed be a bit troublesome. Just as Su Zhanming felt he had gained the upper hand and was about to feel happy, he saw the disdain in Kahai's eyes. He didn't care about those terms at all. Sure enough, the next second Kahai said, "I agree to the terms. To save time, let's sign the termination contract here. After all, they're essay printer." Kahai finally sat down across from Su Zhanming. It seemed they were getting to the main topic, and he finally had a bit of patience to face Su Zhanming. Su Zhanming felt a bit stuck, but still maintained his director's demeanor, saying, "You should think carefully. There's no room for regret." Kahai looked at him. "Is my attitude not resolute enough?" Su Zhanming gritted his teeth for a moment and finally said, You are ruining your future. This stain will always be on your resume. Kahai laughed. This was the first time Su Zhangming saw Kahai smile so unabashedly. Director Su, you're wrong. Kahai looked at him, his eyes shining frighteningly. Like a lone wolf wandering under the moonlight. Lonely but fearless. My resume has never been clean. At 18, Kahai defected from the first experimental institute in the capital and went abroad, leaving behind a dark history. Only a laboratory like Ning City, which couldn't access internal information, would think he was going abroad to polish his credentials. Why make things so tense? Did our lab do anything wrong to you? Su Zhangming was particularly furious. He wanted Kahai to leave, but not like this. Kahai calmly said, my relationship with the lab is merely a contractual one. There's no question of who owes whom. But Director Su, you owe me. Su Zhangming's eyes widened in realization. He finally saw Kahai's revenge. He was retaliating for Su's harassment of Wen Qiang. For the next 5 years, the Ning City Experimental Institute won't accept me, but I will still stay in Ning City. I suppose I'll do some small business to make a living. In any case, I won't think too hard anymore. But Su Zhangming looked like he had seen a ghost. Given the importance placed on Kahai, if he never touched experiments again. What do you want? Su Zhangming suddenly stood up from the sofa. At 48, he had reached his current height, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he calculated every step. Was it that heaven saw no one had ever outsmarted him, so it sent him such an unpredictable radical? Kahai was silent for a moment, as if pondering. Su Zhangming seized the opportunity. If you think it over again, I will do my best to help you negotiate with Associate Professor Yang. Why should I trust you? Kahai looked at him. Just because of your word? Su Zhangming gritted his teeth. He knew Kahai's purpose was right here. Yet he could only watch himself jump into the trap. Associate Professor Yang has already prepared to take action against Wen Qiang. It may happen soon. Su Zhangming said, his voice rising in anger. Is my sincerity enough? Kahai stood up with a smile, but his eyes were cold. It was unclear whether he was mocking Su Zhangming or Yang Yu. Then let's have a pleasant cooperation. After dropping that line, Kahai turned and left. Su Zhangming angrily asked, what are you planning to do? They are determined to get you. I can help you negotiate for a while. But I can't just stand by doing nothing. Kahai casually replied, Director, Su doesn't need to know my plans. Just take care of yourself. Su Zhangming gritted his teeth, watching Kahai's departing figure, and closed his eyes deeply, finally calming down. When he opened them again, everything was calm. Kahai got the information he wanted and returned to his office. Xiao AI was still sitting at her desk, looking dejected. When she saw Kahai arrive, she didn't dare to look up at him. Kahai ignored her, went to the bathroom, and looked at himself in the mirror. His hair had indeed turned quite white. He frowned, starting to think about how to explain himself when he met Wen Qiang later. Soon it was lunchtime, and Kahai didn't go to the cafeteria. Instead, he drove to a barber shop. The barber enthusiastically asked, what kind of hairstyle are you planning to get? Handsome? Kahai replied, one that doesn't show the white hair. The barber looked at Kahai's white hair, then at his face, muttering, you look quite young. Why is your hair turned so white? Why not dye it? It will definitely cover the white hair. No time, just cut it short. Kahai didn't want to waste time there. The barber said with some distress, if it has to be completely unnoticeable, then I can only shave it all off. Before he could finish the sentence, of course, I'm just joking. A handsome guy like you can't shave his head, Kahai calmly said, shave it all off. The barber, is the young man really that down? Although with his looks, even if he shaved, he'd still be the most handsome in the alley. Just a joke, I can cut it a bit shorter. Like a buzz cut, and it won't be noticeable unless you look closely. The barber hurriedly added. Kahai had no intention of getting angry and followed up, then let's do it your way. All right, let's wash your hair first, the barber said with a smile, leading Kahai to the wash area. As they walked, he called out, Wan, wash the customer's hair. A sweet voice came from the partition. Kahai hesitated. Is there no one else to wash hair? The barber looked at him warily and asked, are you suggesting that I let my wife wash your hair? That won't do. Kahai. Never mind. Kahai walked over, and a girl about 15 or 16 came out from the partition. As soon as she saw Kahai, she covered her mouth in shock. You're that Kahai. Professor. Kahai. He corrected her pronunciation calmly. I'm so happy. I'm going to faint. The girl's eyes sparkled with hearts as she rushed up to hug Kahai's arm, saying, can we take a photo together? Kahai pulled his arm away, saying, "No, please move aside. I need to wash my hair. I'll wash it for you." The girl reached for Kuhai's arm again. "Boss, Kuhai fell in display." He had seen enthusiastic girls before, but this girl's enthusiasm was a bit excessive. The barber who had just attended to Kuhai hurried over and asked, "What's wrong?" Kuhai said, "It's nothing. I'm not used to having someone else wash my hair. I could do it myself." The implication being, "Keep your daughter away from me." The barber chuckled innocently, saying, "All right, just wash it yourself. 1-1. Don't disturb the customer." "Got it." The girl looked anxiously at Kuhai as he washed his hair, glancing back and forth. Finally, her phone in her pocket vibrated, and after checking it, she sighed in relief. Watching Kuhai's back, her eyes flickered with guilt. Ultimately, she just bit her lip and turned to leave. Kuhai washed his hair independently, and the barber skillfully, yet ambiguously, cut his hair. In the end, the barber's gaze was drawn to the scar on the back of Kuhai's neck. He noticed something and said in surprise, "You have a tattoo below your hairline? The tattoo artist must be quite skilled, right?" Kuhai paused for a moment and asked, "Are there any good tattoo artists nearby?" The barber excitedly rolled up his sleeve to show off a large floral tattoo, saying, "Look, isn't this craftsmanship nice? I've had it for 5 or 6 years." Kuhai examined it closely and said, "Not bad. Where's this shop?" The barber gave him an address, and Kuhai thanked him. After more than 10 minutes, Kuhai, who once had hair that hung obediently, now sported a buzz cut. If it were someone else, it would have been a disaster. But Kuhai still managed to pull it off with his looks. "My skills have improved quite a bit," the barber boasted. Kuhai fell silent for a moment, and reluctantly agreed, "Yeah." He arrived at the flower shop and stopped by a dessert shop to buy some cute treats as a gift for Wen Qiang. With a chime, he pushed open the door. "Hello, welcome." Wen Qiang, who was behind the counter, swallowed the words "thank you" for coming as soon as she saw him. "Who is this?" Once she came to her senses, Wen Qiang asked, "Why did you suddenly cut your hair?" Kuhai asked, "Is it ugly?" Wen Qiang shook her head and said, "No, you still look handsome. You're definitely the best-looking one in the prison. I think it looks pretty good too." Kuhai replied with a smile. Wen Qiang thought to herself, "Just rely on that face and work hard. I brought you some snacks." Kuhai placed the box on the counter and asked, "Have you eaten? Should I order takeout now?" Wen Qiang said helplessly. Kuhai looked at her. "Why not? I've checked. That restaurant is very clean and the quality of the takeout is quite good." Wen Qiang, "Who said that? So you prefer takeout over the meals I make?" she said sadly. Kuhai paused for a moment, then shook his head vigorously. No. I just hope you can rest well." Wen Qiang held back her laughter. A few seconds later, she couldn't help but laugh out loud and said, "Let me ask you a question." Kuhai looked at her seriously. "Go ahead." Wen Qiang poked his arm and said, "You seem pretty calm in front of others. Why do you get so nervous around me?" Kuhai replied, "You know exactly why." Wen Qiang said, "I don't know." The two of them held this stalemate for a moment, but Kuhai eventually conceded, "Because others are others, and you are my dear. I don't want you to misunderstand. Get angry or be sad. Even if I have to explain it 1,000 times, it's fine." Wen Qiang smiled contentedly and leaned against Kuhai's shoulder, saying, "You're right, I've known that for a long time, but I still love to hear it. Now, let me order takeout." Kuhai took out his phone. Wen Qiang, "All right then, you really are a master at ruining the mood." Suddenly, the delivery address for Kuhai's takeout changed, and the restaurant owner, shocked and curious, rushed to the flower shop. After pushing the door open, the restaurant owner looked at Wen Qiang with a "now I understand" expression and smiled. "Enjoy your meal, you too." The third wheel exited. Wen Qiang felt like she had to say, "I'm really not tired" 1,000 times before she finally managed to stop Kuhai from wanting to enter the kitchen. She successfully set the meal on the table. Kuhai ordered his dish without chili and added vegetables. Wen Qiang fairly took out her secret chili sauce, giving Kuhai, who couldn't live without spice, enough room to enjoy. After lunch, Wen Qiang wanted to wash the dishes, but this time, Kuhai wouldn't allow it. Wen Qiang could only watch nervously as Kuhai, with his foamy hands that seemed like they could have a Parkinson's episode at any moment, washed her limited edition figurine plate back and forth. Her heart raced, feeling both excited and anxious. Fortunately, although Kuhai had clumsy hands, he at least overcame his instincts today. "I really want to know how hands like yours can manage so many delicate chemical experiments," Wen Qiang said, utterly confused. Kuhai was drying his hands, looking particularly serious. Hearing Wen Qiang's voice, he raised his eyes and said solemnly, I'm just a bit unaccustomed to it. I just need to practice a bit more. His expression was exactly like a child defending himself when questioned. Wen Qiang suddenly felt she shouldn't laugh at him. Okay, I'll wait for you to get used to it, she finally said, revealing a gentle smile without a hint of teasing. Kahai sighed in relief. The 2-hour lunch break was neither too long nor too short. Kahai had gotten a haircut and came over to eat. It was already past 1 in the afternoon. Kahai told Wen Qiang, "You should take a break. I'm going back now." Wen Qiang nodded. After sending him to the door, she couldn't help but ask, "Are you under a lot of stress lately?" Kahai looked at her curiously. Wen Qiang pointed to her head, looking a bit worried as she said, "You seem to have some gray hair." Kahai was taken aback. Just before leaving the barber shop, he specifically asked someone if the gray hair was noticeable. The other person had said things like who would stare at your head, and not noticeable, but Wen Qiang still saw it. Kahai felt warmth in his heart, and the corners of his eyes slightly lifted as he said, "Yeah, there's quite a bit of stress. So my girlfriend needs to take good care of herself? Okay?" Wen Qiang nodded, feeling a strong sense of duty, and said, "Don't worry. I will take care of myself and won't trouble you." Kahai realized she misunderstood his meaning. However, he didn't elaborate further to avoid adding to her worries. He just reiterated, "Be careful and pay attention to your surroundings. After all, dealing with Yang Yu and a few others wouldn't take too much time." Okay. Wen Qiang nodded, watching Kahai leave. Kahai had been maintaining the habit of ordering takeout with Wen Qiang for lunch and dinner in the past few days, giving her no chance to be alone. The neighbor, Grandma Chun, said speechlessly, "You're not even married yet, and he has you so tightly wrapped up? Am I going to have to make a reservation to have a meal with you in the future?" Wen Qiang felt extremely embarrassed and said, "Grandma, we don't mean that." However, Kahai indeed came over frequently these days, staying for a long time before going back at night. Their interactions had increased, but what's wrong? "You seem a bit unhappy?" Grandma Chen asked, noticing Wen Qiang's suddenly dim expression. Wen Qiang touched her face and said shyly, "No, it's nothing." "Really?" Grandma Chen stared at her. Wen Qiang reluctantly nodded. She would never mention the matter of turning into a flower to Grandma Chen, not to mention whether the elderly lady could accept it. She truly didn't want to worry her. "All right then, just make sure to come over for a meal tomorrow. If you don't, Xiao Qinyu won't even know who you are." Grandma Chen pretended to be angry as she left. Wen Qiang didn't expose her. She just smiled and said, "Okay, I got it." After Grandma Chen left, Wen Qiang sat down behind the counter again. Was it her illusion? Since the morning 2 days ago, the physical contact between her and Kahai had become painfully rare. The usual routine of kisses hadn't happened in the past few days. Clearly, he was the one who used to take the initiative. Wen Qiang frowned a little, feeling a bit anxious, and rested her face on the counter, murmuring, "Why? Is it just me feeling this way?" Since opening up to Kahai, she wished she could stick with him all the time, as if suffering from skin hunger. As she thought about it, a string of bullet comments floated through Wen Qiang's mind. "I really don't understand. Men's hearts are as hard to find as a needle in the ocean. You can't guess what men are thinking. It's useless to try. Sigh. It's tough. I want to hit Professor Ko." Just then, with a chime, the door of the flower shop was pushed open. A few high school girls walked in. Wen Qiang quickly put on a smile and greeted them. "Hello? What flowers would you like to buy?" The girls, however, seemed to completely ignore Wen Qiang's words and chattered among themselves. "I really can't believe Du Lily managed to get close to Professor Ko. Yeah, totally can't understand it. Her family is poor and she doesn't look good. It can't be fake, right? The photos have come out. How could it be fake? So close, I'm so envious." Wen Qiang was stunned for a moment and asked, "Sorry to eavesdrop on your conversation. May I ask about the Professor Ko and Du Lily you mentioned?" The few young girls finally looked at Wen Qiang. The girl who previously said Du Lily was unworthy mumbled, "No matter what. Professor Ko should find a girlfriend like the boss lady. Why did he end up with Du Lily?" Her companion patted her hand and awkwardly said, "Boss lady, we didn't say anything. Please don't bring it up in front of Du Lily." Wen Qiang smiled and said, "I won't mention it. I'm just a bit curious. The Professor Ko you mentioned, is it Kahai?" The girls replied, "Who else could it be? He is handsome and wealthy. But he must be blind to like Du Lily." Wen Qiang felt embarrassed hearing them repeatedly say like Du Lily. If it weren't for Kahai showing up in front of her these days, she might have been brainwashed. "Can you show me the photo you mentioned?" Wen Qiang revealed a very sincere smile to the group. The girls took out their phones and said, "Sure, it's all over the form anyway." "Thank you." Wen Qiang looked at the photo on the phone. The tall man had a look of surprise in his eyes, and the girl he was hugging was cute and charming, though a bit young. Looking at the girl full of collagen, and then at the few young girls in front of her, who were still youthful and vibrant despite their envy, Wen Qiang felt nervous for the first time in her life. She was 24 this year, but her rivals were only 16, 17, or 18. Boss lady, don't you think Du Lily is not worthy of Professor Ko? The owner of the phone asked sincerely. The other two friendly eyes also turned to Wen Qiang's face. Wen Qiang suddenly felt this was a life-threatening question. After thinking for a moment, she said, "This is slander. It's a misunderstanding. If public opinion continues to ferment, it could turn into your idol, Professor Ko, abducting underage girls. Do you know how serious this situation is?" The girls were startled by Wen Qiang's words. Indeed, in this small town, there were no secrets. If a wife ran away tonight, it would spread by tomorrow morning. Not to mention the power of gossip could ruin reputations. If Professor Ko was labeled with this hat, he would never be able to take it off. But he was their idol. They did not wish for him to be in a relationship, but it absolutely could not be like this. Moreover, this was clearly slander. So, what should we do? The girls suddenly became spirited. They had a sense of responsibility and determination to fight back. Wen Qiang smiled and said, "It's simple. Just ask the forum admin to delete the post and tell him to prevent similar posts from appearing in the future, and everything will be fine." The three girls immediately showed admiration and said warmly, "Sister, you're so good at this." Wen Qiang stood tall and proud. That's how a sister does it. After sending off the girls, Wen Qiang thought about the faces of her rivals full of collagen and touched her own skin. It had been months since she last took good care of her skin. She had bought many masks and expensive skincare products, but in the end, the DeBeo's SOD cream won. Is it still too late to take good care of my skin now? Wen Qiang felt troubled. Meanwhile, over at Kahai's side, he noticed that people's gazes toward him had started to become a bit strange. But he couldn't quite pinpoint what was strange. When he returned to the office, Xiao AI hurried over, looking particularly upset, and said, "I'm sorry, Professor. It's all my fault." Kahai asked what? Xiao AI hurriedly explained. "It's the comments in the forum and the group. I really don't know why it turned out like this, but don't worry, I will clarify it." Kahai said, "So what exactly are you talking about?" Xiao AI hesitated for a moment and then asked with a strange expression, "Professor, you haven't seen those comments, have you? Writing a paper and leaving half of it unfinished can be said to be leaving clues for the next part. Speaking like this will only make people want to hit you." Kahai held back his annoyance and scolded her. Xiao AI fell silent for a moment, but still struggled to explain, "I don't know who posted that you scolded me last time in the forum, saying you have a bad temper and mistreat your assistant. Now everyone thinks you're quite, well, you know." Oh, Kahai thought he finally understood why others were looking at him strangely. Xiao AI said, "I'm sorry, Professor, it's clearly my fault. I know you were just trying to motivate me when you said those things. Actually, I also tried to clarify, but people keep saying I'm covering for you. I'll shoot a video later to prove it's me." Kahai replied, "You think too much. I was just venting my frustration on you. As for the video, there's no need." Xiao AI. "In any case, I will explain," Xiao AI said stiffly. Even if Kahai was just venting his frustration on her, she had benefited greatly from it over time. There would be no better professor than Kahai in this world. Instead of wasting time on those baseless things, it would be better to focus on how to conduct experiments and produce results. What about the data from the past 2 days? Let me take a look, Kahai said with a serious expression. Xiao AI, who had just had a heated debate with people on the forum and had not completed her experiment for the day, said, "AI Kucheng." Kahai's gaze suddenly became exceptionally friendly. Xiao AI immediately covered her head with her hands and said painfully, "Professor, I was wrong. Please give me another chance." Kahai. This is probably the real reason why others think he is mistreating Xiao AI. But several months had passed, and this discussion suddenly resurfacing must not be a coincidence. Kahai narrowed his eyes, hiding the danger in his gaze. By the time Kahai arrived at the flower shop, Wen Qiang suddenly remembered that Grandma Chun had invited her to dinner at her house today. She was horrified and thought, "Oh no." Kahai looked at her curiously and asked, "What is wrong?" Wen Qiang said to Kahai, "You wait here for a moment." After saying that, she rushed towards Grandma Chen's house. Since the arrival of little Qingyu, the sound levels in Grandma Chen's house had been rising. Wen Qiang just reached the door when she heard loud cries coming from inside, which sounded too grand for a little girl to produce. Wen Qiang steeled herself and walked in, asking Grandma Chen, who was busy at the sink, "Grandma, do you think you can make enough food for one more person today?" Grandma Chen gave her a cold glance. Wen Qiang felt a bit downcast and said, "I understand." She decided to let Professor Ke eat takeout by himself. "Don't worry. You know you two are inseparable. He won't miss a bowl of rice." Grandma Chen was extremely helpless. Initially, she thought having a man to take care of Wen Qiang would relieve her worries. But now that Wen Qiang had someone, Grandma Chen felt lonely again. The good young man she had always wanted to matchmake with Wen Qiang, Kahai, didn't seem appealing anymore. Wen Qiang hesitated and said, "But he eats a lot. Like enough for 2 people. Grandma Chen." I know. Hurry up and go out. It's smoky here. I'll call you over when the food is ready. It's impossible to chat properly here." Wen Qiang smiled brightly at Grandma Chen. "Mua, I love you." After blowing a kiss, Wen Qiang quickly ran off, leaving Grandma Chen behind feeling both amused and exasperated. The two had lunch at Grandma Chen's house. The atmosphere at the dining table was much more harmonious than before, and Grandma Chen no longer interrogated them like last time. When Kahai went back to work, Wen Qiang hesitated but still couldn't ask why Kahai had been distant with her lately. At Yunding High School, the 3 little girls who had just called Wen Qiang's sister were constantly updating her on the progress of the situation. The posts had been deleted from the forum, but somehow they appeared on Weibo again. Oh, it's so annoying. Yes, there are all sorts of rumors spreading in the group. When I got home today, my parents were asking me about this matter. Wen Qiang frowned as she looked at the messages from the others and finally decided to discuss the issue with Kahai that evening. This was no joking matter. However, that afternoon, Wen Qiang was approached by someone. "I say, Chong, are you going to take care of your mother or not? Do you know what your mother is doing right now?" Luo Ailian, Luo Yuetian's sister, scolded Wen Qiang with a frown. Wen Qiang hesitated and asked, "Didn't she find a job at an electronics factory? An electronics factory would hire her? With her hands dirty and gambling all day, she got kicked out after just a couple of days. Now she's lying at home, living off us." Luo Yuetian's husband chimed in. "Living off us is one thing, but she's even stealing our money. She said if she doesn't pay you back, she'll go to jail. How can this be? Isn't only natural for a daughter to pay back her mother's debts? You still expect her to pay? And this really isn't my responsibility. How about this? I'll help you call the police. They can come and deal with it." Wen Qiang didn't hesitate to pick up the phone to report it. Luo Ailian grabbed her hand and said, "She's your mother. How can you do this?" Wen Qiang smiled and replied, "She's your sister. How can you do this? Aunt, you're being a bit double standard here." Luo Ailian's expression became awkward. Wen Qiang's gaze turned cold. "She wanted you to come here, knowing my boyfriend has money. Are you planning to team up and take advantage of it? How can we be such people?" Luo Ailian looked extremely uncomfortable. "I know exactly what kind of people you are. Am I inviting you out? Or am I calling the police to have you removed?" Wen Qiang asked with a smile. "Since you don't believe us, we have nothing more to say. Ailian, let us go." Luo Ailian's husband snorted coldly and left. Luo Ailian hurried after him. Wen Qiang's eyes turned icy. She recalled Su Zhangming's words. As long as she was here, these issues would never cease. But how could she leave? Wen Qiang bit her lip in sadness and looked towards the yard behind her. It was a little past 6 in the afternoon. According to Kahai's pace, "You should be showing up now." Wen Qiang looked at the flower shop in trance where no one had appeared, hesitating whether to call Kahai. He contacted her first. Chong, I might be a bit late. You'll have to eat dinner by yourself." Wen Qiang asked, "Where are you going? Checking up?" Kahai's voice carried a laugh. Wen Qiang's unease somehow dissipated, and she said, "Yeah. Aren't you going to check?" "No, I actually like you checking up on me. I have to go back first. The person fixing the window is here," Kahai replied honestly. Wen Qiang didn't ask any further questions. They chatted about various things before reluctantly hanging up. Wen Qiang stretched. Just as she stepped outside to get some fresh air, she heard several housewives with grocery baskets chattering. "That guy named Ko looks handsome, but he can actually do such beastly things." Exactly, the old Du family is causing a scene right now. Let's go see the commotion. Wen Qiang reacted instantly and hurriedly ran towards the street corner. Chapter 49, Wen Qiang rushed to the corner of the street, where a crowd had gathered in front of Kuhai's house. She squeezed into the crowd, searching for Kuhai's figure. Just in time, she saw Kuhai standing at the foot of the stairs, facing a middle-aged woman and a little girl, seemingly in a confrontation. How can you, a professor and an educated person, do something so shameless? My child is only 16, still just a child. The woman's voice was sharp as she pointed at Kuhai's nose, scolding him vigorously. Meanwhile, the little girl beside her hung her head, as if she didn't dare look at Kuhai. Kuhai's bicycle was kicked over to one side. He frowned at the middle-aged woman and said, "I don't know what you're talking about." The woman angrily replied, "You're still pretending to be clueless." With that, she threw a stack of papers at Kuhai's face, which he deflected with one hand. The fluttering papers scattered across the ground, revealing photos of the little girl hugging a man's arm, looking very affectionate. The onlookers couldn't help but murmur, "You really can't judge a person by their appearance." There's a 12-year age gap between these two, and he actually went that far. It's simply beastly. Kuhai finally understood the reason for the uproar. He looked at the little girl being pulled by the middle-aged woman and couldn't help but sneer. "So this is your goal? Are you trying to intimidate her? Are you even human?" The middle-aged woman, enraged, tried to grab Kuhai. Kuhai was never one to show mercy, and he seized her wrist, saying, "Don't touch me again, or I want to be polite." After failing to grab him, the middle-aged woman instinctively fell to the ground and began to wail. "Someone come and judge this. Not only did he have ill intentions towards my child, but he also tried to hit me, her mother. Make way. Please make way." Wen Qiang wanted to get closer, but was blocked outside the crowd. The surrounding people were still discussing fervently, and Wen Qiang almost shouted Kuhai's name. The usual tactics of the middle-aged woman had no effect on Kuhai. He expressionlessly took out his phone to call for help. The woman could only scramble to her feet again and suddenly lunged for Kuhai's phone. With a thud, Kuhai's phone fell to the ground, and a scratch from the woman's sharp nails appeared on his face. "You still want to call for help? If you don't give me an explanation today, neither of us will have it easy." The woman was aggressive. Kuhai touched his cheek and suddenly grabbed her wrist, making a sharp sound. "I told you not to provoke me again. I won't be able to explain later." Kuhai's words trailed off as he saw Wen Qiang push through the crowd. This time, there was no need for explanation. Kuhai didn't know whether to feel happy or troubled. The woman's wailing echoed in his ears. The little girl seemed to finally react and anxiously called out, "Mom, are you okay?" Kuhai approached Wen Qiang and asked, "What are you doing here?" "I was just..." Before he could finish, Wen Qiang stepped forward, looked at the printed photos on the ground, and then at the little girl squatting there, saying, "Du Lily?" This little girl was actually the Du Lily who had been mentioned by the 3 high school girls before. Du Lily looked at Wen Qiang in shock. Wen Qiang confirmed Du Lily's identity and turned to the wailing mother, saying, "This matter was planned by someone else and has nothing to do with Kuhai. Moreover, I have reason to suspect that you two conspired together." Du Lily's mother angrily retorted, "What do you mean by that? Are you trying to turn the tables on us?" Du Lily didn't dare to look at Wen Qiang at all. Wen Qiang said to Kuhai, "Put her hand back on." Kuhai was still stunned by Wen Qiang's actions, and upon hearing this, he silently reattached Du Lily's mother's wrist. When she finally stopped her pig-like wailing, Wen Qiang spoke again. "The origin of this matter lies in your daughter's school's forum." Someone asked the moderator to delete a post, but the post kept popping up like mushrooms after rain, even making its way to Weibo and forums. Du Lily's mother firmly said, "What Weibo, what forum? I don't know what you're talking about." Wen Qiang bent down to pick up a piece of paper from the ground, showing it around to the crowd, saying, "Anyone with eyes can see that in the photo, only the girl is pretending to be affectionate. Does the boy show any smile or other expressions?" The crowd exchanged glances, and no one stepped forward to speak. Du Lily's mother reached out to snatch the paper from Wen Qiang's hand, but she dodged. "This photo was taken in your family's barbershop, right? You instructed Du Lily to cling to Kuhai, and you secretly took photos? Then you took the opportunity to blow this up? Using online means to slander people. This doesn't seem like something you could plan." She then looked at Du Lily and asked, "So, is it you?" Du Lily was frightened by Wen Qiang's sharp gaze and instinctively denied, "No, it wasn't me." "Then who could it be?" Wen Qiang smiled, thinking for a moment, and asked, "How much did they pay you? How long have you been planning this? What kind of outcome are you hoping for? To cause Kuhai to lose his job or to be disgraced?" Throughout all, Kuhai watched Wen Qiang stand in front of him, He had never felt so clearly that he was no longer alone, even when misunderstood by everyone. This person would unconditionally stand by his side. Xiao Chong, he called her softly. When Chong turned to look at him, what? Kahai held her sleeve, pulling her behind him. You don't need to worry. I will find someone to handle this. When Chong scratched her cheek and asked, do you think I'm too much of a shrew? Kahai shook his head, no. The crowd noticed the familiarity between the two. After Wen Qiang's questioning, Du Lily's mother finally reacted. She pointed at Wen Qiang, shouting, Wen Qiang, what does my trouble with Kahai have to do with you? Aren't you busy making money to pay off debts for your gambling mother? Why are you meddling in other people's business? What relationship? Wen Qiang's words were cut off as Kahai pulled her close, and a warm kiss fell upon her. Pain surged through him, and Kahai lowered his gaze, his fingers interlocking with Wen Qiang's, inch by inch, finally clasping tightly together. But the closer they got, the more painful it became. The veins on his forehead throbbed. Yet his face remained calm as he released Wen Qiang, looking steadily at Du Lily and her mother. This is our relationship. Du Lily's mother said again, your home has a red flag that doesn't fall, while outside you have colorful flags flying, right? Wen Qiang, how can you dare to want such a man? I know exactly what kind of man he is. As for what I just said, you don't want to admit it, do you? It doesn't matter if you deny it. Checking the IP address will reveal who has been posting. Don't worry. I will report this and have them investigate whether your family has had any strange income recently. Wen Qiang smiled sweetly at them, but her words were anything but friendly. Du Lily's mother didn't quite understand the first part, but she understood the latter half. She tightened her grip on the bank card in her pocket and fell silent for a moment. If there's nothing else, let's all disperse. I believe this matter will have a result soon. At that time, the truth will be revealed. Wen Qiang glanced meaningfully at Du Lily and her mother, dispersing the crowd of onlookers. She then turned to Du Lily, who was lying on the ground, and said, for money, you ruined your own reputation. Whether it was you or your family who agreed to this plan, it is truly foolish. Du Lily thought about the whispers and pointing from her classmates during this time, and couldn't help but bite her lip. Wen Qiang turned to Kahai and said, let's go upstairs first. Your wound needs to be treated. She pushed Kahai to walk ahead while she followed behind. As they reached the corner, Wen Qiang suddenly heard footsteps approaching from behind. By the time she wanted to react, it was too late. The pull from behind lifted her body off the ground. She watched helplessly as Kahai rushed down without regard for himself, hooking the inner side of her wrist, but it was too late to tighten his grip, and their skin merely brushed against each other. She saw the fear and heartbreak rising in his eyes, as if he was about to lose her. She wanted to call out his name, telling him not to frown, but it was too late. The back of her head struck hard against the solid ground. Little Chong. Lily. Two cries of despair echoed through the stairwell. Kahai rushed to Wen Qiang's side, looking at her lying quietly on the ground, as if she were asleep. But when he checked her eyes, he saw that her pupils had already begun to bleed. He trembled as he dialed the emergency number. This was the second time he had seen her like this before him. The only thing he could do was wait for the ambulance to arrive. Lily, what are you doing? Du Lily's mother cried out loudly. The crowd that had initially dispersed gathered again due to the commotion. They pointed and whispered at the few of them. Kahai felt a lump of anger in his chest. If that anger were to explode, it would surely destroy something. But at this moment, he could only force himself to calm down. It wasn't the time. He had to stay clear-headed, at least for now. The ambulance arrived quickly. Two of them, because Kahai had reported 2 patients. In the following time, Du Lily's mother watched as Kahai calmly arranged the surgeries and subsequent preparations for both of them. While they waited in the hallway, Du Lily's mother, with hollow eyes, couldn't help but ask Kahai, why are you helping me and Lily? Given the earlier chaotic situation, he could have easily left her and Du Lily behind. Kahai leaned against the wall nearby. The overhead fluorescent lights cast a layer of cold frost over his face. He couldn't be bothered to look at Du Lily's mother or respond. Feeling guilty, Du Lily's mother, worried about her daughter's condition, refrained from speaking much in the following time. 3 hours later, Du Lily's surgery ended first. The doctor said the right arm fracture from the fall has been treated, and once the child wakes up, there shouldn't be major problems. The rest is just about recovery. Du Lily's mother expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you, doctor. I appreciate your help." After the doctor left with the nurse, Du Lily's mother hurried to her daughter's ward. leaving Kuhai alone in the hallway. Suddenly, someone called out, "Little friend?" Kuhai immediately recognized the voice, but was too lazy to turn and look at Jiang Huai. Jiang Huai moved closer to Kuhai. Seeing the focus of his gaze on the operating room, he didn't need to ask further to know what was happening. He fell silent for a moment and said, "Take care. Get lost." Kuhai shot him a glance, showing no mercy. Jiang Huai rubbed his nose and stood by Kuhai for a while before saying, "Aren't you going to check on her? Maybe she's turned into a flower?" "No," Kuhai replied without hesitation. Jiang Huai looked at him in shock, but ultimately didn't say anything further. Kuhai didn't know when Jiang Huai left. He only saw the operating room door open. It seemed his soul flew up first, and then his body followed. "How is she?" The doctor shook his head and said, "The situation is not optimistic. There was a secondary injury to the brain. Although we've cleared the hematoma, whether she can wake up depends on the patient herself." A heavy stone fell in Kuhai's heart, crushing it to pieces, bloodied and unrecognizable. "Are you a family member of the patient? Come over and sign here." The doctor instructed Kuhai. Like a wandering soul, he signed the document and then stood in front of the ICU. It was the second time. The same thing, the same place. The last time was not counted, but this time it was entirely because he hadn't protected her well. The regret and worry in Kuhai turned into restlessness and anger. The gentle wrapping around the wound had broken, and the beast trapped in his heart was about to break free. He sat down on a chair in the hallway, collapsing as he covered his face with his hands. Du Lily woke up the next morning. As soon as she opened her eyes, her mother burst into tears. Du Lily was still a bit dazed when her mother hugged her tightly, saying, "It's good that you woke up. It's fine." Du Lily's mind was blank for a long time, until she heard a noise at the door of the ward. She turned to look and saw a tall man walk in. Kuhai hadn't slept all night. His eyes were bloodshot, and stubble grew on his chin, looking disheveled and fierce like a dusty sword. Although dull, it was still sharp. Du Lily gasped, and everything that had happened before rushed back to her mind. "No, don't come over." Du Lily was scared out of her wits and wanted to hide in her mother's arms. Du Lily's mother protected her daughter, initially intending to confront Kuhai, but she fell silent the moment she met his fierce gaze. "Awake?" Kuhai asked. Du Lily shivered and nodded. Kuhai asked, "Why did you do this?" Du Lily shook her head desperately, not wanting to answer. But Kuhai suddenly grabbed Du Lily's wrist as if he wanted to crush it. "Speak." The sudden pain from her wrist, which was already bound with a splint, made Du Lily cry out in agony. "I'm sorry. I'm really sorry." "Sorry?" Kuhai seemed to hear the greatest joke. She never wronged anyone. Why did you have to get involved with them? You disgusting, crawling things. Kuhai's hand pressed down on Du Lily's injured hand inch by inch, and Du Lily begged, "I was wrong. I really know my mistake. Let go. Please let go. She's still a child. Are you happy only when you destroy her?" Du Lily's mother tried to intervene repeatedly, but Kuhai pushed her aside again and again. Watching Du Lily faint from the pain, Kuhai finally released his grip. He leisurely wiped his hands with a handkerchief, as if he had just touched something filthy. "Haven't you and she already ruined herself?" "I'm just here to collect a debt," Kuhai said with a smile. The most graceful young master, but that smile seemed too eerie at this moment. Du Lily's mother was so scared that she forgot to call for a doctor, standing in shock as she watched Kuhai walk to the door of the ward. At the end, Kuhai placed his hand on the door frame, turned his face, and said, "I'll take my time. Until my dear wakes up, I might as well enjoy some fun." Du Lily's mother, having lived over half her life, had never encountered such a suffocating aura from any younger generation. Even among her peers or elders, she had never seen anyone as oppressive as Kuhai at this moment. Fear surged from the depths of her heart. She truly began to regret it. Du Lily's mother almost cried as she went to find a doctor. When the doctor asked what the situation was, Du Lily's mother dared not mention Kuhai's name and could only lie, saying, "It's just that this child is restless. Please arrange for a second surgery as soon as possible." Just as the doctor was about to respond, someone walked in. It was a strikingly handsome doctor, whose white coat looked oversized on others but fitted him like a tailored long coat. He smiled at Du Lily and said, "The patient has just undergone surgery and cannot be scheduled for a second one yet. Otherwise, her body won't be able to handle it. What about Lily?" Du Lily's mother became anxious. Jiang Huai pretended to think for a moment and said, "Let's have her rest for a week first, and then you can ask me about the follow-up situation." "A week?" But her condition. Du Lily's mother hesitated. Jiang Huai smiled and asked, "Are you doubting my basic qualifications as a doctor?" Du Lily's mother could only wave her hand and deny it, saying, "Of course, I didn't mean that." Jiang Huai smiled and said, "Then let's arrange it this way for now." As he spoke, he left the ward with the other doctor. The other doctor asked Jiang Huai, "Is this really okay?" Jiang Huai smiled and said, "If someone dies, I'll take the blame. Or do you want me to gather evidence and report you for accepting bribes to the hospital director?" The other quickly waved his hands and said, "Dr. Jiang, I'll be obedient. Please keep your promise as well." Jiang Huai smiled without replying, but his eyes were a bit heavy. It seemed that all sorts of pests dared to get close to him and Ning's little friend. He wanted to see just how tough these pests' lives were. Qiang worked at a small company in the center of Ning City. It had a modest scale. At exactly 2 p.m., it was time to work. The receptionist saw a man who looked somewhat disheveled but had an exceptionally handsome face walk over. Instinctively, she touched her hairstyle and revealed a smile that showed her 8 most professional teeth. "Sir, may I ask who you are looking for?" The visitor handed his business card to the receptionist and said, "My surname is Ku, and I have an appointment with Boss Qiang at 2 o'clock to discuss a project." The receptionist looked at Ku Hai's business card and noticed the title professor on the back, inwardly exclaiming. Although she didn't understand what a chemistry professor had to discuss with her software company's boss, she thought that such a handsome guy couldn't possibly be here seeking revenge, right? It must be that the boss forgot to inform her about this appointment. Thinking this, the receptionist said, "Okay, I'll take you up now." Ku Hai walked slowly behind the receptionist and went directly to the 6th floor, to Qiang's office. The secretary, seeing the person the receptionist brought, didn't hesitate to knock on the door. "Who is it?" Qiang asked, without waiting for the secretary to speak. Ku Hai walked in on his own and closed the door behind him. "Your office has good soundproofing," Ku Hai remarked as he felt the outside noise being cut off. Qiang glared at him unhappily and asked, "What are you doing here? Who let you in?" Ku Hai took a few steps forward, not giving Qiang a chance to react, and grabbed his hair, banging his head 3 times against the desk. You damn I'm gonna die." Qiang felt either his nose was broken or his front teeth were gone. In any case, the lower half of his face hurt so badly that it felt disconnected from his body. "You asked what I'm here for? Why don't you guess?" Ku Hai said, raising his fist again and hitting Qiang, causing him to lean back and fall into a leather swivel chair. The chair spun around, looking quite amusing. Ku Hai lifted his foot and kicked the well-balanced chair over. Qiang rolled on the ground like a beetle. He hugged his head and pleaded, "Good man, hero. What have I done to provoke you? Just say it." "Actually, it doesn't matter how you slander me," Ku Hai mumbled. If Jiang Huai were there, he would definitely notice that Ku Hai's state was off at that moment. Unfortunately, neither Jiang Huai nor Ning was present. At this moment, Ku Hai was losing control of his violent temper, letting it run wild. "But you absolutely shouldn't have let that disgusting pest lay hands on Wen Qiang," Ge said, kicking Qiang's back again. Just as Qiang was about to get up, he fell back down, a mouthful of blood stuck in his throat, and he felt like he was about to faint. But before he could pass out, he still decided to defend himself. "If you're talking about Du Lily's matter, I guarantee I didn't instruct anyone to involve Qiang. Ku Hai's face turned even whiter. Qiang, who was already lying on the ground like a dead dog, finally closed his eyes peacefully after completing his mission. Ku Hai closed his eyes deeply. If Qiang wasn't lying, then there must be something he had overlooked in this matter. He glanced at Qiang, slowly walked outside, and said to the secretary, "Call an ambulance for your boss." The secretary looked at Ku Hai with a puzzled expression as he entered the elevator. It was only then that she reached the office. Afterward, she let out a high-pitched scream. Ku Hai had informed Granny Chun about Wen Qiang's situation. When Granny Chun arrived, she initially wanted to scold Ku Hai, but seeing his disheveled appearance, she swallowed her words. She looked at Ku Hai with a displeased expression, watching as he guarded outside Wen Qiang's hospital room for the entire afternoon. As evening approached, he made another trip to see Du Lily. Du Lily had woken up in the afternoon, and the pain in her fractured area was excruciating, but she couldn't get treatment and had to endure the torment. The moment Ku Hai entered, Du Lily screamed as if she had seen a ghost. "No, don't come over." Du Lily's mother also pleaded. "We really know we were wrong. This was all Qiang, the boss, who paid us to do this. We just wanted to tarnish your reputation." We never thought it would turn out like this. However, Kahai still walked up to Do Lily, completely disregarding the girl's trembling. I've already dealt with Qiang. As for you, you must have hidden quite a bit, right? Do Lily's nerves were on the verge of collapse, and she could no longer hold back as she shouted. I admit it, I admit it. An unfamiliar woman approached me, telling me that no matter what, I had to make something happen to Boss Wen. The more serious, the better. She cried, gasping for breath. I was just momentarily possessed. Please let me go, it's really too painful. Kuhai finally stopped reaching out, only saying in a deep voice, I'll inform Qiang that you want him to take the blame. After saying that, Kahai finally turned to leave. Do Lily's mother quickly held her daughter in her arms, and the two embraced and cried heartbrokenly. Kuhai asked Granny Chun to help take care of Wen Qiang while he contacted Su Zhangming. Where is Yang Yu now? Su Zhangming asked warily. Why do you ask? Director Su, are you preparing to breach the contract before it even starts? Kahai asked. Su Zhangming felt guilty and fell silent for a moment before saying, I'll send you the address of the hotel where she's staying. Thanks. Kahai said thank you, but his eyes were chillingly cold as he looked at the address Su Zhangming sent. Without stopping, Kahai hurried to the hotel where Yang Yu was staying. He called for room service for Yang Yu's room at the front desk. At the same time, he kicked open the door to the room as the server went up. What are you doing? Yang Yu was startled. The server was also shocked. Kahai turned his face just in time, making a shushing gesture towards the waiter. His cold gaze frightened the other person into fleeing in panic. Finally, Kahai stepped into Yang Yu's room and casually greeted her. You seem comfortable. Yang Yu replied. What is so comfortable about staying in such a shabby hotel? Are you planning to take me back? Make a decision quickly. There is really nothing good about this place, is there? Kahai asked. What about Zhang Zixing? Yang Yu rolled her eyes, clearly disdainful of Zhang Zixing, and said, He ran back first. So everything that has happened for so long was all your own calculation. Kahai got the final answer. The calm mask was finally lifted. He walked slowly to Yang Yu, suddenly smiled. Yang Yu was taken aback by this smile. Although Kahai had cut his hair short, his face was just too much like Kalin, the man Yang Yu pursued all her life but never got. You. Yang Yu also smiled back. But just as she said a word, someone suddenly grabbed her neck fiercely. The man so close held her neck with one hand as if he could lift her whole body. Let go, let go. Yang Yu squeezed out a few words from her throat. Kahai not only showed no intention of letting go, but tightened his grip even more. Did you really think my previous warning was a joke? Kahai asked her. Yang Yu was in extreme pain. Looking at Kahai like this, she even felt that he wanted to strangle her to death right then and there. I thought you were just spreading some harmless rumors among colleagues in the lab, but I didn't expect you to be so bold. Kahai pushed Yang Yu onto the sofa while gripping her neck. Then he looked down at her and said, If you want to die, just say so. Why go through so much trouble? Yang Yu could no longer speak. Her vision became narrower and narrower until it finally turned completely black. Before that, Yang Yu thought that if she had the chance to come back, she would definitely come here to see Kahai, the man she had been infatuated with for a lifetime, who had the same face. What she couldn't have, no one else could either. Thinking that even if she died, at least she could ruin Kahai, Yang Yu felt extremely happy. Kahai felt Yang Yu's body go limp. He finally disgustedly released his grip and turned to wash his hands in the bathroom. He scrubbed his hands until they were red, yet still felt dirty. How could he be so filthy? How did his father endure such disgusting flies buzzing in his ears every day? Kahai couldn't figure out. By the time he returned to the hospital, old lady Chun was already dozing off beside Wen Qiang's bed. Kahai sat down in a chair in the corridor, staring wide-eyed at the ground between his feet. After just a few minutes of sitting, Kahai felt uncomfortable all over. He stood up and walked back and forth in the corridor. But the anxiety in his heart showed no signs of diminishing. Inside the ward, old lady Chen woke up halfway through her sleep. Seeing Kahai wandering outside the room, she came out and said, Aren't you going to see her? It would be good to talk to her. She had wanted to say something in the afternoon. Kahai standing outside the ward, if he wanted to convey anything, it wouldn't work through the wall. But Kahai shook his head, feeling somewhat dispirited as he slumped back into the chair, silently closing his eyes. But as soon as he closed his eyes, he could see Wen Qiang falling in front of him, tumbling down the stairs step by step. Kahai suddenly felt that the fault wasn't with Qiang or Yang Yu. The wrong person was clearly him. It was he who hadn't held her hand. It was he who had let her become what she was now. It's my fault. Gehai mumut. Old Lady Chun gave him a tap on the head and said, "What kind of gloomy talk is that? Try collapsing before little one wakes up?" Kohai raised his eyes to look at Old Lady Chun. For once, she showed him a loving smile and said, "Even if it is your fault, can little one blame you? You know she likes you deeply." Kohai's eyes felt sore, unwilling to say any words of rebuttal. Old Lady Chun said, "Go see her, then have a good rest of the night. I heard the doctor say you haven't slept since last night. Don't tire yourself out before little one wakes up. It would break her heart if she sees you like this." Gehai note that. Finally, after the surgery, he stepped into this tiny ward for the first time. The girl lying in the hospital bed had a pale complexion. Kohai knew she was beautiful the first time he saw her, but he didn't remember her appearance. Even when he saw her lying in a pool of blood during the car accident, he didn't pay much attention to her, until he was brought by Old Lady Chun and saw her in the ICU. Her snow-white face looked like a fragile porcelain doll displayed in a shop window. At that moment, he thought that such a fragile girl should stay a little farther away from him. He had never imagined he could have such a beautiful and fragile girl. It felt like he wanted to hold her delicately in his heart, but still felt anxious and uneasy. But later he found out that she appeared fragile, but was actually very resilient. He tried to hold her with more strength, and she fell back onto the hospital bed again. Kohai held Wen Qiang's icy hand, bowing his head to sincerely press his forehead against the back of her hand. A sharp pain shot through his palm. The agony, far more intense than an allergic reaction, constantly tortured his nerves. Kohai held on tightly, not daring to let go. He could no longer dare to let go. "Please wake up soon, okay? I beg you." Kohai was driven back home by Old Lady Chun. He dragged his numb body back home. Everything felt ordinary, yet seemed to be filled with traces of her, whether it was in the flowers or among the people. The slippers he walked in, the sofa he sat on, the flower pots and windowsills he lingered around. Kohai was in extreme pain, closing his eyes, not daring to look. He stumbled into his room and directly fell onto the bed. His body was too exhausted. Even though Kohai had always been afraid to stop moving, afraid to close his eyes, he still fell into a deep sleep. When the sun rose, Kohai woke up from a nightmare. He looked at the windowsill where the small weeds seemed to be shaking and instinctively shouted, "Little Rose?" No one responded. Only the gentle breeze swayed the white flower buds, as if they could be blown away by the wind at any moment. Yet they were so tenaciously connected to the vines. Kohai forced out a disheveled smile. He regretted it. Earlier, he had told Wen Qiang not to think about escaping, not to hide in the flowers. But if he had known there would be such a day, he would rather Wen Qiang not be so obedient. If hiding in the flowers could make her feel a little better, he would prefer he had never said that. Just as Kohai got up from the bed, he received a call from Jiang Huai. "You really are something. How many patients have you sent to our hospital in one day? Now we just lack an old to complete the set of men, women, and children." Kohai lamented, "Young you did. I thought I had choked her to death." "No, you're not that kind-hearted. You clearly only gave her away to barely survive." Jiang Huai corrected him. "You really have outdone your teacher." Kohai forced a smile. "Same to you. She really didn't turn into a flower? Why not?" Jiang Huai suddenly asked seriously. Kohai glanced at the small weeds on the windowsill and said, "If I told her not to do that, she wouldn't do it." Jiang Huai laughed. "So obedient? Can't see it. Clearly full of thorns." Gehai Fao Si Lin. Wen Qiang was always friendly to others. Years of social life had taught her to be savvy and skilled in social interactions. Only in front of Jiang Huai did she reveal her sharp side. It was because of him. Jiang Huai harbored malice towards him. So Wen Qiang unhesitatingly directed her sharp edge at Jiang Huai. She always stood unconditionally by his side. No more chatting. Kohai hung up the phone in a bad mood. Before leaving, he thought he might as well give the little weed some nutrient solution. When he arrived at the hospital and spoke with the doctor, he learned that Wen Qiang's condition still showed no signs of improvement. Kohai didn't feel disappointed. Most of the time, he waited outside the ward. Only when Grandma Chun called him would he stay for a while. Time passed quietly for 4 or 5 days like this. Qining and Yang Yu remained eerily quiet. It was unclear whether they had given up or were planning to settle scores later. Grandma Chun advised Kohai, "You should talk to her more. Isn't that how they do it in dramas? The people who care should spend more time chatting, and the patient will wake up." Kohai nodded obediently, and after that, he actually started going to Wen Qiang's ward at regular times. Half a month passed before he realized it. Su Zhangming had given Ku Hai an ultimatum. If he continued to be absent from work, he would terminate the contract. Xiao Ai also stated that if Ku Hai didn't show up soon, she would have to report him as a missing person. After suffering all day, Ku Hai decided to change his state of mind. "Professor, you finally made it. Is little one better?" Xiao Ai asked. Speaking of this half-month, it had indeed been a disaster month for Ku Hai and Wen Qiang. First with those chaotic remarks, and then Wen Qiang got injured and hospitalized. Fortunately, the professor had already cleared those remarks. Now it was just a matter of Wen Qiang waking up. "Sigh, when will little one wake up?" Xiao Ai said with some sorrow. Ku Hai didn't respond, just instructed, "Prepare the materials. Do all the experiments today." Xiao Ai went from disbelief at first to being unable to express her bitterness later. Ku Hai worked in a lab until nearly dawn, then went to the hospital to check on Wen Qiang before returning home. He spent some time researching the type of little weed. It was lily of the valley. The buds droop, and when they bloom, they look like a string of white bells. The flower language of lily of the valley means happiness is coming, right? Ku Hai asked into the void, as if questioning Wen Qiang, who was currently in the hospital. The lily of the valley under the moonlight remained still. Gehai, Disapon lowered his gaze, and when he finished washing up and came out, he suddenly noticed that the lily of the valley on the windowsill had inexplicably bloomed at some point. Ku Hai rushed to the windowsill, tentatively calling, "Lil Changwei?" Of course, there was no response. The smile on Ku Hai's face froze, like a mask with cracks. He sat down on the edge of the bed, feeling distressed. Having the same illusion twice a day was truly maddening. Ku Hai lay on the bed, staring at the white ceiling for a long time, but felt no sleepiness at all. He had to turn his face to look at the lily of the valley on the windowsill, waiting for drowsiness to slowly brew. However, just as he was about to drift off to sleep, he suddenly saw an unexpected scene. The white lily of the valley flowers, for some reason, slowly began to turn black. It was as if a blob of ink had been dropped on white paper, quickly spreading out. Chapter 50, after the world quieted down. Wen Qiang thought that no matter what happened this time, she could not turn into a flower. She had promised Ku Hai that she would never do that again. She had been in the darkness for a long time, long enough to nearly break down. Her longing for Ku Hai grew rampant. Finally, like a seed breaking through the soil, she saw the light again. She saw herself, her own self, on the hospital bed. She floated around her body like a soul, but could touch nothing. She could not return to her body. "Xiao Ku, come over for dinner today." Aunt Chin's voice came from outside the ward. Then came a man's reply. "Okay, I'll come over after work." Wen Qiang quickly floated up, wanted to see Ku Hai outside the door, but she was trapped around the hospital bed. She floated back in frustration. The next moment, the door to the ward was opened, and Wen Qiang saw the man she had been longing for. It had been a long time since they last met, and he seemed to have lost a lot of weight. The angles of his face had become even sharper, like a long knife unsheathed, radiating sharpness. "Princesa Kiskivika," Wen Qiang called out. But Ku Hai only saw the girl on the bed with a pale complexion. Wen Qiang realized that he could not hear her voice now. She watched Ku Hai sit down by the bed, speaking to Wen Qiang. "Today is the 10th day. How long are you planning to sleep?" He reached out and held Wen Qiang's hand, bending down to press his forehead against her hand. "I miss you so much. Please wake up and talk to me." Wen Qiang suddenly felt like crying. She floated in front of him, tentatively reaching out her hand towards his head. She had thought she would touch nothing. To her surprise, she actually felt warmth, and with it came intense pain. So painful. Wen Qiang gasped and quickly withdrew her hand. Ku Hai was completely unaware of Wen Qiang's sudden change. After a few seconds, he lifted his head but still held Wen Qiang's hand, saying, "From today on, I will tell you a secret every day. If you don't wake up soon, you won't hear anything. Xiao Qiangwei, can you hear me?" Wen Qiang looked at him and couldn't help but touch his cheek. The intense pain almost made her tears fall. She gritted her teeth and cursed. Why? Actually, the desensitization treatment I mentioned before was just an excuse to spend more time with you. The doctor said my condition is severe and I can never be desensitized in this lifetime, Ku Hai said. Somehow, Wen Qiang felt that he seemed very pained at this moment. But I still want to try, Ku Hai said, tugging at the corners of his mouth. Wen Qiang saw his cold sweat and the veins on his forehead. He lowered his gaze quietly, but from the movement of his cheeks. She could tell he had just gritted his teeth. For you, I want to try, Ku Hai repeated. Tears rolled down the corners of Wen Qiang's eyes. She reached out again, touching his lowered brows and eyes. It hurt a lot, but she wanted to share his pain too. This pain lasted for an unknown amount of time, and Wen Qiang had to withdraw her hand repeatedly, only to embrace him again. Finally, Kohai said in a deep voice, "Today it's probably close to the limit." Before Wen Qiang could react, Kohai released the hand he had been holding onto Wen Qiang. The pain was instantly drained away. Wen Qiang was stunned, and a horrifying thought popped into her mind. In the following days, Kohai came every day to accompany Wen Qiang, sharing his secrets. When he spoke, he always held Wen Qiang's hand, his voice slow and gentle. Sometimes, when the story was too long, he would occasionally release her hand, stand up to calm himself down, and then return to the bedside. With the accumulation of time, Wen Qiang became more and more convinced of her absurd guess. When Kohai touched her, there would be a burning temperature. So why couldn't he feel pain after she touched him? If she could also be considered a big flower? If that were the case, then Kohai's reduced physical interaction during that time could be fully explained. He was allergic to her. Wen Qiang felt extremely sad. Later, when she saw Kohai holding herself's hand, she couldn't help but cry out, "Don't touch her. Professor Ku, stop torturing yourself." If being close brought pain, Wen Qiang would rather he not come near. She didn't want to see her beautiful jade fall into the dust, suffering. It had already been 21 days. "And I have one last secret that I originally planned to keep from you," Kohai said, his brows gentle, but his eyes were dark circles. He didn't know how long it had been since he had slept, and he looked exhausted. "I've been thinking, is it because I have hidden something that the heavens want to take you away from me?" Kohai asked. Wen Qiang cried, "No, it's really not. Life is like a huge torrent, and you can never predict where the next branch and turn will be." Both she and he were boats in the sea of bitterness, flowing with the current. Kohai tugged at the corners of his mouth and said, "When you wake up, I'll tell you the last secret." After saying that, he closed his heavy eyelids and his head fell onto the bed. Wen Qiang exclaimed, "Help! Is anyone there? Help!" But no one could hear her cries. She wanted to leave the range of the hospital bed, but an invisible barrier blocked her. She crashed into it repeatedly, failing again and again. Wen Qiang trembled all over, feeling as powerless as she did during her second year of high school when her father passed away and the heavy life suddenly pressed down on her. She was almost out of breath. After more than 10 minutes, the door to the ward was pushed open. Wen Qiang lifted her eyes to look at the door. "Little friend?" Jiang Huai called out. When he received no response, his eyes narrowed, and he quickly walked over. "Gehai." Kohai had been taken away by Jiang Huai. Wen Qiang curled up at the head of the bed, her eyes stinging from crying too long. She found it ridiculous. Clearly, she was a soul. Yet she could still have these symptoms that only living beings would experience. She stayed in the ward for a long time, and Jiang Huai, who had taken Kohai away, returned. "Hey, the one at the head of the bed." Jiang Huai looked at her from a distance. "How long are you planning to pretend to be dead? Do you want to wait until he dies before waking up to inherit his millions?" Wen Qiang looked at Jiang Huai in shock and asked, "Can you see me?" Jiang Huai was silent for a long time, then said again, "I know you are there. You should care for him a little. Turn into a flower and find him." After Jiang Huai left, Wen Qiang realized that he also couldn't hear her voice, but somehow he could see her. She lowered her gaze and said, "Thank you." If she only violated her promise once, would Kohai be angry? Wen Qiang was not sure, but she still went ahead and did it. She thought of Kohai's bedroom, of the little weeds on the windowsill. After a long effort, until the moon was full over the treetops outside, she finally opened her eyes again. Kohai was just coming back from outside. He, as before, dripped nutrient solution into the little weeds in the flower pot. Then he softly asked, "The language of the lily of the valley means happiness is coming, right?" Wen Qiang looked up at him, not daring to speak. Would he blame himself for breaking his promise and turning into a flower? Moreover, even if she turned into a flower, what would be the meaning of letting Kohai know of her existence? Being with him would only bring pain. Wen Qiang watched as Kohai went to wash up. She remembered how he had fainted on the bed during the day, and then thought of the sorrow in his eyes just now. Wen Qiang still felt selfish. Under the moonlight, the buds of the lily of the valley unfurled, with 5 or 6 small white bells hanging from the green vines. To make him happy, let's open a flower. After Kohai finished washing up and came out, He rushed over the moment he saw the blooming lily of the valley. "Little Rose?" he called out tentatively. Wen Qiang didn't dare to respond. She saw the light in Kahai's eyes dim. She self-deprecatingly tugged at the corners of her mouth. Wen Qiang could hardly bear to look at him again. She averted her gaze and then heard the sound of rustling. Kahai had already lain down. Wen Qiang turned her face back to look at him. At that moment, a familiar feeling surged in. Her consciousness seemed to be instantly drained. Wen Qiang couldn't help but feel joy. This proved that her human body was about to wake up. Kahai also noticed the commotion. He immediately sat up from the bed and anxiously called out, "Little Rose?" Wen Qiang wanted to keep it secret. As long as she didn't speak, Kahai wouldn't know she was right there. But Kahai, half helpless and half sad, said, "Are you afraid I will blame you? If I said I've always wanted to see you like this? Even knowing it's dangerous to turn into a flower. Even though I was the one who said I didn't want to see you and avoided you. I've always been looking forward to meeting you this way. Do you think I'm selfish?" Wen Qiang finally couldn't hold back and said, "No, I won't. You're just like me, missing each other too much." She tremblingly extended a white bud and touched his finger, saying, "I should wake up now. Will you come to see me?" Kuhai's fingertip hooked the delicate white lily of the valley flower, and he said hoarsely, "Of course. I waited too long for this moment." Kahai rushed out with the flower pot. The black color faded from the white bud, and the already bloomed flower closed up again. Kahai placed the flower pot on the console, started the car, and called the hospital. "Yes, the patient is about to wake up. Please go confirm immediately." Although the hospital found Kuhai's baseless claims quite strange, they still said they would send someone to watch over. Kuhai rushed to the hospital and arrived in front of the ward. The old lady Chun, who was on night duty, was saying something, and the sound came from the ward. Kuhai pushed the door open. The girl sitting on the bed heard the sound and turned her face towards the door. The two gazed at each other for more than 10 seconds. It was Kuhai who first took a step closer to Wen Qiang. Wen Qiang also felt like she was waking from a dream. Clearly, she had been watching Kahai all this time, but at this moment, it felt like a separation of 3 autumns. "You're here," she said to Kahai. Kahai rushed over and hugged Wen Qiang tightly, seeing the two embrace. Old Lady Chen shook her head with half relief. She left the ward, giving time to the two who had not seen each other for a long time. Wen Qiang struggled out of Kuhai's embrace after a while. She looked at him. Before she could ask if he was in pain, Kahai spoke first. "You really slept for a long time. I miss you so much, especially you." Wen Qiang listened to his somewhat hoarse voice and nodded, choked up. No one knew better than her how much he missed her. "I broke my promise to you. Will you be disappointed in me?" Wen Qiang asked. "No, I will never be disappointed in you." Kahai shook his head and reached out to hug her again, but was dodged by Wen Qiang. The two held their ground for several seconds. Kahai was the first to ask, "What's wrong?" Wen Qiang pursed her lips and said, I might still need to rest a bit." Kahai said, "Of course you sleep. I'll be here watching over you." But Wen Qiang's caring words were cut short. She fell silent, laid back down on the bed, and closed her eyes. The wound was no longer very painful, but Wen Qiang had no desire to sleep at all. Her mind was filled with the thought that Kahai would suffer terribly every time he touched her. If they couldn't touch, should she set him free? Wen Qiang couldn't find the answer. Just thinking about this question made her feel a deep attachment and reluctance that almost killed her. Kahai stayed by Wen Qiang's bedside all night. Even when old Lady Chun came to tell him to rest, he refused. Wen Qiang, who had started without the desire to sleep, eventually fell back asleep due to her weakened body. The next morning, Kahai opened his eyes to see the girl on the bed with her eyes closed. And for a moment, everything from last night felt like a dream. He hesitantly reached out his hand towards Wen Qiang's face. The girl in the hospital bed seemed to sense something and also open her eyes. In the soft morning light, the two looked at each other. "Good morning," Kahai greeted, smoothing Wen Qiang's hair. Wen Qiang felt the warmth at her ear and replied, "Good morning. The doctor said you can only eat liquid food during this time. What porridge do you want?" I'll buy it for you," Kahai asked with a smile. Wen Qiang said, "Are you hiding something from me?" Kahai fell silent for a moment and said, "Yes, there is one thing." Wen Qiang was thinking of using this matter to create some distance between them. Kahai then said, "Actually, I'm a bit unwell." Wen Qiang waited for his next words. Kahai continued, "Didn't you ask me why I changed my hairstyle? It's because I have too much white hair. Just one morning, I got a lot of white hair. Is it related to me?" Wen Qiang hesitated to ask. Kahai nodded, yes, if I touch you. It could be a bit uncomfortable, but it's not a big deal. It's within the range I can accept. Over time, I will definitely adapt. Saying this, as if to reassure Wen Qiang, Kahai even smiled. Wen Qiang thought to herself, liar. That was not discomfort at all, but excruciating pain. No one could adapt to such pain, and no one should have to. It was all her fault, her strange constitution. Wen Qiang lowered her eyes, took a long time to harden her heart, and said, I don't need you to sacrifice so much for me. If being together isn't happy. Before she finished her sentence, her wrist was seized by someone. If being together isn't happy. Kuhai's eyes were dark, like the sky just before a storm, gloomy to the extreme. Wen Qiang suddenly found herself speechless. Kuhai pulled the distance between them closer and whispered, don't be afraid. Whatever you want to say, I'm listening. Wen Qiang finally found her voice again and said, if it's not happy, then it's better to break up. The man who had just urged Wen Qiang to continue suddenly sealed her lips fiercely. It was completely different from his usual gentle kisses. His teeth ground against her lips, and in just a moment, Wen Qiang felt a sharp pain. He bit her lip. Let go. Wen Qiang reached out to push him away, but was held even tighter. A few seconds later, Kuhai's body stiffened first. He released Wen Qiang, a look of surprise and confusion on his face. Wen Qiang covered her bitten lip and angrily said, you were the one who told me not to be afraid and to continue talking. How could you? It doesn't hurt anymore, little Rose. Kuhai suddenly interrupted her words. What? Wen Qiang didn't understand what he meant. Kuhai hugged Wen Qiang again and said, I said I won't feel pain anymore. For the first time, Wen Qiang saw Kuhai like this, happy and excited like a child. She finally came to her senses because of Kuhai's words and asked, you won't feel pain when you touch me now? Kuhai nodded yes. Really? She asked, confirming. Kuhai said, really, I would never lie to you. Wen Qiang was stunned for a long time. Just as she was ready for the emotions of breaking up, heaven suddenly dropped a pie, leaving her completely dazed. So don't think you can just let me go. I'm already yours. Kuhai leaned in and kissed her lip that had been bitten. Wen Qiang finally regained her senses and hooked her arms around Kuhai's neck, deepening the kiss. She used to always wonder why heaven was so unfair to her, as if all the misfortunes in the world had happened to her. But at this moment, Wen Qiang couldn't help but be grateful for her strange constitution, because she met Kuhai. Two parallel lines that would never intersect collided because of this twist. Perhaps the greatest fortune of her life was meeting Kuhai. After Wen Qiang woke up, she recovered quickly. However, her hair hadn't grown much yet, and she was extremely upset. Kuhai bought her several hats for her to change and wear. Yet, Wen Qiang remained gloomy. Her hair had grown quite a bit and regained its black luster. Kuhai said to Wen Qiang, how about I shave my head? Why shave your head? One of us has to be the good-looking one, right? Wen Qiang said, somewhat helpless. Many times, she really felt that Kuhai was like a mischievous child, coming up with ideas on a whim. Kuhai replied, isn't the good-looking one between us always you? It doesn't even matter how I look. Wen Qiang, Professor Ku, you really have a bit of blind spot. By the way, where's Du Lily? Wen Qiang finally remembered this matter. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in Kuhai's eyes, but he smiled and said, she has already had her second surgery. She will recover slowly, but she won't be able to do delicate work in the future, can't lift heavy things, and will have a tough time when she gets old. Forget it. Compared to the torment between me and Wen Qiang, that's the lightest punishment for her. Professor Ku, who had already regained his human form, thought this way. Then why did she suddenly do that? Is she jealous that I'm prettier than her? Wen Qiang thought back to that time and felt a lingering fear. One car accident was enough. She didn't need a second one. Her hair was already not particularly thick. What if she went bald early with all this? Kuhai thought of Yang Yu and casually said, someone incited it. I've cleaned up all the scum, so don't worry. As he spoke, he paused for a moment and added, will you blame me? Wen Qiang looked at him in confusion. Why would I blame you? Kuhai lowered his eyes, as if he didn't dare to look at Wen Qiang, and after a long while said, because this matter ultimately arose because of me if... Wen Qiang reached out and tapped Kuhai's thin lips with her index finger, stopping him from continuing. She smiled and said, according to your reasoning, if there's blame, it should be on me for joining in. Besides, Professor Ku, it was Du Lily who harmed me. Even if we went to court, we would both be innocent. So don't rush to take the blame. She even made a joke. Kohai looked at her eyes, which sparkled with joy from her smile. Free and full of vitality, like the sun, warming those around it. Okay, I'll do as you say. Kohai stretched out his hand and hugged his dear girl close. Because when Qiang had woken up, Kohai suddenly realized he should take legal action. Cheating. Do Lily, and do Lily's mother. Those who needed to pay would pay, and those who needed to be detained would be detained. Watching the court's judgment come down, Kohai felt that the whole world had become quiet. Of course, it wouldn't be long before a certain fly left behind met its demise. That day, Kohai suddenly received a phone call. The person on the other end said, "If you can complete this experiment, then we can revoke Yang Yu's associate professor title and will never give her a chance to appear in front of you again." Kohai smirked coldly and said, "Deal." Mr. Zhan, thank you for your hard work. On the other end, Zhan Zixing shivered and replied helplessly, "It's nothing hard, just passing on a message. I just hope you don't classify me with Yang Yu. That's enough." Naturally, I'm not someone who can't tell right from wrong, Kohai smiled. Zhan Zixing thought, someone who can't tell right from wrong isn't human when it comes to being right or wrong, right? Then I'll wait here for Professor Ku. Zhan Zixing left the sentence and hung up the phone. Kohai also put away his phone. The people on the other end worked quickly. Yang Yu came knocking just as fast. "Kohai, gehe, come out." Yang Yu's voice came from outside the ward. Kohai, who was focused on peeling an apple under Wen Qiang's guidance, paused his hand. Wen Qiang anxiously snatched the fruit knife from him, ensuring safety before asking, "Who is it?" Kohai stroked her hair and said, "Just some blind person. Wait for me a moment. I'll be right back." As he spoke, Kohai was about to stand up and go out. But Yang Yu broke through the crowd and pushed the door open. She pointed at Kohai's nose, losing her usual proud calmness. "Kohai, how dare you do this to me?" Yang Yu was extremely furious. She had worked her whole life to finally obtain the title of associate professor. Kohai gestured to the door and said, "Let us talk outside." But Yang Yu laughed coldly and took a few steps forward, provocatively saying, "I just want tea." Before she could finish, Kohai stepped forward. Yang Yu immediately recalled the pain of being grabbed by the neck by Kohai last time and instinctively took a step back. When Qiang said, "Why don't we let her in to talk? It would be bad if she makes a scene in the hallway and disturbs others. Besides, I'm very curious about what Yang Yu wants to say." Kohai paused in silence and nodded. Seeing Kohai obey Wen Qiang's words, Yang Yu felt her teeth itch with hatred. Previously, she thought that in the relationship between Kohai and Wen Qiang, Kohai was always in the dominant and even controlling position. It now seemed that this was not the case. Gumin, Kohai returned to Wen Qiang's side, his cold gaze falling on Yang Yu. Yang Yu had just been unwilling to leave the room, singing against Kohai. Now, after being confronted by him, she was stuck, unsure whether to enter or retreat. Kohai continued, "It's better to clarify what needs to be said sooner rather than later. After all, there won't be another opportunity to meet." Yang Yu's anger rose again. She strode in and questioned Kohai. "What methods did you use to have them revoke my title and never give me another chance in any laboratory?" Kohai looked at her. "I don't seem to have an obligation to answer you. Just know that I can not only take away your title, but also take away the rest of your possessions, like your house and your money." You're so arrogant." Yang Yu was furious. Not only because of Kohai's words, but also because she knew deep down that there was no exaggeration in what he said. He didn't need connections or circles. With his brain, countless people were eager to help him, wanting to owe him a favor. What Yang Yu found even harder to accept was that she had devoted her life to academia, only to be discarded, worth less than a hair of Kohai's. Kohai glanced at Yang Yu and said, "In life, we are always making choices. Choose right, and you can continue to survive. Choose wrong, and you must have the courage to bear the responsibility. Ms. Yang, in this game you lost." Yang Yu looked at Kohai, who was calm and composed, and felt utterly powerless. Finally, she gritted her teeth and threw out her only bargaining chip. "The audio and video left to you by your parents are all with me. If you don't want me to destroy them, then give me back my title." Kohai replied expressionlessly, "I'm sorry, I can't comply." "You don't care about the relics left by your parents? They are one of a kind in the world." Yang Yu struggled finally for herself. While Kohai didn't care at all, in the end, Yang Yu's body completely collapsed. Her hollow eyes fell on Kohai as she said, "Kohai, I curse you. Curse you to meet the same bad end as your parents, you cold-blooded and heartless monster. Wen Qiang had already suspected who was behind Du Lily, and after hearing the conversation between Ku Hai and Yang Yu, she was even more certain that the person behind Lily was Yang Yu. She had no intention of getting involved in Ku Hai's matters, but when she heard that Yang Yu dared to curse him, she couldn't hold back and mock Yang Yu, saying, Ms. Yang must have heard the saying, the one who provokes first is despicable, right? Trying to die and not being able to take the loss. I'm really curious about the area of Ms. Yang's face. It must be as big as a basin. It's just the winner and the loser. You can mock all you want now. I'll be waiting for you to trip up. After saying this with a dark expression, Yang Yu turned to leave. Wen Qiang laughed and said, then you can just wait slowly for the rest of your life. Ku Hai smiled at Wen Qiang, his eyes filled with indulgence and helplessness. Wen Qiang pretended to be scared and covered her lips, saying, oh no, Professor Ke saw my shrewish side again. You're not being shrewish, you're just arguing based on reason. Get high, Lauget. Wen Qiang also chuckled, sweetening her words for Professor Ko. You're being discharged tomorrow. Remember you promised to accompany me to a place, right? Ku Hai asked. Wen Qiang nodded and said, I also have a place to take you. Who goes first? Professor Ku was very democratic. Wen Qiang replied, you go first. Ku Hai stepped closer and gently hugged her, saying, all right then, I won't be polite. Wen Qiang laughed at his teasing. Ku Hai took an apple and continued to peel it. Although the final product looked somewhat unappetizing, at least he didn't cut his hand. Wen Qiang was very pleased. While munching on the apple, she asked Ku Hai, are you okay now, since you met me? Ku Hai said, your blood is much more useful than mine. It's been a week. Suddenly being complimented, Wen Qiang couldn't help but feel her face heat up. She thought about the increasing number of kisses lately and cleared her throat, saying, that's because you didn't experiment properly. Next time, let's test how long your blood can last. Ku Hai rested his chin on his hand, looking at her, indifferent to whether or not they tested it, since there were cheap alternatives anyway. Wen Qiang exclaimed, you still say that. If it can last longer, that's even better. I can't always let you get hurt. Ku Hai said seriously. Wen Qiang felt warmth in her heart, looking at Ku Hai's handsome face so close. She didn't know what she was thinking and suddenly reached out to pinch his cheek. What is Miss Wen doing? Ku Hai wasn't angry and let Wen Qiang tug at his face. Wen Qiang joked, I just think you're too handsome and attract attention, so it's safer to mar your face a bit. All right, Ku Hai said, pulling out a fruit knife and offering it to Wen Qiang. If you think that's safer, then go ahead. Wen Qiang was startled by the fruit knife and quickly retracted her hand, complaining, why did you do that suddenly? You scared me to death. Don't be afraid of me. I won't hurt you. Ku Hai thought Wen Qiang was scared by his words. He reached out to hug her and rubbed against her, his actions carrying a hint of flattery. Wen Qiang helplessly said, who is afraid of you? I'm afraid of the knife, although my hands are always steady. What if I accidentally hurt you? The unease in Ku Hai's eyes instantly dissipated, and he smiled at Wen Qiang, saying, then there's nothing to be afraid of. I believe in you. Wen Qiang sighed in her heart. How did Professor Ku become like this? So cute and sweet, it's a bit overwhelming. The next day, Ku Hai completed the discharge procedures for Wen Qiang. Grandma Chun reminded them both to definitely come to her house for a celebration that evening to celebrate Wen Qiang's recovery. After they agreed, they got into Ku Hai's car. Wen Qiang asked, where are you taking me? Ku Hai replied, you'll know when we get there. Wen Qiang wrinkled her nose, thinking that this man was actually keeping her in suspense. The car drove steadily forward. Wen Qiang thought of something and said to Ku Hai, actually, I miss you a lot before, but I still didn't break my promise to you. Mainly, Jiang Huai urged me to turn into a flower. Ku Hai glanced at Wen Qiang, slightly distracted, and asked, what do you mean? Wen Qiang told him about Jiang Huai. Ku Hai remained silent for a long time. Just as Wen Qiang was about to express that Jiang Huai actually cared about Ku Hai at certain times, Ku Hai said, did he see you? I didn't see him. Wen Qiang thought to herself, oh no, Professor Ku was starting to get jealous again. She hurriedly remedied the situation, saying, but you could hear my voice when I turned into a flower. We could communicate, but Jiang Huai couldn't. Is that so? But he can see you, so why not? Ku Hai looked at Wen Qiang coldly. Wen Qiang, how would I know why? The car soon stopped. Wen Qiang looked at the tattoo shop in front of her and hesitantly asked, what are we doing here? Ku Hai touched the hairline at the back of his neck and said, come with me to remove my tattoo. Remove it? How do you remove it? Wen Qiang quickly leaned closer to Ku Hai. She also glanced at the torn tattoo. Kohai said, there are options for laser removal, as well as surgical cutting and expander techniques. That sounds painful. Wen Qiang felt a chill just hearing about it. Kohai said, let's go. Wen Qiang hesitated. Wait until your hair grows long, and the tattoo won't be obvious anymore. Why do you have to remove it? Kohai replied, because it's time to grow up. From now on, he wouldn't do anything reckless that could harm himself. Because he had someone to care about, he would be more cautious and cherish his life even more. So, Lemon, thank you for your companionship over the years. Now it's time to say goodbye. You really like to speak in riddles. Wen Qiang didn't understand Kohai's meaning. Kohai smiled and pulled her in, saying, let's go. They entered the store, where the owner was a handsome man in his 40s. Upon seeing them, he greeted, are you two here for a tattoo? Kohai said, to remove a tattoo. The owner nodded and asked, where's the tattoo? Let me see. Kohai turned around, facing away from the owner, and pointed to the back of his neck. The owner exclaimed, this craftsmanship is impressive. What a shame it's ruined. Is this your girlfriend's English name? As he spoke, the owner smiled at Wen Qiang. Wen Qiang felt extremely embarrassed. It's not me. The owner fell silent for a moment, then revealed an awkward yet polite smile. Seeing Wen Qiang's expression, Kohai knew what she was thinking. He said to Wen Qiang, when I get my tattoo removed later, you just stay by my side. I'll tell you the story behind this tattoo. Wen Qiang pouted, I'm not a child. Do I need to accompany you the whole time to remove a tattoo? Kohai laughed. Yeah, I'm afraid it will hurt, and having someone to talk to will help. Although Wen Qiang was not happy about the lemon tattoo representing first love, she still compromised. Meanwhile, Kohai whispered something mysterious to the owner. Wen Qiang curiously watched as the owner pulled the curtain up on the workbench, and Kohai became a shadow behind the curtain. She couldn't help but ask, what is this for? The owner explained during the tattoo removal. It might look a bit scary, so it's better to cover it up. I'll go prepare the solution. You two can rest for 20 minutes before we start. Wen Qiang thought about how Kohai described the tattoo removal and felt that she likely wouldn't be able to bear to look at that scene. She asked Kohai, is it okay to be behind the curtain? Are you still scared? Kohai smiled and replied, it's fine, just stay behind the curtain. Remember, no matter what, don't lift the curtain. Even the slightest noise could affect the tattoo artist's concentration. Wen Qiang nodded with a strong sense of mission. 20 minutes passed quickly, and the shop owner came over with a prepared solution. After setting everything up on the workbench, the shop owner instructed Kohai, go lie down. Wen Qiang nervously squeezed Kohai's hand and said, don't be nervous. Focus on talking to me. Don't think about the tattoo. She looked just like a parent reminding a child who was about to get a vaccination. Kohai nodded with a smile. The curtain was drawn closed. Wen Qiang could only hear a faint buzzing sound from the machines on the other side. Hesitantly, she spoke up. Aren't you going to tell me the story behind this tattoo? Kohai replied, okay, I'll tell you now. A story that spanned 10 years was reduced to just a few sentences by Kohai. Wen Qiang learned that Lemon was not Kohai's first love, but rather his mentor and friend. Because of Lemon's death, Kohai tattooed this name on the back of his neck to keep reminding himself of the lessons Lemon had taught him. The remembrance of the other person gradually faded along with the conflict with Jiang Huai, eventually returning to peace. Wen Qiang was lost in thought for a long time. After a while, she couldn't help but say, that must have been a hard time for you? Kohai had anticipated that Wen Qiang would have questions after hearing this, such as whether he truly had no romantic feelings for Lemon, or if Lemon had really developed feelings for him. But Wen Qiang was only worried. Worried and pained for the Kohai who had just stepped into M country 10 years ago. On Kohai's back, the shop owner was already cutting the lines. Each cut was accompanied by sharp pain. Kohai still remembered how excruciating it was when he first tattooed the name Lemon. But at this moment, Kohai felt nothing but joy. He said lightly, it's not painful, it's all in the past. The hardest times forge the strongest body. And Kohai was grateful for the sweat he had shed along the way, allowing him to protect Wen Qiang without worry now. Their conversation continued for a long time. Finally, Wen Qiang couldn't help but ask, does it really take this long to remove a tattoo? The tattoo artist on the other side of the curtain laughed. It'll all be done soon. I promise, this is my proudest work. Work? Wen Qiang thought. Removing a tattoo didn't seem like it could be called a work of art. But it could also be because she didn't understand this profession. Another half hour passed, and the curtain was finally pulled open. The shop owner smiled and said, all right, come take a look. Wen Qiang looked over and gasped, covering her mouth. Girlfriend, what do you think? The man, bare-chested and facing away from Wen Qiang, turned his face and smiled brightly at her. Wen Qiang finally understood why removing a tattoo took so long and why they had to draw the curtain. Because at that moment, on the upper part of Ku Hai's spine, there was a blood-red rose tattoo. Chapter 51 looks good. Wen Qiang nodded, as if the rose with its blood color had captivated her completely. She slowly walked behind Ku Hai, reaching out her finger as if to touch his back. But she hesitated halfway. But it must hurt, right? Wen Qiang looked up at Ku Hai. Ku Hai smiled and said, not at all. Wen Qiang bit her lip. Ku Hai put on his shirt. While worried that he would touch the tattoo and it would hurt, Wen Qiang asked why. She didn't need such a deeply heartfelt memorial from Ku Hai. It felt too heavy for her. She was afraid she couldn't reciprocate such deep feelings. Not wanting to do it gives you a reason, but wanting to do something doesn't need a reason. Ku Hai fastened the top button of his shirt. The shop owner interjected, does this young lady want a tattoo too? Before Wen Qiang could speak, Ku Hai frowned and said, she's not getting one. Sensing Ku Hai's unfriendly gaze, the shop owner decided to shut up immediately. Let's go. Ku Hai reached out his hand to Wen Qiang. She placed her hand in his. They returned to the car. Wen Qiang spoke first. I thought you would want me to get a tattoo with you. The freshly done tattoo couldn't touch any clothing. Ku Hai couldn't lean back against the seat, so he had to keep both hands on the steering wheel, leaning slightly forward. Hearing Wen Qiang's voice, he turned his head and asked in confusion, why would you want to? It would hurt, he added. If it hurts, why do you want to get a tattoo? Wen Qiang asked again. Seeing the question come back around, Ku Hai could only think seriously about it. Finally, he said, everyone has their own way of reminding themselves. Some use diaries, some use alarms. I rely on bodily memories. Do you really have to use such a painful method? Wen Qiang lowered her gaze. Ku Hai was about to say something when Wen Qiang continued. I can remind you. I have a good memory, and as long as you tell me, I can remind you every day. Ku Hai tucked her fallen hair behind her ear and smiled. Okay? Then remember to remind me to love you a little more every day. Wen Qiang's ears felt hot. She stammered, you still need someone to remind you of that? I can't help it. My memory is terrible, so I have to use the simplest method. Ku Hai continued to smile. But Wen Qiang didn't dare to meet his eyes filled with laughter. She was afraid she would lose control and rush over to tackle him. All right then. Wen Qiang compromised. Ku Hai chuckled lightly, satisfied, and changed the subject. Where's the place you said you would take me? Wen Qiang replied, actually, it's not a very special place. You know, you took me to meet your parents last time, and I also want to take you to meet my dad. As she spoke, she looked at the man beside her. Ku Hai was taken aback now. Wen Qiang nodded. Sensing Ku Hai's hesitation, she asked, don't you want to go? Ku Hai said, I haven't prepared anything, I'm afraid. Before he could finish, Wen Qiang interrupted, don't worry. My dad will definitely be very satisfied with someone I'm happy with. Okay. Ku Hai's heart felt a little more at ease. They went to the nearest flower shop to buy flowers before heading to the cemetery. Compared to the new gravestone of Ku Hai's parents, Wen Qingyuan's gravestone looked a bit old, having aged a few years. Wen Qiang carefully cleaned the leaves and dust around the gravestone. Ku Hai quickly bent down to help. After cleaning up, Wen Qiang arranged the flowers in front of the gravestone, clasped her hands together, and closed her eyes. A few seconds later, she opened her eyes and said, Dad, I'm in a relationship now. This is my boyfriend. His name is Ku Hai, like the gas helium. As she introduced him, Wen Qiang couldn't help but chuckle. Ku Hai, initially tense, was prepared to properly greet his future father-in-law. Hearing Wen Qiang's laughter, he looked at her in surprise. Wen Qiang was laughing so hard, saying sorry. I thought of something funny. Ku Hai sighed helplessly yet affectionately, and then addressed the gravestone, Uncle, I'm Ku Hai, Qiang's boyfriend. I will take good care of her in the future. Although I still have many shortcomings, I will work hard. For the rest of his life, he would do his best to treat her well. Wen Qiang felt warmth in her heart. She snuggled closer to Ku Hai, hugging his arm and smiling. I will take good care of you too. On the way back, Ku Hai asked Wen Qiang, why were you laughing just now? What were you thinking? Wen Qiang replied, I won't tell you. Qiang, Little Rose. Ku Hai called out her two nicknames in succession, his tone clearly playful. Wen Qiang quickly touched under her nose to make sure she wasn't blushing too much before saying, I remembered our first meeting when I misspelled your name. Ku Hai corrected her, it's helium, one gas and one high. So, Ku Hai couldn't find the humor in it. Wen Qiang continued, so I thought about how helium is an inert gas. Very hard to react with other chemical substances, Professor Ko. Isn't it interesting that a chemistry professor doesn't have any chemical reactions? Kohai stared at Wen Qiang for several seconds. Wen Qiang asked, "Not funny?" Suddenly, Kohai laughed, a dazzling smile like a star. Wen Qiang felt overwhelmed by his charm. Kohai leaned a bit closer, his voice whispering in her ear, "Are we a kind of chemical reaction? Miss Wen, I should remind you that when people are excited, their brains produce dopamine. Love itself is a wonderful chemical reaction." The heat of his breath made Wen Qiang's mind buzz. The culprit leaned back as the traffic light turned green. Kohai pressed the gas pedal, and the car slowly started to move. Wen Qiang pressed her hot face against the car window, unable to help but think that the sweet talk of a science guy was really too much. In the following time, Wen Qiang took Kohai to many places in Ning City. She proudly said, "Although our city is small, it has beautiful mountains and rivers, and complete cultural facilities." Kohai responded, "Indeed, my parents probably fell in love with Ning City's beautiful scenery, so they plan to come here to retire." Wen Qiang looked at the man beside her and hesitantly asked, "What about your parents' belongings?" Kohai fell silent for a while before saying, "It's okay." Wen Qiang knew it wasn't okay. She understood Kohai's guilt and longing for his parents. Saying it didn't matter would be a lie. She fell silent as well. It had always been Kohai giving to her. If possible, she wanted to do something for him too. But what could she do? That evening, Grandma Chen's house was particularly lively. After spending time with Wen Qiang while she was unconscious, Grandma Chen's fondness for Kohai grew rapidly. "This cod is well cooked, try it." Grandma Chen picked up a piece of cod. Wen Qiang instinctively reached out for her bowl. But Grandma Chen placed the cod in Kohai's bowl instead. "Wen Qiang, in less than a month, I've lost my favor?" Kohai noticed the astonishment on Wen Qiang's face. He smiled and picked a piece of fish for Wen Qiang, saying you should try it too. Wen Qiang felt a bit better. Ming's eye was not very elegant while eating, with rice grains stuck to the corner of his mouth. He stared at Kohai and Wen Qiang and asked, "Sister Qiang and Brother Hai, when are you getting married? Will I soon have a little niece? Will she be as cute as Xiao Qinyu?" Suddenly being mentioned, Xiao Qinyu made a sound of protest. Ming's eye's mom couldn't help but laugh. "Cough, cough." Wen Qiang nearly choked. Kohai patted her back while handing her water. "You can choke on your food. How are you like a child?" Wen Qiang shot him a glare. She looked at Ming's eye, ready to explain that marriage was still a long way off. They had just started their relationship, but unexpectedly, Grandma Chen said, "Little Ku was thinking about buying a ring before, and he wanted me to help him pick. I was afraid my taste wouldn't match yours, so I didn't dare to decide casually." Wen Qiang looked at Kohai in surprise. Kohai was momentarily stunned before remembering when Grandma Chen had mentioned it. That was when he had first let Wen Qiang stay at his place, and he had asked Grandma Chen what kind of diamond ring she liked in a moment of desperation. Wen Qiang wanted to ask why Kohai was thinking about buying a ring so soon, but halfway through, she thought it might sound strange. So she quietly closed her mouth. Kohai coughed awkwardly and explained, "That's because..." Grandma Chen looked at him kindly and said, "It's because you haven't chosen one yet, but you should be able to choose soon, right? Kohai?" Yes. He was bowing to Grandma Chen's authority. Wen Qiang could see that Kohai was just going along with Grandma Chen. She quickly intervened, "We still have plenty of time. Don't make jokes like this." Kohai had initially planned to take it slow, but after hearing Wen Qiang's words, he changed his mind and said, "I actually think it's not too early." "Wen Qiang." Grandma Chen smiled broadly, saying, "Then I'll help pick a good date. I'm good at this." Kohai obediently replied, "Thank you, Grandma." The dinner celebrating Wen Qiang's discharge was very harmonious. After dinner, Grandma Chen shooed Wen Qiang out of the kitchen, telling her to spend more time with Kohai. Wen Qiang walked slowly to the man sitting on a chair by the door. "Grandma just likes to urge me. She urged me to find a boyfriend before, and now that I finally have one, she's urging me to get married. Don't mind her." As she spoke, Wen Qiang sat down on the chair next to Kohai. Kohai turned his face to look at her and asked, "Do you really think it's too early?" Wen Qiang exclaimed, "Isn't it early? We just confirmed our relationship not long ago. But why do I feel like I've liked you for a lifetime?" Kohai asked curiously. Wen Qiang was once again charmed by his straightforward words, but she still replied very reservedly, "Even if you've liked me for 2 lifetimes, our time together is still very short. What can we do to make it longer? Time is moving too slowly." Kohai leaned closer to her. During the time when Qiang was unconscious, Kahai felt like time was dragging on forever. Only when she woke up could he feel the normal flow of time. But at this moment, Kahai felt it was still slow. He thought he needed to keep Wen Qiang close to him to calm down and enjoy life properly. Wen Qiang leaned against Kahai, looking up at the sky, pretending to be casual as she said, "There has to be a process, right? The process of dating." Kahai hadn't gone through the normal courtship process, and Wen Qiang felt she couldn't let him off easy. Kahai thought for a moment and said, "Haven't we gone through the process of dating already? Holding hands, hugging, kissing, just missing one step." Wen Qiang suddenly covered Kahai's mouth. She felt that if she didn't do this, she might hear something remarkable from his lips. She was both shy and anxious. The man, clearly teasing her, stuck out his tongue and licked her palm. "Stop. Don't mess around." Wen Qiang quickly withdrew her hand. Kahai laughed and hugged her, saying, "Okay, I'll listen to you." The night sky of Ning City was filled with stars. The two cuddled in a chair, gazing at the distant starry sky. Time stretched long at this moment. The next day, Wen Qiang faced the scene of all the flowers being discarded for the second time. Kahai took a day off as usual, accompanying Wen Qiang in the busy work. When the fresh flowers arrived, Wen Qiang stubbornly refused to let Kahai help. Her intention was to prevent him from suffering an allergic reaction to the pollen. But Kahai seemed to misunderstand Wen Qiang's meaning. He stared at the two temporary workers and said, "Do you think they can do it better than me?" Kahai's gaze was so friendly that the two temporary workers felt a chill down their spines. They turned their heads in horror to look at Kahai, not knowing what to say. Wen Qiang helplessly said, "I'm just worried about your allergies, okay? Professor Ku, can you stop turning black into white?" "Giskivi, go ahead." "No. You think they're better than me." Wen Qiang, "Professor Ku, you're 28 years old, remember?" The two were at a standstill for a moment, and Wen Qiang conceded, saying, "Just be careful, don't have an allergic reaction. Wear your gloves and mask." Kahai happily occupied the positions of the two temporary workers. Wen Qiang could only pay them and asked them to leave first. "What's this doing here?" Kahai asked cheerfully, holding a large bunch of orchids. Wen Qiang pointed to the shelf on the left. Following her command, Kahai quickly placed the flowers up. The two were busy inside and out, and finally, Kahai was so hot that he took off his mask, preparing to hold his breath for a moment. Unexpectedly, several lilies suddenly fell from the shelf and hit Kahai on the head. Pollen flew everywhere. "Get away, get away." Wen Qiang was startled and rushed over to help. But Kahai was stunned. Then he moved his nose. The unique scent of fresh flowers, still powdery like before, miraculously did not make Kahai have difficulty breathing. "Why are you just standing there? Hurry up and get out." Wen Qiang pushed Kahai toward the door. But Kahai suddenly said, "I seem to not feel allergic." Wen Qiang looked at him in confusion. The pollen from the lilies that had hit Professor Ku's forehead had left some yellow pollen on his hair, and if it were before, he would have been allergic by now. But now he was exceptionally calm. "You're not allergic to pollen anymore?" "Why?" Wen Qiang asked excitedly. Kahai pinched the pollen on his forehead, sniffed it under his nose. Indeed, there was no sign of allergy. He realized something, hugged Wen Qiang, and spun around once. Then said, "It's your credit." Wen Qiang exclaimed, "Am I really that amazing?" Kahai kissed her, saying, "Yes, you are my little lucky star." With Kahai suddenly not allergic to pollen, Wen Qiang, as the little lucky star, felt particularly empowered. The next day, when things were a bit slow, the little lucky star decided to do something. She pulled out the business cards that Yang Yu had given her when she went to pay respects to Kahai's parents. One was Yang Yu's, and the other was Zhang Zixing's. Wen Qiang thought of that middle-aged man with relatively good morals. She organized her language and dialed the number. "Who is this?" Zhang Zixing asked. Wen Qiang said, "Mr. Zhang, hello. I am Wen Qiang, Kahai's girlfriend. We met last time at the Ningqing cemetery." Zhang Zixing was silent for a moment and asked, "Miss Wen, what can I do for you?" Wen Qiang said, "Mr. Zhang should know that the things left by Kahai's parents are with Ms. Yang Yu. Mr. Zhang, could you help me think of a way to get those things?" Zhang Zixing laughed and said, "Are you here to feed me dog food?" "Huh?" Wen Qiang didn't understand his meaning. Zhang Zixing seemed to be amused and said, "For your revenge. Kahai is willing to go back on his word and take over the pharmacology experiment he previously said he would never touch again, just to make sure Yang Yu has no chance to turn things around. And you, the one who previously criticized me and Yang Yu, are now actively calling me for help, all for the relics of Kahai's parents. What else could this be but feeding dog food?" What do you mean he took over the pharmacology experiment? Wen Qiang was astonished. He hasn't told. Zhang Zixing realized he had misspoken and quickly shut his mouth. Wen Qiang fell silent. Zhang Zixing suddenly felt something was wrong and said, Miss Wen, I can help you think of a way, but before Professor could tells you, could you temporarily act as if you don't know anything? Wen Qiang immediately smiled and said, Of course, then I trouble Mr. Zhang. However, Zhang Zixing regretted it deeply on the other end. What kind of mess is this? Digging a pit for himself to jump into? When Wen Qiang agreed to Zhang Zixing, she felt that not bringing up this matter was a piece of cake. But afterwards, the more she thought about it, the more she felt restless. If Kohai took over the pharmacology experiment, it meant he would be transferred to the laboratory in the capital. Even if there was no transfer, according to the strict conditions of that experiment, only Kohai could continue it, and he would naturally have to stay in the capital. They had just started dating, and now they were going to be long distance? How was Kohai planning to tell her about this? The more Wen Qiang thought about it, the worse she felt. She broke out in several pimples on her forehead because of it. Feeling like she had ruined her looks, Wen Qiang was extremely upset. So when Kohai got off work and saw Wen Qiang behind a flower shop counter wearing a low-brimmed hat, he walked over and asked, Why are you suddenly wearing a hat? Wen Qiang pouted and said, Is that not okay? Kohai said, Of course it's okay. Men's words are deceiving. Wen Qiang mumbled. Kohai stared at her and asked, What's wrong? Wen Qiang was sulking and didn't want to talk. Kohai took Wen Qiang's hand on the table, intertwined his fingers with hers, and held on tightly. He then said, Is there anything unhappy you can't tell me? With their palms pressed together, Wen Qiang looked up at Kohai and said, You're not hiding anything from me, right? Kohai nodded. Wen Qiang cursed him in her heart for being such a big liar. Her mood worsened. Little Rose, don't hide from me. Kohai lowered his eyes and coaxed her. Wen Qiang immediately deflated again, took off her hat, revealing her forehead, and said, I have pimples. I've become ugly. Kohai looked at the two not-so-obvious pimples and said helplessly, Not ugly. You will always be the most beautiful. You just sweet talk. I don't even know where you learned this. Wen Qiang pouted. But Kohai said, It's the truth. I didn't learn it from anywhere. I just say it when I see you. Wen Qiang looked at Kohai and said, Let me ask you. Kohai nodded, indicating for her to ask. Wen Qiang said, Although you're not allergic to pollen because of my blood now, but do you dislike my flower shop? I mean, have you ever thought about? Who told you what? Kohai sensed something and asked sharply. Wen Qiang was startled by his words. She instinctively denied. No one told me anything. Then someone must have said something. Let me guess who it is. Kohai narrowed his eyes, hiding the danger in his gaze. Wen Qiang was worried that this extremely intelligent man would connect it to Zhang Zixing, which would ruin her request for help from him. In her anxiety, she simply grabbed Kohai's tie and pulled his head down. Without hesitation, she kissed him. Quickly distract his attention. Kohai was only momentarily surprised before taking the initiative. Finally, he bit Wen Qiang's lower lip lightly and said dangerously, Although this method of distracting me is very silly, I quite like it. Wen Qiang pressed her lips together, feeling a bit shy and angry. I don't know what you're talking about. Kohai knew he wouldn't be able to get anything out of Wen Qiang here, and he wouldn't dwell on it too much. He could find out what was going on with a little investigation. There was no need to make it difficult for her. He asked Wen Qiang, Are you free tonight? Wen Qiang asked back why. Kohai cleared his throat and said, Let us go on a date. Wen Qiang's nerves snapped as she tried to remain calm. Oh, a date, sure. Kohai's eyes lit up and said, Then I'll go back to drive and we could eat out tonight? Wen Qiang nodded, Kohai happily left. The extremely nervous Wen Qiang was able to breathe a sigh of relief. A date? She had never been on a date before. Quickly check the important points to note. I can't let Kohai see that I'm just a novice. Thinking this, Wen Qiang rushed upstairs and opened the wardrobe. Although the outfit she was wearing looked a bit like a laborer who was about to go to the fields, would it be too deliberate to suddenly change clothes? Should I put on some makeup? Wait, I don't even know if the cosmetics I bought last time are expired. I'll just apply some lip balm. So, more than 10 minutes later, when Kohai drove over, Wen Qiang was still changing clothes. Chang. Kohai called her from the first floor. Wen Qiang really couldn't keep worrying about her clothes. She grabbed a dark blue dress and put it on. She ran down the stairs in a hurry. Explaining as she walked, the previous outfit got dirty, randomly. Before she could finish her sentence, she saw Kohai standing in the flower shop. dressed in a different outfit. It was casual, unlike the formal attire he usually wore, but it didn't look juvenile. The main color of his outfit was also dark blue. Kohai smiled and said, "Does this mean we are in sync?" Wen Qiang's little awkwardness and nervousness melted away in his smile, and she smiled back, thinking, how can Mr. Ko look so handsome in this outfit? Kohai came over to hug her and complimented, "You're beautiful too." After they exchanged compliments, they headed to Kohai's car. "Where are we going?" Wen Qiang asked, curious and excited. Kohai slightly turned to help her fasten her seatbelt, then shyly said, "First, let's go eat. My itinerary might be a bit boring. Don't mind it. We can improve it together in the future." He was always so straightforward and serious. Wen Qiang licked her lips and said, "It won't be boring. As long as I'm with you, anything is fun." As long as she was with him, everything was fresh and worth looking forward to. "Me too." Kohai smiled as he gently touched her cheek. His gaze fell on Wen Qiang's lips, which had just been coated with lip balm. He asked, "What flavor is it?" Wen Qiang asked in confusion, "What?" Kohai pointed to his own thin lips and said, "You put on lip balm. What flavor is it?" Wen Qiang realized. Did Kohai notice her change so quickly? Was it too deliberate after all? While thinking, Wen Qiang absent-mindedly replied, "Peach. The flavor of this lip balm is peach." "I want to try," Kohai said, but he was already leaning in closer. So, the lip balm she had just applied met its glorious end. Lip balm only has a fragrance. It tastes flavorless. However, Kohai shamelessly said, "It's very sweet." The taste of peach. Wen Qiang sank deeply into the passenger seat, giving Kohai's arm a light hit, saying, "You owe me." Kohai leaned in with a smile and said, "There should still be some left. You can take it." Wen Qiang. 20 minutes later, they arrived at their destination. Wen Qiang was still as angry as a pufferfish. Qian, I'm sorry. I'll buy you a new lip balm later, okay?" "Gehai polit." Wen Qiang snorted, not wanting to pay him any attention, and opened the car door to get out. Kohai quickly chased after her. Just then, Wen Qiang was stunned at the restaurant entrance. She turned to look at Kohai behind her and said, "Are we eating here? Don't you like it? We can change to another one," Kohai said without hesitation. Wen Qiang looked at the luxurious restaurant in front of her. She knew this place. It was the most expensive restaurant in Ning City. A visit there would cost at least tens of thousands. Eating one meal was equivalent to several months of a laborer's salary. What a spendthrift man, Wen Qiang thought. Gehe helplessly said, "I heard this place has a good reputation. Don't you want to try?" Wen Qiang's eyes brightened. "Why not? With a feast ahead, why not look forward to it?" "Then let's go." Kohai smiled, indicating his arm. Wen Qiang quickly linked her arm with his, and they walked forward together. Kohai had made a reservation, and their table was perfectly located on the third floor by the window, offering a beautiful night view. Wen Qiang looked at the menu, trembling at the zeros behind each dish. Kohai asked, "What do you want to eat?" Wen Qiang muttered, "The money isn't tasty." Kohai replied, "Don't worry. I can still afford a meal. I won't be detained here washing dishes for eating a free meal." Wen Qiang laughed at him. She cheerfully said, "Then I thank Mr. Ko for treating me." "You don't need to thank me. I've already received my reward in advance." Kohai smiled at her. "Wen Qiang, you've changed. You're not the cute Professor Ko from before." After they ordered, but before the dishes arrived, Kohai's phone rang first. Seeing the caller ID, Kohai told Wen Qiang, "I'll take this call." Wen Qiang nodded. The surroundings grew quiet as Kohai walked towards the restroom to answer the call. Wen Qiang sat alone, waiting for him to return. Suddenly, a voice came from behind her. "Why did you give our reserved table to someone else?" It was a man's voice, rather arrogant. Wen Qiang turned around in confusion, seeing a waiter apologizing profusely to a man in a suit. "I'm sorry, young Masterly. It was our staff's mistake. However, the guests at that table have already ordered. Could you?" "No, that's my woman's exclusive table. If she comes and finds her spot taken, she'll make a scene with me," the man called Young Masterly said, looking over at Wen Qiang. Their eyes met, and he saw her unadorned but remarkably alluring face. His eyes lit up as he quickly walked over and asked, "Miss, are you alone?" Wen Qiang sized him up, deliberated for a few seconds, and smiled. "No, I'm here with my boyfriend." "Boyfriend? A girl as beautiful as you must have a very handsome and wealthy boyfriend, right?" Young Master Li's every word was laced with insinuation. Wen Qiang said, "Yes, especially handsome and especially wealthy. So you can roll as far away as possible." Unable to hint at Kohai, Young Masterly had to change his tactic and said, Miss, to be honest, this table is my reserved spot. But for the sake of such a beautiful lady, I won't take it from you. Wen Qiang remained expressionless. Oh, thank you. Young Master Li's expression froze for a moment. Then shouldn't the miss show some appreciation? Wen Qiang genuinely thought this guy was quite ridiculous. Before she could ask if he had a problem with his brain, a cold voice came from not far away. Appreciation? What do you want? Young Master Li smugly replied, of course, leaving contact information for next time to have a good chat. Halfway through his sentence, he realized that the voice just now belonged to a man. He quickly looked towards the source of the voice and saw Kahai, whose face was icy cold. So you're this beautiful lady's boyfriend? Not much to look at, huh? Young Master Li looked at Kahai, who was tall, handsome, and still had a good aura. Feeling a twinge of envy, Kahai slowly approached young Master Li, standing at 185 meters. Kahai made young Master Li look like a second-rate disabled person. Kahai said coldly, get lost, or I'll dig out your dog eyes. How could anyone covet his treasure within the time it took to make a phone call? Kahai was extremely displeased, every cell in his body clamoring to explode. What do you think you are, daring to be arrogant in front of me? Young Master Li exploded in anger. Kahai pointed to the staircase and said, do you want to roll down yourself, or should I kick you down? What a big mouth you. Young Master Li's words were cut off as Kahai twisted his hand behind his back, and his face came into intimate contact with the ground. Kahai Dao, I'm busy, just go away, okay? Li Xiao realized that Kahai was a tough nut to crack. Although he had lost face, he decided that those who know how to adapt are the true heroes. When Kahai finally let go, he jumped 3 feet away, pointing at Kahai's nose, and started to look for trouble. You, what's your name? Kahai gave him the middle finger and said, I won't change my name or my surname. I'm Kahai, a chemistry professor at the Ningxing Experimental Center. Feel free to find fault. Li Xiao said, just you wait. All right. Kahai dropped a word and turned his gaze back to sit across from Wen Qiang. Wen Qiang, proper face up, enjoying the conflict and confrontation between the two, smiling calmly. Kahai helplessly said, aren't you worried about me at all? Wen Qiang smiled and said, I know you can handle it. You're so capable. Besides, seeing him stand up for her felt quite wonderful. In summary, it's one letter. A is amazing. Gehai my helper. Wen Qiang leaned on the table, smiling at him. Professor Ku is really a passionate young man, always resorting to his fists. After so many years of struggling in the U.S., Kahai's biggest realization was to avoid using words if he could use his fists. So he developed this character of not backing down. Even though he wrapped himself in a cultured exterior, his essence was still that of a violent person. But at this moment, facing Wen Qiang's words, Kahai hesitated for a moment and said, my fists will never be raised against you. He would only use his fists to protect her well. Wen Qiang realized he misunderstood and quickly waved her hand, saying, that's not what I meant, just, I think it's pretty cool. In the past, she only knew to bury herself in studying, but her grades did not improve. She couldn't fit into the circle of top students, and even the underachievers looked down on her. She pretended not to care, but occasionally seeing those campus bullies fighting for their girlfriends made her feel a bit envious. After all, that was the scent of youth and hormones. She didn't expect that after so many years, Kahai would fulfill this small wish of hers. As long as you're not afraid of me. Kahai breathed a sigh of relief. Wen Qiang laughed, why would I be afraid of you? Can you eat people or something? I actually want to eat people. Gehai muta guili. Wen Qiang didn't hear clearly and asked, what? Kahai smiled and said, nothing. I want to eat you, but I'm afraid of scaring you away. I need to nurture a bit more, wait a while longer. The exquisite dishes quickly arrived. One must say, there's a reason why expensive things are expensive. Wen Qiang ate happily, and Kahai was also happy. When it was time to pay the bill, Wen Qiang hid behind Kahai, peeking at the bill from the side of the man. Suddenly, she felt that she had to work hard for the next few months to treat him next time. It's tough for the working class. Shall we go watch a movie next? Kahai asked Wen Qiang. Wen Qiang nodded, sure. She looked around at the geographical environment and said, the cinema is not far away. Let's walk over just to digest after the meal. Okay. Kahai naturally wouldn't refuse. The night wind was a bit cool. She hadn't realized it in the restaurant, but now that they were outside, Wen Qiang felt a bit cold. Kahai noticed her change and took off his coat to drape it over her. Wen Qiang looked up at the man beside her. She grabbed the collar of the coat, sniffed the scent, and said, Mr. Ku, have I ever told you that you smell really good? Kahai sniffed his sleeve and asked, "What does it smell like?" Wen Qiang leaned closer to him and said, "It smells like rain." Her favorite. The smell of rain. "I think the smell on you is even better," Kahai said, slightly lowering his head to sniff her hair. "My smell is quite mixed. All kinds of floral scents," Wen Qiang said helplessly. Kahai, however, seriously said, "No, it only smells like roses, the scent of white roses." Wen Qiang vividly remembered the time when she was about to bloom. She cleared her throat and said, "Maybe it's from that time." Kahai knew she was shy, looking straight ahead, but the corners of his mouth curved into a smile. "So, let me ask Professor Ku, after confirming you're not allergic to pollen, do you think flowers are the cutest creatures in the world? Do you think they smell good?" Wen Qiang asked. Kahai pondered for a moment and said, "No, they all smell bad. None smell better than you." Wen Qiang. So this good smell joke cannot be passed, right? The two chatted all the way to the cinema. The cinema was crowded on a Friday night. Standing in front of the electronic board, they both asked in unison what to watch. Wen Qiang laughed first. "This sci-fi one. It looks quite interesting." Kahai nodded. "Then I'll go buy the tickets. You wait for me over there. Do you want popcorn? I'll get it for you." "Sure. I want it all, and a cola too." Wen Qiang thanked herself for checking the guide in advance. Can a couple on a date to the movies not buy popcorn and cola? Obviously not. Okay. Kahai agreed with a smile. Wen Qiang obediently went to the waiting area. Kahai was at the end of the line. Suddenly, a few young girls from another line ran behind Kahai, chattering excitedly. Wen Qiang watched for a while, and then saw several pretty girls moving closer to Kahai. She finally couldn't sit still. That's her boyfriend. How could they be like this? Girls should be reserved. Reserved. Wen Qiang almost rushed over. She possessively hugged Kahai's arm, nearly pressing against him, her words carrying a hint of a spoiled tone that she wasn't even aware of. "Why did you take so long to queue?" Kahai asked. "Bored?" Wen Qiang nodded. "Bored to death, and came over to cut your rotten peach blossoms." Kahai smiled indulgently, slightly lowering his head to bump his forehead against hers. He then said, "Then queue with me." "All right," Wen Qiang said, glancing back intentionally. The pretty girls and young ladies all tactfully stepped back. Wen Qiang felt proud, triumphant, and self-satisfied. "Miss Wen, I didn't know you were so possessive." Kahai suddenly leaned in her ear and whispered. His warm breath brushed against her ear. Wen Qiang stood straight and asked, "Is that not allowed?" Chapter 52, Kahai smiled and said, "Of course it's allowed." Wen Qiang proudly chuckled. Soon it was their turn to buy tickets. After selecting their seats, the ticket seller said, "You two are a couple, right? This is for you." Wen Qiang and Kahai looked at the cola cup on the counter, featuring a male and female figure snuggling together, and fell into a long silence. I understand the reasoning, but the place to insert the straw is on top of the two people's heads, which is a bit too much, right? "Thank you." Wen Qiang was the first to regain her voice. Kahai followed suit. "Thank you." "You're welcome. Enjoy the movie." The ticket seller smiled as she watched the two leave. Wen Qiang and Kahai had tickets for the next screening. They didn't linger in the waiting area outside and went straight in front of the round storage barrel. That oddly shaped cola cup had completely turned into a big nuisance. "Just hold it for me." Kahai took the cola cup from Wen Qiang's hand. "But it's cold. It'll start sweating soon." "Let's drink it quickly," Wen Qiang asked, somewhat tentatively. The lights dimmed, and the light from the screen reflected in Kahai's eyes, like a galaxy. "All right." With the cover of night, the oddly shaped cola cup brought the two closer together. Through two straws, the breaths of the two intertwined. Kahai paused after taking a sip. Wen Qiang curiously asked him, "What's wrong?" Kahai noticed that Wen Qiang's expression hadn't changed at all and shook his head, saying, "It's nothing." Just then, the voices of a couple in the back row reached them. "Wow, what is this taste? Has the cola gone bad? It's so sour," the girl exclaimed. The boy responded, "Sour? Have you never had cola before? This is its normal taste, but it's really sour. Don't you think it's sour? What are you talking about? Can you keep your voice down a bit? Always making a fuss." The sweet cinema outing turned into a quarrel. Wen Qiang picked up Kahai's straw and almost without hesitation took a sip. It was very sour, sour to the point of being astringent, like thousands of lemons drowning in cola. Cough, cough, cough. She was so sour that tears sprang to her eyes. Kahai quickly handed her a handkerchief to wipe her tears and said, "If you can't drink it, don't force it." Wen Qiang raised her eyes to look at Kahai and said, "You drank it too. Why didn't you tell me if the taste was off?" Wen Qiang never expected that this cup wasn't connected and that the contents on both sides were different. Were the designers and the cinema staff all part of the FFF group? Was this meant to make couples turn against each other? Kahai replied honestly, I thought you liked this taste. So he wanted to like a bit too. Who would like this taste? Wen Qiang was both helpless and speechless. Then, Kahai hesitated. Wen Qiang said, I won't drink it. Who wants to torture themselves with something so sour? You drink mine. Kahai smiled, okay. The advertisements had ended, and their gazes were focused on the screen. A sci-fi blockbuster with stunning special effects was playing. Wen Qiang watched eagerly, and then, in the latter part of the movie, an unexpected romantic action scene unfolded before everyone. The entire cinema was filled with the intense gasps of the male and female leads rolling together, along with various indescribable sounds and images. Wen Qiang, how did this pass the review? The large action scene continued for several minutes, still showing no signs of stopping. Wen Qiang just happened to hear some discordant sound from the back row. They had just been arguing, and in the blink of an eye, they were engaged in something indescribable. Wen Qiang, I pray for mercy. Beside her, Kahai remained motionless, seemingly focused on watching. Finally, the scene came to an end, and the screen went dark. Wen Qiang felt the man's warm breath enveloping her. Kahai quickly planted a kiss on the side of her face. When the screen lit up again, the man who had done something naughty had already returned to his seat, as if nothing had happened. Wen Qiang secretly glanced at him, thinking it was so unfair. So she didn't care whether the dazzling special effects on the screen lit up the entire cinema like daylight. She leaned in and kissed his cheek. Then she threw him a provocative glance. We're even, she mouthed to him. Gehai silentis mai. The grassroots hero ultimately defeated the villain and lived happily ever after with his beauty. But still, unknown adventures awaited the hero to explore. When the movie ended, Wen Qiang, coming out of the restroom, saw several girls moving closer to Kahai. She couldn't help but think, the road ahead is long and winding. There are more rotten peach blossoms waiting for her to cut off. Boss one is very busy today. Zhang Zixing wanted to die today as well. Boss, this is all that little brat, Kahai's request. What can I do? The director of the capital's top research center, Huo Li, pushed up his rimless glasses and said with a noble and cold demeanor, You just agree to whatever he asks, right? Zhang Zixing, you said at the beginning that as long as we could bring Kahai back, we would agree to any conditions. Huo Li seemed to hear Zhang Zixing's inner thoughts, kicked him, and scolded, Get lost, seeing you annoys me. So, do we agree or not? Zhang Zixing wanted to die X2. Huo Li said, What else can we do? Zhang Zixing, Boss, this phrase isn't meant to be used like that. I understand now. I'll go tell him this good news, Zhang Zixing said, as if fearing Huo Li would change his mind, and hurriedly ran off. Thus, after confirming what Zhang Zixing and Wen Qiang had discussed yesterday, Kahai kindly called Zhang Zixing. Did Wen Qiang contact you yesterday? Zhang Zixing suddenly had a bad feeling and quickly threw out the good news, saying, The director agreed to your request. I put in quite a bit of effort, so please let me off this time. As expected. So what did you and Wen Qiang talk about? She seemed a bit off yesterday. Kahai frowned, already on the verge of exploding. Zhang Zixing. That little brat Ku is giving up being human today too. What else could Zhang Zixing do? He could only choose to confess. But he still secretly concealed Wen Qiang's request and only said that Wen Qiang was confirming whether you would no longer have the chance to cause trouble. After listening, Kahai took a long time to reply, I understand. While Zhang Zixing was still wondering how this Ku was going to deal with him, he heard Kahai say, Thank you for helping me handle this matter. Zhang Zixing had always felt oppressed, and now suddenly receiving Kahai's gratitude made him feel inexplicably shy. No need. Before he could finish, Kahai hung up the phone. Zhang Zixing. Kahai put down his phone and leaned back in his chair. The scab from his tattoo had mostly fallen off, and there should be no major issues with the apology. Professor Ku thought, having lowered his head to his beloved, he felt no psychological burden at all. In the afternoon, after work, Kahai initially planned to go directly to the flower shop. However, he was unexpectedly stopped by Lin Yayao at the office door. Kahai stood quietly. Lin Yayao knew that Kahai would never take the initiative to show concern. So she spoke for herself. I'm going to be transferred back to the first research institute starting tomorrow, but NI will still stay here. Kahai responded with an Lin Yayao finally mustered her courage and said, Kahai, I need to clarify something with you. My previous advances toward you were only because I was attracted to your looks. Your personality is truly terrible. There is no man in this world with a worse character than you. Gehai, ohat. After Lin Yayao finished what she wanted to say, she self-deprecatingly added, I thought my words would at least annoy you. Kohai replied, Professor Lin, trying to move someone whose gaze isn't on you is a foolish act. Because I don't like you, everything you do is wrong. I thought this should be a very obvious principle. Yes, very obvious. Lin Yayao smiled. I wish you happiness. Thank you. Kahai said, I have to go. Lin Yayao nodded, watching Kahai leave. This man usually strolled leisurely, as if nothing in the world was urgent. But when it came to his beloved, he ran like a young man full of eagerness. Lin Yayao shook her head helplessly and turned to leave. Behind her, someone called her name. Hey, Lin Yayao. She turned her face and saw someone running over, breathing heavily. He grabbed her wrist and said, You think that because you ran back to the capital, I won't be able to do anything about it? I can go back too. Lin Yayao stared at Qiang, smiling. You ran all the way here? Qiang was taken aback, stammering. What? Is that not okay? Lin Yayao smiled and said, No, I just think it's quite interesting. Saying this, she walked forward with a smile. Qiang followed her pace and said, I told you the last time at the bar was really a misunderstanding. Those two little brats have comprehension issues. I just wanted to buy some time to save you. So why didn't you come to save me faster? Lin Yayao asked curiously. Qiang awkwardly said, There was a bit of traffic. Lin Yayao, you can't date a silly person. It will lower your IQ. How about you put me in the hospital once too, and we'll call it even? Qiang and Lin Yayao were negotiating. Lin Yayao casually said as she walked, Depends on my mood. So when will your mood be good? The two of them walked towards the biology building. Lin Yayao looked straight ahead. But Qiang kept slightly turning his body toward her while talking. Although his manner of speaking looked somewhat provocative, at least he was trying hard today. Kohai couldn't find the thorny branch and had to return directly to the flower shop. There were a few customers choosing flowers in the shop. When Qiang had a smile on her face as she professionally and seriously explained the flower language and arrangement methods to the customers. This was a side of her that Kahai rarely saw. When she was working, he was also working. By the time he came over after work, there weren't many customers left in the flower shop. Kahai looked at her and thought that his girl was truly beautiful no matter how he looked at her. A few customers finished buying their desired flowers and left satisfied. Only then did Wen Qiang look towards Kahai, who was standing aside, and walked over to ask, What kind of flowers would you like to buy? Kahai gently hugged her and said, I want to buy the biggest rose you have. Wen Qiang smiled and asked, How much are you offering? Let me think about it. I'll bet all my savings on you. How about that? Kahai asked. Wen Qiang probed, And how much is that? She always knew Kahai was wealthy, but she didn't know exactly how wealthy. Kahai thought for a moment and said, I have 3 properties in the capital and a seaside villa in High City. I probably have about. Don't say it. Wen Qiang covered Kahai's boasting mouth. By the way, I came here today to confess something to you. Kahai quickly brought the conversation back on track. Wen Qiang looked at him. Kahai said, Zhan Zixing should have told you, right? I'm going to take over the pharmacological experiment that my parents started. Wen Qiang nodded and said, He said you wanted to take revenge for me, but I really don't want to put you in such a difficult position. Kahai shook his head and said, Part of the reason is indeed to eliminate future troubles, but I've thought about it. Perhaps my parents' last wish is for me to complete this experiment, so you don't need to feel burdened. Wen Qiang bit her lip and asked with some difficulty. So, Kahai said, I will be here. I won't leave. Wen Qiang looked at him with some disbelief. Kahai added, As long as you are here, I won't go anywhere. But what about the experiment? Wen Qiang asked worriedly. They've already transferred the data, and the facilities here are quite good. So, continuing the experiment here is fine too. Kahai rubbed her hair, trying to reassure her. Wen Qiang suddenly hugged him tightly and said excitedly, You really aren't leaving, right? Kahai, yeah, I'm really not leaving. That's great. Wen Qiang was extremely excited. Kahai then said, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to hide this from you. I just wanted to wait until everything was confirmed before telling you. Wen Qiang's face was pressed against his shoulder as she said, Don't apologize. I don't want to hear you apologize. All right, I won't apologize. Kahai relaxed. The questions that had been weighing on Wen Qiang's heart suddenly found answers, and her world brightened instantly. For this experiment, the director of the first research center in the capital, Huo Li, personally brought a team over. He indicated that half of the researchers assisting Kuhai would be selected from the Ningxing Experimental Center. Su Zhangming was almost knocked out by the pie that fell from the sky. On one hand, he couldn't help but think that the bigger the case, the bigger the risk, but the bigger the risk, the bigger the reward. Was this Kuhai his lucky star or a disaster? Su Zhangming couldn't draw a conclusion yet. Coincidentally, Zhang Zixing, who came over with Huo Li, also brought good news to Wen Qiang, saying that he had obtained video files left by Kuhai's parents from Yangyu. Wen Qiang looked at the small USB drive in her hand, overjoyed. That evening, Wen Qiang prepared a feast of fish for Kuhai. The highlight was the spicy fish head with bright red peppers and snowy white fish, which was a feast for the eyes and nose alike. Kuhai curiously asked, "Is today a special occasion?" Wen Qiang smiled mysteriously and said, "Quickly taste it. I wonder if it's good." Kuhai sweetly said, "Everything you make is delicious." The fish was smooth and tender, with the spiciness and freshness of the fish creating an ultimate taste experience. Kuhai's eyes lit up, and he gave Wen Qiang a thumbs up. "Eat more." Wen Qiang quickly served Kuhai more food. While eating, Kuhai said, "Next time, don't make such spicy dishes." Wen Qiang asked curiously why. "Don't you like it?" Kuhai said, "It's really delicious. I like it very much, but it's too much of a pity not to share it with you." Wen Qiang fell silent for a moment, suddenly picking up a piece of fish and resolutely putting it in her mouth. Kuhai was shocked. "You don't have to force yourself like this." Wen Qiang, feeling the heat from the spice, smiled and said to Kuhai, "Who said we can't share? I can too." Before she could finish her sentence, she was silenced by a kiss. It was a spicy yet gentle kiss. By the time Kuhai let go of Wen Qiang, she had already lost track of the spiciness. She couldn't help but smack her lips and said, "It tastes good." Kuhai smai. After dinner, the two of them were cleaning up the dishes in the kitchen. After some training, and having broken an entire set of collectible plates, Professor Ke's hands and feet finally became coordinated. Wen Qiang's plates finally turned into the most ordinary ones. What a relief, Wen Qiang thought. "By the way, I'm going to find Grandma. You wait here for me," Wen Qiang said, and without waiting for Kuhai's response, she dashed off. Kuhai could only sit back down. Suddenly, his phone vibrated with a message from Wen Qiang, so he looked at the bedside. Kuhai walked over to the bedside, where a sticky note was attached. Kuhai moved the mouse to wake up the computer. The screen displayed a folder titled "To Xiaohai." Kuhai's pupils constricted. His thoughts slowed, and his fingers felt somewhat stiff. But he still clicked on the folder, which contained a video file. After double-clicking to open it, the image was projected onto the screen. Kuhai sat on the carpet by the bed, watching his parents appear on the screen. "Xiaohai, today is your 28th birthday. It seems we haven't seen each other for a long time. Thinking about it, we should leave you something." The woman on the screen had striking features. Although she was nearly 50, time seemed to have left few marks on her face. Kuhai watched the two people in the video, his expression shifting from initial calm to later restraint. "It's us who didn't follow your wishes and made you do things you didn't love, right? After all these years, Mom and Dad really hope you can find what you love and continue to love it. There must be something like that, right? Even if it's not chemistry, it's fine. You are free, so my dear child, fly boldly." And he smiled at the camera. It is a sense of relief, more so a blessing. Kuhai's eyes were red, and he lowered his gaze, unable to speak for a long time. It turned out that his parents' wish was never for him to complete the unfinished experiments. Instead, they hoped he could rise freely against the wind. Kuhai finally murmured, "Thank you. I have found a career that I love and will cherish for a lifetime. Although it is not pharmacochemistry, at least it can be considered as inheriting their legacy." He smiled in the moonlight, organized his things, and finally set his gaze on the small note. Wen Qiang quietly entered the room and, hearing the quietness from the second floor, felt that Kuhai must have finished watching the video. Out of worry and curiosity, she carefully went up to the second floor. Kuhai, sitting by the bed at a distance, seemed to sense her presence and looked up at her. Wen Qiang felt quite awkward and said, "I've finished watching." Kuhai smiled and said, "Thank you." He realized that Wen Qiang had contacted Zhang Zixing not to inquire about Yangyu at all. This girl was clearly anxious about his possible departure. But did she still want to help him retrieve his parents' belongings? How could there be such a silly girl in this world? Do we still need to say thank you between us? Wen Qiang leaned closer and asked, "Are you okay?" "Kuhai, not that." A gentle kiss fell on her hair, and it couldn't be better. Wen Qiang chattered in Kahai's ear, telling him that if he was unhappy, he must tell her and not keep it bottled up inside. As Kahai listened to her chatter, the corners of his mouth curved up. Father and mother, it's not just a beloved job. I have also found a beloved girl. Thank you for the blessings. I hope everything is well for you over there. Life is full of struggles. Yet there are always little moments of inspiration that keep one going, like the wind outside the small window, rippling with the stars and moon. Cold yet gentle. Chapter 53 Extra, 3 years later, in the capital city. It's now 8 in the morning, and the temperature today is a comfortable 18 degrees. Next, we will broadcast the morning news. Professor Kuhai from the capital's first research institute has been nominated for the Sapphire Chemistry Award for his work on promoting the use of photochemical media. A gentle female voice awakens the two people on a large double bed. A pale white arm stretches out from under the blanket. What time is it? The man, still with his eyes closed, sleepily replies, 8 o'clock. I have class in the morning. Wen Qiang struggles to open her eyes. Try to move the man's hand that is resting on her waist. However, he only tightens his grip. Let go. Wen Qiang stares at the man, burying his head in her neck. Just let me sleep for a little longer, just 5 more minutes. Kuhai's voice is still hoarse from just waking up. Wen Qiang pulls him off her, saying, I have class. Kuhai watches Wen Qiang get out of bed. Dissatisfied, they don't teach as well as I do. Wen Qiang puts on a knitted sweater, stretching her arms, her shoulder blades fluttering like a butterfly. But that butterfly is quickly covered by the black sweater. Wen Qiang turns to glance at Kuhai and says, Professor Ku, just a reminder that you're already 31 years old, not a baby anymore. Ever since Wen Qiang decided to take the adult education exam, Kuhai has been fully engaged in reviewing materials, wanted to teach her all 6 subjects. Although in the end, Wen Qiang still enrolled in a school. Professor Ku is quite resentful about this. Even now that Wen Qiang is about to graduate, Kuhai still seeks to remind her of his presence every day. Wen Qiang thinks of her partner, whose age is increasing yearly, but whose behavior is becoming increasingly immature, lacking any sense of the burden of being a male idol. She shakes her head helplessly. After finishing her morning routine, Wen Qiang prepares a simple breakfast for 2, packs her portion, and tells Kuhai, breakfast is on the table. I have to go. You'll be at the Sapphire dinner, right? Kuhai is still sitting on the bed, looking like a big dog abandoned by its owner. Wen Qiang smiles as she walks over, hugs him, and says, of course. During the first part of these 3 years, they were worried about Wen Qiang's health. After waiting for half a year without her deteriorating, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. After finishing the pharmacological experiments he promised to Huo Li, Kuhai continued to research his photochemistry, achieving constant results. Wen Qiang watches him become increasingly brilliant and, neglecting to earn money, quickly thinks about enrolling in an adult school. At the very least, she can't have no qualifications at all. Although Wen Qiang enrolled in an adult university in the capital, Kuhai temporarily transferred to the capital's first laboratory. However, the time they can meet is truly pitifully little. Wen Qiang thinks that after graduation, she must properly pamper her partner at home. Meanwhile, her partner is sitting on the bed, feeling that he is about to be neglected. No, he must take action quickly. The Sapphire dinner is held once a year, scheduled for early June. As the person nominated for the Chemistry Award this year, Kuhai naturally received the invitation early. As a result, he made headlines in major newspapers. The trending searches keep coming. Now, when Huoli meets the directors of the remaining major laboratories in the capital, he is walking on air. First is first. We will always be first. You bunch of losers can't compare. As for Wen Qiang, she is busy with her thesis while listening to the 2 female classmates at the next table whispering about how stunning someone's looks are, mainly because of their brains being nominated for the Sapphire Award at just 30 years old. How can the gap be so huge among people? Listening to others praise her boyfriend, Wen Qiang feels a bit complicated. Should she be proud or feel a sense of crisis? Suddenly, her phone on the table vibrates. It's a message from Kuhai. I'll pick you up for dinner tonight. Wen Qiang smiles as she picks up her phone and starts replying, sure, I'm at the library, waiting for you. Remember to disguise yourself. Wear a mask and a hat. Kuhai sends a cute cat emoji as a response. Wen Qiang listens to her classmates chattering about how cool and handsome someone is and can't help but think, do you know what kind of person your cool male idol really is? His emojis are even cuter than hers. It's simply unbearable to watch. At 5 o'clock, Kohai leaves the laboratory on time. He arrives outside the university library with a black baseball cap and a black mask. He looks like the coolest guy on the street. Female students passing by continuously shoot him love hearts. And some even secretly prepare to form a group to catch a glimpse of his true face and ask for his WeChat. Wen Qiang just walks out of the library. She waves at him from a distance. She walks toward Kohai, who also steps closer to her. Finally, he hugs her and says, "You've worked hard." "What have I worked hard for?" "It's my Professor Ku who has worked hard on research. Be careful, you can't go bald." Wen Qiang smiles as she cups Kohai's masked face. Kohai helplessly replies, "My family doesn't have the gene for baldness." Wen Qiang continues, "Right? Even if my Professor Ku goes bald, he would still be the most handsome." Kohai feels a bit better after that. The two are just about to go for dinner when someone suddenly shouts from behind, "Sister Wen." Wen Qiang turns around to see two classmates who started at the same time, just a month or two younger than her. Yet they call her Sister Wen, making her feel much older. She shows a friendly smile and ruthlessly pokes at their wounds. "How's your thesis preparation going? Come on, let's hurt each other." The two look miserable and say, "It's too hard. The advisor is too strict. Only someone like Sister Wen can catch the advisor's eye." "Sister Wen, is this your boyfriend?" "I've been wanting to ask." Kohai often comes to pick Wen Qiang up for dinner when he is free. But most of the time, Wen Qiang makes him wait at the school gate to avoid attracting too much attention. "Yes, my boyfriend. His last name is Ku." Wen Qiang replies with a smile. "I won't say his first name, otherwise it will be all over the school for him tomorrow." Knowing these two's personalities, Wen Qiang thinks, "Wow, all guys with the last name Ku are idols, right? That chemistry professor has been popular lately too." Another one coolly replies, "All right, don't compare us ordinary people with a big professor." Implicitly, it means not all people with the last name Ku are that impressive. Wen Qiang maintains a friendly smile on the surface, but can't help but give them the middle finger in her heart. Well, having someone as impressive as Kohai is already extraordinary. Is there a second one? Wen Qiang replies with a smile. "No way can anyone be better than my boyfriend. If you have the ability, prove it." The two look at Wen Qiang with strange expressions, then at the masked Kohai, seemingly wondering how this man can allow his girlfriend to praise others while remaining silent. "We have to go now. I'm off to have a candlelight dinner with my dear," Wen Qiang says particularly flirtatiously. The two single dogs grit their teeth. Wen Qiang feels extremely happy inside while maintaining a serious face. Once she parts ways with them, she holds her stomach, laughing uncontrollably. "Professor Ku, did you see the expressions of those two just now? Playing the fool is really too much fun." Kohai says, "Stay away from those strange people." Wen Qiang wipes away her tears from laughing and says, "Got it. The sapphire dinner is set for June 2nd. Luckily, Wen Qiang had long prepared her thesis and can spare time to attend with Kohai. Kohai has already bought the plane tickets in advance. On the night before their departure, Wen Qiang was packing their luggage in front of the wardrobe. Someone, just out of the shower and still steaming, embraced her from behind. "Hurry up and let go of me before I make a move," Wen Qiang threatened, turning her face slightly to look at him. But Kohai, who was usually compliant, never accepted threats when it came to this matter. Even when threatened, he would charge ahead. Once. It was impossible for it to be just once. In the end, Wen Qiang couldn't even get up, and it was still Kohai who finished packing their things. After 3 years of training, Professor Ku had become a good husband at home, as well as a kitchen killer. The next morning, Wen Qiang lifted her soft feet and kicked the unsuspecting man sleeping beside her off the bed. That man's mouth is a liar, because she hadn't slept well at night. Wen Qiang took another nap on the plane. At 8 in the evening, the award ceremony officially began. Kohai and Wen Qiang sat side by side. Wen Qiang held Kohai's hand, nervously saying, "What should I do? My stomach hurts a bit." "Stomach pain? Then I'll take you out." Kohai immediately stood up. Wen Qiang slapped his hand lightly, saying, "I'm just nervous." "No need to be nervous." Kohai comforted her softly. "I don't care about these things." Wen Qiang replied, "But I care." Kohai was still thinking that he needed to strive for more recognition like this in the future to make Wen Qiang proud. Suddenly, Wen Qiang muttered, "You've worked so hard for so long. If you don't win an award, I'll go up there and smash the stage." Kohai chuckled silently. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 67th Sapphire Dinner. I am." The opening speech began. The audience quieted down. The Sapphire Biological Award goes to Mr. Lance Brott from Country Y. Please welcome Mr. Brott. The Sapphire Medical Award goes to. As the awards continued, Wen Qiang became increasingly anxious. Then the announcer finally said, "This time the Sapphire Chemistry Award goes to Mr. Ku Hai from Country Z. Mr. Ku's contributions in the field of photochemistry are recognized by everyone. Congratulations, Mr. Ku." The spotlight turned on. Wen Qiang suddenly covered her mouth. Everyone was looking at Ku Hai. Instead of looking at the host on stage, Ku Hai was looking at Wen Qiang beside him. He saw the joyful tears sparkling in her eyes, glistening like crystal under the bright lights. He bent down and hugged her. "Go up, everyone is waiting for you." Wen Qiang covered her face, quietly reminding him, "I'll go up now," Ku Hai said with a smile. The spotlight followed Ku Hai as he stepped onto the stage. Wen Qiang's eyes followed him. "Hello everyone, I'm Ku Hai. Thank you to the organizers and everyone for your support. I didn't expect to go on stage, so I didn't prepare a speech," Ku Hai said. The audience chuckled kindly. Ku Hai looked towards Wen Qiang's direction and said warmly, "Anyway, thank you to my parents and my dear girl. I will continue to work hard." Everyone followed Ku Hai's gaze to see the dear girl he was referring to. Wen Qiang was sitting there, glowing under the lights, more dazzling than many stars present. Everyone was watching her, but she felt nothing. Her eyes were filled only with the man on stage, who was radiating glory. Only that man. The crowd murmured, "It's the scent of dog food." After the award ceremony, Ku Hai declined all interviews and strolled through the streets of New York with Wen Qiang. "You were trending on social media when you were nominated, and now that you've won, the network back home will probably crash, right?" Wen Qiang said. Ku Hai chuckled. "You might become famous too, Miss Wen. Oh, when others see me, they'll point and say, 'Look at that. She's Ku Hai's girlfriend. With such a low education and not that pretty. How did Professor Ku fall for her? Life is tough for me." Wen Qiang pretended to be distressed. Ku Hai tightened his grip on her hand, saying, "If they say that, just tell them to look in the mirror and see how much they weigh. My little Rose is the most beautiful in the world. No rebuttals accepted." Wen Qiang burst into laughter, saying, "I was just joking. I've heard that kind of talk before. And I don't care at all." Since Ningqing, such voices had always surrounded her. Why would Ku Hai fall for Wen Qiang? And why did he leave for so many years? Outsiders would never understand the bond between them, always talking about Wen Qiang's education and family background. Wen Qiang never feared it, nor did she care. As long as she and Ku Hai understood each other, she didn't care about anyone else. Suddenly, Wen Qiang saw a huge musical fountain in the square not far away. She pulled Ku Hai's hand and said, "Let's go check that out." "Okay." Ku Hai smiled and let Wen Qiang lead him forward. In front of the massive musical fountain, many couples were making wishes. Wen Qiang reached out to Ku Hai and said, "Give me some money." Ku Hai searched his entire body, but couldn't find coin. Wen Qiang sighed, "Forget it. Just make a wish." But Ku Hai looked around and finally focused on a girl selling flowers nearby. He said to Wen Qiang, "Wait for me." Wen Qiang watched curiously as Ku Hai walked up to the girl, bought a big bunch of flowers, and returned with several coins. "Here you go," he said, shoving the flowers and coins into her hands. Wen Qiang smiled and sniffed the roses, then handed him a coin back. "Say, you should make a wish too." Ku Hai didn't refuse. They both tossed their coins at the same time. Wen Qiang closed her eyes and began to make a wish. Ku Hai had never made a wish since he was a child, while all the other kids were with their parents making wishes and cutting birthday cakes. He was asleep with test tubes and beakers. He never indulged in fanciful thoughts and didn't think wishing held any significance. He believed that whatever he wanted, he should strive for with all his might. But at that moment, Ku Hai closed his eyes. "What did you wish for?" Wen Qiang asked playfully. "If I tell you, it won't come true," Ku Hai replied. But Wen Qiang said, "I think sharing your wish means someone can help you realize it, right? What about you?" Ku Hai smiled at her. Wen Qiang mumbled, "If you don't tell me, I won't tell you either." Just as Wen Qiang turned to leave, Ku Hai grabbed her wrist, saying, "I didn't make a wish." Wen Qiang turned to look at him. "Professor Ku, you're not being honest. Just say a wish. It's much better than saying you didn't wish at all," she teased. Ku Hai replied seriously, "Really, I didn't make a wish. I just saw you. As soon as I close my eyes, I see you. It's all about you. You really." Wen Qiang's ears turned red. "You're too good with words. What about you? What did you wish for?" Ku Hai pressed. Wen Qiang waved her fingers, saying, "It's a secret." Ku Hai had no way to deal with her, and could only watch as the girl in the black dress flew away like a spirit. He quickly walked up to catch her hand. The two walked side by side toward the distance. As they walked, Wen Qiang thought, what else could the wish be? Naturally, it's to hope that my professor could remain safe and sound for the rest of his life, without worries. Sure enough, the news of Kuhai winning the Sapphire Chemistry Award caused several online platforms to nearly crash. He immediately secured the top spot as the national heartthrob, gaining a large following of female fans. Fortunately, Kuhai had informed the organizers in advance, so they didn't release a clear photo of Wen Qiang. Only a blurry side profile. The remaining media, lacking access, could only obtain photos from the organizers. However, some keen-eyed individuals still spotted Wen Qiang. Some people began to investigate Wen Qiang's background, just when they were about to share this shocking scoop. They were warned about violating regulations and were not allowed to post it. These people were like, you special people are really annoying. Those who knew Wen Qiang at school looked at the blurry photos of her on the internet. The troublemakers, with pictures in hand, asked Wen Qiang, Sister Wen, this woman's profile really looks like you. Wen Qiang remained unfazed, saying, does it? I think I'm much prettier than her. Wen Qiang was so narcissistic that the two couldn't continue their questioning and left with unspoken words. Wen Qiang smiled. While you were still daydreaming, he was already my boyfriend. A winner in life, just so you know. Soon it was Wen Qiang's graduation ceremony. On that day, Kuhai happened to have a particularly important seminar. Early in the morning, he told Wen Qiang he would be late returning that evening. He was in such a hurry that Wen Qiang didn't mention her graduation ceremony. Therefore, while everyone else brought their friends and family to the graduation ceremony, only Wen Qiang sat alone in the auditorium. The two next to her chattered and asked, Sister Wen, will your boyfriend come and give you flowers? Wen Qiang shook her head and said, he has something very important to do. He probably won't make it. The two exclaimed, oh, what could be more important than your girlfriend's graduation ceremony? Sister Wen, I'm serious. A man who doesn't care about you is really not worth it. Wen Qiang replied, oh, thanks for your concern. The two looked at Wen Qiang's exquisite profile. She was already 27 this year, and her face looked just like those 22 or 23-year-old graduates, as if it could produce water with a pinch. Even without makeup, she was as delicate as if she had been carefully painted. It was truly enviable and made people gnash their teeth in jealousy. Sister Wen, I don't know if I should say you lack self-identity in this relationship or if your optimism is good. The two shook their heads. Wen Qiang, since nothing seems good to say, why not just keep quiet? The graduation ceremony soon began. After the dean's speech, they started handing out diplomas. Because Wen Qiang's last name started with a W, she was placed toward the end. When the two went up, they had family and friends presenting flowers. When they came down, they looked so pleased. The looks directed at Wen Qiang seemed to scream showing off. Wen Qiang was unaffected and even wanted to laugh. Wen Qiang. The dean called her name. She stood up and walked up. Suddenly, a few boys next to her were eager to go up and win the beauty's heart. Holding her diploma, Wen Qiang looked at the empty back door. Although she shouldn't tea, she still felt a bit hopeful. Congratulations to Miss Wen Qiang on graduating from our school. I wish you a bright future and glory. Beautiful people always get special treatment. Even the cold-hearted dean couldn't help but say a few extra words to Wen Qiang. Wen Qiang smiled and said, thank you, Dean. Just as she was about to step down from the stage, someone was preparing to rush up with flowers. Suddenly, hurried footsteps came from the back door. A man in formal attire, holding a bunch of fiery red roses, was Kuhai. He seemed to have run all the way, panting heavily. Wen Qiang saw him. He saw Wen Qiang too. They exchanged smiles from a distance. The crowd gasped in surprise. Amidst the crowd's astonishment and the flashes of cameras, Kuhai walked slowly toward Wen Qiang on stage. Sorry I'm late, there was a bit of traffic on the way. Gehai et lai. Wen Qiang pressed her index finger against his lips. She shook her head with a smile. It's okay. What's important is that you're here, no matter how late. I'll wait for you. Kuhai handed her the flowers and said, happy graduation. Wen Qiang took the flowers and was about to hug Kuhai when the tall man knelt down on one knee in front of her. Wen Qiang's nerves tensed. In Kuhai's palm, there was a dazzling diamond ring in an open black velvet box. Will you marry me? Under the ceiling lights of the stage, the man's eyes sparkled even more than the diamond ring. Wen Qiang had always thought that the time wasn't right, that it wasn't time yet. So when Kuhai proposed twice before, she had brushed it off. She worried that her hesitation might hurt Kuhai's feelings, yet she couldn't accept it calmly. But at this moment, Wen Qiang suddenly felt that the time was indeed right. They had known each other for 3.5 years, and had been together for 3 years. That was truly enough. Okay, wedding. She extended her hand. The shining diamond ring was placed on her ring finger. The man lowered his head and kissed her ring finger. The hardest diamond and the softest lips represented the most eternal vow in the world. The crowd below was snapping photos nonstop. The troublemaking duo turned sour with jealousy. They wondered why every time they praised Kahai, Wen Qiang would also echo their sentiments, and her boyfriend didn't get angry. So it turns out her boyfriend is the real Kahai. Do all good-looking couples have such deep romantic game plans? Wen Qiang and Kuhai's wedding was set for the Qixi festival. On the wedding day, the couple didn't invite many guests. Kahai had no relatives, only inviting Zhang Zixing and Huo Li and a few others. Jiang Huai returned to M Country due to Shi Ning's Memorial Day, saying he was too lazy to come back. He just sent a huge red envelope with a lot of zeros to Kahai, wishing him and Wen Qiang to have children soon. By the way, Grandma Chen's son, Song Yu, had returned long ago during Xiao Qinyu's 100-day celebration. Ironically, it turned out he and T run off with another woman, but had been caught in a pyramid scheme, and, after finally escaping, he made a little money on the side. Li Mingjin looked at her honest and pitiful husband, wanting to cry and laugh at the same time. Little Qinyu looked at her dark-skinned dad, who looked like he just came back from coal mining, and reached out her chubby little hand. Over the past 3 years, although the Luo family occasionally tried to make their presence known in front of Wen Qiang, they were ultimately dealt with by Kahai. Kuhai actively asked Wen Qiang if she wanted to invite the Luo family. Wen Qiang wasn't very willing. Grandma Chun, who used to care the most about these things, didn't persuade Wen Qiang at all, just took on the role of an elder herself. 2 tables of guests were more than enough for the couple. After the wedding, they put work aside and went straight on their honeymoon. Holy was still planning to hand over tasks to Kahai, but couldn't find him anywhere. Wen Qiang studied horticulture. It was also a way to make up for her previous regret of not being able to grow flowers. After getting married, she opened a shop specializing in flower arrangement. With her unique technique of making all the flowers bloom simultaneously after arrangement, she created her own style. People in the industry respected her as Miss Wen. Recently, Professor Ku discovered that his wife had become an emotionless work machine, frequently appearing at various flower arrangement art competitions. Grandma Chun called every day to urge the couple's progress. Kuhai expressed that being able to sleep with his wife was already a huge blessing. Want a baby? Dream on. Professor Ku, are you experiencing some hormonal imbalance lately? I see your complexion. Zhang Zixing's words were interrupted by Kuhai's icy glare. He quickly retreated 3 feet, gesturing to excuse himself. I'm out of here. With a sour face, Kahai returned to the empty, cold home. Upon seeing the news that his wife had won yet another award and was being praised as a beautiful young artist by various marketing accounts, he could only grit his teeth and say, not a beautiful young lady anymore, but a married woman, not the kind who is a widow. Then Kahai saw the next piece of news. The young master of the XX conglomerate is suspected of proposing to Miss Wen. Everyone below is clamoring for them to be together. Kahai was so angry that he almost smashed his phone. This generation of internet users are all big, clumsy feet. They were still stirring up news about him and Wen Qiang every day. Kuhai angrily searched for his and Wen Qiang's names, only to find that their last trending topic was 6 months ago. Shock! Professor Ku and Wen Qiang are rumored to be getting a divorce and are living apart. Kuhai feels that if a man is not ruthless, his position is unstable. It's time to do something. When Wen Qiang returned from City L, Kahai was still on the sofa in the living room. The TV was still on, but Kahai seemed to have already fallen asleep. She tiptoed over, just about to cover the exhausted man with a blanket, when she was directly pulled into his arms. I've been waiting for you for a long time. His voice was a bit hoarse, perhaps because he had just woken up. Wen Qiang hugged Kahai and said, the competition is over, and I won first prize. I can rest for a long time now. Are you happy? You always say that. Then the next day you fly abroad, leaving me alone at home. Kuhai held Wen Qiang, his face pressed against her shoulder, like a child lacking security. Wen Qiang's heart softened. She stroked his hair and said, I'm really not lying this time. I have at least 3 months of rest. I want to go anywhere but stay with you. I wouldn't lie to you. Kahai didn't move. Wen Qiang acted cute, saying, "Mr. Ku, don't be angry. Brother Hai, please comfort me." Kahai finally lifted his face from Wen Qiang's shoulder. Wen Qiang saw the man's always gentle eyes under the moonlight, which at this moment seemed to shine with a wolf-like gleam. As she shivered and stepped back, it was already too late. The poor little white rose was picked by a certain chemistry professor and a cherished well. Wen Qiang said she had 3 months of rest, but she was dragged around by Kahai every day, ostensibly traveling, but it was more appropriate to say they were rushing through the schedule. So, exhausted and forgetting herself in the fun, Wen Qiang realized that her good relative hadn't come for 2 months when the pregnancy test showed 2 lines. Wen Qiang, Kahai, the ruthless and cunning, finally destroyed the remaining little umbrellas that had been secretly poked. He thought proudly, "I, Kahai, have finally become a father at the age of 33 through my own efforts." When Wen Qiang was suffering from morning sickness, Kahai knelt in front of her with durian, confessing his wrongdoings. Wen Qiang felt so uncomfortable that she cried and kicked Kahai in the stomach. It was winter, and after being kicked, Kahai covered Wen Qiang's cold feet with his own stomach. He pondered whether having more meat could warm him up a bit. It seemed that for the next year, he shouldn't go to the gym and should gain some weight. On the day Wen Qiang was to give birth, Kahai was outside, moving around like an ant on a hot pan. Listening to the heart-wrenching cries from inside, he slapped himself twice outside the door, then finally sat down dejectedly on a chair in the hallway. Grandma Chen advised him not to worry, but Kahai was filled with guilt and concern for Wen Qiang. He wished he could go in and take the knife himself. What was he thinking back then to let his beloved girl endure such pain? Kahai regretted it deeply, wishing he could rewind time. 6 hours later, with the first firecracker of the new year, the sound of a baby crying echoed through the entire operating room. Kahai looked at Wen Qiang, who was pale, and his eyes turned red. He reached out his trembling hand to hold her and said in a deep voice, "You've worked hard." Wen Qiang gritted her teeth and said, "You need to get a vasectomy." "Okay, I'll go this afternoon." Kahai didn't hesitate at all. Wen Qiang gave birth to a beautiful little girl, and because she was born on New Year's Day, Wen Qiang gave her the nickname Nian Yan. Big name? She didn't have the energy to think of one for now. They could talk about it later. Nian Yan's greatest joy was tormenting her dad. Before she could move, she would frequently urinate on Kahai, treating her dad like a portable toilet. After getting her teeth, she used her dad as a teething toy, constantly committing acts of violence against him 24 hours a day. Once she could move, her dad became a wooden horse. The real wooden horse was gathering dust in the corner. "Daddy." Every time Yin Yin called her dad like this, Kahai obediently came over to be tormented. "Daddy, I heard that good men should hand over their salary cards to women for safekeeping," 5-year-old Yin Yin said. Kahai, who had already handed over his salary card to his wife, immediately gave his pocket money card to his daughter as well. Then, when he got off work that day and someone called him out for a social gathering, Kahai waved his hand as usual. He used to be too lazy to go, but now he truly had no money. Mature men are always as lonely as snow and broke. Kahai deeply agreed.